Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 225, Return to Hakuo. Caught just after the dismissal of Teitan High School, the time was 4:23 in the afternoon. Sitting inside her family's shuttle bus, Nagi's first words were, "Let's go to Hakuo." She knew Hakuo enforced an elite education system. School dismissal there wouldn't be this early, especially for a student council president who had club responsibilities. At the very least, it would still be an hour away. The bodyguard quickly started the car and drove toward Hakuo. "Nagi, are you planning to see the student council president?" "Yes. If I really want to learn kendo, she's the best option. Back in our first year, she spent a lot of time helping me fix some bad habits. Now that I've decided to pursue it seriously, I don't think she'd refuse to help." When kendo came up, the first person who came to Sanzenin Nagi's mind was Katsura Hinajuku. That woman who excelled both academically and athletically was also the one she had once admired and aspired to be like. But at some point in the past, she had realized that she wasn't Hinajuku. That realization pushed her into a slump, and she gave up. However, things had changed. Now, she needed to change. She also needed to master some kind of power to protect herself. So this time, Nagi was ready to face the student council president she had once looked up to. Of course, another reason is Amamiya's reminder. The second reason that pushed her to meet Katsura Hinajuku was Ren's message. The sword technique he mentioned at the end, the one used to block the wind, was actually telling me that I could focus my efforts in that area. It seems like when we first met and talked about the future events in the story, he said I would become independent in 3 years. That included swordsmanship. He told me from a perspective of knowing the future that I could train in sword techniques. Just like how I became independent 3 years later in the story. If that's the case, then there's no reason I shouldn't try. Hearing Nagi's words, Isumi was beaming with joy. If Nagi puts her effort into something like that, she definitely won't be cooped up at home anymore. That earned her a glare from Nagi. "I don't stay home all day anymore. Ever since I started using my diary, I've been going out more. Plus, now that I've transferred schools, I go to school every day." But even if she goes to school, Nagi-chan still spends every afternoon napping in the clubroom, right? Isumi's comment was sharp and on point. "Well, that's because I've been getting sleepy around noon lately." Nagi replied with a slightly guilty tone. "Is it because you got your vision? You stay up late at home playing around, using up all your energy. That's why you end up too exhausted to last through the day." Isumi knew exactly why Nagi was so drained. She had been visiting Nagi's home frequently and saw how hard Nagi was pushing herself. Most of the time, she'd catch Nagi staying up too late, pushing herself with elemental power play until she couldn't hold out anymore and ended up sleeping in the clubroom till school ended. That wasn't good. Nagi, even if rapidly using elemental power can boost its flow, human stamina has its limits. You need to show some restraint. Of course, Nagi listened to Isumi's advice, but she also had a counterpoint. "Wait a sec. Amamiya also said that stimulating elemental power operation would improve physical strength. That's a kind of training too." That wasn't just made up. It was something Ren had actually said. Activating elemental power does enhance physical fitness, but it's not as quick as it was with Ren. It takes time for the physical body to adapt and grow stronger through elemental use. Nagi had indeed been running her elemental power more actively while playing, helping her body adjust better to the power. As a result, her physical condition had noticeably improved over the past month. "With my willpower, I can't stick to long-term physical training. But if I can build up my strength while playing with elemental power, then that's the best method for someone like me who has weak willpower." "True. That kind of training really suits you, Nagi." Even if Isumi felt that was a bit of a stretch logically, the results spoke for themselves. Improving her body through play with elemental power really was the reason Nagi was able to stick with it. Maria, who had been quietly listening nearby, thought it wasn't such a bad thing. Nagi was growing stronger while having fun. Just like she said, elemental power really was a good fit for her. As the conversation continued, the car gradually slowed down and stopped in front of their destination. "Miss, we've arrived at the Hakuo." That was fast. As the bodyguard opened the door, Nagi stepped out of the vehicle. Although school had already ended at Teitan High, Hakuo Academy was still in session. Different grades had different schedules. Many students lived on campus and even had evening self-study sessions. It was safe to say that Haku pursued a kind of elite education completely different from Teitan. But that wasn't the reason Nagi returned to Hakuo today. Let's go. Nagi pulled Isumi along and walked straight into Haku Academy. The guard at the gate of Haku recognized almost all of the young ladies and masters of the school. More importantly, the guard station was equipped with a facial recognition system, so they could easily identify whether someone was inside or outside the school. As one of the top young ladies of Hakuo, Nagi was someone the guards couldn't possibly forget. Miss Sanzenin. Yeah. Please open the gate for a moment. I need to talk to Hinajuku. Understood. Please wait a moment. Even though he knew that the young lady had transferred out of Hakuo, the guard still opened the gate for her. After all, the fact that she had transferred didn't mean she couldn't come back. As long as the young lady wished it, she could return to Hakuo any time. So the guard opened the gate without hesitation. Being a gatekeeper at Hakuo required good people skills. If you acted too rigidly, you would be sent to grow sweet potatoes soon enough. To be continued. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, Katsura Hinajuku's Fearful Admiration, Bonus. After entering Hakuo, Nagi led Isumi and Maria straight to the Kendo Club, located in a secluded corner of the campus. From a distance, the sound of bamboo swords clashing echoed out from the Kendo Club. Nagi opened the sliding door and stepped inside. A strong, sour stench hit her face, almost overwhelming her resolve to enter the Kendo Club. But remembering the reason she came to Hakuo, she forced herself to keep walking. There weren't many people in the club. Everyone wore heavy protective gear. Their heads and faces were covered by a clear, sturdy grill-style mask. Their chests were protected by thick armor, and even their throats had additional guards to cover vulnerable areas. Everyone was performing basic kendo training. Judging from their fluid footwork and striking, it was clear the Kendo Club members had solid fundamentals. Of course, this didn't cancel out the sour stench from these sweat-soaked students. Nagi waved a hand in front of her nose, still clearly unaccustomed to the strong smell. Among the members clad in blue undergarments and black armor, one girl stood out. She didn't wear a helmet like the others and was off by herself, swinging her bamboo sword. Hinajuku. The girl with long pink hair turned instinctively upon hearing her name. When she saw who it was, surprise flashed through her yellow-green eyes. She even stopped mid-swing. Nagi-chan. Her gaze moved slightly, noticing not just Nagi-chan but also Isumi and Maria nearby. Isumi and Miss Maria too. After a brief greeting, Katsura Hinajuku's eyes remained on Nagi. Nagi-chan, I was really surprised when I heard you transferred schools. I thought something had happened in your family, so I even had my sister look into it. But it turns out you and Isumi kept the news well hidden. Seems like this transfer was intentional. It had been a while since they last met. This woman's intuition was still as sharp as ever. Nagi couldn't help but grumble inwardly. So, why did you and Isumi come back today? Well, the reason's a bit special. Someone suggested I try learning kendo. I thought it made a lot of sense, and the first person who came to mind was you. Hinajuku looked at Nagi, clearly surprised. Nagi, who hated sports, actually came to her to learn kendo because of someone else's suggestion. I'm glad you thought of me first when kendo came up. But, this time, you're not just going to be passionate for 3 minutes again, right? No problem. This time, Nagi's attitude was firm, her words full of confidence. I can definitely stick with it this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back to find you. True enough. Hinajuku figured that if Nagi hadn't made up her mind, she wouldn't have returned to learn kendo after already transferring out. But could you get me a new set of protective gear? I really can't stand the smell of sweat. As she said this, Nagi waved the air in front of her nose with a disgusted expression. The thick, sour odor was way too much for her sensitive nose. Looking at Nagi's face full of disdain, Hinajuku's irritation flared. Still, considering that Nagi seemed more serious this time than ever before, Hinajuku didn't want to kill her motivation. Besides, they did have new gear available. Come with me. Hinajuku led Nagi to retrieve a new set of protective equipment. Honestly, the gear was still pretty heavy. Hinajuku was more worried about whether Nagi would even be able to move properly in it, given her historically poor stamina. But when she saw Nagi walk out steadily with a bamboo sword in hand while fully suited up, her concerns disappeared. She even cracked a light joke, a bit surprised. What a surprise. Did you go train somewhere after transferring? You used to struggle just walking with this stuff on. Removing her helmet, Nagi gave a mysterious smile. Yeah. I went to a place and trained using my favorite method. After twisting her body a bit, she found the protective gear barely affected her mobility. Nagi knew this was thanks to elemental power strengthening her body. The visible improvements had her pretty excited. She had never been able to stick with regular exercise. Partly because her willpower was weak, but also because traditional training took a long time to show results. That delay always wore her down mentally. Not seeing progress for too long killed her motivation. But now, things were different. She didn't need to train deliberately. Just focusing on controlling her elemental power enhanced her physique, and the progress was obvious. It no longer triggered the resistance she used to feel. This gave Nagi the drive to get stronger. "Hinajiku, let's get started." In that moment, a fire burned in Nagi's eyes. If it's something achievable, who wouldn't want to chase it? And now that the chance was right in front of her, who could give it up? All right. Even though it lasted only a moment, Katsura Hinajiku still caught the change in Nagi's gaze. She was no longer the girl who had been apathetic and passive. Now, she radiated an intense enthusiasm and passion. What had happened to Nagi in the past month? Katsura Hinajiku couldn't imagine. In just 1 month, her physical condition had improved, and even her spirit felt entirely different. Inside and out, she felt like a completely different person. Let's start with your swing posture. Today, focus on adjusting your form. We'll check your stance first, and once that's set, I'll teach you the footwork. Kendo is a sport that starts from the fundamentals, especially imitation. It's going to be pretty dull at first. But once you start enjoying it, you'll feel that Kendo is becoming part of your strength. When that time comes, you'll look back and see how your efforts turned into visible, tangible results. And with that, the posture training began. To be continued. Chapter 227, Bad-Hearted Ren. After returning home, Ren began preparing dinner. But today, she wasn't just cooking for herself and her mother. She also had to make meals for her father and that Idagawa Konan. Idagawa Konan, humph. Even now, just hearing that name made Ren feel a little irritated. Forget it. I don't want to waste my time thinking about him. He's already abandoned his past identity, and we won't have the chance to meet again like before. Just treat him as someone who's already dead. Idagawa Konan is simply Aunt Yukiko and Uncle Kudo's second son. After a month of settling into her new routine, Ren had already come to terms with Shinichi's fake death and his underhanded attempt to sneak back into her life. At the same time, she had let go of Kudo Shinichi, the childhood sweetheart she once loved. He abandoned his past identity to avoid being hunted by that organization. If that's the case, then she would respect his decision. Otherwise, wouldn't all of Shinichi's sacrifices have been meaningless? Ren let out a silent scoff. But she quickly reined in her emotions, burying all her frustration deep inside. She composed herself. After a while in the kitchen, the clock read 5:12 p.m. It was just about time for dinner. Ren finished packing the meals for the day. There were 2 lunch boxes, one big and one small. Of course, there were still other dishes that hadn't been packed. These days, Ren needed to eat a lot more than before. Eating 2/3 of a pot of rice in one meal had become a regular thing. This was also something she planned to talk to her father about today. All right, time to go. She headed out with the 2 lunch boxes. The distance between her mother's home and her father's place wasn't far. Just 4 or 5 stops by bus, pretty close. After a short ride, Ren arrived at the building of the Muri Detective Agency. She checked the time on her watch. It was 5:30 p.m., right on time for dinner. Climbing the stairs, she caught a strong whiff of instant noodles. Looks like Dad's been surviving on cup noodles ever since I left. He seriously can't go buy groceries and cook something decent for himself. She sighed and walked up step by step, then pulled out the key and opened the office door. Inside, 2 figures, one big, one small, were sitting in front of the long office table, noisily slurping instant noodles. Perhaps startled by her sudden return, both of them froze mid-slurp. Ren. Kagoro looked stunned to see his daughter. Why are you back? That question really hit the wrong note. But Ren already knew her father had been living off instant noodles for a whole month. She wasn't in the mood to nitpick. It's been a month. I've almost forgotten about that guy. The dead are dead, and there's no point in clinging to someone I'll never see again. Ren's words made Idagawa Konan stiffen. Yes, a month was long enough to forget someone. Especially someone who wasn't just missing but had effectively ceased to exist. No matter how strong one's attachment, it was normal to start letting go. After all, the living can't spend every day mourning the dead. Although Konan knew she was talking about him, the current state of his elementary school body made it impossible to tell Ren the truth. And this child? Ren's gaze fell on Idagawa Konan. Her eyes carried no emotion, only deep weariness. This child still looks too much like Shinichi. I still can't accept him. But at least now, I can finally separate him from Shinichi. After all, Shinichi is dead. Her words hit Konan like a blade, slicing straight into his chest and leaving a deep, invisible wound. She seemed to be accepting Idagawa Konan's presence, but only because she had utterly erased Kudo Shinichi from her heart. And what could he say now? He was the one who killed off his former identity. Could he blame Ren for acting this way? Of course not. She had been tormented for a whole month by the illusion of his death. Now that she had finally moved on, he couldn't just ruin everything by suddenly telling her the truth. Thankfully, Ren had never truly treated him as Kudo Shinichi. It was only that his appearance resembled Shinichi's childhood self too much, making her unable to completely accept him as just Idagawa Konan. Could he not resemble himself? But Konan had no way to argue and could only swallow the pain in silence. Ah. Kagoro had expected this outcome and didn't try to push his daughter. All right then. You should keep living with Eri. I'll take care of this kid. He understood how his daughter felt. She had been close with that brat. It was normal to react this way after hearing that he had died. He actually sympathized with her. Thanks, Dad. Ran smiled and thanked him sincerely. No need for thanks between father and daughter. Seeing her smile brought a bit of peace to Kagoro's heart. As for Konan, watching Ren now only deepened his self-blame. This is all my fault. If I hadn't been so reckless, maybe none of this would have happened. Ever since that incident, he had been far more cautious when dealing with the organization behind him. But no matter how careful he was now, the past couldn't be undone. Ren walked over to the long table with her bag and placed it down. Dad, Konan, this is a little something I brought over. I can't help with breakfast and lunch, but if I have time, I'll make dinner and bring it by. Oh. Kagoro's eyes lit up the moment he saw the lunchbox. He opened it right away. The food inside was still steaming, with a delicious aroma, completely different from the instant noodles he'd been surviving on. Finally, I can eat something decent. At this moment, he really missed his daughter's cooking. A whole month of cup noodles was enough to make anyone lose their will to live. Seeing dinner prepared by his daughter again almost brought tears to his eyes. Even Idagawa Konan couldn't hold back anymore. After all, he had been eating instant noodles for a month too. He was at his limit. To be continued. Chapter 228, Convenient. After a few quick bites, Kagoro let out a long sigh, savoring the beauty of life, then promptly finished the rest of his lunch. There was no doubt that men ate fast, especially when Kagoro and Konan had been living off instant noodles for a whole month. Now that they were finally eating real food again, how could they hold back? The entire meal was gone in less than 5 minutes. Burp. Kagoro burped contentedly, convinced this was the best meal he'd had in recent memory. Ran, how's school been lately? Pretty good. I still attend classes like normal, but I joined one more club than before. Recently, we've been going out a lot more for outdoor activities organized by the club. The last time they ran into trouble was on Tsukikage Island, and now they had run into it again on a private cruise ship. There are so many rich girls in your club, and they're all so strong. I thought Sonoko was enough, but it turns out the others are just as impressive. Kagoro was truly amazed, but also a bit confused. Still, Teitan High already having someone like Sonoko is rare enough. Why are so many young ladies suddenly transferring to Teitan? Dad, I can't just go around asking these girls why they enrolled at Teitan, right? Kagoro nodded slightly at his daughter's complaint. Yeah, that would be inappropriate. The decisions those girls made weren't something they needed to question. Besides, the transfers were clearly voluntary. It's not like someone could force a bunch of high society daughters to transfer schools. Who would even have the power to do that? It might be inappropriate, but it was definitely strange. Konan also found it odd, but without more clues, there was no way to deduce the reasoning behind it. Is that so? As they spoke, Ran began cleaning up the lunch boxes. Even though I don't know the exact reason, the club's atmosphere is really good. We go out for club activities every weekend, and sometimes even during free afternoons. Free afternoons. Kagoro couldn't believe that regular students had the kind of flexible time in the afternoon. Doesn't the school object to you leaving so often? Of course not. Not only has Shinomiya-san invested in the school, but she and her classmates all have outstanding academic records. At Shuchian, Shinomiya-san's grades are consistently second place. The others aren't far behind either. Sonoko and I have been keeping up academically too. The only one struggling with studies is Ren. Ren. Kagoro thought he couldn't place who that was. Seeing her father so lost, Ren gave him a hint. Back on Tsukikage Island, there was a boy with Sonoko and me. His name is Amamiya Ren. Sonoko and I have known him for a while. And Ren and Sonoko are dating. Oh. At first, Kagoro thought his daughter had found someone new, but it turned out to be Sonoko. No wonder he's the only boy in your circle. I knew it. Konan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had suspected one of the rich girls might be dating someone, and the first one who came to mind was Sonoko. Looks like he guessed right. He never imagined that someone like Sonoko, who talked non-stop, would have someone fall for her. It really was surprising. She was kind of careless, a bit of a fangirl too. Those traits alone were usually enough to turn guys away. After learning about Sunoko's background, Conan figured it was possible that someone was just drawn to her for her money. In the end, maybe this guy didn't like Sunoko as a person but was just chasing after the wealth of the Suzuki family. It wasn't just paranoia. He'd seen that kind of thing happen before, so he had reason to suspect it. And considering what he knew, Sunoko would most likely inherit the Suzuki Zaibatsu someday. That meant whoever married her would also take over a massive business empire. Of course that would impact her future relationship choices. In the end, it was very possible her partner would be selected for her. If that really happened, Sunoko would be miserable. A breakup would be inevitable. No matter what, Itagawa Conan couldn't bring himself to be optimistic about this boy named Amamiya Ren. Alright then, Dad, Conan, I'm heading back. After cleaning up the lunchboxes, Ran prepared to leave. Her purpose in coming today had been fulfilled, and she'd managed to upgrade her father's dinner situation. From now on, whenever she had time in the afternoon, she'd try to bring dinner over for her father. That way, he wouldn't have to rely solely on instant noodles anymore. Kagoro glanced outside at the fading sky, then reminded her. Ran, don't stay out too late. Don't worry, Dad. Ran smiled, waved goodbye, and left the office with the bag holding the empty lunchboxes. As she walked down the stairs, she could feel a pair of eyes watching her from above, the second-floor window of the office. But she didn't care and simply kept walking toward Station 137 without looking back. The one peeking out from the window, of course, was Itagawa Conan. Hey, kid, what's the matter? Are you smitten with my daughter? Kagoro, sitting on the couch and lighting a cigarette, teased him with a grin. Ran-san seems to really dislike me. Well, she doesn't hate kids. It's just that your face looks too much like that brat. If you didn't resemble him so much, she wouldn't react so strongly to you. Kagoro understood that this was tough on the kid. Even if Conan was smarter than Shinichi ever was, he was still a child, fragile and sensitive. These things could weigh heavily on him. A month probably wasn't enough time, but judging from how Ren treated you today, she's moved on. What happened with your brother really shook her up. But the dead are dead. The living have to keep moving forward. It's good that Ran can finally accept reality. Don't blame her for being cold to you, alright? Yeah. Listening to Kagoro's words, Conan could only nod and quietly endure the ache in his heart. To be continued. Chapter 229, Bring him. After leaving the detective agency, Ren felt the gaze behind her finally fade away. So troublesome, she muttered. But it's fine now. The purpose of her visit this time was to improve her father's meals. But more importantly, it was to reduce Conan's suspicion toward Ren. Detectives are such a pain. Whenever something happens, they start speculating and end up making trouble for themselves. If Shinichi hadn't insisted on becoming a so-called detective, maybe he wouldn't have been attacked from behind that night. He wouldn't have had to throw away his identity just to avoid danger. Ran shook her head slightly. At this point, she had come to accept that Shinichi's personality probably wouldn't change. He had his own convictions and pursuits. If that part of him were lost, he wouldn't be Shinichi anymore. After a month of silence and a shift in her perspective, Ran's lingering affection for her childhood sweetheart had faded. In her heart, she had already accepted that Kudo Shinichi was dead. Now, there was only Itagawa Conan, the second son of Aunt Yukiko and Uncle Yusaku. Nothing more. Ran. Suddenly, a voice filled with a hint of recognition and uncertainty called out, making Ran instinctively turn toward it. A mature woman in a yellow-green dress with slightly wavy, long hair stood there, as if confirming Ran's identity. It really is you, Ran. Seeing Ran's reaction, the woman walked over with a handbag slung over her shoulder. Though still a bit unsure, she approached with familiarity. After all, being stopped suddenly on the street by someone who seemed to know you could be surprising. Hello, and you are? Oh my, have you forgotten me after all this time? Honestly. The last time we met was 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Ran stared carefully at the woman in front of her, trying to dig up memories from 5 years ago. Then, it clicked. Are you Aunt Yumi? Yumi Horikoshi, one of her father's college classmates and one of the main organizers of the class reunions held every 5 years. So you do remember. You've really changed a lot since then. 5 years ago you were still a little girl, and now you've grown into such a beautiful young lady. Yumi Horikoshi couldn't help but feel nostalgic. In the blink of an eye, the daughter of an old classmate had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Aunt Yumi, you haven't changed either. Just like 5 years ago. Ran felt a little shy from the compliment. Honestly, Aunt Yumi didn't look all that different from how she remembered, though the faint crow's feet near her eyes did show a bit of time's passage. Of course, she noticed, but she wasn't rude enough to mention it. Ran's emotional intelligence wasn't that low. "Oh my, you're so sweet now." The words were pleasant, and Yumi Horikoshi was clearly pleased to hear them. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, "Ran, are you coming to the class reunion with Muri this year?" "Huh? The reunion is already coming up. I just left Dad's place and he didn't mention anything." "Aha, sounds like Muri didn't want to tell you." Yumi Horikoshi figured she'd guessed correctly. It wasn't surprising if Kagoro didn't want to bring his daughter along to the 5-year reunion. Ren glanced at her and smiled faintly. "This year's reunion is happening this weekend. We picked a time when everyone's off so we could all get together. It's been a while, after all. It's going to be at the Benkei Onsen Hotel in Tochigi Prefecture. Ran, if you're interested, you should come. Bring your boyfriend too. I bet Muri will be shocked if you show up." "Aunt Yumi. Still playing tricks at your age?" Ran couldn't help but complain inwardly. But after thinking about it, her dad hadn't told her anything. It might be fun to show up and surprise him. And the timing was perfect, too, right on the weekend. As for the mention of a boyfriend, Ran couldn't help but think of a certain someone, and her face instantly turned red. "Oh my, you're blushing." Yumi Horikoshi noticed Ran's flushed cheeks and the youthful glow of someone in love. She immediately understood, this girl had someone she liked. Time really flies. She sighed again. The little girl from 5 years ago was now old enough to fall in love. And what about herself? There was a bitter taste in her mouth. But Yumi Horikoshi knew her own situation. If she hadn't pushed people away again and again, things wouldn't have turned out this way. This reunion might be the last. After that, they'd likely become strangers on their own paths. Looking at Ran's youthful face, Yumi Horikoshi gave a heartfelt reminder. "Ran, if there's someone you like, don't hesitate. Go after him. If you hold back because of fear or doubts, you'll regret it later. Take it from someone who's been there." Ran could feel how serious Aunt Yumi was. Maybe that's why her face grew even hotter. "Aunt Yumi. I'll think about it seriously." Yumi Horikoshi smiled in satisfaction. Emotions required both passion and courage. "I won't say anything to Muri. If you decide to show up this weekend, surprise him good. Oh, and one more thing, there are a lot of onsen hotels in Tochigi. Some of them have open-air baths. Mixed bathing, too. Be careful when choosing where to stay." Her reminder was definitely necessary. And it made Ran's face burn even redder. For her, that kind of topic was just too much. Still, she nodded slightly and replied in a soft voice. I got it, Aunt Yumi." Seeing Ran's reaction, Yumi Horikoshi couldn't help but laugh. "Then I'll see you this weekend, Ran." To be continued. Chapter 230, It's not that I don't like looking. When Ran got home, the house was still completely dark, but she had already expected that. Her mom had been following up on a case lately, and it was at a crucial point, so she often came back late. It was pitch black outside, and Ran walked into her room without turning on the light. She went to her bed and buried her face into the quilt. Bang. The entire bed made a muffled sound, and the room fell silent again after a moment. After a while, a faint glow lit up the dark room, casting a gentle blush on Ran's face. She operated her phone and made a call. It was quickly picked up on the other end. "Ran, what's wrong?" The voice was calm and gentle, with no emotional fluctuations, yet somehow had the power to ease a person's mind. Ran composed herself mentally before speaking. "Ran, have you decided on your plans for the weekend?" "No." "Do you have anything in mind?" "Well, there's a reunion for my dad and his former classmates this weekend. The area has a lot of hot spring inns, and there'll be celebrations and fireworks in the evening. A lot has happened lately, and I think we should all go on a hot spring trip this weekend to relax." "That's a good idea. Everyone's been pretty tense lately. After the Tsukikage Island incident, we should have taken a break, but then we had the private island training. Going to Tochigi for a hot spring trip this month sounds perfect." Hearing that her suggestion was accepted, Ren finally felt relieved. Then she suddenly remembered what Aunt Yumi had said about mixed bathing. By the way, many hot spring inns in Tochigi have open-air mixed baths. "Ren, remember to tell Shinomiya and the others to bring swimsuits." "Open-air mixed baths. Can't we pick a place with separate ones?" "So, that's why I mentioned bringing swimsuits." Ren knew Ren would find this hard to accept, so she brought up swimsuits. Even in a mixed bath, as long as everyone wore swimsuits, it shouldn't be a big deal. If the girls were okay with it, Ren should be able to handle it too. And if Shinomiya is organizing the trip, the whole inn will probably be booked out for us. If we're the only ones there, there's no need to overthink things, right? Besides, even if it's mixed bathing, we'll be wearing swimsuits. It's no different from wearing a swimsuit at the beach. Ren can't be uncomfortable with that, right? Not really. Girls' underwear tends to be more private, and some types aren't waterproof. When wet, they turn see-through. But swimsuits are different. As long as they aren't too revealing, it should be fine. Ren could still accept wearing swimsuits. Just like going to the beach, there would be girls in swimsuits everywhere, so it wasn't a big deal. Then it settled. I'll contact Shinomiya. I went to Tochijai with my dad 5 years ago, so I know the area better and can explain things to her. All right. I'll leave it to you then. After hanging up, Ren let out a long breath, flipped over in bed, and lay on her back. Ren's already talked to Shinomiya. Now it's up to her. This weekend will be a relaxing break for everyone. If we're lucky, we might even run into Dad and the others in Tochijai. Take your boyfriend to surprise Muri. Aunt Yumi's suggestion still made Ren blush whenever she thought of it. She didn't deny having feelings for Ren, but they weren't dating yet. If Aunt Yumi suddenly brought it up, and she really took Ren to meet her dad and the others, wouldn't Aunt Yumi just assume Ren was her boyfriend? But Ren soon calmed herself down. If that happened, only Aunt Yumi would think that way. So, it wasn't a big deal. She had already given Dad and Idagawa a heads up earlier. They both believed Ren was dating Sonoko, so there was no way they'd suspect anything between her and Ren. After settling her thoughts, Ren no longer felt overheated. In that case, the weekend is locked in for a hot spring trip. Wait, is the one I bought before still wearable? Thinking about the hot spring trip reminded her of something important. Her body had matured more since last year, and maybe the swimsuit she bought back then didn't fit anymore. She immediately got up, turned on the lights, closed the curtains, and started digging around her room for the swimsuit she'd bought last year. Eventually, she found a lone swimsuit in the corner of the closet with very little fabric. It was essentially a bikini. The style wasn't flashy. It was a blue base, but there was barely enough fabric to cover the important parts. Ren's face twitched slightly, and there was a hint of regret in her eyes. I shouldn't have let Sonoko talk me into buying this last year. I didn't even go to the beach, so I never wore it. This year, it's just not appropriate. Even so, Ren still took off her underwear and put on the swimsuit. Looking at the back straps in the full-length mirror, they were almost impossible to tie. Ugh, what a waste. This swimsuit wasn't cheap. The key point was, it wasn't cheap. Thinking about her limited allowance, Ren felt a headache coming on. The swimsuit from last year clearly wasn't usable anymore, and she'd need to buy a new one before the weekend. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the courage to enter a mixed bath like that. Also, the coverage on this one was just too minimal. After some hesitation, Ren picked up her phone and called Ren again. Ren, I want to ask you something. If you were picking a swimsuit, would you choose one that shows off your figure or a more conservative one? Huh. Ren was stunned by the sudden question. Instantly, images of the girls around him in different swimsuit styles flashed through his mind, especially Kagaya and Sonoko. But the setting felt weird, like a public beach, which made him raise an eyebrow. Well, I think it's better to go with something more conservative. Looking at herself in the mirror, Ren already guessed he'd say that. So you don't like to look? Is that really an appropriate question? It's not that private. I'm going to wear it in the mixed bath this weekend. I need to ask so I know what kind to buy. It's not that I don't like looking. Ren sounded a bit embarrassed. He was still a normal guy after all. It wasn't like he had no interest in that sort of thing. He'd even climbed a wall to peek before, though he'd never actually seen the real thing. It's just, if you wear something too eye-catching to the beach, other people will see it too, right? So, I think it's better to be conservative. Staring at herself in the full-length mirror, Ren chuckled softly. Got it. I'll hang up now. To be continued. Chapter 231, Chapter 231, Does Hayasaka have a way to add fat to certain areas? Bonus. Kagaya was eating a simple sashimi meal with Hayasaka at the dining room in her home. Sashimi was considered the simplest dish because the only real concern was the thickness of the slices. Everything else depended entirely on the freshness of the ingredients. Naturally, what they were eating was frozen sea king meat. Even though it was frozen, sea king meat remained fresher than even most freshly caught seafood. Its quality was extraordinary. Sea king meat really is something else. The texture is firmer than ordinary fish, and the freshness is unbelievable. After tasting it, Kagaya couldn't help but praise it. That's true. It's not just the quality of the meat, but the nutrients it contains are also off the charts. According to the tests from the Hayasaka family's secret lab, even a single kilogram of this fish has the energy equivalent of an entire cow. Hearing Hayasaka's report, Kagaya nodded slightly and dabbed her lips with a napkin. There's no need to continue researching this. Some things aren't meant to be studied further, especially at this stage. Don't worry. I already told my mother. Hayasaka had considered that point in advance. After completing the testing, she had already suspended all further research into the Sea King meat. Send some to Aunt Nao and Uncle Masato. While it won't give them supernatural abilities, long-term consumption will improve their physical health. Kaguya had never forgotten Aunt Nao and Uncle Masato. To her, they were her closest family. Her mother had passed away early, and she regarded the two of them as real relatives. In contrast, she treated those who were related to her by blood as mere strangers. She had no intention of visiting her elderly, terminally ill father. Even now, despite acquiring the Sea King meat, the reason was simple: she didn't trust them. Hayasaka was genuinely pleased to hear Kaguya's decision and quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Miss Kaguya. You don't need to thank me. Aunt Nao and Uncle Masato work for me now, and they deal with a lot every day. I don't want them suffering any health issues. Also. Ring, ring, ring. The sudden ringtone cut Kaguya off mid-sentence. She frowned slightly and picked up the phone from the table. Seeing that the caller was Ren made her expression soften a bit before answering. Muri-san, what is it? Shinomiya, here's the thing. I just found out my dad's going to Tochigi Prefecture for a class reunion this weekend. So I was thinking, maybe we could plan a hot spring trip for the weekend. A hot spring trip, huh? Oh, I also just talked to Ren. He thinks it's a good idea to relax this weekend. Hearing that Ren had already approved of the hot spring trip, Kaguya immediately shifted her tone. In that case, I'll arrange accommodations at a hot spring inn in Tochigi Prefecture. Since Ren agreed to the plan, there was no hesitation in moving forward with it. Also, Shinomiya, I just mentioned to Ren that many of the hot spring inns in Tochigi Prefecture have open-air mixed baths. Open-air, mixed bath. Those words caused a brief system crash in Kaguya's mind. But unlike before, where she would have frozen for minutes, this time she managed to recover relatively quickly. Ahem, open-air mixed baths. Well, they're fairly common in hot spring resorts. The more high-end the inn, the more likely they'll have those kinds of baths. Exactly. That's what I said too. Since you're the one making the reservation, and it'll only be us staying there, even if it's mixed bathing, it's fine. Plus, we'll be wearing swimsuits anyway, so it's not a big deal. Kaguya's bashful expression suddenly froze. She slowly lowered her head to look at her thin frame. Her slim body was one of her very few insecurities. She was exceptional in both academics and athletics, but when it came to her figure, she didn't meet the usual standards of a typical girl. Swimsuits were the one thing she least wanted to wear, because there simply weren't any that flattered her body. Her proportions were technically perfect, with no extra fat anywhere. But at this moment, Kaguya despised her own body. She genuinely wished she had a bit more fat in the right places. Shinomiya-san, just so you know, Ren actually likes looking at swimsuits. Ran's voice from the other end of the line made Kaguya's body stiffen. That was the last thing she wanted to hear. But Ren didn't think it was appropriate to wear anything too revealing. He just suggested I go with a more conservative swimsuit. I don't think he realizes that at public beaches, most girls do wear more conservative styles. Only some girls deliberately dress more provocatively at public baths. I see. Kaguya finally processed what Ren was saying. Muri-san had just given her a critical piece of intel. Wearing revealing clothing in public spaces isn't something a proper lady should do. A good girl should know the difference between public and private. Ren really hasn't interacted much with girls, has he? Anyway, I get the full picture now about the hot spring trip. I'll take care of the arrangements. Let's talk more at school, Muri-san. All right, then. Good night, Shinomiya-san. Good night, Muri-san. After hanging up, Kaguya took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Then, she looked down at her slender frame again and let out a long sigh. Hayasaka, do you know how to quickly gain fat in certain places? Hayasaka coldly shattered Kaguya's fantasy with zero hesitation. Please don't entertain such unrealistic ideas, Kaguya-san. Also, since Amamiya-san has already chosen to date you, it means he doesn't care about your body type. Kaguya replied with a blank expression. No. I just don't like Ren's eyes wandering to other people. To be continued. Chapter 232, Emergency Phone Call. No matter how hard you try, local fat cannot be accumulated in a short period of time unless scientific methods are used. Scientific methods aren't about natural accumulation, but rather artificial augmentation. In addition, since scientific methods aren't considered part of the natural approach, Kaguya Shinomiya had never classified them as acceptable options. After summing everything up, the final conclusion was: Miss Kaguya, please accept your shortcomings. Hayasaka was the one who gave her this cold dose of reality. That conclusion left Kaguya feeling incredibly frustrated. Why am I so much worse than that? So with all her nutrition concentrated in her chest? In her moment of humiliation, Kaguya immediately thought of her good friend, Fujiwara Chika. Unlike her own flatness, Chika was ridiculously well developed for a second-year high school student. Hayasaka gave it some thought before offering a plausible explanation. I believe one's body type has a lot to do with genetics. According to the data I personally gathered, your mother, Miss Shimizu Naotake, didn't have a particularly ideal figure either. Not particularly ideal. That's just sugarcoating it, Kaguya muttered, the first time she'd ever really complained about her late mother. Fujiwara's mother is also pretty flat, so how did her older sister and younger sister both end up so curvy? To that, Hayasaka offered the result of her analysis. Miss Kaguya, genetics come from both parents. The appearance genes for Miss Fujiwara and her sisters likely came from their mother, while their body type genes likely came from their father. That conclusion was hard for Kaguya to accept. She had actually met Fujiwara's father before. A typical politician, dressed in a stiff suit with gold-rimmed glasses, he looked like a doting and well-meaning dad. And based on Fujiwara's usual mutterings, he was quite strict with her. But who would have guessed that this man was the source of Fujiwara's overpowered body genetics? The gene responsible for such a body wasn't from the maternal line, but the paternal one. It was just absurd. Hayasaka had expected Kaguya's silence. She used the opportunity to try and redirect her towards something more practical. Miss Kaguya, instead of obsessing over physical development, maybe you should just focus on choosing the right swimsuit. Ugh, headache. That was exactly the part that gave Kaguya the most grief. She couldn't decide now, so she gave up on thinking about it altogether. I'll think about the swimsuit tomorrow. For now, I'm going to sleep. Going to sleep. Judging from Kaguya's sulking tone, it was obvious she hadn't accepted it. But Hayasaka didn't have a better solution either. She could only bow slightly and quietly take her leave. Back in her room, Hayasaka changed into her pajamas as usual, adjusted her state of mind, and got ready for bed. She still had a lot of maid duties, but compared to the past, her mental burden had lessened significantly. Especially after the gap between her and Miss Kaguya disappeared, and with no more need to fear the Shinomiya family's inner demons, she no longer even had to watch hydraulic press videos to relieve stress. Her bedtime was much earlier now. Even though her wake-up time hadn't changed, her physical condition remained solid. Ring ring ring. Just as she had tucked herself under the blanket, her phone suddenly rang, making her open her eyes reluctantly. She reached for her phone on the bedside table. Seeing Chika's name on the screen instantly cleared her head. She quickly picked up the call. Miss Fujiwara. Hayasaka, do you have time? The tone was off. Alarm bells rang in Hayasaka's mind immediately. What happened? Well, I ran into a problem. I need to find Amamiya. I understand. I'll be there right away. Without hesitation, she opened the door. At the same time, in the Fujiwara household, inside Chika's room, she was curled up, hugging herself and trembling. At this moment, she didn't dare make any noise. That would only draw the attention of her parents, older sister, or younger sister. All she could do was shut the door and wait quietly. The next second, a light appeared in the dark room. A round doorway opened in space, and Hayasaka stepped through it into the darkness. Her night vision wasn't strong enough to see clearly, so she turned on her phone's flashlight and scanned the room. She quickly spotted Chika curled up in a corner. It seemed the after-effects Ren mentioned were worse than expected. Hayasaka hurried over. She didn't shine the flashlight directly on Chika's face, but instead angled it to the side, casting a soft glow. Hayasaka could clearly see Chika's face was filled with fear. Her condition was extremely serious. Miss Fujiwara. Seeing Hayasaka arrive, the fear in Chika's eyes eased slightly. But she clung tightly to Hayasaka's pajamas with both hands. Hayasaka, I need to see Amamiya. I'll take you. Hayasaka didn't say anything else. She simply opened another space door and helped Chika through it. On the other side was Ren's home. The moment Chika saw Ren through the space door, she looked like someone dying of thirst spotting an oasis. She immediately burst into tears and leapt toward him. Amamiya. Ren had just stepped out of the shower, with a towel around his waist, planning to head to his room to change into pajamas and rest. But before he could even walk a few steps, the space door opened and Chika came rushing through, throwing herself into his arms. Looking down at her clinging to him, Ren understood. The after-effects were still hitting her hard. He didn't resist. He gently stroked her hair and activated his soul-soothing ability to slowly calm her down. As Ren comforted her, Chika's emotions gradually stabilized. Maybe realizing how out of sorts she was, Chika lifted her head like a wounded puppy, her voice soft and pitiful. Amamiya. It's okay. This isn't your fault. What else could he say? Ren knew this wasn't something Chika could control. What she experienced had gone far beyond ordinary human cruelty. He gently patted her head, trying to ease the turmoil in her heart. To be continued. Chapter 233, A Week of Symptoms. After stepping through the space gate, Hayasaka placed her hands on her lower abdomen and bent forward slightly. Good evening, Amamiya-san. Good evening, Hayasaka-san. Since Chika was holding onto him tightly and he couldn't move freely, Ren could only nod slightly in greeting. Sorry for troubling you with Fujiwara's situation. It's part of my job. No, I mean, you might not be able to go back tonight. Realizing Hayasaka had misunderstood him, Ren quickly gestured to Chika still clinging to him. Clearly, she wouldn't be returning home to rest tonight. This aftermath could last through the night. Looking at Chika still holding onto Ren, Hayasaka let out a long sigh. Amamiya, is the situation Fujiwara encountered really that serious? Yeah, it's quite serious. In that world, loss of control and corruption are practically irreversible. Fujiwara suffered psychological trauma after experiencing both. It's like facing the detonation of Little Boy and walking away with only a scratch. Ren gave an example that, while not entirely appropriate, perfectly captured Chika's current mental state. Hearing that, Hayasaka's face twitched. She had known Chika had gone through something terrible, but she hadn't expected Ren to use such an extreme analogy. What unsettled her more was that Ren's tone was serious, he wasn't joking. Looking at Chika now, Hayasaka could understand why her condition was so bad. Given something equivalent to a nuclear blast and escaping with only psychological trauma, it was practically a miracle. Fujiwara needs time to adjust. If she were a Sequence 7 telepathist, she could sort herself out. But she isn't there yet, so I have to help her stabilize emotionally. If I soothe her mental turbulence a few more times, she'll gradually gain the courage to face it herself. The psychological shadow will fade over time, rather than settle as trauma. But, it takes time and patience. As he spoke, Ren gently stroked Fujiwara's soft hair. I originally thought she wouldn't have an episode so soon. But now it seems she's been experiencing similar symptoms every night recently. Things are better during the day, but at night, she needs someone to calm her before she can settle down. That was indeed troublesome. Hayasaka agreed. Chika's condition clearly required time and consistent care, and more importantly, it required Ren to provide comfort. Hayasaka-san, can I ask you for a favor? Please go ahead. I've noticed Chika's condition tends to flare up in the evenings. So, I'd like to ask you to bring her over to my place each night. That request genuinely caught Hayasaka off guard. However, given Chika's current state, she understood why Ren asked. Her condition was visibly poor, and only Ren's presence could help her stabilize. I'll bring her over after Miss Kagaya falls asleep. Just thinking about it made Hayasaka feel like Kagaya was being tricked. But it should be fine. Kagaya could accept Sonoko, so she likely wouldn't mind Chika. Besides, Chika was suffering from serious psychological trauma. If Kagaya knew that, she wouldn't object. She might look cold, but she was warm-hearted. After weighing it, Hayasaka nodded slightly. I understand. I'll contact Fujiwara after Miss Kagaya falls asleep and bring her here. Amamiya, in that case, should I stay too? She remembered something similar happening on the last day of the cruise, when she stayed with Chika the whole night. The current situation was clearly close to that. It's necessary. Just like now. Hayasaka, stay with her for a bit. I need to change into pajamas. Hayasaka glanced at Ren, who was currently wearing only a towel. She immediately stepped forward and pried Chika's arms off him. Miss Fujiwara, please compose yourself for now. Right now, the last thing Chika wanted was to leave Ren's side. The trauma and his ability to soothe her emotions made her feel secure only when near him. But Ren couldn't stay like that, dressed in just a towel. Reluctantly, she nodded and tried to control her emotions. Taking the opportunity, Ren returned to his room to change into pajamas. Once he came back, Chika immediately walked up and, just like before, threw her arms around him, burying her face into his chest. Ren held her gently, walking to the sofa step by step and sitting down with her still clinging to him. Watching all of this, Hayasaka couldn't help asking. Amamiya, is Miss Fujiwara becoming dependent on you because of the trauma? Ren nodded without hesitation. Yes. What she went through left a deep imprint. Fear stems from cognition. She saw and recognized things that defy human understanding. And when she resists that recognition, fear surges up. The corruption and loss of control affected her deeply. She witnessed too many scenes that shattered her perception of reality. Those memories hit her like mental shrapnel, triggering stress reactions whenever the pain resurfaces. This is actually quite normal. Anyone who experienced what she did would react similarly. But last night's episode wasn't even the worst. This coming week, her reactions will peak. After that, things should gradually settle down. A week. That's not long at all. Hayasaka nodded. If it was just a week, she could handle that much. To be continued. Chapter 234, Hayasaka's position. The sun always rose early in the mornings of early spring. A ray of sunlight shone into the room, warm and gentle, causing Hayasaka, who was still asleep, to subconsciously open her eyes. Suddenly, the enlarged sleeping face in front of her startled her, and she nearly cried out. Fortunately, her professional ethics as a maid allowed her to suppress the reflex. It's Ren. Her hazy consciousness gradually cleared. Hayasaka began to sort through the current situation. Yesterday, she had brought Chika to Ren's home, helped ease her lingering psychological trauma, and, considering her condition, decided to stay to take care of her. But due to the severity of Chika's symptoms this time, Ren had to comfort her through her emotional breakdowns in order to help her fall asleep, which led to the two of them sleeping together. To prevent Chika from doing something out of line, Hayasaka had no choice but to stay as well and monitor her closely. That led to the current situation, where the three of them ended up sleeping in the same bed. She looked down at Chika, who was still nestled in Ren's arms. If she hadn't picked her up yesterday, she would have seriously suspected that this woman had planned the whole thing. Hayasaka couldn't help but grumble inwardly. She then looked up at Ren, who was still asleep. At the moment, he wasn't wearing his glasses, and his bangs were pushed away from his forehead. Only when his face wasn't obscured like this could she clearly see his features. Ren's face was really perfect for being a gigolo. At this moment, Hayasaka understood how sharp Sunoko's instincts were. She had set her sights on Ren solely based on his appearance, even without knowing about the diary, and made a deal to date him once she got it. If Kaguya could be as assertive as Sunoko, she might have already succeeded. Why else would she be getting crushed by Sunoko? Hayasaka actually understood Kagui's restraint. After all, they had only known each other for about a month. Confessing and getting into a relationship after such a short time did seem a little rushed. Moreover, Kaguya's personality and upbringing naturally made her approach love with more rationality. There's nothing more to say at this point. Kaguya and Sunoko were on the same track now. As for Chika, it was only a matter of time. Thinking back to how heavily Chika relied on Ren yesterday, seeking comfort in his arms to cope with her fear and trauma, it was obvious that Kaguya hadn't completely fallen into despair yet. Even I. Although it might be a little unfair to Kaguya to say this, Hayasaka felt she had a clearer grasp of her own feelings. She had a crush on Ren, and as she got to know him more, that crush was beginning to deepen. Just like now. If she truly didn't have feelings for him, would she have slept in the same bed as the men in front of her and shared a blanket with him? That was clearly unrealistic. It was only because she didn't dislike him, because she didn't object to it, that she allowed herself to go along with Chika's situation and let things progress in a way that was unfair to Kaguya. Otherwise, how could a girl maintain this level of contact with a guy she didn't even like? Of course it was because she didn't hate him. Faced with a guy she didn't hate, or even liked, and forced to stay with him for a week because of someone else's psychological issues, Hayasaka wasn't sure if she'd be able to hold out. Take Ren right now, for example, still asleep, with a totally different demeanor from when he was awake. Unlike his cold and slightly gloomy persona during the day, in his sleep, without any deliberate expressions, his relaxed face was calm and even a little childlike. Kaguya really had a sharp eye when it came to men. She was on par with Sunoko. Hayasaka knew this was the first time Kaguya had made such a bold decision, which made her even more certain of Kaguya's taste. Originally, she thought Kaguya would take a long time to make her move, but with Sunoko pressing forward, everything sped up. No wonder people say love is about chasing each other. Without that urgency, you'd never feel the heat of it. But this had nothing to do with her. She was just Kaguya's dowry maid. She would marry along with Kaguya and live with her and the men she chose. Given the current situation, she might even have to take care of their bedroom matters after they were married. If the one she had to take care of was Ren, it wouldn't be too big of a problem. Hayasaka glanced at the time. 5:24, it was about time to get up. Considering the situation at the Shinomiya and Fujiwara households, they had to be careful about their movements. She tidied her pajamas and smoothed her messy hair, then gently pushed Ren, who was still sleeping. Amamiya-san, Amamiya-san. Ren frowned slightly in his sleep, then slowly opened his eyes. Hayasaka-san. Seeing her in front of him as he woke up startled Ren into full awareness almost instantly. Yeah. Amamiya-san, it's still early, but we need to keep an eye on Kaguya-sama, and we also need to make sure Fujiwara's family doesn't notice her condition. Ren shook his head to wake himself up fully. Right. If it could be avoided, it was better to keep Chika's condition hidden from her family. It wasn't that her issues were untreatable. But if her family found out right now, it could make things unnecessarily complicated. It was better to handle it quietly without alarming anyone. How's Fujiwara-san? Ren looked down at Chika, who was still buried in his chest, and gently touched her with his fingers to enter his spiritual vision. She's in good condition. Her symptoms were severe yesterday, and she was struggling until really late last night. But that's not a bad thing. With spiritual counseling, her psychological issues can gradually be controlled. Tonight's episode will come later and won't last as long. Just like I predicted yesterday. It should take about a week. At that, Ren glanced at Hayasaka with a hint of apology. Sorry, Hayasaka-san. I'll be troubling you this week. Hayasaka naturally understood what kind of trouble he meant. She simply smiled and reassured him. Please don't worry, Amamiya-san. I can adjust my daily schedule accordingly. It won't affect my routine. To be continued. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, The Spectator Takes the Initiative. The soft, oversized bed made Chika feel completely at ease as she awoke with a contented stretch and opened her eyes. She immediately sat up in bed, her sleepy eyes scanning her surroundings. I'm back, or did I never go there in the first place? Tilting her head, Chika pondered for a while, then suddenly lifted her pajamas and took a sniff. Yep, I went there after all. I can still smell Amamiya's shower gel on me. It wasn't anything fancy, just a cheap supermarket brand. But the scent of that slightly low-grade shower gel, mixed with Ren's natural body smell, somehow formed a fragrance that made her feel unconsciously at peace. As expected, I can only sleep soundly next to Amamiya. Her foggy memories gradually became clearer as Chika recalled everything from yesterday. Only part of her memories remained fuzzy, but she clearly remembered the guiding presence of Ren, the aura of the spectator leading her consciousness. And in those hazy memories, there was a particularly important detail. It had all been recorded in her mind. She had been clinging tightly to Ren, at least until she'd completely fallen asleep. Thinking about that, she couldn't help but feel a sudden longing. It was so warm. In that dreamy state, the comfort and calm she felt became a part of her most cherished memories. That warm embrace had the power to dispel her deepest fears and coldest memories, giving her the courage to move forward once more. And that got her thinking. Should I pretend to be scared again today and go bother Hayasaka? I heard that, Miss Fujiwara. An air door opened right in front of her, and the person standing on the other side was none other than Hayasaka, the very person she'd just thought about teasing. Ahahaha Hayasaka, up so early this morning. Thanks for the concern. Amamiya and I just brought you back. I've only just changed out of my pajamas into my school uniform. Hayasaka responded to Chika's playful tone with her usual flat expression. Her assessment of this woman remained accurate. From the moment she woke up, she could tell Chika was not far from a full emotional fall. Also, there's no point trying to fool me. Amamiya has already identified your situation and confirmed that you'll likely experience similar episodes every night for a while. He estimates it will take about a week for you to adjust, so I'll come pick you up every day to take you to Amamiya's place. I understand your feelings for Amamiya are evolving, but I still hope you'll refrain from wearing overly revealing pajamas during your nights there. I don't have anything like that. Chika blushed furiously and protested. I'm just giving you a heads up. After all, Amamiya isn't a saint. He's a normal guy. If you keep tempting him like that, things might end up out of control. After being reminded, Chika's face turned even redder. She instantly understood what Hayasaka was implying. She often watched anime and read novels in secret, and she actually knew more about this stuff than Kagaya, who was raised sheltered. Though her family's education avoided gender-related topics, her natural curiosity was strong. As with most children, the more something was restricted, the more intrigued she became. Chika was the kind of girl who acted on her curiosity. So, she had learned about male-female relationships and the specifics of how they worked way too early. Judging by your reaction, you clearly know what I'm talking about. Under Hayasaka's expectant gaze, Chika had no comeback. Looking at the now visibly flustered Chika, Hayasaka deliberately sighed. If it were Miss Kagaya, I wouldn't need to worry like this. But you're more emotionally mature than her. To avoid any mishaps, I'll need to keep a close eye on you during your adjustment period. Chika immediately lowered her head, embarrassed. I'm sorry, Hayasaka. But after apologizing, she suddenly looked up, fixing Hayasaka with a sharp, knowing gaze. So, did you say all that on purpose? To make me think you're not involved in this? Question mark. Hayasaka's expression twitched slightly, but she maintained her composure. Hee as expected, that's what you were thinking. Chika laughed smugly. Her abilities as a spectator made it easy to read others' inner thoughts, especially through their expressions, actions, and subtle cues. Though Hayasaka kept a straight face, her words and body language told a different story. You're secretly happy, aren't you? You weren't actually annoyed about my situation. You're even hoping it drags out longer. Because that means you'll also have a reason to go to Amamiya's house. Hayasaka stiffened, gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. I got it right, didn't I? The grin on Chika's face widened. She looked like a cat who had just caught a sneaky little mouse by the tail. She pressed her hands against the bed, stepping barefoot onto the soft carpet as she slowly approached the well-dressed Hayasaka. Hayasaka quickly lowered her head, but that only encouraged Fujiwara Chika to move closer. I always knew Kagaya wasn't the only one who liked Amamiya. You too, Hayasaka. You were assigned to Kagaya by her brother, but once Amamiya liberated her, it was also a liberation for you. You've liked Amamiya since the very beginning. And just like with Kagaya, when she still didn't realize her own feelings, you were already aware of yours. Those words cornered Hayasaka completely. She looked at Chika with a trace of fear, her thoughts laid bare. Is this what you've been observing? Chika smirked and made a confident gesture as if putting on an invisible detective's hat. Don't underestimate me, the love detective Fujiwara Chika. I may not have been that good before, but with the power of a spectator, my observation skills are top tier now. There's no way Kagaya could like the student council president without me knowing. With a triumphant expression, Chika leaned in with a grin. So, Hayasaka, I'm guessing you don't want Kagaya to find out that you've betrayed her again, right? To be continued. Chapter 236, Why do you think I don't know? It was Friday night, and everyone was getting ready for the hot spring trip to Tochigi Prefecture scheduled for the next morning. But not everyone was acting the same. For example, Chika, who once again arrived at Ren's house right on schedule. Amamiya, good evening. Her greeting came with a warm bear hug. Ren looked at the increasingly attached Chika and then at Hayasaka, letting out a sigh. So, you two planned this? As if she understood the meaning behind his gaze, Hayasaka closed her eyes and lowered her head slightly. That only made Ren more certain of his suspicion. They really had discussed it. Even though he was a little slow to pick up on things at times, the treatment sessions had been moved earlier each of the past 5 days, and Chika's mental state improved more and more after each visit. By now she had almost no psychological issues left. If Ren hadn't noticed something was off with that pattern, that would have been more surprising. Under Ren's touch, Chika had transformed into a spoiled cat, even letting out contented purring sounds. Then came a sudden knock. Bang. A sharp smack landed on Chika's head. She looked up blankly at Ren, holding her head. It hurts. Why do you hit me? What do you think? Ren rolled his eyes in annoyance. But when he saw her rubbing the spot he hit, he thought maybe he went too far, so he gently pushed her hand away and used his spiritual hand to soothe the area. Feeling the pain fade and comfort setting in, Chika leaned against Ren again. You're already fine now, but you still dragged Hayasaka into your scheme. Enjoying Ren's touch, Chika realized she'd been found out. Still, she smiled. So you noticed, huh? What do you think? Ren sighed. You had a real psychological breakdown on Monday, and your condition clearly improved on Tuesday and Wednesday. I thought I could assess your state a bit earlier, but you started showing up even earlier on Thursday. And yesterday. There weren't any symptoms at all, right? But you still came today. You addicted or something? Chika nodded with a cheerful smile. Well, I've gotten used to it. But it's Ren's fault. Your scent is just too comforting. Being next to you feels even better than curling up in a warm blanket. Ren couldn't help but laugh, though it was more out of helplessness. He knew exactly why this was happening. His level of integration with the river of eternal darkness was steadily increasing. As this resonance grew stronger, he began to exude certain traits associated with it. Eternal slumber. Darkness. The end. These were all descriptors of the river of eternal darkness. As the resonance deepened, those characteristics began to subtly manifest in him. They weren't easily noticeable, but since Chika walked the spectator pathway, which focused on perception and spirit, it was only natural that she could pick up on those changes more easily. I really don't know if I should call you sensitive or just too sharp. The moment he said that, Chika's eyes lit up with curiosity. What? What's that supposed to mean? Are you hiding something? Ren tapped her gently on the forehead. Rein in your curiosity. The stuff I'm talking about is way beyond just corruption or a loss of control. Don't poke too deep once you step into the path of sequences. Knowledge is a kind of poison. Knowledge is a kind of poison. Chika had heard that phrase from Ren many times before. Even though her curiosity hadn't faded, she knew not to ask further. I get why you're doing this. But how did you convince Hayasaka to go along with it? You know she hates betraying Kagaya more than anything. So how'd you win her over? Hayasaka tried to turn her head away, lowering her gaze. That reaction only made Ren more curious. What did Chika do to sway Hayasaka? Then, Chika answered with a mischievous smile. It was actually super simple. Hayasaka likes you. Hearing that, Ren froze for a second and turned to look at Hayasaka with a knowing look. Hayasaka nodded helplessly with her head still lowered. Seeing her nod, Ren was left speechless. Chika stared at Ren with disbelief and finally couldn't help blurting out. Ren, aren't you surprised? Ren's mind was full of question marks. He looked over at Hayasaka, who was also staring at him in disbelief. Neither of them had expected such a flat reaction. At that moment, Ren finally realized, these two really thought he was an idiot. He took a deep breath. Hayasaka, come here. Startled, Hayasaka stepped forward as ordered. Bang. He gave her a solid karate chop to the head. Hayasaka held her head in pain, staring at him with big, confused eyes like a startled animal. You bring Fujiwara here every single day, she stays overnight, and you even let her sleep in my bed. Do you really think I'm stupid? That I wouldn't notice with hints that obvious. After lecturing Hayasaka, Ren reached out and grabbed Fujiwara Chika's cheeks with both hands. And you, Fujiwara. It's one thing if Hayasaka didn't realize it, but why do you think I wouldn't? Amamiya, my face. Chika's voice came out muffled as she pointed to her pinched cheeks. Ren let go, and she rubbed her reddened face while glaring at him. I always sleep in your arms. How could I see your expressions or actions? You carry me back to my room in the morning, so I never get the chance. Because she hadn't directly observed anything, she hadn't realized Ren already knew about Hayasaka long ago. Chika looked up pitifully, hands still on her cheeks. I thought you'd treat Kagaya and Sonoko the same way. Ren was speechless. What did Hayasaka even do? She's just like you. You're literally throwing yourself at me. And you expect me not to know what you're thinking. Hayasaka's already lying in my bed. You think I still don't get what she's feeling? Am I supposed to be that dumb? To be continued. Chapter 237, I will slowly change. After complaining for a while, Ren continued to comfort Chika and also gave her a final checkup. Well, it's almost certain that your psychological issues have almost fully recovered. There were no signs of any outbursts yesterday, and the day before, there were only minor problems. Time is still a very important remedy. As time passed, coupled with Chika's emotional fluctuations over the past 2 days, Ren realized that she was completely suppressing the shadow left by her trauma with another emotion. That emotion most likely came from him, and there were even some lustful elements mixed into it. Yeah. I've recovered. Hearing about her current condition, Chika's voice carried a tone of helplessness. If she had fully recovered, then she wouldn't have an excuse to ask Hayasaka to bring her over to spend the night at Ren's place like before. What a shame. Understanding the hidden meaning behind her words, Ren could only knock lightly on Chika's head. You really want that kind of psychological issue to stick with you for a long time. Corruption and loss of control, do you know how much the extraordinary in that story fear corruption and losing control? They spend their entire lives avoiding the collapse of their own consciousness, piece by piece. And yet you're here complaining about recovering too quickly. Chika puffed up her cheeks and let out a cute cooing sound, then turned her head away in slight frustration. Ren shook his head slightly and turned his attention toward Hayasaka. Hayasaka, when you go back, explain to Kagaya what has happened these past 2 days. Kagaya isn't an unreasonable person. Well, she might get jealous. I already mentioned this when I spoke to her directly about this issue. But, Hayasaka, it's better if you're completely honest with Kagaya when you go back. Understood. Hayasaka took a deep breath. She knew she still needed to be upfront with Kagaya regarding Chika. After saying that, Ren looked at Hayasaka and slowly reached out his hand. Hayasaka paused slightly, her face turning a little pink, but she still quietly walked over to the bed and sat down on the side not occupied by Chika. Ren wrapped one arm around Hayasaka's waist and gently pulled her closer to him. Hayasaka, feeling such initiative from him for the first time, blushed even deeper, but she quietly leaned her head against Ren's arm. Sorry. It's always the girls who take the initiative. No. Hayasaka understood Ren's situation well, so she naturally knew why he didn't usually make the first move. I'm not good at dealing with girls. Honestly, it's because of the environment I grew up in during my previous life. I wasn't exactly a good person. At best, I was just an ordinary person. And because I was so ordinary, I couldn't take on many responsibilities. I barely ever thought about marriage. I wasn't even good at dating girls. I felt like there was no need. Chika, who had just been sulking, perked up when she heard Ren talking about his past. What do you mean you didn't even need to date girls? Recalling his previous life, Ren let out a sigh. Because I couldn't afford the conditions for marriage. Even if I dated someone, the relationship would eventually hit a dead end because I couldn't take the next step. I almost never interacted with girls. I was a complete homebody. After graduation, I found a job that allowed me to work from home. Since I never went out, I didn't have opportunities to meet anyone. So, it's not that I wanted girls to take the initiative. I just genuinely didn't know how to approach them. Besides, I always worried whether any affection I thought I sensed was just my own delusion. Back then, there was a saying about the 3 great illusions in life. First, that your phone is vibrating. Second, that you can win a fight. And third, that she likes you. I was just an ordinary person, both in my decades of my previous life and in the 15 years of this life so far. I couldn't help but bring my old mindset with me. I often worried that my feelings were nothing more than wishful thinking. At this point, Ren gave a bitter smile. Maybe, to put it simply, I'm just a very timid person. I've always been a little cowardly when it comes to these kinds of things. Both Hayasaka and Chika, who had been listening quietly, could feel what he meant. Because of these lingering insecurities, Ren would subconsciously keep a distance in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't like them, it was more that he was afraid of making the wrong assumption. Ren, your previous life is in the past. This life is different. You're not the same ordinary person you were back then. At the very least, you should try to live differently this time around. Hayasaka guided him softly. I know. But I spent 15 years in this life as an ordinary person before I became extraordinary. Sometimes, those habits of an ordinary mindset are hard to shake. If he had been born with unique abilities from the start, perhaps he wouldn't have been so timid. Maybe he would have built up the confidence that comes from standing out, and wouldn't have developed this inferiority complex. But fate had given him the chance to become extraordinary only after those 15 years of ordinary life. Even when faced with that opportunity, Ren had approached it cautiously. It took him a whole year of trial and error before he was able to step through that door. So, Ren admitted to himself that he needed time to change, to slowly shift the way he viewed the world and the way he interacted with others. It wasn't about changing his core beliefs or his values. It was about changing how he related to people. In fact, I've only been working on this change for about a month. The 2 girls suddenly realized, ever since the first diary entry appeared, it had only been a month. Ren's transformation had only just begun during this short time. It was natural that he hadn't changed completely yet. I used to be overly cautious, but at least now I can be sure about some things. For example, Kagaya's confession, Sonoko's feelings, and your love, Fujiwara, as well as yours, Hayasaka. After all, no matter how dense I am, I don't believe a girl who wants to come to a guy's house every day, clings to him all the time, and constantly tries to spend the night at his place has no feelings for him. Hearing this, both Chika and Hayasaka blushed slightly. After all, they had been doing exactly that over the past week. In the future, I'll try to slowly change the way I handle these things. But I can't help feeling that this kind of change might make me seem like a scumbag. Well, I guess that way of thinking also needs to change. To be continued. Chapter 238, Who Doesn't Like Cute Maids? Saturday morning, 5:30 a.m., Ren's house. Awakened by her internal clock, Hayasaka opened her eyes as usual. Normally, her biological clock would have her up even earlier, but out of consideration for Ren and Chika, who had been sleeping in over the past week, she had been adjusting her schedule, sleeping nearly half an hour longer each day. Lately, whenever she opened her eyes, she would always see that calm and adorable sleeping face beside her. But today, the feeling was a bit different. From today onward, she would be standing on the same starting line as Miss Kagaya. Hayasaka felt an unfamiliar sense of security and belonging, something she had never experienced before. In this moment, she finally understood a little why Chika was so greedy for Ren's embrace. Now that she had experienced it herself, she understood completely. Thinking this, Hayasaka shifted her body into Ren's arms, burying her face against his chest. Just as Chika had said, Ren's embrace really did give off an incredibly comforting feeling. Peaceful and warm, making her want to continue enjoying the moment without getting up, even though her maid training and discipline told her otherwise. Maybe because of her movements, Hayasaka suddenly heard a faint sound. She looked up from Ren's arms and saw him slowly opening his eyes. The hand resting on her waist moved slightly and instinctively pinched her hip. The unexpected action startled Hayasaka a little, and she looked up, locking eyes directly with Ren. The shy Hayasaka and the half-awake, stunned Ren met each other's gaze. The sensation from his hand, combined with Hayasaka's bashful expression, immediately made Ren realize exactly where his hand was. Just as Ren was about to say something, Hayasaka quickly reached out and covered his mouth. With a soft tone and a bit of embarrassment, she leaned closer to his ear. Don't wake up, Fujiwara. Ren took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and quietly moved his hand away from Hayasaka's hip. The two of them began to get up with the quiet understanding they had developed over the past week. Hayasaka sat up carefully, gently lifting the quilt. Ren, using tentacles formed from the gray fog, picked up Chika, waiting until he was fully standing before carrying her directly. Hayasaka got out of bed at the same time, composed herself, and then opened the space door leading to Chika's room. Working together seamlessly, they returned Chika to her original bed without waking her. After completing the task, the two quietly returned to Ren's room. Hayasaka walked ahead, saying nothing. She simply closed her eyes and stood on tiptoe. Ren took a deep breath, lowered his head slightly, and kissed her lips, bare of any makeup. After a long moment, the two parted naturally. Hayasaka opened her eyes, filled with a gentle smile. You should practice your kissing skills more. Miss Kagaya isn't the type to take the initiative. She's much more timid than Sonoko. Some things will require a bit of guidance. But it's fine. Whenever you need, I'll be happy to help you practice, my master. Her thoughtful maid demeanor made Ren's heart race uncontrollably. Who doesn't like a sweet, attentive, and cute maid? At that moment, Ren made what could be considered his first bold request. He hugged Hayasaka tightly. Hayasaka, can you stay with me for a while longer? Held tightly in his arms, Hayasaka blushed deeply, her expression softening into acceptance. Of course. Under the excuse of practice, Hayasaka stayed at Ren's house for another half hour. At 6:11 a.m., a space door opened in Hayasaka's room, and she returned, still in her pajamas. Back in her room, Hayasaka lowered the flush on her face slightly, but she couldn't help bringing her hands up to cover her cheeks. Ah. Why did I say something so bold to Amamiya? And offering to help him practice kissing with Miss Kagaya, wasn't that like challenging Miss Kagaya directly? Caught up in the mood of the moment, Hayasaka had acted on impulse, doing things she wouldn't normally dare. Now that she was back in her room, she finally realized how daring she had been. At this moment, Hayasaka fully recognized that her behavior had definitely crossed the line with Miss Kagaya. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the Shinomiya family mansion was excellent. Otherwise, someone outside might have overheard her. After reflecting on her reckless behavior, Hayasaka gradually calmed herself down. Well, it's fine. Amamiya won't tell Miss Kagaya about this. As long as I don't mention my overstepping, she won't find out. Although she had once vowed never to betray Miss Kagaya, Hayasaka decided that, at least for now, she wouldn't explain the kiss to her. Of course, she wouldn't lie about her feelings for Ren either. In fact, Hayasaka knew she couldn't hide her emotions, especially since she needed to be upfront about Chika. If she pretended otherwise, it would be the true betrayal. Steeling herself, Hayasaka took a deep breath. As long as I don't deny my feelings for Ren, it's fine. She walked to the full-length mirror in her room and checked her lips carefully. Not particularly red. Both she and Ren lacked much experience. Their kiss was more instinctive exploration than any sort of skilled practice. Aside from the kiss, the two of them had been very well behaved. Hayasaka could feel that Ren had been a bit impulsive this time. But she didn't dislike it at all. On the contrary, it proved that Ren wasn't completely indifferent to them. There had only been an invisible wall between them before. Now, that wall was beginning to crumble. Gently patting her cheeks, Hayasaka confirmed that she had returned to her usual composed maid mode, then quietly left her room. Next, she needed to confess to Kagaya everything that had happened this past week. To be continued. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, This is it. Bonus. 7:45 in the morning, in Kagaya's room. So, you're saying that over the past week, you've been sending Fujiwara to Amamiya to deal with her sudden psychological issues? Yes. And during that week, after addressing her psychological problem, Fujiwara Chika, the Sao, stayed at Amamiya's house. You also stayed there to prevent the Sao from doing anything unnecessary, right? Yes. Finally, during that time, you realized your own feelings for Amamiya and witnessed Fujiwara Chika, the Sao, expressing her feelings for him as well. Yes. A series of yes made Kagaya, still in her pajamas, feel her blood pressure rising uncontrollably. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. It's just that my friend and my maid both stayed at my boyfriend's house. It's just that the Sao was nestled in Amamiya's arms out of boredom. Until now, Kagaya had considered Sonoko her biggest rival, but now her own friend and her maid had each stolen a first from her, one after another. Fujiwara's condition on Monday was truly terrible. I got a call from her when I was about to return to my room to sleep. Hearing the trembling in her voice, I rushed over immediately. That night, Fujiwara was curled up in a dark corner, trying to avoid being discovered by her family. Hayasaka knew Kagaya was extremely angry, so she carefully explained Chika's situation from that Monday night. The furious Kagaya frowned. She didn't believe Hayasaka would lie about something like this. Was Fujiwara really in that bad of a state? Yes. Hayasaka bowed slightly. After I brought Miss Fujiwara to Amamiya's place, Amamiya has been the one comforting her through her emotional instability. That day, Amamiya also briefly explained to me the situation that Miss Fujiwara was facing. He compared it to standing at ground zero of the little boy explosion. Miss Fujiwara was extremely lucky to have gotten away with just a few scratches. Kagaya Shinomiya's expression twitched several times. The little boy explosion. That was a death sentence. To come away with only a few scratches. That would mean being completely incinerated, then somehow being reconstructed back into existence. Loss of control and corruption, is it really that serious? Calming herself, Kaguya felt that her emotions were finally back under control. She believed Hayasaka's words. She also believed Chika's reaction, especially the look on her face when she spoke about it that day. And she believed in that strange metaphor. Ren was the one walking the same pathway as Chika, and only he truly understood the gravity of her situation. After hesitating for a moment, Hayasaka gave her own thoughts. I believe the issue may indeed be that severe. Amamiya mentioned several times that loss of control and corruption are irreversible. I think, if Amamiya hadn't been there to keep her stable, Miss Fujiwara might not even be human anymore. Kaguya fell silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Well. Fujiwara's situation was unexpected. The problems she's facing are completely different from ours. It's only natural that she would need Amamiya's help when something happens that she can't handle alone. Although it was infuriating to think of Chika monopolizing Ren's time, Kaguya could understand if it was unavoidable. How has the situation been this week? Hayasaka bowed slightly and reported. Monday was the worst. Her emotional instability was extreme, and her body would tremble uncontrollably. On Tuesday, things were more stable. Though there were still emotional flare-ups, they were far less intense than Monday. It was the same on Wednesday and Thursday. Every day, her psychological trauma eased little by little, and she was able to fall asleep earlier each night. By Friday, last night, Amamiya officially confirmed that Miss Fujiwara's condition had stabilized, and there shouldn't be any more outbreaks. However, she still stayed at Amamiya's house last night. After giving her report on the week's events, Hayasaka left out nothing. This was pretty much the full picture of Fujiwara's situation. To avoid worrying her family, I've also been getting up early every morning to send Miss Fujiwara home. And to make sure she didn't end up alone with Amamiya, I've been sleeping next to Miss Fujiwara every night. Indeed, leaving the Sao alone with Ren was out of the question. Kaguya agreed with that. She accepted that Chika needed treatment, and that only Ren could provide it. As for Chika's feelings for Ren, that was something Kaguya had already suspected. Their paths were intertwined now, how could they not get closer? With this much constant contact, of course feelings would grow. Besides, Kaguya knew full well that Ren perfectly fit Chika's criteria for an ideal partner. These past few days had clearly helped deepen their bond. After staying at Ren's house for an entire week, no matter how much Kaguya tried to rationalize, she couldn't shake the thought that Chika definitely now had romantic feelings for Ren. Otherwise, if she had already recovered yesterday, why would she still be staying at his house? Clearly, it was because she liked him. As for Hayasaka's explanation, it was also easy to understand. Just as Hayasaka herself had said, one reason was to prevent Chika's family from worrying, and the other was to make sure Chika didn't get too much alone time with Ren. The risk of things happening between them was too high. Given the way this week had gone, Kaguya figured similar situations might happen again in the future. After all, outside of Chika, Hayasaka had spent the most time with Ren this week. It wouldn't be surprising if Hayasaka also started to develop feelings for him. Kaguya could even guess the reason behind it, maybe Hayasaka felt the same way she did. But then Kaguya paused. Hayasaka, you said you were sleeping next to Fujiwara. But Fujiwara was sleeping in Ren's arms, right? Yes. So doesn't that mean you were sleeping in the same bed as Amamiya? Kaguya-sama, Fujiwara was between me and Ren. I stayed overnight specifically to keep her behavior in check. Kaguya opened her mouth, then imagined the scene in her mind. Indeed, if Chika was nestled in Ren's arms, then Hayasaka would have been on the other side of her. It seemed there really was no issue there. To be continued. Chapter 240, Playing a Game is Cheating. At 9:32 a.m. on Saturday, everyone boarded the large RV prepared by now Hayasaka. Their destination was a hot spring village in Tochigi Prefecture. The journey was much longer than expected, but everyone passed the time chatting and playing games. Among them, the one having the most fun was undoubtedly Chika. See. This is the power of being a spectator. While playing the Uno card game, Fujiwara Chika fully demonstrated the observational skills of a spectator, which completely overwhelmed the others. Unlike the rest who had to consider whether cheating was involved, for Chika, cheating seemed almost instinctive, imprinted deep in her soul. Nagi looked at her own hand of cards, her face twitching uncontrollably. You cheated. Chika smiled proudly. Nagi-chan, you're blaming me. Weren't you just using the wind to cheat yourself? You deliberately controlled the wind to peek at Sakuya's cards. At least I'm not using any extraordinary abilities to cheat. Everything I know, I figured out just by observing. Aizawa Sakuya was stunned. She looked at her hand of cards with a distressed expression, then turned toward Nagi, who immediately averted her eyes in guilt. Nagi-chan, how could you? You actually used your cheating ability on me, the only ordinary girl here without any superpowers. She had been relying solely on her own observation skills to compete in this game against people with supernatural abilities. God knew how frustrating it was to keep losing, but discovering that her dearest sister had been using her abilities to peek at her cards was simply unacceptable. It doesn't count as cheating. Her cheating is way worse and more blatant than mine. Why aren't you saying anything about her? Feeling guilty, Nagi kept shifting her gaze. Unable to withstand Sakuya's intense stare any longer, she quickly tried to shift the blame back onto Chika. Chika proudly puffed out her chest. I'm not using any extraordinary abilities to cheat. I'm simply playing as a spectator. Acting like this in daily life helps me digest the potion faster, which is a good thing. Besides, observing people with extraordinary abilities is also part of the game. Watching is a very effective gambling technique. Sakuya, you get it, right? Aizawa Sakuya sighed helplessly and nodded as Fujiwara Chika stared at her eagerly. True, observation is indeed a powerful gambling technique. As long as you're not cheating through disgraceful means, the casino won't openly throw you out. People with keen eyesight can often deduce someone's intentions through their expressions and behavior. But even among such people, no one can make judgments as accurate as you. You're the only one capable of reading a person's thoughts so precisely. Excluding luck and outright cheating, being able to accurately gauge a person's mind was practically a superpower in itself. Especially since this ability didn't rely on supernatural powers, but purely on heightened observation skills. In a sense, it really could be considered a kind of superpower. Ran, you cheated just now too, didn't you? Ran, who had been quietly sitting nearby, hadn't expected the topic to shift to her so suddenly. With everyone's eyes on her, she nodded shyly. Sorry, Sakuya. I didn't mean to cheat. I just noticed that your heartbeat changed slightly whenever you played certain cards, so I listened more carefully. I didn't expect my guess to be correct. Even those with supernatural abilities were left speechless, staring at Ran, who looked full of apologies. Aizawa Sakuya, who had brought up the topic of cheating, also found it completely outrageous. The RV may be quiet, but for you to pick up on heartbeats like that. Ran, your 5 senses are insane. They're more impressive than actual superpowers. Sighing, Aizawa Sakuya put down her hand of cards. Forget it. You all keep playing. I'm going to find Amamiya. Trying to play games against a group of cheaters who were using superpowered methods felt hopeless. It was too easy to get crushed in a game where the cheating couldn't even be easily detected. She walked down the RV's aisle toward the second floor. When Aizawa Sakuya reached the second floor, she found Ren seated at a long table, lighting incense and drawing a strange array on the table with white chalk. He seemed deeply focused on his research. Seeing how seriously Ren was working, she quietly sat down beside him and watched. She noticed that the incense smoke began to swirl around the array as if being drawn into it. The chalk-drawn array on the table also began to rotate in a strange pattern. The scale of the array gradually shrank, and the smoke sank rapidly into it. When the smoke fully entered the spinning array, a brilliant flash of light erupted, temporarily blinding Aizawa Sakuya. Her consciousness grew hazy, but her vision quickly returned. However, she realized that she was no longer sitting at the table. Instead, her head was resting on Ren's lap. Aizawa Sakuya was completely confused. Don't move. Just as she was about to sit up, a hand gently pressed her down. Let me check your condition. Hearing that, Aizawa Sakuya obediently stayed still. It looks like you were just hit by the amulet's light. It's not a big issue. You're not experiencing nausea or vomiting, so it's not a flash bomb effect. A brief coma like this is within expectations. Listening to Ren's explanation, Aizawa Sakuya felt relieved. She was lucky. If nausea and vomiting had been involved, she would have been completely miserable. Just as she was feeling thankful, she realized that her head was slowly being lifted. She wanted to move but felt completely powerless. I can't move. Wait. Suddenly, Aizawa Sakuya felt the weakness in her body begin to fade, and her strength gradually returned. How do you feel now? Much better. Aizawa Sakuya nodded slightly. She felt herself being gently helped up and placed onto the sofa. Clenching her fists slightly, she found that her body could now move on its own, allowing her to sit up with her own strength. When she turned her head, she saw Ren writing something in a notebook. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make out the words, or even if she saw them, she couldn't remember what they were. To be continued. Chapter 241, Amulet. Amamiya, what were you doing just now? After watching Ren clearly finish writing, Aizawa Sakuya asked curiously. Having completed the daily log, Ren took out a rather ordinary-looking white amulet. It appeared metallic, resembling a special kind of badge. This is what I was working on. Staring at the round badge in front of her, Aizawa Sakuya blurted out instinctively. A badge. To be precise, it's an amulet, Ren corrected her simply before explaining further. This is actually a defensive amulet, somewhat similar to a flash bomb. When thrown, it emits an intense light. Anyone whose eyes are exposed to that light will be hypnotized by it, losing self-awareness and the ability to resist for a short period of time. It was my first time operating it earlier. I didn't expect that some of its power would leak out just as it was nearly completed. Aizawa Sakuya recalled the bright flash she had seen before fainting. So, it was that flash that had made her dizzy. However, she didn't feel like she had lost consciousness completely. So she asked instinctively. But I didn't lose consciousness. I only saw the white flash, and then, when the light faded. Suddenly, Aizawa Sakuya realized something. Amamiya, how long was I unconscious just now? About half an hour, well, to be exact, 43 minutes, Ren replied after checking the time, giving her an answer accurate down to the minute. This response left Aizawa Sakuya a little stunned. She genuinely felt like it had only been the blink of an eye. Who would have thought she had been out for so long? Lose self-awareness and resistance for a short period of time. 43 minutes. You call that a short period? Aizawa Sakuya felt that 43 minutes was anything but short. That's for ordinary people, Ren replied calmly. Also, you're still young, and your resistance isn't very strong. For adults, the duration would be shorter, probably around 30 minutes. For those who have undergone special training, it would likely be effective for about 20 minutes. If it's Kagaya and the others, it would probably last about 1 minute at most. For Ren, it would probably only work for 20 seconds. Listening to Ren's explanation, Aizawa Sakuya felt her earlier judgment had been correct. Even so, this amulet is still incredibly powerful. After all, those with special resistance are the minority. Most people in the world are ordinary. This amulet is still very useful. For ordinary people, it was essentially forced control for 40 minutes. If they encountered danger, using this amulet could completely save them from the crisis. Aizawa Sakuya carefully examined the amulet. On the surface, there was nothing special about it, which meant that most people would not be able to defend against it. But if this amulet is used carelessly, wouldn't it also put me at risk? Ren nodded slightly. There's indeed that issue. This kind of amulet activates when thrown to the ground, and the strong light affects everyone indiscriminately within a 15-meter radius. If I'm also within that range, I'd be affected as well. But there's actually a way to avoid that. With the right protective measures, the user can prevent being affected. Aizawa Sakuya agreed that there had to be some kind of safeguard. Otherwise, this amulet would be too dangerous to use. Why did you suddenly decide to make this kind of amulet? Ren simply shook his head lightly at her question. I've actually had the idea for a while. In critical moments, a disposable defensive tool like this could make a huge difference. But the main reason is still Sonoko. Her situation is different from others. The power she receives doesn't directly strengthen herself. Her abilities are more auxiliary, so in essence, she's no different from an ordinary girl. She also needs some tools to protect herself. Aizawa Sakuya understood immediately. Because of her lack of abilities, Sonoko had to rely on external means to ensure her safety. As someone who was also an ordinary person, Aizawa Sakuya could easily relate. After all, she had often been targeted for kidnapping in the past. Being from a family that was distant relatives of the Sanzenin, with some assets of their own, it was inevitable that they'd be targeted. If she had self-defense tools like this back then, it would have made a big difference when dealing with kidnappers. Ren gently pushed the amulet he made toward Aizawa Sakuya. Miss Aizawa, this amulet is for you. Huh? For me? Although Aizawa Sakuya had really wanted it, she hadn't expected Ren to give it to her. She thought he would be giving it to Sonoko. Well, Miss Aizawa is actually in a more dangerous situation. It's necessary for you to have some self-defense tools. Sonoko is usually with us, but Miss Aizawa isn't. Indeed, Aizawa Sakuya hadn't planned to transfer to Teitan High School. She was doing fine at her current school and didn't see the need to transfer. Under those circumstances, the only times she could meet up with the group were on weekends or when she occasionally took leave. From that perspective, she was certainly the one who needed self-defense items the most. Then, I'll take it. Without any false modesty, Aizawa Sakuya chose to accept it directly. Then, how do I avoid getting caught by the amulet's effect myself? Can I wear sunglasses? That won't work, Ren shook his head slightly. The strong light works as a form of hypnosis and suggestion. It's not just ordinary light. Simply turning your head won't help. As long as you catch even a glimpse of the flash, you'll be affected. Unless you use special equipment to cover your eyes completely, it won't make a difference. As for the method I mentioned, At that moment, the RV slowly came to a stop, cutting off the conversation. Amamiya, Sakuya, we're here. Nagi's excited voice came from the first floor. Ren shook his head slightly and glanced at Aizawa Sakuya. Looks like we'll have to talk about this another time. Aizawa Sakuya felt a little frustrated, like something had gotten stuck in her throat. The words were right there, yet she had to swallow them back. But there was no helping it. After all, the weekend trip had already brought them to their destination. Well, I guess we'll just have to find time later. To be continued. Chapter 242, Deep Mountain Hot Spring Inn. The hot spring hotel we booked is located deep in the mountains of Tochigi Prefecture, but judging by the condition of the road, it is well maintained and does not look like a road that has been left neglected for long. There are many green plants on both sides of the path, all carefully trimmed. If these fast-growing plants were not pruned for even a week, they would quickly lose their neat appearance. However, there was no such problem here. Clearly, the plants are maintained frequently. The name of the hotel is not particularly complicated, just 2 words, Benkei. The moment Ren looked at the hot spring inn, he immediately had a certain feeling. This must be one of those exclusive places that will never appear on maps. The world of the wealthy. I really don't understand it. Shaking his head, Ren reminded himself that his knowledge came from the perspective of an ordinary person. Naturally, he did not possess the mindset of the rich. Although he had read many novels about the ultra-rich in the past, he had also seen many comments claiming that most of the scenarios in such novels were just fantasy. After all, real rich people would not write openly about their daily lives, as that would only attract resentment. Ren agreed. Why would the wealthy expose their everyday life for no reason? That would only invite trouble. It could only be said that ordinary people really cannot easily understand the world of the rich. As they approached the entrance, a group of female staff dressed in the uniforms typical of Hot Spring Inn stepped out to greet them. The lead staff member bowed slightly. Welcome, Miss Kagaya. Kagaya nodded politely while pulling her suitcase. Thank you for your assistance with this trip. No, this is our duty. The lead female staff member stepped forward and took Kagaya's luggage. The staff behind her also moved in sequence, collecting everyone's luggage, then returning to the rear to stand neatly in 2 lines. Everyone, please follow me. The lead staff member turned slightly, pulling the suitcase along as she guided the group forward. Walking into the hotel, they were greeted by rows of lush green bamboo at the entrance. Standing there, one could smell the fragrance of bamboo and earth. Surprisingly, there was no trace of the sulfur scent typical of hot springs. After passing through the dining area and entertainment section, they reached the residential quarters. Along the way, Ren found himself a little dazzled. The paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls, the porcelain pots decorating the greenery, viewed from the eyes of a marauder, almost every object was highlighted as a valuable item. Clearly, all of these decorations were high-value collectibles. If they were stolen and sold, each one would easily qualify as an antique. It was truly luxurious. Using such valuable antiques as hotel decorations, this level of extravagance was hard to imagine. Shaking his head slightly, Ren followed the group to his assigned room. Mr. Amamiya, this is your room. Thank you. The female staff carried his luggage inside and turned on the lights. The room was softly lit, with a slightly dim ambience. There was an outdoor area attached to the room, furnished with armchairs, a parasol, and a sizable swimming pool. The room was fully equipped, and both the bedroom and bathroom had a home-like feel. Of course, to Ren, this so-called homey atmosphere did not feel particularly significant. Perhaps for Kagaya and the others, it might feel more like home. The outdoor space faced the scenic view of the back mountain, where rows of green plants were carefully arranged. As Ren glanced over, every plant was highlighted clearly in his vision. Without needing any explanation, he could tell that these were all high-value species. Beyond the vegetation was a bamboo forest. In the depths of the bamboo grove, mist could be seen rising. Ren asked curiously, is there a hot spring in the back mountain? Yes, the staff member replied immediately. Continuing past the residential area, there is a long path that leads to a natural hot spring in the back mountain. While it has been modified slightly for better use, it remains a natural hot spring. To maintain its condition, the hot spring is not divided into separate sections, so it is mixed bathing. In addition, the back mountain is also part of the hotel grounds. There are strict security measures in place, with guards patrolling the perimeter at all times to ensure that no outsiders can enter the private area. She gave a brief explanation of the hot spring setup and emphasized the hotel's safety, reassuring that no unauthorized person could enter this private hot spring facility. A natural hot spring, it really creates a certain atmosphere. Seeing that Ren had no further questions, the staff continued, Mr. Amamiya, if you need anything, there is a landline here that connects directly to me. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Ren nodded slightly, thanking the staff for her explanation. All right. Thank you, I have no questions. Hearing this, the staff bowed slightly and quietly exited the room. Standing alone in the room, Ren took a deep breath. It really is hard to imagine the life of the wealthy. Shaking his head, he began unpacking his suitcase, taking out his belongings one by one. There was still half an hour before lunch. Now was the time to change into the bathrobe provided by the hot spring hotel and think about the hot spring visit after the meal. It might take the girls a while to get ready, but as a guy, Ren really didn't need that much time to prepare. After taking everything out of the suitcase, Ren stepped outside and continued crafting amulets using chalk and incense. My first attempt at making a one-time use amulet was quite successful, except for some mistakes at the start. Ren was quite satisfied with the amulet he had crafted earlier. As a defensive item, it was very effective. Against ordinary people, it could completely immobilize them for 40 minutes. In addition to the control effect, there was also a very specific amulet designed to weaken and disable the target. Pray to yourself, then respond to your own prayers. Although the process is a bit troublesome, the results are pretty good. It feels somewhat like a gift system, only in the form of props. Next, maybe I could try making some items mixed with extraordinary abilities. I'm not sure whether the gift system can produce such props. Ren was uncertain about this and knew he would have to experiment to find out. But for now, maybe I should start by crafting some simple ones, like luck charms or purification amulets. Nodding to himself, Ren immediately began testing his next amulet-making attempt. To be continued. Chapter 243, Lightning Flash Amulet. At noon, lunch was served in a private room with a view of the back mountain. Both sides of the long table were filled with people. However, among all the girls, the only male sitting there became the clear standout in the room. At this moment, Kaguya was seated on Ren's left, while Sonoko was on his right. The two young ladies at his sides completely locked him in place. Both of them were daughters from prominent families and knew each other well, so they would not engage in any open or underhanded fighting. It was a situation that was still acceptable. Especially for Kaguya, who was already aware that her best friend and maid had fallen for him. Aside from a bit of jealousy, she was not particularly agitated. If it had been something unexpected, perhaps her emotions would have surged out of control. But when it was something within expectations, there was no need for such an intense reaction. Because both of them understood very well that this situation was not going to end anytime soon. Looking at the dazzling spread of food on the table, Ren's eyes were practically blinded by the brilliance of it all. He couldn't help but sigh. I really think the world of the rich is hard to understand. Sonoko smiled beside him and leaned toward Ren. Feeling like you've been dragged into a strange world again. Yes, I really feel like I've been brought into a completely unfamiliar world. Ren did not deny it at all. To him, the world of the wealthy was entirely unknown territory. It's not that I have any issues with it. I'm just not used to it, especially being the one who's taken care of like this. Ren nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same feeling. Exactly. I'm not used to being taken care of either. I'm more used to looking after my dad at home, so being treated like this all of a sudden feels a little awkward. It's perfectly normal to feel that way. Nagi didn't think their feelings were strange at all. Although she had been taken care of since childhood, she could still understand their discomfort. Amamiya and Ren are both people who work hard and take care of themselves. We're used to being served, so of course you'd feel uncomfortable when suddenly dragged into this world. But that discomfort isn't necessarily a bad thing. I actually think that people who know how to take care of themselves are better than those who are used to being taken care of. Isumi, who was sitting beside her, smiled and applauded. Nagi-chan, that's probably the most reasonable thing you've ever said. Usually, your quotes are too profound for people to understand. Nagi blushed instantly when her past comments were brought up. Ah. Don't remind me about that all the time. With that, the conversation naturally flowed, and the atmosphere at the table became much livelier than at the start. Everyone began chatting freely. Well, we're here at the hot springs to relax, so let's not dwell on those things too much. Actually, Amamiya, with your current abilities, you could easily become a wealthy businessman if you wanted. Aizawa Sakuya brought up the topic directly. Everyone immediately showed interest in the subject. Yeah, I think Ren could definitely do it. Sonoko spoke first. Remember a month ago, when those Italian robbers stole the maple leaf gold coins? The leader hid them somewhere, but Ren was able to divine their exact location. Back then, I thought that even if he didn't work a regular job, he could just make a fortune every day by using his divination abilities to find hidden treasures. It certainly sounded plausible. Aizawa Sakuya looked a little curious. Amamiya, you can even divine treasure locations like that? Ren responded with a helpless shake of his head. Divination is possible, but when the exact location isn't clear, the results could easily point to anywhere in the world. On top of that, many treasures require excavation or recovery from difficult places. I don't have that kind of time to chase after them. I'm not a bounty hunter. To me, wealth is just something to improve my quality of life. After hearing this, Aizawa Sakuya nodded slightly in understanding. She also believed that there were hidden treasures scattered across the world. But most of them were buried deep in mountains or oceans, and the cost of retrieving them might be just as high as their actual value. So there really was no need to go out of the way to pursue them. Of course, to Aizawa Sakuya, the last part of Ren's explanation was the most important. Ren simply wanted enough wealth to live comfortably. He wasn't chasing after riches for the sake of fortune itself. Once his quality of life improved, he had no interest in accumulating excess wealth. From an ordinary person's perspective, this way of thinking might seem strange. After all, if you have the chance to accumulate more wealth, why not take it? But if you look at it from the perspective of the mystic world, it made perfect sense. It showed that in the world of the supernatural, material wealth from the mundane world was only useful for improving life, and it wasn't worth wasting time obsessing over it. After thinking it over, Aizawa Sakuya nodded once again. Indeed, it's way too easy for you to make money, especially you, Amamiya. If you were willing to do business, even just the amulet you gave me would have countless wealthy businessmen and politicians scrambling to get their hands on it. As she spoke, Aizawa Sakuya took out the round, metallic amulet. If used properly, this thing could absolutely save lives at critical moments. At that moment, all the girls at the table turned their attention toward her, clearly interested. An amulet. Because only Izumi was sitting between them, Sanzenin Nagi was able to clearly see the round metal amulet in Sakuya's hand. What does it do? Is it for warding off evil spirits? It's not for warding off evil spirits. It works more like a flash bomb. Hearing that, Nagi let out an "ah" and immediately seemed to lose interest. Aizawa Sakuya noticed and quickly added more explanation. When you throw it to the ground, it emits an intense flash of light. The light has a hypnotic effect on anyone exposed to it. It can force people to lose consciousness for up to 43 minutes. While unconscious, they also lose their sense of time. Even after waking up, their body remains paralyzed for a while. Are you sure that's just a flash bomb? After hearing the explanation, Nagi was a little dumbfounded. Was that really something an amulet could do? Wasn't that just a flash bomb? Besides the intense light, did it actually share anything else in common with a normal flash bomb? I'd honestly believe you more if you told me it was some kind of virginity-stealing amulet. From Nagi's perspective, this thing was practically as terrifying as a prop that could pause time. If a girl got caught in its effect, 43 minutes would be more than enough time for something seriously perverted to happen. To be continued. Check out my new book, Bringing TikTok to One Piece, and add it to your library. Thanks, smiley face. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, Selection, Bonus. Hey. Let me make this clear. Although the flash amulet could be used in the way Sanzenin described, my original intention in creating it was so that a few people with weaker personal abilities could use it for self-defense. For example, Sonoko, Fujiwara, Hayasaka, and Miss Sakuya. Miss Sakuya is just an ordinary person. She really does need to rely on tools to protect herself. Sonoko and Fujiwara also don't have much in the way of personal combat abilities. They need props as well. Then there's Hayasaka. Hayasaka's door fruit is more suited for support. Before her physical ability reaches a certain level, she still needs defensive tools. Besides, in certain situations, Hayasaka's abilities make her especially suited to using these amulets for area control. Ren hurriedly explained himself. Otherwise, he would risk being misunderstood as some perverted charlatan. By the way, this is something I had already discussed with Sanzenin earlier. Some things should wait until you're ready. If you're not fully prepared, you can hold off for now. The girls present all understood the meaning behind these words. None of them responded verbally, but they nodded silently. Alright, let's set this topic aside for now. Ren took the initiative to move on from the somewhat awkward subject. Actually, I already talked with Miss Sakuya about this amulet back when we were in the RV. For example, this amulet is indeed useful, but for ordinary people who have undergone a certain level of training or have some resistance, the control time drops to about 20 minutes. If it's someone with special abilities like us, the effect is even weaker. For Kagaya, Sanzenin, and the others, it would only last about 1 minute. As for Ran, if the amulet's effect is not neutralized, it would last at most 20 seconds. Of course, no matter the duration, any tool that risks harming the user is not a good tool. But that problem can be avoided. As he spoke, Ren waved his hand, and a set of tarot cards appeared. These tarot cards are made from a special high-grade material. Keeping one on you prevents you from being affected by these kinds of ordinary props. So, the tarot cards began to rotate in midair, spinning like a magic trick. Everyone here, please choose a card for yourselves. One of the rotating cards fell into Ren's hand. I choose the Fool. The others turned their attention to the deck, beginning to make their selections. Then I'll choose the Lover. Sonoko was the first to choose, speaking without hesitation. Her quick decision made Kaguya pause for a moment, though she quickly recovered. Emperor. After Kaguya made her choice, Hayasaka followed. Temperance. Ren glanced at the master and servant pair and thought their choices were very fitting. The reversed emperor symbolizes childishness, powerlessness, and being dominated, completely matching Kaguya's past situation. The reversed temperance represents exhaustion, anxiety, and imbalance, a perfect reflection of Hayasaka's previous state of being controlled. Well, I'll take the empress. Sanzenin Nagi also chose the card that best suited her. The reversed empress signifies a lack of ambition, a passive lifestyle, and family disputes, all fitting well with Nagi's personal circumstances. After Nagi, Maria made her selection. I'll choose the Hanged Man. Ren felt that Maria's card should be interpreted in the upright position. It symbolizes trials, sacrifice, rebirth, continuous learning, and unwavering love, an accurate depiction of Maria's life. She chose to leave Nagi and undergo trials, then was reborn through her travels and studies, giving her love wholeheartedly to the one she cares about. I choose the Hermit. Aizawa Sakuya's choice also fit her perfectly, especially when viewed upright. It represents independent action, listening to advice, enjoying solitude, maintaining vigilance, and respecting elders, all very much in line with her role at home, especially as an older sister who looks after others. Well, I'll choose the Magician. Sajinomiya Isumi also made the most appropriate choice for herself. Similarly, the upright interpretation suited her well. The Magician symbolizes new beginnings and the power to enact change, which reflects her relationship with Sanzenin Nagi. It speaks of skillful technique, determination, and the ambition to use natural forces to achieve one's goals, all of which matched her position as a shrine maiden. Then I'll choose strength. The strongest among them, Ran, chose the most fitting card. In her case, both the upright and reversed meanings were appropriate. The upright meaning represents her current self, while the reversed reflects her state before receiving the diary. After everyone had chosen their cards, the corresponding tarot cards floated down into each person's hands. The only one who hadn't made a choice yet. Everyone turned their gaze to the last person, Fujiwara Chika. Which one should I choose? What do you think, Ren? Chika, unable to decide, instinctively turned to Ren for advice. For you, the sun is the best choice. The upright meaning suits you perfectly. Positive, full of vitality, energetic, successful work, help from benefactors, happy relationships, healthy communication. Chika's eyes lit up at his words. She immediately smiled and said cheerfully. Then I'll choose the sun. With that, everyone had made their choices. Ren gathered the remaining, unchosen cards. However, he had no intention of restoring the deck just yet. Instead, he kept the leftover cards available in case other people joined later. Ren continued his explanation. These cards are made from special materials and can bypass certain abilities. I used one of them to break through Rant's nullification field. Because of the difference in nature, it can accomplish things that ordinary means cannot. Just to be clear, I'm not saying I can currently break Rant's magic nullification on my own. That ability really is the nemesis of extraordinary powers. But thanks to these cards, as long as you carry one with you, you won't have to worry about getting caught in the effects of the props you use. It was the simplest and most straightforward solution Ren could come up with. To be continued. Check out my new book, Bringing TikTok to One Piece, and add it to your library. Thanks, smiley face. Chapter 245, Chapter 245, Hot Spring on the Mountainside. After the morning activities and lunch, everyone finally had time to relax. Once everyone caught their breath, they all had the same goal. Soaking in the hot springs. After all, the main purpose of this trip was the hot springs. How could they not relax in the springs after a hearty lunch? Before heading to the hot spring, Ren reviewed the layout and information provided in the room. The largest hot spring here was a mixed bath, hidden deep within the bamboo forest behind the mountain. It could only be reached through a specially constructed corridor that connected the residential area to the back mountain. This outdoor hot spring usually required a reservation to use. However, since this trip had been privately booked in advance, they avoided the hassle of needing to reserve it. Still, there was another matter to consider. The reason reservations were needed was precisely because of the mixed bathing system. This hot spring hotel was not designed for shady purposes. Its original intention was to allow guests to enjoy the natural hot spring experience more freely. Thus, the mixed bathing was not intended for awkward encounters. Everyone making use of the hot spring were acquaintances, which made it easier to relax even with the mixed setup. There was no so-called inappropriate atmosphere. Still, there was a practical issue. It was not proper to clean oneself completely naked in front of acquaintances in a mixed bath, even if everyone remained calm about it. Therefore, it was best to do the cleansing beforehand in the rooms, and then head directly into the hot spring. Even though it was a bit troublesome, Ren did not skip this step. After washing up in his room, he put on a bathrobe and carried a pair of swim trunks in his hand. Walking through the residential area, Ren easily found the path leading toward the back mountain. The corridor was constructed from wood, open on both sides but enclosed with glass panels to block the cold wind, giving it a very warm feeling. Looks like everyone is still cleansing themselves in their rooms. Strolling down the corridor while admiring the scenery of the back mountain, Ren also kept an ear out for any sounds around him. There were only his own footsteps echoing in the corridor. It seemed he was the first to arrive. As he continued walking, enjoying the scenery through the glass walls, the air grew increasingly humid. The scent of fresh water vapor filled the air, and the temperature noticeably rose. A faint sulfur smell, reminiscent of rotten eggs, began wafting into Ren's nose. However, the smell had clearly been partially neutralized. Mixed within it were the scents of fresh bamboo and various floral fragrances. It was evident that deliberate measures had been taken. While online sources often said that the natural smell of a hot spring was part of the authentic experience, no one really wanted to torture their noses unnecessarily. As Ren got closer to the hot spring, the smell intensified, but it remained bearable. Part of the reason for the stronger smell was also the enclosed design of the corridor. Because of the surrounding glass meant to block the cold, the air circulation was poor, causing the odor to linger. After walking a while, the wooden corridor came to an end. Ahead was an entrance paved with polished pebbles. Pulling open the sliding door, Ren officially stepped into the hot spring area. There were 2 separate changing spaces near the entrance. The equipment looked very new, suggesting that the separation was recently arranged. At least, there was no chance for anyone to feel embarrassed. Ren walked to the changing area on the left carrying his swim trunks. He selected a storage basket, took off his bathrobe and undergarments, placed them inside, then changed into his swim trunks and stepped into the outdoor hot spring. Warm mist nearly obscured everything from view, but when a cool breeze occasionally swept by, it pushed away some of the thick fog, revealing the scene inside. This was clearly a hot spring built into the mountainside. The ground of the hot spring was paved with small stones, and the entire setting felt like a naturally formed spring. There were no gaudy decorations, no statues to add visual flair. It was as if the design was intentionally signaling that this was a pure and authentic hot spring. After surveying the area briefly, Ren moved toward the part of the hot spring closest to the edge, where large sheets of glass had been installed. Walking further out, the mist faded, and it became clear that this wasn't just a simple boundary of glass. It was a hot spring terrace jutting out from the mountainside. The floor at the very edge was made of reinforced glass, and beyond it was a sheer drop into a deep canyon. Anyone who fell would surely meet a grim end. But precisely because of the danger, the glass had been reinforced and thickened to ensure complete safety. Stepping into the hot spring, Ren slowly made his way toward the edge. Standing atop the frighteningly transparent glass floor, he looked out at the vast view before him. The mountain scenery and the distant hot spring town were fully visible. It really is a beautiful view. Such a sight made Ren genuinely sigh in admiration. This place isn't particularly close to the town down below. The hot spring is located mid-mountain. The only direct connection is across the canyon. Plus, there are so many layers of protection here, it really is impossible for outsiders to enter. Realizing this made Ren even more certain. This hot spring definitely did not appear on any public maps. Without a trusted introduction, it was impossible for anyone to even find their way here. Ren could not help but sigh again. Having money is really quite useful sometimes. Puffed. Ha ha ha. A bright, cheerful laugh came from the entrance to the hot spring. Ren turned around and saw Sonoko standing there, wearing a bold red bikini. She had taken off her headband for the hot spring, letting her bangs fall naturally, giving her a slightly more glamorous air than usual. It was something difficult to pull off unless one had very high facial attractiveness. Otherwise, loose bangs like that would just look awkward. It was rare to see Sonoko in such a way. The swimsuit showed off her figure, which was far better than expected. For a moment, Ren was genuinely stunned. Hee hee. Seeing Ren's reaction, Sonoko felt even more confident that her choice of swimsuit was the right one. She smiled and leaned slightly forward, emphasizing her curves even more. Ren, what do you think of my swimsuit? Ren took a deep breath and gave an honest compliment. Very beautiful. Far beyond what I imagined. To be continued. Check out my new book, Bringing TikTok to One Piece, and add it to your library. Thanks, smiley face. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, once again. Normally, Sonoko did not stand out much in her casual clothes or school uniform, but once she put on a bikini, her natural figure was immediately apparent. She appeared slim overall, but her bust was still very prominent. Ren had never studied girls' body sizes closely, but even he could see that Sonoko had everything she should. With her bangs let down completely, it further highlighted a different, more alluring side of her. She was truly beautiful. Ren was stunned for a moment, staring at the girl in front of him. This girl was one of his girlfriends now. He had really become the so-called harem protagonist from the fan works he used to see in the past. Diary, I really love you to death. In a sense, it fulfilled something he had once half-jokingly wished for. Hee hee. Seeing her boyfriend staring at her so intently, Sonoko felt her heart race a little faster. She smiled and walked over to him. She reached out and gently pushed against Ren's chest. What's wrong? You can't even recognize your girlfriend now. Ren finally snapped out of it, but he did not know where he should look. Mainly, this angle was too dangerous. Even if he did not mean to, his gaze naturally fell on Sonoko's fair and ample skin. I can recognize you just fine, but I really don't know where I should be looking. Following Ren's gaze downward, Sonoko immediately understood where he had been looking. Her cheeks flushed a light red. You can look if you want. After all, she had chosen this swimsuit for him to see. As a girl, she could not say something so bold directly, but her actions clearly showed her intent. After appreciating Sonoko's rare look, Ren suddenly thought of something. He asked somewhat selfishly. Sonoko, do you normally wear something like this when you go to the beach? Hearing this, Sonoko glanced up at her boyfriend's slightly uneasy expression and instantly understood what he was worried about. She pushed the silly boy in front of her with some annoyance. Have you ever seen a proper young lady showing off her body at the beach? Isn't that the same as standing around in underwear and letting strangers stare at you? Even when we go to the beach, we don't wear something this revealing. Usually, we wear one-piece swimsuits. As she spoke, Sonoko pointed at her own collarbone. In those, you can barely even see the collarbone. I see. I thought you would just wear bikinis casually to the beach. Ren finally let out a relieved breath. Sonoko immediately raised her eyebrows. Who was it that was slandering these proper young ladies? Ren, let me ask you something. Where did you get the idea that we wear bikinis to the beach? From stories. I knew it. Sonoko smacked her forehead. She should have guessed it was from fictional stories. Feeling the need to teach Ren some basic common sense, Sonoko continued. Ren, listen carefully. In real life, proper girls don't wear revealing outfits casually in public. We care about dignity. Only in private or safe environments would we wear something like a bikini. Ren nodded silently as he listened to Sonoko's explanation. So that was how it was. Only models walking the runway, like at fashion shows, lingerie shows, or art exhibits, will openly show off their figures because that's part of their profession, and sometimes to catch the eye of rich suitors. The term catch the eye was a gentle way of putting it. In harsher words, it was about finding a wealthy patron. Most girls from prominent families like us receive a very proper education. Sure, you see in TV dramas those rich kids behaving like playboys. They exist, but they're usually the children of nouveau riche families, those who have just made their fortune. The first generation works hard to earn money. It's up to the second generation to stabilize the family, and it's the third generation that typically receives a full education. Once the family stabilizes, the third generation rarely produces playboys. They become more refined, so naturally, they don't make for interesting TV drama characters anymore. And so, you rarely see the third generation in dramas because there's no conflict to exploit. Similarly, they don't engage in the typical nouveau riche behavior. What you see in stories is, at best, one-sided fantasy. Without a bit of spice, those stories wouldn't sell. From the perspective of profits, it was obvious. Stories needed characters doing provocative things to sell better. Sonoko instinctively judged that the portrayal in stories was completely different from reality. Ren thought about it carefully based on Sonoko's explanation and realized she was absolutely right. Yeah, thinking back, it's true. In a lot of stories, no matter the heroine's or the supporting character's background, they often end up doing fan service. No matter what kind of prestigious background the characters have, it doesn't matter to the author. All that matters is selling the story and grabbing attention. Whether or not the characters showed skin had nothing to do with their dignity or upbringing, it was entirely a business decision. That's right. Seeing that her boyfriend finally understood, Sonoko let out a breath of relief. She had been genuinely worried that he had developed some strange misunderstandings about girls like them. Just imagine this, would I, the designated future heir of my family, ever casually be left alone without a bodyguard nearby? It's nearly impossible. Even if I were in some damsel in distress situation, the bodyguards would have handled it before anyone else could swoop in to play hero. And as for Kagaya, even though she's like a canary raised within a gilded cage, she has still received proper education. She's one of the public faces of the Shinomiya family. While the Shinomiya family might see her as their canary, to the outside world, she is still the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family. So, she would never have the freedom to choose her own love. Not unless she could completely control the Shinomiya family, like she does now. Otherwise, she would always have to accept the marriage arrangements made by the family. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, Straightforward Hayasaka AI. The canary didn't want to resist. It simply knew it couldn't, and that it didn't have the qualifications to. From a young age, the canary had been taught to sacrifice itself for its caretaker. Combined with its environment and upbringing, it never even considered rejecting its gilded cage. At the very least, the canary understood one thing clearly: everything it received was not for its own sake, but to benefit the breeder. Perhaps this could be interpreted as a human rights issue. But the canary had enjoyed the privileges. And once you've received such benefits, the time always comes to pay the price. Just like that often quoted line from Lord of Mysteries. All the gifts of fate are secretly marked with a price. Once you receive those gifts, it means you'll eventually have to pay more. So Ren could completely understand what Sonoko meant. All the gifts of fate are secretly marked with a price, right? Yeah. Sonoko nodded softly. We, the third generation, enjoy a wealthy lifestyle, but will also shoulder the future burdens of the family. However, sometimes fate shifts. As she spoke, Sonoko smiled and pointed to herself. Because my fate was changed by you, my sister's fate changed too. Your sister's fate, was she supposed to be married off? Ren still remembered that Ayako Suzuki was originally set to be married for strategic reasons. He asked with curiosity. So, is your sister still expected to marry out now? Of course not. With the current state of our family, why would we let my sister be married off? Now that I've set foot on the mystic path, if she still marries out, who will take over the family business? Me. In the past, Sonoko might have followed her parents' arrangements and stepped into the family business. But now, things had changed. After transitioning from the mundane world to the mysterious one, she had obtained extraordinary power. Even if she were willing to return and handle family matters, her parents would not allow her to waste time and potential in such ordinary pursuits. No wonder your parents think that way. Ren nodded, now fully understanding Sonoko's parents' perspective. Though Sonoko was the intended heir, her role as a newly awakened made her no longer suitable to face the public as a conventional successor. Still, the family business needed a next-generation leader. As Sonoko's blood-related sister, Ayako naturally took the role. Under such conditions, there was no longer any need to marry her off. Your sister might also be pulled into this world by you eventually. Ren considered the possibility quite high. Especially considering the diary gave out rewards based on the holder's will, the odds of Ayako joining the supernatural path increased significantly. Yeah, I think so too. Sonoko agreed. She felt there was a strong chance she would pull her sister into the mystic side as well. But that's for the future. At the very least, it hasn't happened yet. If I can't make it happen by myself, can't I ask you for help? You mean the boons? That's definitely possible. Ren thought it over. There wasn't any issue with that. Compared to sequence paths, the boon system was far more stable. While it could be retracted instantly if necessary, that also meant the risk was much lower. Unless it was a case like Lumien's, where the giver had a permanent connection, most gifted powers could be taken back at any time. And the concern about the gifted person becoming more aligned with the giver, well, that was not really a problem. Belief itself also caused the same effect. Which of those fanatics in the Aurora Order didn't exhibit such alignment? So, with both me and my sister on the mystic path, how could my parents still expect her to marry off like before? Wouldn't that be like sewing wedding clothes for someone else? That's why my sister's kind of miserable now. She's being dragged around by our parents to study business management. She hasn't had a proper rest in a long time. Thinking about her sister's recent hard work, Sonoko couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for her. It was far better than becoming a caged canary. Your sister must be happy too, right? She is. It's not that she hates managing the family business, she just never had the opportunity before. Now that she does, of course she's excited. Sonoko smiled as she looked at the boy in front of her. This was her boyfriend. It was because of him that everything had changed. She thought back to the kiss they shared on the cruise that made their relationship official, and her face turned slightly red. Ren, we're dating, right? Yes. We haven't done anything a couple usually does for a week, right? Ren blinked. Then he remembered, it really had been a week. Looking at Sonoko now, he realized he needed to be more proactive. He pulled Sonoko into a hug. This time, his hands didn't tremble, and his body was no longer stiff like the first time. Sonoko, this is my first time dating someone. If I ever seem neglectful, please remind me. I'm really not very good at taking the initiative. Sonoko's face turned red again. Did that mean, from now on, she had to be the one to ask when she wanted something? Then, Ahem. A sudden cough broke the mood completely. Startled, the two instinctively separated. They turned and saw Kagaya standing there, arms crossed, wearing a red two-piece swimsuit and looking none too pleased. Standing behind her was Hayasaka, dressed in a black bikini with white lace. With an amused expression, she made a scissor-hand gesture toward Ren. "Hey, Kagaya, your swimsuit looks really nice too." Seeing that his second girlfriend was clearly displeased, Ren quickly complimented her without thinking. Kagaya in a red swimsuit didn't have a particularly voluptuous figure, but her slender frame was still well accentuated. While she wasn't curvy, she was undeniably cute. Hearing the compliment, Kagaya's mood visibly improved. "Thank you for the praise, Ren." But as she looked at Sonoko and imagined the comparison between herself and the other girl, Kagaya couldn't help but feel slightly downcast. They didn't look all that different in regular clothes. Why was there such a stark contrast in swimsuits? Amamiya-san, compliments like that are not enough for a jealous Kagaya-san. Hayasaka, standing behind her, chimed in dryly. "Please clarify, are you perhaps dissatisfied with Miss Kagaya's figure?" Hayasaka. To be continued. Chapter 248, the person I like the most is, bonus. When she heard her maid say the thing she cared most about out loud, Kagaya nearly exploded. What made it worse was how bluntly Hayasaka had phrased it, making it sound like she was overly sensitive about her body. No. Hayasaka, well done. The moment she heard Ren's reply, the boiling pressure in Shinomiya Kagaya's chest deflated instantly. A person's figure is largely determined by genetics, or you could say it's a natural trait. I won't deny that most guys tend to prefer girls with better figures, but appearance isn't everything. There are other important traits too. A person's figure wasn't the only measure of value, and Ren didn't think a girl's body was her defining feature. For example, Kagaya's personality is actually quite good. Outsiders might think she's cold, but Hayasaka knows better. She's cold on the surface, but warm underneath. She despises betrayal, yet doesn't act rigidly based on that. Otherwise, I doubt she would have forgiven Hayasaka. When she was younger, she was isolated because she was too talented. She didn't understand why her peers couldn't do what she could. From my perspective, it was because her talent and upbringing didn't match her age group. She was too mature. That's why she always keeps a layer of ice on her face, to avoid repeating that same pain. She probably didn't even realize that, back then, she could have made those bullies disappear with a single word. Or maybe, she did realize it, but chose not to. That's the kind of person she is, deep down. At this point, Ren gave an awkward smile. Of course, I know so much because I have some preconceived impressions. All three girls understood what he meant. They knew what he was referring to, those who knew the story would get it. Because he had read the story and understood Kagaya from it, he had already formed a strong understanding of her traits and personality. That's why he could describe her so clearly. "Ren, if you had to pick, which version of Kagaya's story do you like the most?" Since the story had been brought up, Sonoko asked curiously. Who, among the versions of Kagaya in the story, did Ren like the most? Kagaya and Hayasaka also looked toward him, interested in his answer. Favorite? It's definitely Hayasaka. Everyone froze. Both Sonoko and Kagaya stared in disbelief at Hayasaka. And the one most stunned of all, was Hayasaka herself. This answer was far beyond what she expected. She had assumed Ren would say Kagaya, without hesitation. Who would have guessed he would name her? Sonoko, snapping out of her daze, quickly grew intrigued. She looked from Kagaya to Hayasaka with amusement. Only now did she notice, Hayasaka, despite being a maid, was actually much cuter and more beautiful than Kagaya, and Kaguya too. Ren, you really picked Hayasaka as your favorite. I thought you liked that ice cube Kagaya. Yeah, same here. I totally thought you'd pick Kagaya. A sudden voice cut into the conversation. Sonoko stopped mid-sentence and turned toward the hot spring entrance. Chika stood there, wearing a pink bikini. Not just Chika, but several others had also entered from the hot spring entrance. Wow, Chika's figure was still outrageously good. Sonoko, normally very confident in her own figure, felt too self-conscious to stand next to Chika. The difference was just too much. Her figure didn't look like something a high schooler should have. The bikini only made it more obvious. Right after Chika arrived, Ren followed behind in a blue bikini. I also thought Ren would go for Shinomiya-san. Ren's arrival caused another shockwave among the girls. Her figure was even more exaggerated than Fujiwara Chika's, dealing a heavy blow to the other's self-esteem. You could clearly see the defined waistline and her long, toned legs. She was practically the embodiment of a perfect girl. Not a trace of excess fat. Her body was clearly shaped by years of training. She radiated both health and beauty. No bulky muscles, just sleek lines and strength, a body any girl would envy. So does Amamiya like maids? Aizawa Sakuya, in a navy blue two-piece swimsuit, also joined. Despite being 13, she already had a surprisingly mature figure. If it's about maids, then shouldn't Ren like Maria too? Nagi, in a red two-piece swimsuit suited to her petite build, commented as she followed up, steering the conversation toward Maria. Nagi, don't say things that might be misunderstood. Also, Mr. Ren hasn't answered that yet, has he? Wearing a modest brown bikini, Maria's swimsuit had no fancy designs, but it gave her a mature charm that far surpassed her age. It wasn't just her calm demeanor, her physical development was also far beyond average. Mature in speech, mature in looks. Maria then smoothly redirected the conversation back to the person in question, Ren. Suddenly placed back in the spotlight, Ren felt the weight of the girl's collective curiosity. The way their eyes glimmered made him feel the pressure mount. Maria smiled and took Nagi's hand as they stepped into the hot spring. This conversation about Mr. Ren's preferences in the story could go on forever. Shall we all sit and continue? The rest of the girls nodded in agreement and began entering the hot spring one after another, sitting around together. Girls always had a soft spot for gossip, especially when it came to someone they liked. Especially when it concerned how Ren had viewed them back in the story. Of course, they were also curious to know more about their roles in that world. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 249, Chapter 249, I've always. Everyone who came on this hot spring trip was now soaking in the hot spring, casually watching Ren seated between Kaguya and Sonoko with gossipy eyes. A cool breeze blew down from the mountainside, dispersing some of the fog lingering over the spring. The sudden chill refreshed everyone, preventing them from feeling stuffy after soaking too long. Amamiya, your favorite character from that story you just talked about is Hayasaka. Is it because she's a maid? Sanzenin Nagi asked bluntly, her face filled with curiosity and gossip. I won't deny that a lot of people like the maid archetype when reading stories, but I don't think that's the only reason for me. Ren acknowledged that the maid setup had its charm, but when he first read the story, it wasn't solely that aspect of Hayasaka AI that drew him in. In fact, Kaguya's story is more of a slice-of-life comedy. I mean the original part where the idea is that whoever confesses first loses, it had a strong comedic vibe. The plot's your typical young lady romance setup. But because the male and female leads keep playing mental games to get the other to confess first, it turns into a kind of romantic battle comedy. And Hayasaka's the one who carries out Kaguya's ridiculous plans, always stuck playing the role of the exasperated spectator. Her face every day is just screaming, how are these two even dating? But she still works hard to follow Kaguya's instructions. As he spoke, Ren couldn't help but laugh. She's a popular, sociable girl at school, but in front of Kaguya, she's the textbook Kuderi maid. Sometimes she even mocks others, and she bottles up so much pressure from work every day. Her only joy is watching hydraulic press videos online. The cat and mouse between the main couple is fun, but Hayasaka's story is actually pretty deep too. After hearing Ren's description, everyone's eyes turned to Hayasaka, suddenly intrigued by her. Even Kaguya looked at Hayasaka with a strange expression. Hayasaka, what Ren said is pretty much spot on with your situation. But I haven't seen you watching hydraulic press videos lately. Miss Kaguya, did you forget? Oko retired, remember? Without him stressing me out anymore, the daily pressure isn't nearly as bad. Hayasaka calmly reminded Kaguya of Shinomiya Oko. Back then, her biggest source of stress was Kaguya's betrayal and the suffocating pressure from Oko. That combination was what wore her down the most. Plus, you don't even like President Shiragene's personality, so I don't have to go around acting like in the story and constantly execute your plans. The daily stress is way more manageable now. Crushing Oko's pride really was the right move. Kaguya now felt more justified in her past decisions. She had stomped all over her older brother's pride and confidence, leaving him unable to recover. She uprooted every nail he had planted inside the Shinomiya conglomerate, promoted the Hayasaka family in full, and sent all the termites that infested the group to prison. She thoroughly severed his ability to stage a comeback within the Shinomiya group or family. Hayasaka also agreed with this. Oko was rigid to his bones. His methods were brutal, always exploiting weaknesses, stomping directly on people's sore spots so no one could resist him. I think the trauma from what Miss Kaguya did that day will haunt him for life. Even now, Hayasaka couldn't help laughing whenever she recalled the image of Shinomiya Oko's retreating back. Watching from the side, Nagi felt she could understand why Ren liked Hayasaka so much just from that short explanation. Maid plus aloof plus Tsukomi plus stress plus sarcasm plus loyalty, it made sense why someone would like her. As a full-blooded otaku, Nagi also thought Hayasaka was a really fun and charming character. But then, Nagi became curious about something else. Then, who do you like most from my story? Sanzenin. Huh. Sanzenin Isumi blinked, stunned, her whole face turning red a second later. She was dressed modestly in the same two-piece swimsuit as Nagi. After all, she was still a child, so it was better to wear something age-appropriate. The soft lavender swimsuit made her look like a delicate violet, her shy smile like a flower just beginning to bloom. Being cute is one thing. But even though she's scared, she still bravely faces danger for her friends. She's often confused, but never hesitates when it matters most. She can do so much for Nagi, and her pure friendship with Nagi is something really touching. Ren didn't hold back in explaining why he liked her. The more Isumi listened, the more flustered she became, especially since Ren's compliments sounded way too flattering. Actually, it's not just Sajinomiya. When faced with temptation, Sanzenin chose to give up for the sake of her butler. She may be a bit tsundere, but she's always true to herself. Her words can be sharp, but she's incredibly kind at heart. Miss Aizawa is also very attentive to her siblings. Whenever Sanzenin's in a bad mood, she notices right away and does whatever she can to cheer her up. She's a really good big sister. It's the same with Ran and Sonoko. They always understand each other without words, and their friendship is incredibly pure. When Ran's in trouble, Sonoko always stands by her side. Ran does the same in return. Fujiwara Chika also values her bond with Kagaya a lot. When she sees injustice, she speaks up. Even though she's always smiling and cheats during games, she still really looks out for her juniors. And then there's Miss Maria. She left on her own to help Sanzenin grow, completely out of selfless love. She's always been caring and considerate. Honestly, she's just like the Virgin Mary. Seeing all of you like this, I've always liked you very much. To be continued. Chapter 250. Chapter 250. The two ants are also very popular. After Ren finished speaking, the hot spring fell into a long silence. The person in question looked around at the silent group in confusion, blinking innocently with nothing but clear puzzlement in his eyes. What's wrong? Did I say something weird? No, nothing's wrong. Nagi quickly interrupted, stopping Ren from overthinking. She lightly patted her cheeks. Maybe the hot spring was too hot, her face felt unusually warm. Does he really not realize how much that sounded like a confession? Thinking about his personality, Nagi sighed silently. Sigh. He probably doesn't even realize the kind of feelings those words stir up in people. He likely just meant he liked the characters in the story. Her thoughts now somewhat sorted, Nagi still found her face growing warm. It's such a strange feeling to be suddenly praised like that. Especially when he set up an atmosphere so similar to a confession, any girl would feel like they were just confessed to. She glanced around at the others present. Yeah, pretty much everyone was the same. But this also helped Nagi realize something important. It seems that Maria, Isumi, and Sakuya all have a crush on Ren. Only when a boy they like confesses to them would a girl suddenly get emotional. And only when the body releases a lot of dopamine would such emotions be triggered. Take Isumi, for example. Nagi had never seen Tachibana Wataru do anything to cause that kind of reaction in her. Ren, aside from us, are there any other characters in the story who are very popular and well received? Nagi's question prompted Ren to recall quite a few people. There are definitely quite a few. This response instantly calmed down all the girls who had been emotionally affected earlier, and now their gossip-loving instincts were fully reignited. I know there are a lot of popular characters. Among them, there are many from Sonoko and Ran's story. For example, Kudo Yukiko, Kisaki Eri, Sato Miwako, Absinthe, Mayano Akemi, and Mayano Shiho. Hearing those names, Sonoko and Ran were stunned. Sonoko couldn't help but ask. Ren, why are Aunt Yukiko and Aunt Eri on that list? Those two are the very definition of aunties in this world. At 37, they definitely qualify. So why are they so popular? How should I put it? I think they're popular because they look young, mature, intelligent, and attractive in the story. It's hard for people not to like them. Though a little embarrassed, Ren still gave a sincere answer. Plus, character portrayals in stories aren't the same as in real life. There's a filter. So the signs of aging on their faces are practically non-existent. In that sense, there's a big difference between fiction and reality. A filter, huh? Animation versus reality does have a thick filter. With that kind of filter, it's easy to see why many people like elegant-looking older women in stories. Filter, yeah, that makes sense. Sonoko nodded. She agreed with the idea. After all, stories are stories, reality is reality. The two shouldn't be confused. I've seen Aunt Yukiko in person. She takes good care of herself, but you can still tell her skin is a bit loose. Yeah. People do gossip about her, and it's true that her skin has gotten looser. Ran couldn't help but agree. She saw Aunt Yukiko more often than Sonoko and more recently too, so she noticed the traces of time more clearly. And my mom too. Because of her work, she often stays up late reviewing documents and checking case files. That's why her eye bags are heavy, and she has crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Also, her irregular schedule. When I moved in with her, I realized she had a bit of a belly. Age and work have clearly left marks on her mother. Ren was certain that her mom today was quite different from how she was 10 years ago. While she was still charming, she couldn't be compared to the younger generation anymore. As a middle-aged woman, Kisaki Eri was still a strong and hard-working professional. Naturally, it was harder for her to maintain her figure. Being a lawyer wasn't exactly easy. Working constantly on the front lines, Eri's physical condition understandably declined a little. Just some effects from staying up late and a bit of belly fat due to irregular living habits, those were already very mild symptoms. Ren thought that was perfectly normal. Many people are born beautiful, but only a few can maintain that beauty over time. Sato Miwako, she's the police officer we met on Tsukikage Island. Ren's reminder made the girls remember the policewoman who came to protect them. In terms of looks and figure, they recalled she was indeed top tier. Mayano Akemi and Mayano Shiho are sisters. Ren, remember what I told you? Your role in the story was reduced because another character entered the plot. That character was Shiho Mayano, who took the same drug as Kudo. Her sister has long black hair. And she herself actually looks a lot like Sonoko when Sonoko doesn't wear her headband and styles her hair in soft waves. Huh. Sonoko blinked in surprise, and the other girls turned their attention to her. In their minds, they imagined her with wavy hair and no headband. Then they all nodded slightly. They could picture what Shiho Mayano looked like now. Shiho Mayano's personality is also very different from Sonoko's. She's more like Hayasaka during her work mode, she shows little emotion and is a very young scientist. She inherited her parents' talent and developed the drug that shrank Kudo based on their research. Thanks to Ren's explanation, the girls now had a better understanding of Shiho Mayano. A genius girl. But most of the girls present didn't think much of the genius title. Because they were the same. To be continued. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, Other People Make Things Angry. Mayano Shiho's parents are really impressive. They could actually create such a bizarre drug, Sanzenin Nagi couldn't help but sigh. It's honestly strange that scientists like them weren't taken seriously. Nagi, I think it has a lot to do with development funding. Developing a drug like that probably isn't cheap, and Mayano Shiho's parents clearly didn't have that kind of money, Ren replied. Plus, this kind of research is nearly impossible to monetize. Nagi thought it over for a moment and then nodded in agreement. That's true. Even if the drug is successfully developed, it's not something you can profit from. People dream of drugs that restore youth and extend life, but if such a drug were ever made public, it would cause global chaos. At worst, it could even start a war. Ren smiled and nodded at her reasoning. If a drug like that really existed, it would definitely stir things up. But even if it did, it would only extend lifespan, not grant true immortality. After all, the number of cell divisions in the human body is limited. I don't know the exact mechanism of the drug, but I'm pretty sure it just temporarily rejuvenates the body. At best, it could increase the number of cell divisions. So even if you took the drug and turned from an old man into a child like Kudo, it wouldn't actually reverse your lifespan. At most, you get a few extra decades, aging backward from old age to adolescence, improving your quality of life. Yeah, that makes sense, Nagi said, nodding. From a scientific standpoint, she felt that life extension and rejuvenation were far more realistic. Amamiya, even if we wanted to live forever, it wouldn't be that easy, would it? Ren nodded slightly. To truly achieve immortality by your own strength, you'd need to at least reach the level of a demigod. From our perspective, as we grow stronger, we gradually drift away from being ordinary humans. We're steadily advancing in power, and fundamentally changing who we are. That's the beginning of becoming immortal. But stepping into the realm of demigods isn't easy. Even if you had the chance to attain immortality, it's still extremely difficult. That's why I think Mayano Shiho's parents were a bit too idealistic. At best, their drug can extend life and rejuvenate the body. Immortality. That's just wishful thinking. Ren had never denied the potential of technology. However, he also believed that human immortality could not be solved with a couple of pills. At the very least, unless humanity can solve the issue of limited cell division, the lifespan barrier cannot be broken. Although Ren explained it from his own perspective, Mayano Shiho's parents probably believed the drug could still be improved to create a perfect version, one that could overcome cellular limits. He took out the maple leaf coin from Sefirah Castle and flicked it with his thumb. The coin spun in the air before landing in his palm, face side up. Looks like my guess was right. Even if APTX 4869 is perfected, it can only prolong life at best. He flipped the coin again, and once again, it landed face side up. This is the limit. Ren lightly shook his head and put the maple leaf coin back into Sefirah Castle. Technology's ceiling is life extension. It can't completely stop the natural cycle of cell division. Only by introducing new variables to science can we go beyond mere longevity and approach eternal life. The girls present understood that the variable he spoke of was the mystical. But that kind of mysterious variable would never be added to normal scientific methods. At least, not unless there was cooperation. Without it, such variables would never be integrated. Immortality is definitely a complicated topic, but it's one that every era obsesses over, Nagi said, shaking her head. She wasn't too disappointed. After all, if just 2 pills could solve humanity's greatest problem, it would be too easy. Let's drop the topic for now. We're still just teenagers. We don't need to be worrying about immortality. That made all the girls laugh. True enough, the average age among them was under 20. Why worry about such a distant issue? We were just talking about the popular characters in Ran and Sunoko's stories. So, are there any popular characters in my story and Shinomiya's story? Nagi changed the subject again, but this one gave Ren a slight headache. The popular characters in Kagaya's story mostly revolve around her. There aren't many surprises. I think the most popular one is probably Hayasaka. As for your story, I think you already know who the top character is, right, Nagi? Hearing Ren say that, Nagi immediately understood who he meant. Katsura Hinajuku, right? Ren nodded. The student council president won both popularity polls. And both times, her votes were more than double the second place. You could call it a landslide victory. Apart from Hinajuku, the only one who might surpass her is Athena from Tennu Academy. She's just as talented and knowledgeable, with athletic skills superior to Hinajuku's. She even outclassed Sajinomiya in some aspects and was the first person to make her taste defeat. Though the others are popular too, none come close to those two in terms of strength and appeal. Suddenly thinking about the topic of popularity, Ren glanced at Maria, who was sitting next to Nagi. Also, Miss Maria ranked second in both previous popularity polls, consistently ahead of Sanzenin. To be continued. Chapter 252, Outrageous. The afternoon hot spring ended with casual conversation. Bathing felt incredibly comfortable, especially in that special environment, surrounded by people to talk with. After the bath, everyone returned to their rooms to rest for a bit. The weather outside was cold. It's best not to expose yourself to the cold right after bathing, as it's easy to catch a cold. After a short rest in their rooms, everyone gathered again in the entertainment area. More specifically, they gathered in the massage section of the entertainment area. Aside from massage appointments, there were also several high-end massage chairs. They had just enjoyed the hot spring, so it was a reasonable next gathering spot. Ren exited his room and walked down a long corridor. The dim lighting gave the hallway a strangely nostalgic, retro feel. As he made his way through, the sounds around him grew louder. The sound of a game in particular stood out clearly to Ren's ears. There were only 4 people in the group who were really into games. Ren didn't even need to guess and simply followed the sound. Ha! If this were Street Fighter, you wouldn't be able to rely on observation to read my moves. Sanzenin Nagi laughed triumphantly. Ugh. 583. Chika lowered her head and clenched her fists in frustration. Without even looking at the screen, it was obvious she had lost badly. A quick glance from Ren was enough to understand what was happening. The spectator's enhanced observation allows Chika to read someone's true intentions through their expressions and movements. But in a game, your attention is focused on the screen. You can't analyze your opponent's body language in real time, so it's naturally hard to predict their next move. Ren walked over with a smile. Let's go another round. Woo Amamiya, I lost so badly. Chika turned around and hugged Ren, starting to sob. In the gaming field she was supposed to be good at, she had been utterly crushed by Nagi. There. Ren gently patted Chika, soothing her crushed ego. I've told you this before. A spectator is just that, an observer. You're not an actual participant in the game. It's because you haven't fully understood either the game or yourself that you lost so badly to Sanzenin. Chika looked up at Ren with teary eyes. What should I do? Ren instinctively stroked her head, calming her down, then offered his advice. Play your role properly. The spectator's physical strengthening lets you determine someone's true thoughts by observing their actions and speech. Mental strengthening enhances focus and observation, which improves your ability to read your target. Every game is built on patterns. The characters' moves follow a logic set by the developers. What a spectator should do is observe those characters' actions and then infer the real intention behind them, attacks, positioning, movement. Chika's eyes lit up instantly. So I should observe the game characters' movements to predict Nagi's next actions. Ren smiled and nodded slightly. Exactly. Don't focus on Sanzenin. Focus on the game. Oh. Nagi, let's go again. Just like that, Chika went from teary-eyed to pumped up in an instant, filled with fighting spirit and eager anticipation. "Ha, you think you can beat me just because Ren gave you a few tips?" Faced with the renewed challenge, Sanzenin Nagi didn't back down. She didn't believe Fujiwara Chika could adjust that quickly. And at first, she was right. The game began, and Nagi still held an overwhelming advantage. With her skillful control, she slowly whittled away the health of the character controlled by Chika. However, this time was noticeably different from the complete beatdown earlier. Chika's character no longer got wiped out without resistance. Instead, she managed to deal over half damage to Nagi's character. No way. Nagi could feel the pressure. Chika's mechanics hadn't improved, but she accurately predicted several of Nagi's big moves, dodged what should have been guaranteed hits, and even landed counterattacks with only half-decent execution. The second match started soon after. This time, Chika's counterattacks were more frequent, more than double the first round. Her execution still wasn't polished, and she couldn't chain stylish combos, but even those simple counters were starting to frustrate Nagi. She still lost the second match. But this time, Nagi's character only had a sliver of health left. If the skill gap wasn't so large, the outcome could have been completely reversed. Oh. Even though she lost again, Chika jumped up in excitement. That was actually kind of crazy. Though she won, Nagi felt the pressure big time. She had barely scraped out the win. If her technical edge wasn't so strong, she might have lost embarrassingly. Her skill hasn't improved at all, yet she pulled that off just by observing. The counterattacks were simple, but the fact that Nagi was almost defeated using just observation made one thing clear. If Chika's technical skills were on par, she would have lost both rounds. It's honestly terrifying how high her observation ability is. Aizawa Sakuya, also a gamer and someone who had studied game mechanics, understood better than most just how absurd Fujiwara Chika's performance was. It's not just observation. Her concentration is insane. In the second round, she interrupted almost every one of Nagi's attacks, cutting them off cleanly and even retaliating. Sajinomiya Isumi wasn't good at action-heavy games, but after being dragged into enough matches by Nagi, she developed some appreciation for them. Even if she lacked the hands-on skill, she understood what she was seeing. In conclusion, the spectator's observation ability was absolutely outrageous. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, The Battle of Virtue. The third round became a complete reversal of the previous match. With more than half her health remaining, Fujiwara Chika nearly crushed Sanzenin Nagi outright. Yeah. I won. Having defeated Nagi for the first time, Chika was visibly ecstatic. On the other hand, Nagi took the blow hard. How could this happen? How could this happen? Being crushed in her area of expertise by someone with such poor technical skill was the ultimate disgrace for a gamer. Her skills couldn't even last a single round against Chika's overwhelming observation. Didn't this imply that technique alone was inferior to observation? Clack. A hand suddenly rested on Nagi's shoulder, snapping her out of her dazed state. Turning around, she saw Aizawa Sakuya looking at her with sympathy. Nagi, give it up. Your observation and focus can't compare to Fujiwara's. Her observation of the game characters is razor sharp. Didn't you notice? She could read your next move every time. That's not cheating. That's just pure observation and focus. This technique was often referred to as Mizo. But Mizo required extremely high talent, observation, concentration, and even superhuman reaction time. Coincidentally, while the spectator pathway didn't involve physical enhancement, its supercharged observation and focus allowed Fujiwara Chika to prepare in advance without needing rapid reflexes, thus bypassing the body's reaction time. That was how she nearly wiped the floor with Sanzenin Nagi. The spectator isn't suited for direct combat, but in games that rely on observation and awareness, they can really shine. Ren wasn't surprised by the outcome. Given Fujiwara's spectator abilities, this result was to be expected. Ugh. At this point, Nagi was on the verge of tears. She couldn't handle suffering a complete reversal in her specialty. Her beautiful eyes started to brim with tears. Nagi, remember this feeling of defeat. For those who walk the extraordinary path, it's not something to be ashamed of. It's a step that must be taken. You felt this before with Kaguya, but this time it's in a field you're more confident in, so the frustration hits harder. Ren didn't rub it in. Instead, he gave her a reminder, although he was inwardly exasperated at how rigid she was about martial virtue. He placed a hand on her head. So tell me, when you realized Fujiwara was using an extraordinary ability, why didn't you think of using yours to find a counter? Use that clever mind of yours. Are there any rules in the game saying only Fujiwara can use powers? Why are you being so stubborn? The teary-eyed Sanzenin paused. Her expression shifted from hurt to surprise as she looked up. Isn't that cheating? Seriously, sometimes you need to learn to adapt. It's fine to insist on fair play when it's just between you and Sakuya, but you can't apply that same thinking to everyone. After messing up Sanzenin's soft, golden hair, Ren sighed inwardly. You know what? I'll set a new rule for you and Fujiwara's match using extraordinary abilities. Fujiwara, if you can detect when Sanzenin cheats, you get a point. Conversely, if Sanzenin manages to cheat and you don't catch her, she gets a point. Then you'll have one normal Street Fighter match per round. The winner gets 1 point. 5 points in total. Whoever loses has to go to the other team and admit she's not as good. That last condition made both Fujiwara Chika and Sanzenin Nagi's eyes sharpen instantly. Competitiveness wasn't exclusive to boys. Girls could be just as fired up. The punishment wasn't anything severe, but being forced to admit defeat was still emotionally tough. Of course, even knowing it wouldn't affect their relationship, neither of them wanted to lose in something they prided themselves on. So, as soon as Ren suggested the rule, both girls' competitive spirits flared up. No matter what, they couldn't lose. All right. Chika, think you can handle it? Bring it on. I already beat you once. I'm not afraid of your tricks. The tension exploded instantly. Even Nagi, who had just experienced the sting of defeat, was reignited with the desire to completely overwhelm her rival. Soon, the two started a new round. Meanwhile, Ren nodded to Sajinomiya and Aizawa, then made his way to the massage area. Aside from a few playful kids, everyone else was relaxing there. Ren, Muri, Sonoko, Hayasaka, and Maria. These 4 girls had fairly balanced body types and were also prone to shoulder and back soreness. Sonoko and Hayasaka had only mild symptoms, while Ren and Maria had more serious ones. At the hot spring hotel, there was no need to wear thick coats. In fact, the building was so well heated that wearing even a thick yukata could feel stuffy. So everyone only wore a single yukata. Under the yukata was just underwear. With so few layers, the yukata naturally accentuated their figures. When Ren walked in, he saw the girls reclining on massage chairs, their faces relaxed. That kind of deep relaxation clearly relieved a lot of built-up stress. He also noticed that Shinomiya Kagaya was the only one standing off to the side with a gloomy look. He walked straight toward her. Kagaya, have you rested? Yeah. Kagaya's response lacked energy. She seemed down. Still jealous. Huh. Kagaya replied reflexively, then paused. A moment later, she remembered what had happened at the open-air hot spring, and her cheeks puffed up in frustration. Still jealous. Super jealous. And I'm not letting you off the hook. That reaction was so cute that Ren couldn't help but smile. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 254, Ren, want to talk to Ran. Kagaya's puffed-up cheeks from jealousy and frustration made her look even more adorable. Ren smiled and raised a hand to gently poke her cheek. Not easy to coax. Then how about I don't bother? I'm not exactly good at coaxing girls. That line instantly made Kagaya anxious. Try it. Try it first. Maybe I am easy to coax. Puffed. The nearby girls couldn't hold back their laughter. That reaction completely shattered her usual calm image. They didn't even last a minute. Then I'll give it a try. Ren suppressed his smile and hugged the fidgeting Kagaya before she could start bouncing in agitation. As soon as she realized he wasn't brushing her off, Kagaya's mood improved dramatically. But the moment she felt herself being pulled into a hug, her brain short-circuited. Her mind blanked out. By the time she snapped back to reality, she was already in Ren's embrace. Kagaya. His sudden voice whispered into her ear made it tickle slightly. I told Sonoko in the hot spring just now, I don't really understand girls. I don't know how to interact properly. If I ever neglect you, just tell me, all right? Ren's honest words calmed Kagaya down little by little. As a girl, she knew she needed to be reserved. But just like Ren, this was her first time experiencing romantic feelings and dealing with the opposite sex. She didn't really know how to navigate it either. Maybe being upfront with Ren about her feelings would be better. It was the first time for both of them, so naturally they would need time to learn and grow together. Yeah. That scene from the open-air hot spring flashed in her mind again. Back then, Sonoko had tilted her head slightly and looked up at Ren with a mix of anticipation and shyness, as if silently asking for something. Kagaya now understood exactly what Sonoko was feeling at that moment. She lifted her head, almost like she was possessed. Ren, Hey. Big Ice Princess, be careful. We're still here. In an instant, Kagaya sprang away from Ren as if shocked by electricity. She had completely forgotten there were others watching. Kagaya-san, next time you want to confess something to Ren, find a quiet room. That way, no one will interrupt. If you need privacy, just ask me. The other dimension is very quiet. Hayasaka Kagaya nearly ground her teeth in frustration. She had almost said something completely embarrassing in front of everyone, only to be interrupted, by her own maid, no less. Ahem. Ren coughed awkwardly and took Kagaya's hand. Next time, if you need to talk, let's do it in private. Kagaya looked down at their joined hands. She didn't pull away, only tightened her grip slightly. Okay. She had already made up her mind. Next time, when no one was around, she would monopolize Ren all for herself. Ren, have you gotten in touch with Uncle Muri yet? Ren suddenly changed the subject. The shift was so abrupt that Ren, who had been watching everything unfold, needed a second to process it. My dad. Not yet. But Aunt Yumi told me that the hot spring and they went to his Benkei Ryokan. Benkei. Ren muttered the name and instinctively looked toward Hayasaka. Feeling his gaze, Hayasaka smiled and responded. Benkei Ryokan is located just at the foot of Mt. Kuro. It's a very old hot spring inn. Since it's an older place, it mostly gets middle-aged and senior guests. It doesn't receive many customers annually. Not many. How do they stay afloat? Ren was curious. Maybe I wasn't clear. I meant it gets fewer guests than newer inns. But they still get a steady stream every week. The annual profits are still decent. But compared to the newer, more modern inns in the area, it definitely falls short. Still, because of its age, the rates are lower. That's why it's actually more popular among older guests. The phrase cost-effective popped into Ren's mind the moment Hayasaka finished. Unlike well-off foreign tourists, most older locals preferred inns that didn't charge exorbitantly. Ren could understand that clearly. This current inn, Jiraku, was high-end in both design and amenities. But that also meant its prices were sky-high. For most families, staying here would be hard to justify. Choosing a more budget-friendly place made more sense for the average person. If it's at the base of the mountain, then Ren, I'll go with you later. Okay. Thinking of what Aunt Yumi had told her earlier, Ren couldn't help blushing slightly, but still nodded. Kagaya, Sonoko, are you two coming? Forget it. There's still time to rest in the afternoon. And I'm not familiar with Uncle Muri anyway. Sonoko waved her hand dismissively and then glanced sideways at Kagaya. Kagaya also glanced in Ren's direction, then slowly let go of Ren's hand. I won't go either. I'd like to rest a bit more. I've been exercising a lot lately. With that, Kagaya sat down next to Sonoko on a massage chair. The intentions of these two girls were obvious, maybe too obvious. How could Ren not notice? They were giving him space and time with Ran. Looks like I really should talk to Ran. Kagaya and Sonoko's actions clearly confirmed what he had already suspected. Ran had feelings for him too. And now that he thought about it, this whole hot spring trip had been suggested by Ran after she learned about his group's plans. Would a casual friend really do that? All right then. Ran, let's head out. Okay. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, I can't be sure. At the foot of the mountain, in the old hot spring inn called Benkei, 6 middle-aged people were having a reunion for the first time in 5 years. 5 years have really passed in the blink of an eye. Muri Kagoro couldn't help but sigh. Yeah. So much has happened, and yet it feels like no time has passed. That last class reunion still feels like it was yesterday. Ayashiro Yukio echoed with a nostalgic tone. 5 years was not short. To gather again here, at the same place, brought with it a strong wave of emotion. It felt almost surreal. After a moment of silence, Ayashiro looked down at the little boy with glasses sitting beside Muri Kagoro. Actually, I was just wondering, Kagoro, when did you have a son? 5 years ago, you brought Ran along. This time, instead of her, you've brought your little boy. Looks like you and Eri finally made up, huh? Faced with the teasing, Muri Kagoro rolled his eyes. This brat's not my son. He's the child of a friend. The parents went abroad to enjoy life and left their son in my care. Ayashiro Yukio widened his eyes at the boy, then turned back to Kagoro. Your friends got guts, leaving their kid with a sloppy guy like you. But I guess it's fine since Ran's around. If you mess up, she can pick up the slack, right? Exactly. Muri Kagoro downed a drink, then slumped with a sigh. If Ran could take care of him, I'd be thrilled. But our apartment's not big. It used to be fine with just me and Ran. Now that this kid's staying with us, it's a squeeze. Ran's already 16, you know. It's not appropriate for her to sleep in the same room as a child. So ever since he moved in, Ran's been staying over at Eri's place. As Muri Kagoro sighed, his 5 old classmates looked at him sympathetically. Among them, the only 2 female classmates, Ayashiro Yukio's wife, Ayashiro Noriko, and Horikoshi Yumi, were especially curious. Kagoro, it's been 5 years. Ren must have grown into a real beauty, huh? You got any photos? What kind of father carries photos of his daughter around? Kagoro scoffed. He wasn't in the habit of carrying photos of Ren with him. I have one. Yumi Horikoshi smiled and pulled out a photo she had clearly prepared in advance. I ran into Ren on Monday afternoon at the shopping street. 5 years have passed, and she's grown from a little girl into a young lady. Ayahiro Noriko's eyes sparkled as she took the photo. Wow. This is Ren now. I can't believe how much she's changed in just 5 years. Yukio, Omura Jun, and Nakamichi Kazushi all leaned in. Just one glance and their jaws dropped. Geez. She grew up into that in just 5 years. She doesn't look like Kagoro's kid at all. No kidding. Hearing the jabs from his old pals, veins bulged on Muri Kagoro's forehead. Hey. What's that supposed to mean? Can't my daughter be beautiful? She takes after Eri, okay. At that moment, Nakamichi Kazushi suddenly burst out laughing. So you admit it, you couldn't possibly father such a beauty. Damn it. You bastard. Kagoro was speechless for a second, then exploded. No matter how much Ren takes after Eri, she's still my daughter. Humph. She's beautiful, and you're just jealous. The 3 classmates without daughters twitched visibly. They all felt the same urge to throttle this show-off dad. Fighting him was pointless. They might not even win. So the 3 exchanged glances. That old classmate's silent understanding kicked in immediately. Ayahiro Yukio's mouth curled into a sly grin, and his voice suddenly turned teasing, full of mischievous glee. Kagoro, you must be on cloud 9. So tell me, how will you feel the day Ren brings home a boyfriend? That one line made all of Kagoro's smugness vanish in an instant. That brat who tried to date his daughter recently had gotten into an accident, but with the way Ren was growing up, suitors would be lining up soon. And he was terrified that day might come too soon. And it wasn't just Muri Kagoro who feared that day. Idagawa Konan feared it even more. He had chosen to pursue the black organization no matter the cost. For that goal, he had abandoned his identity as Kudo Shinichi and killed off the idea of ever being himself again. But by doing that, he had cut off his own path of return. Unless the black organization was completely taken down, he would never reclaim his real identity. And so, Idagawa Konan hoped harder than anyone else that the day Ren found a boyfriend would never come. He prayed that she wouldn't fall in love with someone else before he could finish what he started. Right now, he was just a child. He didn't even live under the same roof as Ren anymore. It was impossible to know what might happen in the future. On a hillside not far from Benkei Ryokan, Ren stood beside Ran, his voice gentle but probing. Ran, do you like me? I can't be sure. If she didn't, Ren would have denied it on the spot, maybe softened it with polite words. But because she couldn't deny it, her voice hesitated. I think I like Shinichi. That feeling came from us growing up together. But now I don't know anymore. In the past, Ren had been certain she liked Shinichi. Even during their interrupted date at Dorobaiga Paradise. But too much had happened that day. She learned Shinichi had been attacked with a blunt object after tailing 2 suspicious men. That he'd been fed a mysterious drug that shrank him into a child. And that instead of trusting her, Shinichi chose to hide everything. She found out he had even tried to get close to her again under a false identity. If none of that had happened, she might have still said she liked Shinichi. But everything that happened eroded her feelings for him. Especially the part where he moved into her house through deception, secretly acting possessive of her while keeping everything hidden. And ultimately, Shinichi chose to kill himself. Maybe that was the moment Ran finally let go of her feelings for him. How could she love someone who had already decided to disappear? To be continued. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Muri and his wife never truly broke, bonus. Maybe it's not that I'm unsure. Maybe I already became certain the moment I heard the news of Shinichi's death. What's uncertain is just, my emotions. As she said this, Ren slowly lowered her head, her gaze falling on Idagawa Konan beside her. So much had happened in the span of a single month, more than she'd experienced in the past 10 years combined. She had been exposed to too many things, which had left her confused and unsure how to sort through her emotions. Then, turning to glance at Ren beside her, Ren quietly leaned in. That uncertainty, it used to be real. But now I'm sure. Maybe the bond between me and Shinichi was completely severed the moment he chose to let Kudo Shinichi die. At just the right moment, Ren reached out and wrapped Ran into a gentle hug. Ran's cheeks turned a soft pink. Her heart was racing. And at that moment, she realized, when she was with Ren, she couldn't keep her emotions in check. Before, she had dismissed this as simple attraction or fleeting emotion. But now, she could say with certainty that she had fallen in love. Not with her childhood sweetheart, Kudo Shinichi, who had already died, but with the boy named Amamiya Ren, whom she'd only known for a month. Now, when I'm with you, I feel like I don't have to endure topics I don't care about. When I'm with you, my heart races, and sometimes I catch myself thinking about you without realizing it. Ren couldn't help but recall everything that had happened over the past month. The initial shock of learning that Shinichi had shrunk into a child had been washed away by the discovery of the diary, by the sheer emotional chaos it had unleashed. When it was confirmed that Shinichi had effectively erased himself from existence, Ren had quietly entered her world. At first, it was just fleeting encounters at school. Then, gradually, their interactions deepened after class. And eventually, the space left behind by Shinichi had been filled. A quiet, slightly self-conscious boy had always kept a respectable distance from her. But somehow, little by little, he became part of her everyday life, adding color to her once monochrome days. Habit was a frightening thing. When Ren realized that she had grown used to Ren being around, she also realized something else: her feelings for him were growing. Maybe she couldn't say with 100% certainty that she liked him. But she definitely wanted to share everything with him. She wanted to let him see the emotional parts of her that no one else could. I ran into Aunt Yumi on my way home Monday night. When I heard about the weekend hot spring trip, you were the first person I thought of. Ran sighed softly. I think it was because of something Aunt Yumi said. She said, you can go on a hot spring trip with your boyfriend and surprise your dad. And the first person I thought of was you. That's an incredible honor. Ren hadn't expected that at all. Is this because of the story again? Ren asked, raising an eyebrow. Ren nodded with a somewhat pained expression. It is. In the story, your feelings for Kudo Shinichi were so unwavering. Even when complications arose, you never faltered. So I assumed that you were still just as loyal in real life. Hearing this, Ren angrily pinched the big idiot beside her. I can be loyal, but he didn't give me the chance. Loyalty starts with communication, right? He destroyed his own identity. We weren't even in a relationship. So why should I wait around and avoid getting close to other guys just for him? That's not loyalty. That's just blind devotion. If they had been a couple, maybe it would have been different. But they weren't. Loyalty should only exist in a confirmed relationship. I was just a fool in that story. Who would be that loyal to someone they weren't even dating? And do you think I wasn't hurt by how I was treated in that story? No matter how patient someone is, if they're constantly hurt, they'll eventually give up. Ran had never believed that feelings could last forever on their own. No matter how deep the bond, it had to be nurtured. She had seen her own parents, despite their once strong relationship, live apart because of unresolved issues. She and Shinichi were just childhood friends. Nothing more. Hiss. Ren flinched from the sharp pain where she had pinched him. Even the clown couldn't hide the agony from his face. Ran, please go easy on me. My body's not that durable. Ran paused and stopped pinching. She glanced at the spot on his waist she had just grabbed. She thought about massaging the bruise to help ease the blood flow, but gave up. They were outside. She couldn't just slip her hand under Ren's clothes, could she? She couldn't exactly do it over the fabric either. So instead, she lightly knocked on his arm a couple of times. Anyway, the characters in the story are way too perfect. But no one's that flawless in real life. No one can sustain a one-sided love forever. Especially in relationships. If the feelings aren't returned, they'll burn out. Even if my parents had a strong bond, they still live apart because of their differences. If I didn't know that they still care about each other and secretly meet from time to time, I might have thought their relationship was over. Huh. That was the first time Ren had heard this particular detail, and he was genuinely surprised. Your parents still meet up often? Ran pouted slightly and replied in exasperation. Of course. Why else do you think they've been separated for so long without divorcing? You think it's just because of me? Those two just had an argument. It's not like they really fell out. I've been watching the whole time. How could I not know? Both of them are stubborn. If either one would just take the first step, they'd be back to normal. I even tried arranging situations to bring them together without them realizing. I gave them every chance. But they always put on an act in front of me. Click. Ran clicked her tongue in irritation. Sometimes, being the one who knew the truth was the most exhausting thing. Especially when you had to pretend not to know. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, Death God Arrives. Oh my god. This is a huge scoop. Even Ren was surprised by this bombshell. This part wasn't mentioned in the main story. The relationship between Kagoro and Eri is seriously complicated. Normally, a couple separated for more than 10 years would have divorced by now. But these two have been apart for over a decade and still keep in regular contact. That alone is pretty remarkable. Claiming it's for Ran's sake just feels awkward now. Especially considering Ran is already 16. Kids that age can handle their parents' divorce. They're not clueless anymore. But who would have thought Ren would end up involved in such a juicy mess? The couple keeps in contact and even meets up often. So, is Ran part of some ongoing act between them? They sure like to play games. And the result? Honestly, it's jaw-dropping. I'm saying this because I'm not an idiot. Ren always felt like she was being treated like a fool. As for love, I don't know. But if you let go of my hand, I'm leaving. Ren understood what she meant, so he didn't plan on letting go. Now that things had reached this point, he might as well be honest and just face it. Take initiative, accept responsibility. I won't let go. Feeling the hand on her waist tighten, Ren felt both happy and a little shy. Yeah. But you should be more careful around others. I already told them you were dating Sonoko. If Dad found out about us, he'd be furious. So we have to keep it a secret for now. Exactly. Given her family situation, Ren still thought it was best to keep things under wraps. Dating can't be too obvious. Not just at home, but even at school it could cause issues. The two walked down to the base of the mountain together. Of course, by the time they reached the bottom, Ren had already put a bit of distance between her and Ren. The Benkei Onsen Hotel was clearly different from the one they had booked. Swish. The sound of the sliding door opening caught the attention of the front desk staff. Seeing two young people enter in thick yukatas, the staff immediately recognized them as guests from a nearby hot spring hotel. Hello, may I help you? Yes. My name is Muri Ran. My father, Muri Kagoro, is attending a class reunion at this hot spring hotel. I'm here to see him. The staff didn't even need to check the list. There were only 6 guests booked that weekend, and one of them was Muri Kagoro. Please come in. Your father is in the main hall. Thank you. Ren thanked her, changed into indoor slippers with Ren, and walked toward the main hall. Sure enough, once they stepped inside, Ren saw her father and his group gathered together, seemingly focused on something. Ren quietly approached and tapped her father, who had an unusually gloomy look on his face. Kagoro was startled. When he turned around and saw his precious daughter behind him, he was both surprised and shocked. And the boy with glasses next to her? That was a blow to his heart. You scared me, Dad. Seeing his daughter's cheerful expression, Muri Kagoro felt like he was on the verge of a heart attack. She really scared him this time. Ran, what are you doing here? I ran into Aunt Yumi earlier and found out you were having a class reunion at this hot spring hotel. So I made a suggestion, and it was accepted. That's why our occult research club chose this place for our weekend trip. Good grief, what a random reason. Almost everyone at the scene couldn't help but think that. Given how domestic travel has become more expensive than going abroad, what kind of financial background does one need to make such a spontaneous plan? No wonder. Sonoko didn't come. She came. We all did. But after the hot spring bath, Sonoko wouldn't get off the massage chair. I wanted to visit my dad, so Ren came with me. Ran explained with a smile. Her very thorough and logical explanation managed to calm Kagoro down a bit. Fortunately, it wasn't what he had feared. Idagawa Konan, who noticed Kagoro's suspicious expression, rolled his eyes. Seriously, he's dating Sonoko. What are you thinking, old man? Even with Sonoko and Ran's relationship, that kind of misunderstanding makes no sense. Ren, this is the 3rd time we've met, Mr. Muri. Ren spoke quietly, sounding a bit shy. Though his voice wasn't loud, every word was clear. Ah, hello. After greeting them, Ren glanced around at everyone present and added apologetically. This might sound rude, but Mr. Muri's class reunion might encounter some trouble. Trouble? Kagoro frowned. He didn't get what Ren meant. Ren clearly noticed his unease, but didn't offer any explanation. He simply made a gesture with his hand, and a tarot card appeared in his palm. The death god has come to this class reunion. Mr. Muri, I believe your gathering might soon be tainted with blood. Huh. Kagoro's expression shifted dramatically. His temper flared and he almost jumped to his feet. Dad. But just before he could fully rise, Ren pushed him back into his seat. Ren can be blunt sometimes, but his readings are really accurate. Just listen to what he has to say first. Muri Kagoro, forced back into his chair, felt like his shoulder had been yanked down by a crane. The sudden force made it ache. But he didn't have time to dwell on how his daughter had suddenly gotten so strong. He could only focus on what this arrogant young man in front of him had just said. All right. I'll listen. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 258, Chapter 258, this is fortune-telling. He was scared. When he was young, he was afraid of his wife. Now that he's older, he's afraid of his daughter. Seeing Kagoro completely powerless against Ran and even being physically suppressed, his old classmates were all trying hard not to laugh. At this moment, their interest shifted toward Ran's friend. This young man had boldly declared that the god of death had come to this class reunion, and even predicted it would inevitably be stained with blood. Now being pinned down by his own daughter, Kagoro could only suppress his rising temper. He wasn't the type to joke around with old classmates. All right, kid. Tell me, why would you say that? Perhaps due to his years as a detective, Kagoro's gaze sharpened significantly at that moment. Spirituality reflects one's spirit. A police officer's spirit differs from that of ordinary people, and this sharpness couldn't be easily compared. Ren clearly felt this pressure, but he wasn't surprised. It's simply a conclusion drawn from my understanding of divination. Divination. As soon as he heard the word divination, Kagoro's face showed obvious disgust. Isn't that just psychological profiling? Saying something like this in a situation like ours, kid, you're just asking to get punched. Ren didn't object at all. True. If it were just casual fortune-telling, you really shouldn't say such bold things. But the kind of divination I do is a bit different. Mr. Muri doesn't need to believe it. I didn't offer this to force belief. If Mr. Muri doesn't want to know, I'll stop here. Based on his previous experience with Hatamoto Natsu, Ren chose to go with a nonchalant approach again. Of course, if the party involved doesn't want to know or understand, then he'll respect their wishes and say no more. Respecting people's choices is important. Playing hard to get. That's what Kagoro saw in Ren's attitude. What kind of divination could be so different? At this point, Kagoro couldn't help feeling a bit curious. Dad, it's fine, right? Just let Ren do a reading for you. Ren, who stood behind him, was getting anxious. Her father didn't understand Ren's ability, but she did. Ren's divination wasn't like those random stall readings outside train stations. His readings actually worked. As soon as Ren said that, Ren was already convinced something would happen at this reunion. If they had Ren perform a reading now, maybe they'd get a clear answer. The Hatamoto incident had only happened last week. Alright, fine. Being pushed by his daughter, Kagoro reluctantly set aside his bias and at least decided to see what the kid was capable of. Since you've already said something that's serious, if you can't back it up, I won't go easy on a brat who talks big. In response, Ren simply smiled, walked to the square table nearby, and lightly tapped the man sitting there. Sir, may I ask you to move? Oh, of course. Omura Jun moved aside, and after thanking him, Ren sat down. With a slight hand motion, a deck of tarot cards appeared before the eyes of everyone present. Oh. One card wasn't that impressive, but a full deck definitely made an impact. Ren then began shuffling them casually. During this brief moment, he looked at Kagoro. So, Mr. Muri, do you want to know about the murderer or the victim? You're really sure something's going to happen at my class reunion? If you know, why not just say it? The murderer and the deceased both have the right to choose. The future isn't set in stone. If my words can lead them to change their minds, maybe that's the best outcome. So I won't say the final answer. That response genuinely surprised Kagoro. Even the murderer and victim have a chance to change. If what you say is true, then I agree with you. All the people here were his college classmates. He didn't want to believe any of them would do something so extreme. In that case, tell me about the victim. All right, the victim. Ren stopped shuffling and drew 3 cards from the deck. Upright Death. Upright Devil. Reversed World. The deceased suffered from a serious condition known as depression for a long time. Their mental state was extremely unstable. This condition stemmed from their original family. The deceased had been physically abused. Although they resisted, it left a permanent psychological scar. Half a year ago, their condition worsened. They began to show signs of mania. The combination of depression and mania pushed things further into chaos. And the root cause behind all of this was a problem in their personal romantic relationship. As soon as Ren finished speaking, the room fell completely silent. No one laughed anymore. This wasn't like any fortune-telling they had ever heard. With just a few cards, Ren had disclosed deeply personal details of someone's life. He not only pinpointed experiences but also identified the underlying issues and even the exact timeline of the mental deterioration. Everyone looked stunned. But the person Ren was describing, they understood everything immediately. Perhaps, this reading wasn't a joke. At that moment, Idagawa Konan snapped out of his shock. This was too specific. Is this really divination? This is more like a direct profile. Subconsciously glancing at Kagoro, he saw that the old man was also frozen in place. Whether or not it was truly divination was beside the point now. It was clear that Ren had named someone already. Was this the result of prior investigation? But Conan immediately dismissed that idea. No. Even if someone had looked into things beforehand, certain details couldn't be found through standard intel. The original family issues, the abuse, the mental health timeline. Especially calling out the changes that began half a year ago, all of that was far too precise. How could anyone know such intimate, hidden details? No surface-level investigation could uncover that. Even Idagawa Conan didn't have an answer for this. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, The Murderer, and the Dead. Kagoro forced himself out of his daze and wiped his face with both hands. His mind, which usually only kicked into high gear when dealing with a major case, finally began working rapidly. Omura had always been an optimistic guy. Rather than depression, his biggest issue was his introverted personality. And judging from his build, he didn't look like someone who had been violated. But that naive assumption was quickly dismissed. The abuse likely didn't happen during college. It could have happened earlier, possibly during childhood, when the victim had no means to resist. So, it wasn't limited to women. Anyone here, aside from himself, could be the one. Kagoro could only be certain that he hadn't experienced anything like that himself. So, the deceased couldn't be him. As for identifying who had depression, that wasn't something easily judged from the outside. The more deeply depressed someone is, the more normal they might appear. The more serious the psychological issues, the less likely they are to be visible. Judging mental health based on appearance alone was foolish. There were clues, some of them very clear, but those were things only the person themselves would know. Kagoro had no way of identifying the victim based on that information. After all, these were his college classmates, not from high school, junior high, or elementary school. They didn't know each other that deeply. Kid, I can tell you're not joking. At this point, Kagoro was certain. The boy in front of him wasn't playing around. No one would joke to this extent. You didn't investigate this in advance. This wasn't just his question, it was on everyone's mind. Ren didn't answer right away but instead posed a question of his own. What would I gain from doing that? Everyone present paused. Then their expressions darkened. The answer was clear, there was nothing to be gained. People might go to great lengths for personal gain, but no one does something completely pointless without any benefit. Because there was no benefit, investigating in advance made no sense. Moreover, even if you had detailed personal data, it wouldn't be enough to accurately guess who the deceased was. If it were really that easy to figure out, there wouldn't be so many real-world murder cases with unidentified victims and suspects. Given all the uncertainty, pre-investigation was meaningless. So was this really the result of divination? Idagawa Conan, who had been following along quietly, began to waver in his stance. There were simply too many unknowns. He understood clearly that an investigation wouldn't yield this kind of information, unless you were the one planning the murder. But could that really be the case? Choosing a murder case to take place at the reunion of Kagoro's classmates, and deliberately targeting them. That would be a bold provocation. And would the person behind it willingly stand out and claim to be a seer? That would be pure suicide. Besides, there was no motive or reason for such a thing. Conan agreed with what Ren had said earlier, about benefits. No one acts without reason, and there's no motive to fabricate this scenario. He had a general idea of who Ren was. A classmate at Teitan High School, not exactly sociable. He lived frugally, known as a model for the work-study program. Conan couldn't imagine why someone like that would go through the trouble of plotting a murder. And if this really was some sort of plan, it would mean the person behind it bore a grudge against Kagoro. Which made it even less likely. After thinking for a while, Conan concluded that the simplest answer might be the correct one. Divination. But it was precisely this thought that made his brain feel like it was overheating. He was a rational, logic-driven detective. Would it make sense for someone like him to believe in divination? Mr. Muri, are you still interested in the murderer? Yes, of course. The details about the deceased were too obscure. Kagoro couldn't figure out who it was. He needed to hear about the murderer's reading. Maybe he could find some clues that way. At this point, his expression had become much more serious than before. He was starting to trust the results of the divination. Ren simply smiled, then began reshuffling the tarot deck. He drew 3 new cards. Reversed Lovers. Reversed Sunday Upright Devil. The murderer had an 18-year-long romantic relationship that ended in failure. About 6 months ago, due to the long-standing lack of reciprocation, he finally gave up and began seeing someone else through introductions from others. But what followed was relentless harassment of his fiancée and intense threats from his former lover. Eventually, the murderer made a difficult decision. He plans to eliminate that person once and for all at this reunion. Wow. A lot of information was revealed about the murderer. But the most critical details were still hidden. Muri Kagoro took a deep breath. An 18-year romance, now broken. But the identities of the two parties remained unclear. Even someone like Ayasuhiro Yukio, who was married, couldn't be ruled out. If this divination pointed to an affair, then everything would become completely ambiguous. A lot of personal details were provided, but the key parts were omitted. Still, one thing was now clear to Kagoro. If this divination was true, then something major was about to happen at this class reunion. That made Kagoro's expression grow darker. Kid, can't you say more in the divination? Ren shook his head calmly. This is something known only to the murderer and the deceased. At this moment, they both know who the other is. For me, this is an opportunity for both sides to make a new choice. This is a choice grounded in human nature. And if the result doesn't change, that, too, is human nature. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 260, cannot change fate. Giving both parties a chance to re-choose. Idagawa Konan could clearly hear Ren's detached tone. To him, Ren felt a bit pretentious, even acting from too lofty a height. There was a definite air of a charlatan in the way he spoke. It was very much like a seer, deliberately speaking in half-truths and leaving things vague. Idagawa Konan didn't think there was anything inherently wrong with that. After all, that's what seers are supposed to do. But what made him feel uncomfortable was that the person had already identified the deceased and the murderer, yet still insisted on playing the role of a riddle-spewing prophet. Still, Konan temporarily put aside this discomfort. After all, everything Ren said was based on a kind of divination that he found hard to believe. He couldn't get too emotional about what the other party said, especially since it was all rooted in divination. Predicting both the deceased and the murderer in advance, wasn't that a bit too strange? Judging by how openly Ren was speaking, it was easy to guess his intention. He wanted to change the fates of both the deceased and the murderer. It was just that Ren brought up the subject in a roundabout way, giving the deceased and the murderer the chance to change their own fate, instead of directly naming them. Perhaps this too was a form of offering them a choice. Idagawa Konan could probably understand Ren's approach, but he felt that doing it this way might ultimately lead to a fixed outcome that couldn't be changed. Not revealing the name, is that also to give them room for redemption? Kagoro's mind, which had already been racing, quickly caught on to the reason why the boy in front of him was being so indirect. Ren didn't deny it. This was also his way of offering them a chance to choose. At the same time, he began to put away the tarot cards laid out on the table. Mr. Muri, you can treat my words as a joke or as a revelation. But I believe that forcing others to make choices is meaningless. Only by truly changing oneself can one alter a predetermined fate. It's a pity, but I believe Mr. Muri has lost the opportunity to get answers through questioning. The moment I revealed the content of the divination, the deceased and the murderer should have already made up their minds and will no longer speak about their situation. If you want to change the fate of those two people, Mr. Muri, you'll need to invest more time. Maybe you can talk to your old classmates, but I suggest you gain enough understanding to judge if someone is deliberately hiding something. Oh, right, a piece of advice for Mr. Muri. Don't look for clues purely from a detective's perspective. Sometimes the clues you uncover might lead to fatal consequences. The only way to change someone's fate is to confront the person directly and speak clearly. As he spoke, Ren had already packed away all the tarot cards. They vanished from his hands like a magic trick. After giving those reminders, Ren stood up from his seat and gave a slight nod to Omura Jun, who had just made way for him. Thank you. You're welcome. Omura Jun finally came to his senses and subconsciously returned the gesture. Let's go, Ren. Okay. Dad, I'll come back later. As Ren finished speaking, Ran, who had been pressing her father down into his seat, immediately followed after him. The two of them quickly walked out of the hot spring hotel. Ran didn't speak until they were completely out of sight of the building. Ren, the deceased is Aunt Yumi, right? Yes. Was it the sound of her heartbeat? And her breathing? Aunt Yumi's pupils shrank, and she bit her lip tightly when she heard your words. The changes were subtle, but noticeable. Ran had confirmed the deceased's identity almost instantly from the rapid heartbeat. But what shocked her more than the deceased's identity was who the murderer was. The murderer is Uncle Nakamichi. Ren nodded slightly. Then. Uncle Nakamichi and Aunt Yumi have been in love for the past 18 years. Ren gasped in disbelief. Her tone was full of confusion. Does Uncle Nakamichi know about Aunt Yumi's mental illness? Ren shook his head gently. He doesn't know. He doesn't. They've been dating for 18 years and he still doesn't know Aunt Yumi has mental problems. Ran couldn't believe it. Ren smiled faintly, holding Ran's hand. Ran, if something like an almost violation happened to you in the past, would you tell me about it? Of course. I wouldn't, Ren instinctively tried to hide her own past trauma, and her subconscious answer made her realize something. So Aunt Yumi has been hiding her past from Uncle Nakamichi. That kind of thing is the greatest stain on any woman's life. Even if she managed to fend off the attack in the end, how could she speak of it? It's a scar. Even if it heals, it still leaves a mark. Ren understood this far too well. After experiencing something like that, a woman can't speak of it lightly, not without emotional baggage. Ren couldn't help but ask. Then does that mean, if you help them talk it through, Aunt Yumi and Uncle Nakamichi's ending might change? But that hope was quickly shattered by Ren's cold response. It's impossible to change. The outcome has already been decided. The moment that man made up his mind to settle things once and for all, there was no hope left between them. And just now, the last bit of hope that woman had was completely shattered. She can no longer face him. Ren was struck hard by the harsh truth in his words. But she also understood that what Ren said had doomed the two to a path of no return. After Ren calmed down a little, Ren continued the conversation. For 18 years, she gave everything to the relationship. But the resentment he feels now is just as deep. 18 years of unreciprocated love pushed him to give up. And right after he gave up, the fiancée he'd just been engaged to for half a year received a threatening letter. She rejected his proposal. After he gave up on his own, his current fiancée was threatened. Whether she has a mental illness or not, that man's patience has already reached its limit. This isn't either of their faults. It's fate that created this situation that can no longer be undone. From an outsider's perspective, neither the man nor the woman had done anything wrong. But the events that occurred between them led to an irreversible outcome. The fate of separation cannot be changed. But the fate of one dying and one being imprisoned might still be. To be continued. Chapter 261, Fate Observation Diary, Bonus. Back at the Hot Spring Hotel, Ren recounted everything that happened during her visit. Everyone who heard the story and understood the situation of the two people involved agreed with what Ren said. The separation between these two was inevitable. Originally, the two of them were headed for a future where one would die and the other be imprisoned, but now, there was a completely different option. The best outcome for them is to clarify everything at this class reunion and then completely cut ties. From now on, they should stay out of each other's lives and pursue their own paths. Sanzenin Nagi offered her view on what she believed to be the ideal resolution. Yeah, that's probably the best result. The man clearly has a goal and a plan for the future after giving up. Honestly, after rejecting his proposal, she still interferes in his life. Her mental state is seriously problematic, Kagaya added. Having read several books on mental illness, Kagaya had a basic understanding of such conditions. It was clear to her that the woman's mental state had seriously deteriorated. Repeatedly rejecting the man's proposal might be due to psychological trauma from childhood. But even after he gave up, she continued to disturb the life of his fiancée. That kind of behavior is not something a mentally healthy person would do. Her actions are simply inconsistent. Maybe she can no longer control herself when emotionally unstable, Kagaya concluded. She was quite certain that the woman's retaliation against the man's fiancé was no longer within her control, and that it was a clear manifestation of serious psychological instability. Until her mental state is stabilized or at least brought under control, it's best to keep a distance from her. If she's capable of harassing the man's fiancé, then anyone who gets too close might be seriously hurt. Mental illness doesn't follow reason. Though Kagaya hadn't directly dealt with any psychiatric patients, she had learned from books that mentally ill individuals often perceive the world differently than the rest of us. It's this distorted perception that causes their behavior to appear so abnormal. Ren probably didn't reveal everything just to give both parties some final dignity. If things end here, then nothing more needs to be said. Agreed, Sonoko nodded at Kagaya's conclusion. If Ren had exposed her identity directly, both of them would likely be driven out of their former social circles. Before things reach a point of no return, if they can both calm down and think clearly, there's still a chance to turn things around. In this sense, Ren had always been remarkably restrained. Suddenly, Sonoko looked around. Ren, where's Ren? He said he needed time to write today's diary. Diary. Do you think he's going to mention our swimsuits today? The girls relaxing in the massage area, sipping tea in the massage chairs, suddenly became self-conscious. Especially about the swimsuits Sonoko mentioned, they were, after all, the highlight of the hot spring trip. To be honest, they were all a little curious. Suddenly, all their diaries began to vibrate. Instinctively, each of them summoned their diaries and began to read the latest entry. Diary. My first hot spring trip, how should I put it? From the very start, the location they picked already exceeded the imagination of a normal person like me. This hot spring hotel doesn't even seem to exist on Gouda maps, and yet its interior setup was far more luxurious than I expected. Maybe I shouldn't feel so intimidated. But now I get how Klein must have felt when he first arrived at Backlund's most dazzling gem. In a way, it's similar to what I'm experiencing as someone who's now seen such wealth. Yeah, I'm probably a lot like Klein, we're both poor and at the bottom of society. Now that I think about it, Sanzenin is pretty special. I remember her usual expenses weren't covered by her family but came from her own earnings in the stock market. That genius girl is truly abnormal. I'm starting to feel like I'm surrounded by a group of Miss Audreys. Once I calmed down, I realized that the most eye-catching part of this hot spring trip wasn't the hotel, but the hot spring itself. Ah. The open-air hot spring, and their swimsuits. Although I'm not sure if it's vulgar to write this, their swimsuits today really were beautiful. Also, just a personal suggestion, but maybe don't wear them like that in public. Except for one person, I could mostly imagine everyone's swimsuit styles. Hayasaka's case really caught me off guard. The story mentioned she pads, and this part feels a little off. Well, thinking about a girl's figure like this might be kind of vulgar too. Better to move on from the hot spring topic, or I'll start having some inappropriate thoughts. Maintain self-control. Another matter of note is Murika Goro's class reunion. On the way there, I sensed that it wasn't going to be a simple get-together. Although my memory of the story is fuzzy, I retained some fragments of particularly dramatic events. Of course, I could always confirm more details through divination. Thankfully, the accuracy of my divination has improved. This time, both the man and the woman in the story had their own problems. The woman's trauma haunted her for life. Even in relationships, her memory caused her mental stress and hypersensitivity. That's why she kept rejecting the man's proposals. He really was devoted, otherwise, their relationship wouldn't have lasted 18 years. But honestly, they're getting old. From 20 to 38 years old, that's a long stretch. Frankly, in a few more years, they might both be out of steam. It's not wrong for them to want to marry. However, what should have been a simple breakup became another trigger for the woman, pushing her mental state to the second stage. She became unstable and manic. Sigh. I can only say, it was fate that brought them to this. Maybe this time, I'll say something that can change their destiny. For me, that would be a meaningful observation. I'm really curious if their tragedy can be avoided. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 262, Promotion. After finishing his diary entry for the day, Ren sat quietly in his room for about 10 minutes before preparing for the lottery draw. A large spinning wheel appeared, and as it spun, the entire wheel began to rotate rapidly. The process took a while, but the result was eventually revealed. Lord of Mysteries. Acquired Sequence 8, Trickmaster. The door came first, which isn't a bad outcome. The door path's power spike is at Sequence 6, which is similar to the situation with the error path. So Ren didn't care much about whether the door or error path came first. He took out the maple leaf coin for a divination. You can proceed with the promotion now. The maple leaf coin flipped high into the air and landed quickly, with the letter side facing up. After several divinations to confirm the result, Ren picked up the bottle containing the magic potion, uncorked it, and drank it down. His tongue registered the taste. Why is it spicy? Ren looked suspiciously at the bottle. There was nothing wrong with the potion itself. After drinking it, he could clearly feel his spirituality expanding. After careful inspection, there were no signs of abnormalities. Everything felt natural, and even. 2/3 digested. Although it wasn't like the clown potion that melted instantly, this digestion rate was still rather fast. Then, Ren suddenly realized something. Does my usual manipulation of tarot cards count as a type of magic trick? He thought about how he used Sefirah Castle to draw tarot cards and the River of Everdarkness to change the cards. Could it be, disguising these effects using Sefirah is also a form of stage magic? Using 2 Sefirahs for performance is definitely a bit overkill. From that perspective, it made sense that the digestion was already 2/3 complete. That level of digestion could indeed be attributed to the combined influence of the Sefirah and his own unconscious performances. Not a bad thing at all. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, a blinding white flash filled the room for a brief moment. The flash snap. It only works for an instant, but it can cause temporary blindness. The better the eyesight, the worse the impact. It's similar to the flash amulet I made, but this is the Trickmaster's innate ability. It's not a one-time use, though its effectiveness is still weaker than the amulet. In summary, it was convenient, though not quite as practical as the flash amulet. Well, it is the Trickmaster path, after all. This path's abilities are mostly utility-focused, suitable for performances and tricks, but not very effective in real combat. However, when paired with a weapon, it could still provide solid support. The door path's offensive capabilities in the early stages are indeed lacking. It's mostly about surviving rather than fighting. Even so, Ren wasn't disappointed. The door path is slow and steady, and its strength builds over time. In the early stages, it might be the weakest in combat, but once it reaches sequence 0 and ascends to true god status, it can shatter space itself, dealing devastating spatial damage. The weaker the early stage combat ability, the more overwhelming the late stage abilities become. This is true of the door, error, and full paths the Trickmaster ended up last. In fact, the Trickmaster's utility is even greater than the magician's. Charm, eloquence, mental interference, and misleading thought, these are all very practical, especially in conversations, where the Trickmaster path shines. In Ren's current role as an observer of others' fates, the Trickmaster's powers are quite relevant. Ren relaxed and calmed his expanding spirituality. However, it would still take time to fully master the newly grown spirituality. It just so happened that he had time to adjust now. Doing a few divinations regarding the situation over there might help him gain better control of this new part of his spirituality. He made a small adjustment to his state, then sat in the chair and began shuffling his tarot cards. He slowly drew 3 cards. Reverse Tower, Upright Judgment, Upright World. Oh, this is good news. The Tower is a terrible card whether upright or reversed. It's nearly as bad as the Death card. The Reverse Tower represents forewarnings of separation and romantic crisis, meaning emotional detachment. Judgment represents openness and good news, while the World represents success and mission completion. These 3 cards together form a complete good news combination. Especially for the couple who had both love and hate between them, this separation was the best possible outcome. Previously, the divination for the couple's fate pointed toward death and imprisonment. But now, it had shifted to a straightforward breakup. This was the biggest shift for a couple whose future had looked grim. My words did have an effect. Ren smiled, put away the tarot cards, shuffled again, and drew 3 more cards. Reversed High Priestess, Upright Wheel of Fortune, Upright Judgment. The woman's psychological condition is still serious, but it's been relieved somewhat. She even shows signs of recovery from the extreme 3rd stage. It seems that ending the relationship helped her grow, allowing her to realize the severity of her psychological issues. As for that gentleman. Reversed Temperance, Upright Moon, Reversed World. A marriage formed through blind dating isn't a good match, and emotional turbulence remains. Plus, the harassment from before has left lingering effects. These issues have led to incompatibility within the marriage. This unstable post-marriage relationship means their future will be more like putting up with each other than truly living together. We can't expect too much from the final result. Still, the future that once seemed fixed has now changed. After getting this answer, Ren didn't put away his tarot cards. Instead, he leaned back into the soft sofa. Taking part in a story and trying to change something isn't a bad thing for me. Whether it's from the perspective of human nature or for gaining returns through the diary. To be continued. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, Separation and Return. As night fell, the hotel seemed unusually quiet. It was partly because they'd been exhausted by Ren's revelations, and Kagoro had spent the entire afternoon trying to talk to them. Kagoro sure is enthusiastic. Yumi Horikoshi looked slightly troubled. That guy's always been like this, you know that. Nakamichi Kazushi laughed carefree beside her, though his smile held a trace of bitterness. I really didn't expect you to have such serious psychological issues. Same here. I didn't expect you to be thinking of getting rid of me entirely. Yumi shot back without hesitation. But she wasn't really angry anymore. In truth, she had often thought of suicide in the past. Her emotional instability and the tendency to hurt others might have come from an unconscious desire for self-destruction. Now that things were out in the open and the difficult words had been spoken, she actually felt somewhat relieved. My thoughts were extreme. I just wanted to change the direction of my life. My fiancé agreed too. Also, don't pretend you're innocent. I didn't even bring up your harassment over the last 6 months. Kazushi looked a bit embarrassed when she pointed that out. He truly had thought about ending things entirely. But it had been Yumi's behavior that pushed him to that point. These past 6 months. I was confused too. Weren't we all? For both of them, the last 6 months had been a whirlwind of emotional chaos. Under such high mental stress, they had made all the wrong choices. Neither of them wanted to dwell on the past any longer. Yumi looked up at the night sky, where stars were still visible. It felt like there was still hope glimmering in her otherwise dark life, and her mood lifted just a little. She began reflecting on the past 6 months. She had always hoped her partner would be someone she loved, someone who could accept the parts of her that were hard to face. But she had been afraid that revealing her past would lead to rejection. At the same time, her past experiences had made her deeply wary of men. It was because of that wariness that she could never bring herself to accept Kazushi's marriage proposal. The closer he pushed for marriage, the more withdrawn and unstable she became. When he finally walked away for good, her nerves snapped. Her mind turned manic and violent, and the dark thought that, if I can't have it, I'll destroy it, took root deep in her heart. Now that she looked back calmly, it terrified her. I really should see a doctor. Yumi wasn't sure if she'd ever had that realization before, but she knew now, under that manic influence, she would have continued acting impulsively, following thoughts born of pain. What surprised her most was that today, in that moment of conflict, she didn't feel any mania at all. Instead, her heart was calm. She didn't know how it happened, but the spiritual peace she felt right now was the most relaxed she had been in a long time. Because of that tranquility, she was finally able to think clearly and acknowledge that her mental state was unstable, and that she needed proper treatment. Well, that's enough of this topic. Kagoro's going to catch on if we're gone too long. Turning back, Yumi made her decision to part ways with her former self. This should be the last time we meet. From now on, let's stay out of each other's lives. After learning that Kazushi had once considered killing her, Yumi understood that her mental condition had affected many people. Regardless of how much her mental state influenced others, the moment Kazushi had such thoughts, it meant their relationship had reached its end. The best outcome now was to go their separate ways and never cross paths again. Yeah. Kazushi didn't try to stop her. After 18 years of love, he had only now learned about Yumi's traumatic past, from a friend of Kagoro's daughter, no less. Maybe he should have realized it earlier. But there's no such thing as maybe in the real world. As Yumi turned the corner, she bumped into someone. You. It was Omura, the most honest and sincere person in their old judo club. But right now, his face was filled with sadness. Yumi immediately realized that Omura had overheard her conversation with Kazushi. She chuckled. Omura, I'm not dead, so don't look so miserable. Didn't Kagoro already guess everything from your expression? Yumi, your mental health. Omura still looked at her with concern. Well, I think it can be treated. After this class reunion, I plan to see a psychologist and start therapy. Though I might have to rely on medication going forward. Yumi didn't think it was a big deal. Mental illness needs to be addressed. After experiencing this rare moment of peace, she could no longer accept being the unstable version of herself. Even if it meant relying on medication, she refused to be ruled by emotions for the rest of her life. Mental illness could be treated, it just required long-term care. As for how long it would take, Yumi didn't know. For 18 years, she never once believed she had a problem. After such a long delay, who could say how long recovery would take? Yumi, would you go out with me? The sudden confession caught Yumi completely off guard. She turned and looked at Omura, who seemed anxious after saying something so bold. She couldn't help but laugh. Omura, I'm not a good woman. I'm not as innocent as I seem. I toyed with someone's feelings for 18 years. I know. I knew you and Nakamichi were dating back in college. Omura's words stunned Yumi even more. She stood in silence for a moment. Omura, are you serious? Yeah. From the moment we first met. I had a crush on you. Yumi never imagined that Omura, always so quiet and unassuming, had such feelings for her. You still say that after hearing everything I've been through. I don't want to see you suffer. I didn't know before, but now. I don't want Yumi to end up like that. Yumi could feel the sincerity in his words. I don't know when my condition will get better. That's okay. I want to stay with you. Yumi sighed and looked away. Then stay with me for a while. If you get tired of it, leave whenever you want. I'm not a good woman. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 264, Chapter 264, Fireworks Festival and Dinner. It was already 6 in the evening. The sky had gone dark, and stars shimmered brightly above. Tourists from across Tochigi Prefecture were preparing for the night ahead. Tonight, a celebration was being held in Tochigi Prefecture, with a grand fireworks display as the highlight. Visitors to the hot spring town were already making their way toward the lake to find a good viewing spot. Of course, Ren and the others were no exception. However, rather than squeeze into the crowds, the hot spring hotel on the mountainside actually had a scenic overlook near the summit, offering a better vantage point for enjoying the show. To reach this upper-level observation deck, they had to go through the corridor leading to the open-air hot spring. The deck was spacious enough to accommodate over 20 people. A square table sat in the center, with seating on both sides. The ceiling lights were dim enough to highlight the food on the table without interfering with the night view outside. The environment here is really nice. Upon arriving at the deck, Ren walked toward the edge. The surrounding area had no lighting, so guests could focus entirely on the view without distractions. The location was perfect. From here, you could see nearly the entire hot spring town, including the celebration grounds near the lake at the foot of the mountain. Large crowds had already gathered there to secure spots for the fireworks. As long as your eyesight was decent, you could take in the entire town from this spot. During the day the view wasn't particularly impressive, but at night, the lights from the town glittered like stars, making the scenery breathtaking. Right. Chika leaned on the railing, her eyes sparkling as she admired the view. Even though we're a little far from the fireworks, it's better this way. You can only truly appreciate them from a distance. This place is perfect. And we get to eat while watching the fireworks. Wow, this place is amazing. I've already decided, I'm coming here again next time. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Ren standing next to her. Feeling her eyes on him, Ren didn't object. He also really enjoyed this hot spring trip. You should talk to Kaguya about that. She's the one who planned this trip. Ren pointed to Kaguya, who was sitting on a chair behind them. Chika immediately shifted her attention, and with her usual sweet and playful voice, she asked. Kaguya-chan, can we come again next time? Kaguya's face twitched. Once again, she was reminded of how shameless this girl was. Especially with that ridiculous body where all her nutrition seemed concentrated in her chest, when she leaned in and rubbed against her like this, it made Kaguya even more irritated. But there was no way to push this clingy monster away, so she replied with restraint. Forget about going again anytime soon. We just had a hot spring trip. We should visit other places next. You can go for hot springs in spring, autumn, and winter, but in summer, you should go to the beach. You don't want every vacation to be at a hot spring, do you? No matter how enjoyable a hot spring trip is, it would feel dull if done too often. Actually, Kaguya herself preferred the idea of going to the beach. The problem was, whether it was the beach or the hot springs, she wasn't exactly confident about showing off her figure, and it would be too easy for someone else to draw Ren's attention. That's true. Chika nodded. She would also get bored going to the same place every time. Every season deserved a different destination. While thinking about it, she glanced around at their small group and couldn't help but smile. No matter where we go, this group will never be boring. That was for sure. The Occult Research Club wasn't about ghosts or supernatural things, it was the group itself that was the real mystery. They did completely different things nearly every weekend, sometimes even during regular classes. So, there was no worry about ever being bored with this group. Everyone, it's time to start eating. Once the waiter had finished setting the table, dinner officially began. Everyone gathered around the long table. As Ren sat down, he noticed that dinner tonight seemed to be his favorite cuisine. It was different from lunch. Was it just to match the time of day with a change in style? Or? He subconsciously glanced toward Hayasaka, and happened to meet her gaze. Her lips moved slightly. Do you like it? After catching her silent question, Ren realized she had arranged it. So when he craved it, he'd usually make it himself. He could manage thanks to those step-by-step recipe books. Still, while he could cook it, there was Northwest telling how close the taste and texture came to the real thing. Thanks, love. Hayasaka understood the shape of his lips and smiled sweetly, heart full of warmth. But just after Ren gave Hayasaka his thanks, he felt a sharp pain under the table. Ren fell silent for a moment, then turned to look at Chika, who was sitting next to him. She was casually looking elsewhere, but the guilty expression on her face said it all. You can't hide from someone with the abilities of a spectator. No wonder people said spectators had to be nerfed, it made too much sense. Apparently, no girl could escape the clutches of jealousy. Ren now fully understood the pain of being too popular. Every girl's envy had to be carefully managed. Bang. Just then, the first firework burst in the night sky. Everyone turned to watch. Ren slowly pulled his gaze back and, looking around at the others, raised his glass. The fireworks show has started. Let's begin dinner. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, Unexpected Invasion. The brilliant fireworks exploded in the night sky, illuminating the darkness in an instant. They were breathtaking when they bloomed, but once they faded, only the scent of the smoke lingered in the air. It was like an observation deck that lost its purpose after dinner. 3 hours later, it was bedtime, and everyone had already returned to their rooms to rest. Spending the entire day playing had worn them out. Too much had happened in a single day, and they all needed time to recover. Of course, even Ren was no exception. He, too, needed rest. Today had been a very intense experience for him. He had advanced in the sequence, but this was only the beginning of the path. He still needed to calm himself down. Wearing a bathrobe, Ren stood in front of the glass door that looked out from his room, gazing into the peaceful night. His mood was surprisingly tranquil. The joy of successfully advancing had gradually settled. In fact, he could have used the comfort of the river of eternal darkness to soothe his mind and spirit, but today, something about Sefirah Castle had felt odd. That strange sensation compelled him to calm down naturally. His spirit had suddenly felt a strong resonance. The powerful reaction from Sefirah Castle caused Ren's projection to stabilize for a moment before entering Sefirah Castle. His consciousness entered, but this time, he didn't find himself inside Sefirah Castle. Instead, he stood before a door shrouded in fog. Ren cautiously placed his hand on the door. A strange intuition caused the corners of his lips to curve slightly. Interesting. He sensed that this fog-covered door was part of Sefirah Castle. Or rather, it was a part that had been separated from the whole. Source essence possessed a self-repairing nature. Even when torn, it could eventually restore itself to a complete form. However, even if separated, the only person who could control it was the original owner. Moreover, the existence capable of tearing apart source essence wasn't just a pillar, it was an original far beyond that level. So, was the Sefirah Castle he received actually a torn-off portion? With that thought in mind, Ren gently pushed open the door before him. Ka. Despite being made from Sefirah Castle's fog, the door creaked open like an old, unused gate. Behind it appeared a space that resembled Sefirah Castle, similar, yet different. But what caught Ren off guard was that several people were already seated at a long table, and the man in the main seat, though his features were obscured by Sefirah Castle's fog, was somehow visible to Ren. Hee. A surge of inexplicable excitement and joy nearly made Ren burst out in uncontrollable laughter. He could have restrained himself using the clown's persona, but he didn't. He laughed freely like a clown. Interesting. This is really interesting. At that moment, his laughter was like the whispering of an ancient god. It made everyone present feel intensely disturbed, like they might lose control at any moment. The man at the head of the table felt it most strongly. He was shocked by the sudden arrival of a stranger above the grey fog, even more by the shift in this person's emotions, which triggered a sense of imminent breakdown. Even under the suppression of the grey fog, that oppressive sensation was still unmistakable. He felt a disturbing stir in his blood, and his spirituality seemed ready to burst. However, it wasn't because he was losing control due to a lack of spirituality. This situation was entirely different from anything he had experienced before. I apologize for intruding on your gathering. Like a familiar guest, Ren smiled and walked over, casually pulling out the chair opposite the main seat and sitting down. Though it was a sudden intrusion, it's been quite an interesting experience for me. As he finished speaking, the pressure that had nearly driven the others to the brink faded. Not only the men, but everyone else present felt significantly more at ease. The Fool, Justice, and the Hanged Men just started. No, looks like it's your second time. Ren could clearly see, with his spiritual vision, that a worm had appeared deep within the Fool's ethereal body, a clear sign of becoming a Beyonder. The man appeared slightly confused by the statement. He sensed that this intruder was oddly familiar with him, or with them. Let me give you a belated introduction. My name is Amamiya Ren. But the men frowned. He hadn't caught the name clearly. Excuse me, sir, I don't think I heard your name just now. Miss Justice quickly raised her hand to voice her confusion. The hangman remained silent, but it was clear he hadn't heard the name either. Well done, Miss Justice, the man silently praised in his heart. You didn't hear it. Ren murmured, resting his chin on his hand. Since you didn't hear it, forget it. Maybe my name isn't something you're meant to hear, or perhaps someone deliberately blocked it. It doesn't really matter. Since you don't know my name, just use a code name. Joker. Suddenly remembering something, Ren added. You should be able to remember how the code name sounds, but I can't convert its pronunciation into the written words you recognize. Don't be surprised. I don't know your language at all. Most likely, Sefirah Castle directly translated my thoughts into a form your minds could comprehend. But that's convenient. It means fewer misunderstandings. After his explanation, Ren looked at the 3 original members of the Tarot Club seated before him, smiling faintly. I thought it would happen later, but I didn't expect it to be this time. It's quite the surprise for me. It's a shame we can't meet in person yet. But I'll be waiting, looking forward to the day we truly meet. Ren paused for a moment. Well, today's intrusion has been quite amusing for me, but I've still disrupted your meeting. By the way, is your gathering already over? Justice and the Hanged Men both turned to Mr. Fool, who sat in the lead seat. After a short silence, the men nodded slightly. Yes, you interrupted our gathering. Ren was briefly stunned, then smiled and apologized. Ah, I see. Sorry. I hadn't realized this was so sudden. Well, I'm not the best at many things, but I do have some skill in suppressing corruption and loss of control. How about this? As an apology, I'll give you 3 my blessing. Suppress corruption and loss of control. The Hanged Man could hardly believe what he had just heard. His expression even twitched in disbelief. Everyone knew that once corruption occurred, it was irreversible. While loss of control could occasionally be managed, corruption was nearly impossible to contain. Once tainted, there was usually no saving the person. The man's face also showed clear astonishment. Clearly, he hadn't expected anything like this. Without waiting for the trio's reaction, Ren lightly tapped the table. The fog above the ceiling instantly sank, swirling down toward the bronze table. The mist condensed into 3 talismans, each imprinted with a black hat over a red background. Ren gave them a glance, then waved his hand nonchalantly. The fog picked up the talismans and floated them over to the 3. As an apology for disturbing your gathering. Also, feel free to visit me if you have time. I'm quite interested in your stories. That'll be all for now. Do as you like. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, Klein. After the meeting ended, Klein sat in the bathroom, deep in thought. He stared at the amulet in his hand, which looked like a toy sticker, and his mind froze for a long time. Fuck. After that long crash, he finally let out a phrase that had survived countless eras, in a tone far from gentlemanly. This sticker-like amulet can actually curb loss of control and corruption. Klein was at a loss. Because of the repeated warnings from Old Neil and Captain Dunn, he had developed a strong understanding of the dangers of losing control. So he was well aware of how terrifying it was for a Beyonder. Among them, corruption was even more serious than mere loss of control. But the very thing that Old Neil and Captain Dunn had said was unavoidable, unstoppable, and irreversible now seemed to have a countermeasure. And that countermeasure was currently lying quietly in his palm, looking as ordinary and childish as a toy. He hadn't believed it at first, but after the Tarot Club's weekly gathering, he performed several additional divinations above the grey fog to confirm it. Each divination showed the same result: this amulet did have the power to curb loss of control and corruption. That answer made Klein feel as if his entire worldview, newly formed in this strange world, was about to collapse. An amulet made so casually, yet capable of suppressing loss of control and corruption. It made those pioneers of the past who went mad or were corrupted seem like a cruel joke. What a bad joke. Klein felt a deep irony. He let out a slow breath to ease his mind. He needed to think about another problem now. Should I tell Captain Dunn about the amulet? There was no doubt that this amulet could greatly change the fate of Beyonders. But at the same time, it could also easily expose his identity. If Mr. Hangman or Miss Justice realized the amulet came from him, then the identity he worked so hard to conceal would be revealed in an instant. But if I don't tell Captain Dunn, how can I, who just joined the Nighthawks, ever come in contact with corrupted or out-of-control Beyonders? Although the divinations had already confirmed its effects, Klein still felt the need to personally verify it. The problem was how. He was just a rookie who had barely stepped into the Beyonder world. How could he test it? Klein felt extremely conflicted. And what troubled him wasn't just the amulet. There was also the matter of the mysterious guest who had appeared in the grey fog, someone he had no knowledge of at all. Just thinking about that made a chill run down his spine. There had been an uninvited guest above the grey fog. Didn't that mean his little secret could be exposed at any time? Of course, that still wasn't the most important issue. The key point was that the intruder could even influence the grey fog. Klein clearly remembered the man uttering the term, Sefirah Castle. Klein wasn't sure if Sefirah Castle referred to the same mysterious space he called the grey fog. He had no way to confirm it. But his instincts told him that Sefirah Castle was the more accurate and formal name for the grey fog. Mysterious guest. Sefirah Castle. Amulet, and Joker. Others might not know, but as a transmigrator, he did. Joker was a word from a pre-transmigration language. Yet, this language system did not exist in this world at all. In fact, it was so alien that its encryption was even more complex than Chinese. The reason was simple: this world had no such text, nor any record of it. And it was exactly because of this word that Klein felt the other party might be the same kind of person as he was. All these puzzles now swirled in Klein's mind, forming a massive deadlock. Without any clues, this impasse couldn't be broken. Klein paused mid-thought. He had forgotten something important. He had forgotten it earlier, but for some reason, he suddenly remembered it now. That strange sensation. That man's voice had been like a whisper in his ear during his advancement, but even stronger. His blood boiled, and his spirituality felt like it was being pulled out of his spirit body. When that happened, Klein noticed that Mr. Hangman experienced a similar condition, while Miss Justice didn't appear to be affected at all. Perhaps, this was more evidence that Mr. Hangman was also a Beyonder. Miss Justice didn't display the same symptoms. Maybe it was because she wasn't a Beyonder yet. The identity of that person still needs to be explored. Looking down at the amulet in his hand, Klein felt troubled. How was he supposed to verify something like this? If he went to Captain Dunn and claimed the amulet could suppress loss of control and corruption, Dunn might think he had already gone insane. After careful consideration, Klein still didn't have a good solution. In truth, Klein also knew he could try praying to a god for help. But the real question was, would the goddess even pay attention to him? Besides, the Evernight goddess wasn't his mother. Would she really respond to a prayer like this? If she didn't, wouldn't that make things worse? After calming himself, Klein finally decided to hide the amulet for now and look for an opportunity to test it later. Just as Klein was about to put it away, the Evernight goddess was staring at the same amulet in front of her, a question mark practically floating over her head. She stared at it for a long time, but her brain simply didn't process it right away. It can suppress loss of control and corruption. Is there something wrong with Klein's minds? Normally, prayers from ordinary believers didn't attract the goddess' attention. But this time, it was the aura of Sefirah Castle that caught her notice. And the content of the prayer? The goddess was at a complete loss for words. Asking if this sticker-like amulet could curb loss of control and corruption. There were tools that could suppress loss of control, sure. But a tool that could suppress corruption. As a true god at sequence 0, how could she not know whether such tools existed? And yet, this made her all the more curious. She examined the amulet before her and let out a very unbecoming exclamation. Fuck. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 267, Chapter 267, Shake. After a brief observation, the Evernight goddess discovered that the amulet was merely a blessing. Although its outer layer carried a strong Sefirah aura, that aura held no actual power. The true source of power was the blessing within. It wasn't a boon granted by any known deity, and the nature of the being who cast it was extremely vague. Even as a true god, she couldn't trace it back. The only thing she could determine was that the amulet was a tool built with a blessing at its core and Sefirah aura as its shell. So then, was the boon particularly unusual? With that thought, the Evernight goddess conducted a simple test. It wasn't much of an experiment. She simply threw the sacrificial amulet at an individual who had been corrupted by the portion she had sealed away. Then, after witnessing the result, the Evernight goddess let out an unprecedented exclamation. Fuck. The sheer shock nearly caused her humanity to overwhelm her divinity. Fortunately, no believers were nearby. Otherwise, they might have seen the goddess's indecent reaction at the moment her humanity surged. The amulet, tossed into the sealed space, worked before it even made contact with the corruption source. Though the amulet emitted almost no power fluctuations, the corruption quickly subsided the moment it landed near the source. The corruption that even true gods couldn't solve had been neutralized so effortlessly. Just a single amulet was enough to subdue a corruption source. No wonder the Evernight goddess was so shaken. After all, even a true god could do nothing in the face of certain corruptions. The former Black Emperor Roselle had barely survived after succumbing to one such instance. That kind of corruption was unsolvable even at the divine level. Yet somehow, it was subdued by a talisman powered by nothing but a blessing. What the hell was this? It was like humanity still being in the Stone Age, only to receive two-dimensional foil technology from a random village visit. Anyone would be left with a million questions. The more abnormalities she noticed, the more unsettled the Evernight goddess became. Who exactly made this amulet? How could it possess such a heaven-defying effect? Her first thought turned to the sealed and half-dead Emperor Roselle. Roselle, who had sealed himself due to corruption, might have been instantly revived if he had access to such a small amulet. So then, where and from whom did Klein's follower get this thing? The Evernight goddess immediately realized the entity behind this amulet was anything but ordinary. This was undoubtedly something that required thorough investigation. Moreover, if Klein's follower had such an amulet, what about Klein himself? Right now, the Evernight goddess was simply curious. She retrieved the amulet from the hidden space, but the moment it was taken out, the previously subdued corruption surged back, this time even more intensely, hundreds of times stronger than before. Sensing the danger, the Evernight goddess tightly grasped the amulet, suppressing the now frenzied corruption. She seized the moment to reseal that portion. Once she completed the sealing process, she realized through her divine authority that the entire concealed space had been completely corrupted. After layering multiple concealments over the space and ensuring its stability, she finally exhaled in relief. Then, she looked down at the amulet lying quietly in her palm. It's just a boon, so it can only suppress corruption. And once the suppressed corruption is released, it rebounds even worse. This amulet is truly a double-edged sword. Once it leaves the body, the consequences are severe. However, it's undeniable that as long as a corrupted individual keeps it on their person, they can remain free from corruption's influence indefinitely. The Evernight goddess once again recognized the amulet's immense value. But she also realized something else. This wasn't just a casually made item. It clearly wasn't designed to permanently cure corruption in a single use. But what if it wasn't made casually? What if this blessing could fully resolve corruption? Then this was an entirely different matter. The Evernight goddess had already formed a plan in her mind. Given that the amulet could suppress corruption, then loss of control, the terror all Beyonders feared, should also be suppressible. The Evernight goddess quickly conducted another test. The result was just as she expected. However, once the out-of-control Beyonder lost the amulet, they immediately reverted to their frenzied state. And almost at the very moment of transformation, they exploded into a mist of blood. Their Beyonder characteristics were extracted on the spot. Strangely, the extracted traits were completely pure, entirely free of corruption. Good grief. Upon confirming this, the Evernight goddess couldn't help but sigh. This amulet, powered only by blessings, had once again proven its worth. It might even be able to suppress the madness caused by the failure of a true god trying to accommodate the uniqueness of adjacent pathways. This made the Evernight goddess even more curious. Who on earth created such an artifact? It was absolutely incredible. It seemed her decision to invest in Klein had been the right one. She hadn't even achieved the result she was aiming for yet, and already the surprise had come her way. Right now, the Evernight goddess could only praise her own foresight. Originally, she had chosen Klein simply to prevent Amon from becoming the Lord of Mysteries. But now, this unexpected return had far exceeded her expectations. With that in mind, the Evernight goddess returned the amulet that had been offered. This casually crafted item was far beyond anything she had anticipated. By the way, the Evernight goddess also returned with interest a portion of the insight she had gleaned. At that same moment, Miss Audrey, who was in the Backlund church, saw the amulet reappear before her, along with a divine reply. She stared wide-eyed at the amulet in front of her, her expression filled with disbelief. Is this real? The goddess actually responded to my prayer. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, the third. After returning from the Sefirah castle, Ren calmed his agitated emotions, then checked the time. It was 23:14, almost the end of the day. An unexpected result. But one thing is certain, this Sefirah castle I obtained should be the part that was restored after being torn apart. And Ren could still clearly feel that his control over that Sefirah castle was even greater than Klein's. It's really strange. Why does it feel like I'm the same as an outer god? He quickly dismissed that thought. Outer gods were defined by their overwhelming corruption, but he not only lacked that corruption, he could control loss of control and even cleanse corruption. If outer gods embodied supreme corruption, then Ren's ability to erase it put him in direct opposition to them. It could only mean one thing: he was different. The wild card trait likely gives me the ability to house multiple personalities, and its main effect is probably to keep me mentally stable. The most direct result is that I don't suffer from split personality due to potion backlash. In fact, I can even use the mental imprints within potions as resources for rapid growth. It's also thanks to the wild card that I can remain unique, making it impossible for any being to revive through me. Because of this trait, I don't need to fear going out of control. But the ability to suppress others' loss of control and corruption, surely that isn't the effect of wild card. At that moment, Ren began to question the wild card trait he had obtained for the first time. He hadn't fully understood its purpose before. But after accidentally intruding on Klein's tarot club and observing Klein and Alger's near loss of control reactions, he realized something crucial: the source of Chica's corruption and instability might have been him. That was now the core problem. Why could he, a seemingly ordinary reincarnator, trigger loss of control in Beyonders? He not only caused it, he could suppress it. The difference was purely based on his intention. Because he didn't want Chica to go out of control, she was immediately stabilized. The corruption within her was instantly purged the moment he saw it. Ren quickly came to a conclusion. He could control loss of control and corruption. But why did he have such a strange ability? There was no clear answer yet. Even after thinking for a long time, Ren still couldn't figure it out. So, I'm actually a special existence. Even though he arrived at this conclusion, Ren's face was still full of question marks. He had lived 2 ordinary lives. How could he end up with such an absurd conclusion after reincarnating? I'll shelve this question for now. Without any clues, everything I think is just a baseless guess, random speculation with no direction or proof. Maybe next time I attend Klein's gathering, I can get an answer. Indeed, Ren had no leads on his own situation, but he could confirm it piece by piece, like how the amulet affected Beyonders. The amulet he made didn't contain any power. It was just his blessing conveyed through Sefirah Castle. That blessing existed purely as a conceptual thing. So was his boons really effective? He should be able to find out next time. No need to rush. Ren relaxed. He sat quietly on the floor. The room was covered in soft blankets, so sitting directly on the ground didn't feel cold at all. He simply waited in silence as time passed. He didn't know how long he sat like that before he finally opened his eyes again. He checked the time. 0:01, a new day had begun. Considering the special events of the night, Ren had a strong sense of premonition. He immediately pulled out a diary and a pen and began writing a new entry. A sudden shock compelled me to pick up the pen on the first day of the new year. Today, no, to be precise, yesterday, was an incredibly exciting day for me. I completed the fate observation during Kagoro Muri's class reunion. I successfully altered the fate of 2 individuals, one who was supposed to die, and one who was imprisoned. I also achieved promotion. I thought it was a perfect day, but just before bed, I felt a strange sensation. Following that feeling, I pushed open a door before me and accidentally entered a gathering of the Tarot Club from another world. The Fool, Klein Moretti. Justice, Audrey Hall. The Hanged Man, Alger Wilson. These are the core figures of the early Tarot Club. Originally, I thought that after advancing in the sequence, I might get the chance to meet the other transmigrator and see how he was doing. I didn't expect that wish to come true today. This unexpected encounter was extremely special and exhilarating. Even as I write this, I still feel overwhelmed with excitement. However, it also made me notice a serious problem. I realized that Fujiwara Chika's loss of control and corruption may have had a direct connection to me. When I barged into the gathering, both Klein and Alger showed signs of losing control. And this happened even under Sefirah Castle's suppression. That's when I understood, I might have the ability to induce loss of control and corruption in Beyonders. This raises a strange question: why do I, as a regular person, possess such an ability? I've thought about it a lot, but I still can't arrive at a concrete answer. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can stabilize Chika during her promotion, and if the amulet I gave them can indeed suppress loss of control and corruption, then I can temporarily confirm that this phenomenon is consciously controllable by me. As for the reason why I can do this, I'll need to pay close attention in the future. Maybe I'll find some clues. So why am I so eager today? There's an idea I want to test. Ren stopped writing and reviewed what he had recorded in the diary. Naturally, this triggered the lottery draw, a feature tied to his diary. And this was exactly what Ren had wanted to verify. He spun the roulette wheel. According to the guidance of fate, the indicator stopped at Lord of Mysteries. And the moment he saw the reward, Ren's thoughts were instantly confirmed. Lord of Mysteries. Source acquired, Chaos C. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, the door opens in the dead of night. Sure enough, just as I had imagined, it's not only those holding the diary who receive surprises when encountering major turning points, I do too. No, to be precise, the surprise I received was greater than any of theirs. The appearance of the Chaos Sea confirmed Ren's suspicions. This time, his accidental intrusion into Klein's Tarot Club truly was unplanned, but even so, it brought both psychological and material surprises. It was truly a double blessing. And what he gained was the Chaos Sea, a massive source of corruption buried beneath the forsaken land of the gods. It's just that Ren didn't fully understand why the Chaos Sea was considered a great source of corruption. Likely, it was due to his initial lack of understanding regarding the Lord of Mysteries. But that was fine. He would come to understand it gradually, starting from July 17th. Because he had already sensed it beforehand, Ren didn't need much time to adjust his state of mind. He simply stabilized his breathing and allowed his consciousness to sink deep within. Plop. His consciousness plunged into dark, lightless seawater. The water was icy cold, like the frigid ocean around the Arctic Circle, as if it could freeze both body and thought. Ren slowly opened his eyes underwater. The dark and lightless sea appeared dazzlingly blue in his vision. Though he could barely see the bottom, the endless light illuminated the entire expanse, allowing him to see clearly no matter how deep it was. The vastness of the deep sea could easily induce thalassophobia. In truth, Ren wasn't a strong swimmer. He even harbored a mild fear of the deep sea. But in this sea, he felt nothing but unparalleled safety. Fear of the deep sea usually stemmed from the darkness, but how could he fear the Chaos Sea that was so open and devoid of shadow? He could even feel the sea's unconditional acceptance of him. It was like the warm sensation beneath the sun. The cold seawater gradually absorbed his body heat, slowly warming. Ren felt as though his eyes could take in the entirety of the Chaos Sea, that every part of it was laid bare before him. So he saw that this place lay deep underground. All he had to do was look up, and he could see the river of eternal darkness flowing above the Chaos Sea, with Sefirah Castle standing on its edge. The 3 Sefirot were arranged in the same realm in an incredibly orderly fashion. Through the Chaos Sea, Ren also witnessed this hybrid world. This place was intricately linked to his spiritual world. Or rather, it seemed to be his conscious world. All 3 Sefirot existed in orderly harmony within it. Everything felt so seamless. He retracted his gaze. Ren let himself slowly sink into the Chaos Sea. Even this nearly bottomless Chaos Sea had a deepest layer made of silt and sand. When stepping on it, it felt a bit odd and sticky, but upon closer inspection, it was just ordinary mud and sand. Ren raised his hand, and the black silt at the bottom quickly gathered around it, morphing into creatures of various forms. Sharks, octopuses, manta rays, dolphins, even small whales. It seemed like it could turn into any living creature. So, is this what they mean by corruption? Ren didn't quite get it, but he still reached out to touch the dolphin-shaped mud. The dolphin looked pleased, repeatedly nuzzling his hand. It feels like the so-called corruption doesn't come from the bottom, but from perception. He patted the dolphin, which immediately turned back into the dark, sticky silt. Ren didn't think this was corruption. He believed the true source of corruption in the chaos sea was its gaze that could perceive everything. But that was just his guess. Ren shook his head and pulled himself out of the ocean of consciousness. The 5 sources could enhance his ability to grant powers and broaden his range of methods. Ren's attitude toward the sources had always been consistent. Maybe they weren't that useful for now, but it was definitely better to have them than not. In his previous life, one of his favorite things in games was hoarding. Even if something was useless, he didn't mind. The most reassuring thing was to have everything in the warehouse. I'm a hoarding rat. After a round of reassurance and confirmation, Ren felt his day was completely fulfilled, and he could rest in peace. But before that, he looked toward the door. Hey Asaka, it's so late. You're not going to bed yet. The air door opened, and Hayasaka, wearing a bathrobe, stepped into the room. Her snow-white bare feet and the thighs peeking out from beneath the bathrobe were eye-catching. Her hair wasn't tied up, just loosely draped over her shoulders, probably already getting ready for bed. Hayasaka looked at Ren sitting on the ground. She walked over with a smile, gently adjusted her robe to cover her legs, and sat down next to him. Because I saw Master's diary, I knew you hadn't gone to sleep yet. So I came to pay you a visit. Ren looked at her in surprise. At this hour? Yes, that's right. And Master should be curious whether I might draw something good based on your experience, right? Ren thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. I'm a little curious about that, but honestly, it's unlikely you'll draw anything better. Based on what I know about the power systems you and Kagaya come from, Devil Fruits and the 6 styles are already top-tier abilities in that world. The Dor fruit you obtained, and Kagaya's Ice fruit, are both extremely practical. There aren't many fruits that can outclass them. And since each person can only have one Devil Fruit, your next step is likely mastering its power, further developing it, and then mastering the 6 styles. That's the path to dominance. What you and Kagaya really need is individual growth. Too many outside elements will only distract you both. To be continued. Chapter 270, Wanting the Rights of a Maid. Hockey is for the future, at least until you and Kagaya improve your physical fitness, Devil Fruit abilities, and mastery of the 6 styles. Otherwise, there are too many things you haven't mastered yet, and you won't be able to handle what comes next. After all, it's only been a month since Kagaya obtained her Devil Fruit. And for you, Hayasaka, it's been less than half a month since you got yours. Right now, you and Kagaya shouldn't pursue power too aggressively. The power system in One Piece mainly revolves around Devil Fruits, the 6 styles, swordsmanship, and hockey. Upon careful analysis, the overall structure of the power system isn't particularly deep, but its capabilities can still reach very high levels. These 4 categories of abilities can all be deeply cultivated. As long as one or more of them are pushed to the limit, that strength is enough to stand out at sea. That's why Ren was confident that for now, what Hayasaka and Kagaya needed was to train their physical fitness, start learning the 6 styles, master their Devil Fruit abilities, and, after accumulating a solid foundation, move toward developing hockey. In that case, can Miss Kagaya and I accumulate draws? Yes, that's right. Hayasaka nodded slightly. She understood now that the direction for her and Kagaya's future efforts would be strengthening themselves step by step. Devil Fruit abilities and the 6 styles required training. Physical strength could be enhanced by gradually consuming Sea King meat, thereby expanding their combat options. While developing themselves, they could also accumulate draws, allowing them to earn greater rewards later and further enrich their methods. It was a positive feedback loop. Seeing that Hayasaka understood, Ren continued the discussion on rewards. Also, this diary is mostly based on my personal experiences. You weren't involved, so the rewards you get won't be substantial. Even if there's a draw, it's unlikely you'll get something valuable. It might even be useless. Hayasaka nodded. Everyone already understood how the diary's reward system worked. The key was how much participation one had in the events within the diary. Only with significant involvement could one earn better rewards. Even if the level of involvement was low, it was still possible to increase the quality of rewards by accumulating more draws. Compared to pointless rewards, saving up for better ones was the smarter approach. After addressing Hayasaka's curiosity, Ren returned to the main point. Besides the lottery. Yes. Hayasaka lowered her head slightly and leaned closer, resting her head on Ren's shoulder. Because of how you treated Miss Sonoko and Miss Kagaya today. As your maid, perhaps I shouldn't ask this, but Master, do I have the right to? Ren was briefly stunned, but once his slow-processing mind caught up, he immediately wrapped his arms around Hayasaka, who was leaning against him. Of course. Hearing that, Hayasaka smiled gently, then lifted her head a little, eyes filled with anticipation. Then, Master, do you want to exercise? Can I? No one disturbed the quiet night. The lovely maid, with the heart of someone willing to cross the line, began exercising her rights alongside her master. As the sun rose on the horizon, it pulled back the curtain of night, pushing away the darkness and ushering in a new light. The chirping of birds and insects in the mountains and fields offered warm morning greetings to those slowly waking from their dreams. However, this morning, the sun had barely lifted the night curtain when it was quickly obscured by clouds. The entire sky turned gloomy, as if a downpour was approaching. This further delayed. Early in the morning, Kaguya woke from her sleep. The moment she opened her eyes, she subconsciously reacted. Hayasaka. She called for her maid. After a long silence, still hearing no response, Kaguya slowly opened her eyes. A strange ceiling. Her hazy mind gradually began to clear. Ah, right. I stayed at the hot spring hotel last night. Hayasaka's in the next room. Yawning, Kaguya sat up in bed. Hayasaka is waking up later than usual today. Is it because of the hot spring hotel? Scratching her messy hair, she climbed out of bed and slipped on her fluffy slippers. After a quick freshening up in the bathroom, she stepped out and knocked on the door next door. Knock knock knock. The door opened shortly after. Hayasaka appeared, looking groggy and clearly not fully awake. However, Kaguya felt something odd. Even though Hayasaka looked drowsy, she seemed strangely energetic. Good morning, Miss Kaguya. Hayasaka yawned as she greeted her, clearly still sleepy. Hayasaka, did you stay up late last night? Kaguya asked instinctively. Yes. I was planning to go to bed early, but then I saw that Ren updated his diary in the middle of the night, so I went to his room to ask about the lottery. Hayasaka confessed honestly that she had gone to Ren's room the previous night. Kaguya was stunned. She quickly pulled up the diary and checked. Sure enough, the diary had been updated. It even detailed Ren's encounters from the previous night, including meeting certain individuals. Something like this happened last night. She had gone to bed early and didn't expect anything to happen. Yes, it was really sudden. I didn't want to wake you since you were resting. And Ren needed rest too. Right. Kaguya nodded. Since it happened so unexpectedly and she was already asleep, it made sense that Hayasaka didn't disturb her. Besides, if it wasn't urgent, they could always discuss it the next day. Hayasaka, go wake the others. I'll go wake up Ren. Yes. As Kaguya turned around, Hayasaka finally let out a long sigh of relief. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, Pure Explanation. After watching Kaguya leave, Hayasaka returned to her room to tidy herself up. Back inside, taking advantage of the room's excellent soundproofing, Hayasaka couldn't help but cover her blushing face. Just 30 seconds before Kaguya had knocked, she was still in Ren's room, even clinging to his arm. She had stayed over at Ren's place every night during the past week, even sharing the same bed, and her growing attachment made her greedy. And because of that greed, she had nearly been caught by Kaguya. I have to be more careful next time. I absolutely cannot let Kaguya find out. Hayasaka made a firm decision in her heart, she wouldn't indulge in that kind of greed again. At least not while they were all away together on a weekend vacation. Not just Kaguya. If anyone else had gone to Ren's room that early, her greed would have been exposed to Kaguya for sure. Even though Kaguya already knew what had happened the past week, if she learned that Hayasaka had cuddled up to Ren and stayed the night again during the vacation, she'd definitely shoot her a resentful glare. After calming herself and making sure she looked presentable, Hayasaka stepped out to gather the others. Everyone eventually gathered at the dining area just in time for breakfast. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Ren as he explained. Ren, are you saying that yesterday, through something called Sefirah Castle, you encountered a character from Lord of Mysteries? Sonoko asked in disbelief. That's right. Isn't that story set in another world? After Ren confirmed it, Sonoko was even more shocked. She already knew Ren had the ability to leave this world, and he had hinted at it before. It was plausible that he'd someday travel to other worlds, but she didn't expect the day to come so soon. All eyes turned to Ren, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head slightly. You could call it another world, but it's only possible through the special nature of Sefirah Castle, which I maintain. I can't enter it freely. At most, I can attend gatherings there via Sefirah Castle's resonance. If I want to enter with my own power, I'd need to reach at least sequence 4. But becoming a demigod is still a long way off for me. Besides, even if I reach sequence 4, I wouldn't rush in. That place is too dangerous, even for sequence 4s. Especially since I seem to carry secrets of my own. Unless I'm sequence 0, I won't be going there just to die. The world of Lord of Mysteries is unimaginably dangerous. In a way, the true gods of sequence 0 in that world are truly terrifying. Not to mention, many foreign deities in that world are eyeing the sealed source on the planet. If he lacked the strength to defend himself, he'd be nothing more than a fat lamb to them. The girls all breathed a sigh of relief. This development had been so sudden that they couldn't accept it right away. But things weren't as bad as they imagined. At least, Ren didn't have the power to go there yet, and more importantly, he had the self-awareness to know that his current strength wasn't enough and wouldn't recklessly set foot in that world. Seeing their reactions, Ren touched his face with a helpless expression. Do I look like the reckless type? He was cautious, thank you very much. I know better than anyone how dangerous that world is. There are no friendly forces, only enemies. If I want to fulfill my wish, I need sufficient guarantees first. I want to meet the people in that story with my own eyes, not get myself killed in the process. Ren was very clear on that. To chase a dream by recklessly exposing yourself. Only a fool would do that. Only by ensuring his own safety could he observe the story from a higher perspective and gain the ability to change some things if necessary. Yeah, Ren. If you go, take me with you. Chika stared at Ren with shining eyes, putting him under pressure. If he wanted to bring Fujiwara along, he'd need more than sequence 0. He'd need to become something beyond even the true gods, something on par with the old days. At that moment, Ren's face twitched slightly, his throat moved. Well, we can talk about that later. The girls who noticed his reaction nearly burst into laughter. Amamiya. After their laughter, Sanzenin Nagi raised her hand. Can you explain sequence 0 and the source castle? You didn't mention them earlier. The sequence path is actually kind of complex. Ren thought for a moment, then decided to explain it. The source castle is actually a form of source essence. Each type of source essence corresponds to a different pathway. When a Beyonder on a certain path reaches the top of the sequence but still wants to ascend further, they need source essence to move forward. Most Beyonders can't control source essence. Only those with special characteristics can. But even then, most of those so-called special Beyonders are actually just placeholders for former sequence users who use them as vessels for resurrection. So, those who gain control over source essence are basically consumables. Even if they manage to master it, once they try to transcend the sequence, they're fated to be assimilated by those immortal wills. In the worst case, they get devoured completely. Ren paused to emphasize his point. Of course, I'm not referring to myself here. I obtained the source essence through the diary. Judging by Sefirah Castle's current state, it had already split and reformed. If that wasn't caused by the diary, then it means the split happened before those immortal wills appeared. That way, it wouldn't be under their control. What if it was the diary? Fujiwara Chika asked curiously. Idiot. Sanzenin Nagi rolled her eyes. If it was the diary, then it's even less of a concern. A being that can fragment a source castle, something necessary for becoming a true god, is on a completely different level. You think just anyone can do that? Right. Ren smiled and nodded. Exactly. If it was the diary, then there's no need to worry. If even the source can be split, then those guys beyond the sequence can't hope to manipulate the diary either. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, let people look forward to the road of demigod. After explaining the source, let's talk about the strength tiers within the sequence pathway. Ren pointed at Chika. Fujiwara is currently at sequence 9 of the spectator pathway. Sequence 9 and sequence 8 are classified as the low sequences. This level represents individuals who have just stepped into the world of the Beyonders. At this stage, Beyonders are only slightly stronger than normal people. Then there are sequences 7 to 5, which are referred to as the mid-sequences. Most Beyonders begin to exhibit more powerful abilities at this stage. It's also around this level that the supernatural abilities of different pathways begin to show clear distinction. For instance, the abilities of the spectator pathway gradually become more apparent. Starting from mental manipulation, a spectator at sequence 5 can enter another person's dreams, alter those dreams, and implant suggestions, essentially a more advanced form of hypnosis. You can even render your body intangible, allowing yourself to directly enter another person's dream and jump from one dream to another, achieving a form of spatial movement. All the girls shuddered upon hearing that. That kind of ability sent chills down their spines. To be able to enter someone's dreams, directly alter them, and manipulate them mentally, such a supernatural power was nothing short of unsettling. Not only was the ability itself disturbing, even its means of evasion were tied to the spiritual realm. To make oneself incorporeal and travel through dreams. Just hearing it was enough to confirm that Fujiwara Chika would never be the type to fight on the front lines. Yet the person being described was absolutely delighted. So I'll get this kind of power once I reach the high sequences. I'm starting to really look forward to it. Ren smiled faintly, but then fell silent. Fujiwara, actually, something occurred to me because of yesterday's events. I think the corruption and loss of control you experienced when you first drank the potion might have something to do with me. Upon hearing that, Fujiwara Chika remained silent for a long time before finally looking up with a wounded expression. So, it's all your fault then. Ren couldn't deny it. So, you admit you're the one who caused my psychological trauma? Yes. Then you'll have to take responsibility. Okay. All right then. Chika instantly dropped her pitiful look, blinked, and returned to smiling again. Then, noticing the strange stares from those around her, she pouted and explained. It already happened. Besides, no one drank the potion to become a Beyonder before me, and Ren didn't know something like that could happen either. So how could it be his fault? And over the past week, Ren's been helping me stabilize my mental state. As long as he continues to take care of me whenever my mind acts up, how could I ever blame him for this? That much was true. The key was that no one had prior knowledge. Otherwise, Chika wouldn't have gone through something so dangerous. What comes after? Aizawa Sakuya was still very curious about the latter stages of the sequence pathway. The abilities at the mid-sequences were already impressive. It was impossible not to wonder what came next. Ren glanced at Fujiwara Chika. Once he saw the smile on her lips and confirmed she was fine, he continued. From Sequence 4 onward, Beyonders start walking a different path. Sequence 4 is a branching point. At this level, Beyonders gain something that sets them apart from all others, the mythical creature form. This is the transitional stage where a Beyonder starts to evolve into a god through the continued consumption of potions. From that point on, their life structure and lifespan become completely different from that of ordinary people. That's why Sequence 4 Beyonders are called demigods. The shocking statement left the girls stunned. The word god had been brought up, and now the possibility that one of them might reach that level was beyond their imagination. God. Nagi's throat tightened. She could feel her worldview being reshaped on the spot. She already knew that once they touched the mystical, everything they encountered would far surpass normal expectations. But before the word demigod was spoken, she hadn't realized that the divine could be so close to them. Then, Ren. Do we have a chance of reaching that level? Of course you do. Ren didn't hesitate at all when answering. Nagi, the true nature of the vision is that it's a backup of divinity. As long as you're able to push your vision to its full potential and take one more step forward, you too can reach that height. But there's something you need to understand first. Those of you who received power directly and took shortcuts still need to know this. Once you take the shortcut, it becomes much harder to make progress after reaching the realm of gods. These words didn't stir much reaction. Everyone present understood the truth behind them. Ordinary people acquiring power not meant for them and taking shortcuts to reach the peak, that's not something just anyone can do, and it's certainly not a gift available to everyone. Kaguya didn't see herself as special. She simply felt that she was someone blessed by fate, and such blessings came with limitations. If we've been favored, and we've received power through shortcuts, then of course we'll need to work harder moving forward. That's just how it should be. Besides, we're still far from that level. It's a bit premature to be thinking about such a distant future. Kaguya didn't think her current power could be easily improved. Their shortcut had come in the form of power granted through the diary, and while it already displayed extraordinary traits from the start, they were still far from fully mastering it, let alone stepping into that next realm. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, a demigod must face the problem. Indeed. It's too early to think about that now. Now that she had gradually calmed down, the intense stimulation brought by the demigod transformation was beginning to fade, and her emotions slowly stabilized. In a composed state, she could better analyze and judge the situation. Amamiya, I also want to know about the form of mythical creatures. By the way, you achieved that form after stepping onto the sequence path. So what about those of us who aren't following that path? The two questions posed by Sanzenin Nagi were still crucial, closely related to everyone present. The form of mythical creatures is pretty much what it sounds like. Once you step onto the sequence path, you start developing a form beyond human, one that leans toward the essence of power. But it's not a visible creature. Rather, it's a state that's difficult to comprehend or define. You could even say it's a symbol or a mark on a canvas, with the creature being judged by how you perceive it. In other words, the closer you get to true power, the more marks and symbols appear on your identity as a human. These marks gradually evolve into a form beyond humanity, a form of pure power. Faced with Nagi's question, Ren did his best to explain based on his own understanding. Power manifests as symbols and marks. As we pursue power, we more or less start to etch these symbols into our being. Eventually, our forms become shaped by power itself. This form isn't something easily understood, but based on our perception, it tends to resemble mythological creatures. Does that make sense? Nagi quickly pieced together a summary in her mind. That's right. Ren confirmed, and Nagi now had a rough grasp of it. It wasn't that hard to comprehend. Those who pursued power were destined to live longer, and adopting a non-human form was a natural result of transcending the ordinary. As for your second question, I can't give you a direct answer. But based on my guess, different powers, once honed to the point of qualitative change, will develop stronger symbols. These are the marks formed by the power you've mastered. When these symbols become strong enough, your form will start to change as you adapt to this power. I think that adapting to this indescribable transformation is what constitutes a mythical creature form. Hearing this, Nagi gave a slight nod. That explained a lot. It aligned closely with her own theory. As knowledge and power reached a certain critical threshold, the body would adjust and evolve to house more power, gradually developing a unique form. This was the secret of the demigods. A form that was entirely different from humanity, based purely on power. In other words, different types of power would lead to different transformations, and the final form of mythical creatures would vary accordingly. I think I get it now. Unlike previous stages, this stage of the extraordinary involves a form that's entirely distinct from ordinary people. It's also the stage where the power gap is the greatest. As Nagi said this, she lifted her vision, and a wind-shaped symbol shimmered on it. Just like how, at this stage, I need a vision as an external magical organ. But once I transcend this stage, I'll develop a magic organ that can directly absorb external forces and convert them into elemental power. That will be the sign of becoming a god. Is that correct? Ren nodded slightly, praising her. As expected of a genius girl. Your understanding is remarkable. Sanzenin Nagi smiled with satisfaction at the compliment. Now, back to the matter of the sequence path. After assuming a mythical creature form, an extraordinary individual becomes a demigod. Once they transcend that into the divine realm, they gain what's called divinity. Divinity is both a blessing and a burden. After all, divinity and humanity are fundamentally opposed. Excessive divinity turns one into a slave to power. That's why, after reaching the demigod realm, you need an anchor to stabilize your humanity and maintain the balance between the two. If that balance is broken, there's a risk of losing control. But you don't have to worry too much. While demigods do need an anchor, it doesn't have to come from a follower's belief. You can also use me as an anchor for your humanity. By becoming my follower, believing in me, you can stabilize your humanity. And after the incident last night, I think I might be able to manage the risk of corruption and losing control. If nothing unexpected happens, I should have a clearer answer next time. As for whether your humanity can truly be anchored by me, you'll have to reach the demigod realm to find out. Divinity came with its perks, but also with inevitable drawbacks. That was something everyone understood. Fortunately, there were ways to deal with it, and Ren had laid it out clearly. Oh, so that's why you want to make Miss Hatamoto your follower. Chika seemed to understand now. It turned out that Ren was making preparations for life as a demigod. I do have that idea. Whether I'll need an anchor or not, I'm still unsure. But it's better to prepare ahead of time. If you know you'll need something, it's smart to get it ready early instead of panicking later. Ren made the decision cautiously, then let out a quiet sigh. This is the hardest era to spread belief, but it's also the best era to do so. Shinomiya Kagaya understood the meaning behind that statement. Because modern people are educated not to believe in things like faith. But the moment they witness a miracle, they become the most devoted followers. Just like Miss Hatamoto. Ren smiled slightly and nodded. That's exactly what I mean. To be continued. Chapter 274, Chapter 274, Excessive Strength Behind the Bump, Bonus. Although those beyond Sequence 4 are all called demigods, there are distinctions among them. But since they are still in the transitional phase toward a complete mythical creature form, their transformation remains incomplete. Because of this, extraordinary individuals in this stage are extremely unstable. Due to the incomplete state of their mythical creature form, any attempt to transform recklessly makes it easy for them to lose control. That's why extraordinary people at this stage only reveal their mythical creature form when absolutely necessary. Showing that state is essentially a life-or-death gamble. These insights about demigods sparked vivid imagery in the minds of the girls listening, though the dominant feeling was a sense of awe and unease. Why is the sequence path so rugged? Aizawa Sakuya couldn't help but mutter after taking it all in. Every stage on the sequence path seemed to come with its own set of harrowing challenges. Miss Aizawa, think about the abilities of a spectator at sequence 5, then think again about how rugged the sequence path is. Ren's reminder instantly brought back the description of spectator abilities at sequence 5, disgusting and unsettling. When Aizawa Sakuya considered that again in the context of the sequence path's dangers, her expression twitched a few times before she gave a serious reply. Yeah, even though it's rough, the power you gain along the way still makes it worth it. Just the spectator's powers at sequence 5 had been enough to make her scalp tingle. Who knew what kind of twisted abilities they would gain after entering sequence 4? And she clearly remembered what Ren had said earlier, sequence 4 marked a threshold, the dividing line between extraordinary humans and demigods. From Aizawa Sakuya's perspective, the real gap between mortals and gods was essentially between sequence 4 and sequence 5. Just as Miss Aizawa said, the sequence path is indeed rugged. But it is also the most reliable road to gaining power. Whether you choose to walk it is entirely up to the extraordinary individual. But once you make that choice, you must accept one truth: power is the foundation behind all calculations. If you are weak, you deserve to be used. But once you're strong enough, even a mere thought from you will cause all forces to give way. So, the hardship you face is almost always equivalent to the power you gain. Ren then explained an even harsher reality. As for the Lord of Mysteries, the story begins in the Black Iron Era, a time when extraordinary beings were in decline and high-ranking extraordinary individuals were rare. If you want to become stronger, you must fight. Without fighting, you will never reach the top. Those simple words conveyed the sorrow and cruelty of the age. The road of battle is inevitably soaked in blood, but that's the hard truth. If you don't fight, then only death awaits. Because even if you don't want to fight, someone else will. There's almost no happy ending for those who step onto the extraordinary path. Unless you possess overwhelming strength, a powerful background, and solid protection, you will be forced into battle. Aside from Ran, all the girls present came from powerful families, so they already understood this truth well. If you don't fight, someone else will, and eventually, they'll drag you into the battle. Kaguya could relate. Her older brothers were adept at power struggles, and their methods were anything but clean. If you want something more, you need to fight for it. That's just the nature of competition, even among children. Aizawa Sakuya couldn't help but recall the younger siblings she had cared for. No matter how close they were, there had always been some form of rivalry. It wasn't that things were completely out of reach, but when some people had something and others didn't, conflict was inevitable. Sequence 2 to Sequence 1 are called angels, or subordinate gods. Once the mythical creature form is complete, this stage becomes much more stable than Sequence 4 or Sequence 3. Even if they activate their mythical creature form, they won't lose control so easily. In addition to mastering deeper and broader powers, those who reach Sequence 1 gradually begin to wield authority, true divine authority. This power is undoubtedly more bizarre and far stronger. That's why this stage marks the real beginning of the god realm. Then, Ren pointed at Chika and used her as an example. For example, Fujiwara's spectator path. At Sequence 1, the title is author. What does this mean? It means she can write stories with a pen, and everything she writes will come true, like an author in the heavens writing one reality after another. Chika pointed to herself in disbelief. That's insane, stories that come true. Spectators are broken. Aizawa Sakuya finally understood the sheer scale of what divine authority meant. It was simply absurd. Ren, if Miss Fujiwara writes about someone's death, will it actually happen? Of course. Once she reaches that stage, it won't just affect ordinary people. Even demigod-level extraordinary individuals can be manipulated through the stories she writes. Hayasaka was stunned at the explanation. From every angle, the spectator's power was absolutely terrifying. Once a story was written, it became reality. It was like holding a divine pen, able to shape the world with words. However, reaching that level is another story. The sequence path is indeed filled with outrageous power, but obtaining that power is just as difficult. Most extraordinary people will probably spend their whole lives in the middle sequences. Unless they obtain the formulas and materials for promotion potions and are lucky enough to survive the process without losing control, they'll never reach the higher ranks. That's why this road is so full of thorns. Ren explained the sheer effort behind such overwhelming power. The girls present all understood just how much struggle was required to gain those abilities. Most extraordinary people never rise above the middle sequences. That's the cruel reality of the world they're in. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, I want to experience. Amamiya, can I experience the power of the sequence path? After a long pause, Aizawa Sakuya finally asked the question she had been mulling over, aware it might come off as excessive. The sequence path. Ren looked at Aizawa Sakuya in surprise. Miss Aizawa, I explained so much about the sequence path precisely to warn you. If you have a choice, don't take it. This road is filled with problems. Corruption and losing control are the norm. Why would you still want to choose this path? To be honest, Aizawa Sakuya had understood what he meant. The powers sounded alluring, but Ren had also plainly laid out the dangers. The downsides weren't hidden at all, and were clearly serious, enough to make anyone think twice about the whole path. Why would someone still choose it? The meaning was already clear. Ren had no intention of recommending it. I'm just a little curious. Even if the risks are high, you're here, right? Aizawa Sakuya spoke lightly, relying on Ren without hesitation. Her carefree tone gave others reason to worry. Although I'm glad you remember what I said, I still really don't want you stepping onto this path. Ren shook his head slightly and tapped the table lightly with his finger. A puff of white smoke rose above the table and formed words. With the help of the source, I can temporarily grant you a portion of sequence power in the form of a gift. I currently control several source materials and can let you experience the power of different sequences. Miss Aizawa, choose one. Aizawa Sakuya looked at the words formed by the smoke above the table. Seer, Marauder, Apprentice, Corpse Collector, Sleepless, Warrior, Spectator, Sailor, Savant, Reader, Bard, and Secret Supplicant. There were many paths to choose from, and it left Aizawa Sakuya a little lost. Do you have any recommendations? As for recommendations, first eliminate the Secret Supplicant path. That one tends to attract whispers from higher sequence beings. Even if you gain power, it's the quickest way to end up insane. The Warrior path focuses on enhancing physical fitness. Even the low sequences are strong and come with combat techniques. But there's a drawback. Yeah, let's skip Warrior. Aizawa Sakuya declined immediately. The Sailor's abilities are tied to the sea. The Corpse Collector, as the name suggests, involves collecting corpses. Not very fitting for a girl. Aizawa Sakuya nodded in agreement. The Bard's abilities strengthen oneself and teammates through singing. Their powers are aligned with the sun, forming a path toward the sun god. Mid-sequence users can cast various solar-based spells, which are very effective against the dead, vengeful spirits, and evil beings. The Reader, as the name suggests, walks the path of erudition, aiming for omniscience. It requires a large amount of accumulated knowledge. Their extraordinary abilities revolve around understanding all things. As for the Seer, Marauder, and Apprentice paths, they're all good, and I personally followed all three. But based on acting compatibility, none of them suit you. Ren paused, ready to elaborate. The Seer path sequence 8 is called the Clown, and sequence 7 is the Magician. The Apprentice path sequence 8 is the Trickmaster, and sequence 7 is the Astrologer. Both paths lend themselves to circus-style personas. Indeed. Just hearing the names of the sequences, it was obvious those paths were suited for circus performances. The girls present immediately felt that those paths weren't right. It was hard to imagine Aizawa Sakuya putting on clown makeup and performing tricks under a tent just to act properly. Even Aizawa Sakuya herself admitted it wasn't a good match. As for the Marauder, as a young lady, stealing from your own family. Sequence 8 is a swindler. Can you imagine a proper lady becoming a con artist? Aizawa Sakuya briefly pictured the scene and her face twitched. If she wanted money, she could just ask her father or grandpa. Honestly, the money she might swindle wouldn't even compare to her pocket money. For the eldest daughter of the Aizawa family to become a fraudster, she'd probably be laughed out of every social circle. The Sleepless, as the name implies, don't need to sleep at night. 3 to 4 hours of rest in the morning is enough. Sequence 8 is the Midnight Poet, who excels in combat, climbing, and shooting, and can produce different effects by reciting different poems. Sequence 7 is Nightmare. They can drag people into dreams and question them directly inside. They can freely enter and exit the dreams of up to 187 sleeping people. It's a solid ability for intelligence gathering and interrogation. After giving a basic explanation of each path, Ren gave his honest recommendation. If you really want to try one, the Spectator, Sleepless, Reader, and Bard paths are all decent options. The others don't really suit you. Aizawa Sakuya nodded in agreement. Rather than picking at random, it was better to go with the advice of someone knowledgeable. Based on what she'd heard, the Spectator path stood out. Even if it wasn't strong in the early stages, its late-stage potential was absurd. But for the sake of this experience, the Spectator path could wait. The Reader path was too academic. She wasn't the type to bury herself in books. It didn't suit her personality. The Bard's abilities were fine, but it felt like choosing that path would turn her into a stereotypical devout believer. That didn't sit well with her either. All things considered, based on abilities, experience, and role compatibility, the Sleepless path seemed like the best fit. With that in mind, Aizawa Sakuya made her choice. I want to experience the Sleepless. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, Shortcut Ability. The Sleepless path was indeed quite practical. Even at Sequence 9, it provided significantly superior abilities in nocturnal combat and sensory perception. It also granted night vision. Though the effects were limited to nighttime, it could still be seen as an enhancement to an extraordinary stamina and energy recovery. The only pity was that it was currently morning. Aizawa Sakuya couldn't fully perceive the boost to her capabilities or stamina. If it were night, the difference would have been clearer. Taking everything into account, Ren directly granted Aizawa Sakuya the power of Sequence 7, Nightmare. As power surged through her body and a flood of knowledge filled her mind, Aizawa Sakuya began to truly understand what it meant to wield power. So this is the power of the sleepless path. Her body felt unprecedented strength. The drowsiness of waking up early vanished instantly, replaced by boundless energy. Her vision sharpened, allowing her to see more clearly than before. My body feels stronger, and... Standing up, Aizawa Sakuya leapt in her bathrobe, clearing over 2.5 meters. While airborne, she adjusted her center of gravity with ease, kicking 3 times mid-air while still wearing slippers. After executing the difficult maneuver, she casually landed on one foot, stabilizing herself. Not only has my body gotten stronger, but I can actually pull off moves like this. Now she understood why people craved power. If she were constantly exposed to such strength, she would want it too. The Sleepless Path Sequence 8, the Midnight Poet, greatly enhances combat, shooting, climbing, and sensing abilities. These are all linked to physical performance, and the path strengthens those areas accordingly. Moves like that are nothing difficult at Sequence 8. Ren, having an in-depth understanding of the sequence system, knew this was just the base-level physical boost. The Midnight Poet didn't drastically increase physical strength. Still, this level of understanding was already far beyond that of Aizawa Sakuya, who, up to now, had been an ordinary human. She lowered her raised leg, feeling the enhanced responsiveness and control of her body. She could now execute techniques that once seemed impossible. To a professional stunt actor or martial arts expert, that might not be difficult, but for me, someone who couldn't even come close before, this is huge. Also, my vision wasn't great. I'm a bit nearsighted. But now everything's sharp, and I can even see further. Ren wasn't surprised at all. Walking the sequence path is a journey into the extraordinary. As your sequence and physical abilities improve, former limitations cease to matter. Your improved vision likely comes from the Sequence 9, Sleepless trait. Sleepless individuals can perceive a wider visual range in the dark. Even in pitch black, they can still see. That might have stimulated your eyesight to recover or even surpass its original level. All these changes stemmed from the power of the potion. But the Midnight Poet's greatest ability isn't physical enhancement. While your body gets a boost, the true strength lies in affecting surrounding creatures through recited poems. Besides enhancing yourself, you can induce sleepiness in others or create the illusion of being constantly watched, which triggers heightened nervousness in enemies. This is the true essence of the Midnight Poet's ability. In short, their support-type capabilities are extremely strong. Hearing Ren's explanation, Aizawa Sakuya gave a slight nod, then began softly reciting a beautiful poem. As her spirit fluctuated slightly, she felt her energy drain a little, but her body instantly became lighter. She kicked off her slippers. Her toes flexed against the ground. With just one step, she flashed forward, appearing 8 meters away in the next instant. Amazing. She had crossed a long distance in the blink of an eye. 8 meters might not seem far, but to achieve the kind of explosive movement in a single burst was impressive. She could feel that she could still keep going. She continued playing around with her new abilities like a child who had just discovered a new toy. After almost a minute, the effects began to fade. Her enhanced speed and power vanished. That ended quickly. Does the state only last a minute? Aizawa Sakuya sighed but also took note of the duration. After all, activating a Midnight Poet's boost consumes spiritual energy. Naturally, it can't be maintained for too long. Only by ascending through the sequences will you be able to prolong that duration. Maintaining it for a full minute is already standard for Sequence 7, Nightmare. Ren corrected her assumption and gave her a reasonable explanation. Also, for your reference, a Sequence 8 Midnight Poet can only maintain that boost for 30 seconds at most. Reaching Sequence 7 doubles that. That's actually a huge leap. After hearing the difference in duration between Sequence 8 and Sequence 7, Aizawa Sakuya nodded. True. Going from 30 seconds to 60 is nearly double. That's definitely a significant upgrade. From her usual gaming experience, a 20% stat boost was already a big deal. Doubling something meant a massive leap. Oh, by the way, when I was reciting the poem, I felt a slight drain in energy. That's your spirituality, Ren replied, continuing his introduction. Spirituality comes from your spiritual body. Simply put, it's the energy you use to activate extraordinary abilities. Think of it like your mana bar in a game. As your sequence increases, your spiritual body strengthens, and so does your total spirituality. But of course, stronger abilities also consume more spirituality. To recover it, you need normal rest. So Miss Aizawa, don't overdo it. If your spirituality drops too low, you'll likely feel a sharp headache. Next, Miss Aizawa, try out the nightmare ability. Aizawa Sakuya nodded slightly, then turned her gaze toward her adorable little sister, Nagi. Sanzenin Nagi, now under Aizawa Sakuya's gaze, was completely confused and filled with question marks. To be continued. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, The Decision of the Road to the List. Nagi stared blankly at the empty hot spring inn, a strange feeling of dissonance nagging at her. Nagi, why are you still here? At the sound of the familiar voice, Nagi turned around. What do you mean, still here? Come on now. We're all getting ready to go home. Are you still half asleep? Nagi was slightly stunned. She looked down to see herself still wearing the bathrobe from the hot spring inn, while Sakuya had already changed into her regular clothes. It was clear who was out of place. You're heading back already? Confused, she glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10:23 a.m. Did she doze off again after breakfast? It certainly felt like a typical weekend, hard to get up no matter what. Even now, she still felt a little drowsy. Yawning, Nagi felt the haze lift somewhat, probably thanks to that nap. Her mind was much clearer now. Of course. Tomorrow's Monday. We need to catch the bus home today. I was talking to you earlier, but instead of sleeping on the ride back, you dozed off after breakfast. Ugh, it's totally the weekend's fault. Weekends just make me want to fall asleep the moment I touch a pillow. Nagi pouted, blaming the weekend entirely. Aizawa Sakuya rolled her eyes. Don't blame the weekend. You've always had trouble getting up on weekends, but you've been getting better recently. Who would have thought you'd regress today? Nagi couldn't argue. She had indeed fallen asleep after breakfast, and it was clearly her fault. Did you get enough sleep now? Yeah. Then don't fall asleep again. Huh. Her vision blurred again, and when she opened her eyes, she realized she was still seated at the breakfast table. Everyone around her was still eating. Nagi was completely confused. Hadn't she already eaten breakfast? Why was everyone still eating? So strong. Half-conscious, Nagi heard Sakuya exclaim with excitement. She turned to see Sakuya looking absolutely thrilled. Nightmare's ability is incredible. It can drag people into dreams so easily. And the person pulled into the dream doesn't even realize it. If I hadn't said anything, Nagi wouldn't have realized she was still dreaming. Even the slowest person would get it by now. Sanzenin Nagi's expression twitched. She had just been used as a guinea pig for some supernatural ability experiment. That's what makes Nightmare so powerful. At Sequence 7, they're not opponents ordinary people can handle anymore, especially since Nightmare's abilities can activate when someone's consciousness is at its weakest. Under the effect of supernatural abilities, people might not even realize they're being manipulated. Ren spoke calmly, fully understanding the implications. After obtaining the River of Everlasting Darkness, he had often studied the abilities of neighboring sequences and realized that each had unique characteristics. The Sleepless Path, in particular, was impressive for support, intelligence gathering, and covert operations. Nightmare's ability was incredibly strong. Even other supernaturals could be affected if they couldn't tell dream from reality. Once they were trapped, Nightmare could toy with them. The closer dreams were to reality, the harder it was to distinguish between the two. That blurred boundary was what made it truly dangerous. It was hard enough for extraordinary people. For regular people, it was practically impossible. It has support abilities, enhances physical strength, and can even force people into dreams. Don't just focus on how hard it is to enter a sequence, the Sleepless Path is genuinely well-suited. Now that she had experienced its power firsthand, Sakuya had clearly made up her mind. Ren watched quietly. He could tell that Aizawa Sakuya had made her decision. Sakuya turned to him with a strange expression. Amamiya, aren't you going to stop me? Ren shook his head slightly. Miss Aizawa has made up her mind. Trying to stop her would be meaningless. Once she obtains the diary, it will grant her what she desires most. If Miss Aizawa is set on walking the path of the sequence, then no one can stop her. The right to choose always lies with you, even if the road ahead is covered in thorns. Ren believed that what Sakuya wanted right now wasn't someone to stop her, but someone to support her. Although I won't stop Miss Aizawa from walking the path she chooses, I hope that during the initial stages, you'll remain under my supervision. If you begin to show signs of losing control, at least I'll be able to intervene. Sakuya laughed at that. Of course. Even if she did get the diary and the potion needed to advance through the sequence, she wouldn't dream of drinking it in secret. What happened to Chika was enough of a warning. Even though Ren had said that it might have been because of his influence that she lost control, was that something anyone could be certain of. So under no circumstances would Aizawa Sakuya drink the potion alone. That would be suicide. Ren. Just as Sakuya's discussion wrapped up, Sonoko suddenly raised her hand. Can you explain the sequence path to my sister? Your sister wants to walk that path too. No, she doesn't know about it yet. Actually, my dad is really into this stuff. He's always been fascinated by the supernatural. Lately, both he and Mom have been focusing a lot on my sister's education. I think, for my sister's safety, she really should gain some power. Sonoko had always thought this way. Especially after her sister had been pushed into the spotlight instead of her, the idea had only grown stronger. Ren nodded slightly. He understood Sonoko's concern. In that case, go ahead and tell your sister. You've saved up plenty of lottery draws already. If you truly want to help her, you just might be able to. To be continued. Chapter 278, Why Not Take the Opportunity? In the afternoon, the Shinomiya family's RV dropped everyone off at their respective homes. Outside the Suzuki residence, a maid was already waiting. Miss Sonoko. I'll leave the luggage to you. I need to go find father, mother, and Ayako. The maids quickly took the suitcase from Suzuki Sonoko's hands, then bowed and said. Miss Sonoko, the master, madam, and Miss Ayako are waiting for you in the main hall. Sonoko nodded slightly. She had already expected her parents to be home waiting for her. It just so happened that her sister was also present. She needed to tell her what had happened today, though she wasn't sure whether her sister would choose to walk the sequence path. Shaking her head slightly, Sonoko didn't know what her sister would decide, but she was certain that Ayako wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. With that thought, Sonoko quickened her pace. The Suzuki family villa was quite large. Walking from the front gate to the central courtyard took some time. There was an internal shuttle that usually handled this distance, but today, anxious to speak with her sister, she ignored it. After a brisk 10-minute walk, Sonoko finally stepped into the villa. A maid had already opened the door for her. Upon entering, she saw her father, mother, and sister sitting on the living room sofa. Her mother and sister were deep in conversation, while her father was reading the newspaper. Sonoko hurried over and jumped directly toward her mother and sister. I'm back. The sudden burst startled both Suzuki Tomoko and Suzuki Ayako, their shoulders visibly jolting. After a few seconds, they gradually relaxed. Ayako gave her energetic sister a helpless look and said. Sonoko, how old are you? Why are you still pouncing like that? Sonoko grinned without a care. Well, you were chatting so seriously with Mom. Opportunities like that aren't common. Were you talking about business? Ayako smiled and nodded. Yes. Since weekends are slower, I was summarizing this past week's work and planning for next week. Mom says the future belongs to the internet age, so we must take it seriously. The internet age, huh? Yeah, technology always pushes the era forward. That's nothing surprising. Sonoko wasn't surprised. She wasn't some sheltered flower in a greenhouse. After being exposed to certain things, she had an understanding of future trends. Just look at mobile phones. Who would have thought such a small device would replace bulky landlines? Isn't that technological advancement? Let's not talk about business. I'm not good at that stuff anyway. I won't be dealing with the family business in the future. Looking at her sister's carefree attitude, Ayako was somewhat amused. Children from other conglomerate families were all fighting for inheritance. Yet, in their family, her little sister had decided to pursue the path of the supernatural, leaving her, the elder sister, to shoulder the family responsibilities. I came back today with good news. Well, it'll only be good news if you decide to accept it, sis. That statement instantly grabbed the attention of Suzuki Shiro, Suzuki Tomoko, and Suzuki Ayako. The implication was clear. An opportunity to enter the world of the supernatural. Actually, I got a chance to enter the mystery. But whether or not to accept it depends on you, sis. Suzuki Tomoko quickly picked up on the implication and looked at Sonoko. You got a chance to enter the mystery. Or is it a chance to delve deeper? Sonoko paused. Seeing this, Ayako calmed her nerves and began to talk her sister down. Sonoko, if you got a chance to go deeper, then take it. Compared to giving me the opportunity to enter, I think you should use it to advance yourself further. That's right, Suzuki Shiro chimed in, sharing the same view as his wife and eldest daughter. Sonoko, if you really got such an opportunity, don't waste it. Your ability to channel items is already excellent. If you can go deeper, then do it. Splitting opportunities like that isn't good for either you or the family. As a father, Suzuki Shiro naturally hoped his daughter could go deeper into the world of the supernatural. Sonoko understood where her family was coming from, but she still couldn't help sighing softly. Well, he's my boyfriend. All three family members froze for a few seconds. Finally, Suzuki Tomoko cleared her throat and quickly shifted her tone. Ahem, in that case, Sonoko, can you tell me what exactly this opportunity is? If it had been something her daughter earned through her own efforts, Suzuki Tomoko would have encouraged her to pursue it further. The stronger Sonoko became now, the greater the support she could offer the family later on. Compared to short-term benefits, Suzuki Tomoko valued the long-term opportunities her daughter could create in the future. But if this opportunity came from Sonoko's boyfriend, then that changed things. Watching how quickly her mother changed her tone, Sonoko rolled her eyes. Mom, your attitude flipped too fast. Suzuki Tomoko didn't mind at all. That's because I care about the future, not the present. The more success you achieve now, the more it'll benefit the family later. Of course, that's only true if the opportunity you got is a rare one. But if this is something our son-in-law gave you, then why should I be polite? Being overly polite to a son-in-law is hypocritical. That kind of fake formality only happens between families that don't get along. If our son-in-law is competent and wants to support our family, why should I reject that? Hearing her mother refer to him so intimately as son-in-law, even Sonoko blushed slightly. Although she did receive the opportunity herself, it was undeniable that the opportunity came from Ren. She really couldn't say her mother was wrong. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, Breaking the Fate of the Reunion. It took a while for Suzuki Sonoko to calm down. Ren being called son-in-law by her mother had truly shocked her. But it wasn't entirely impossible. Sonoko was slightly moved, but quickly refocused her thoughts. She began recounting the 11 paths Ren had mentioned that morning, describing their general traits as best as she could recall. Especially the part about reaching sequence 4 and becoming a demigod. This series of explanations left the Suzuki family stunned at first. Demigod. Suzuki Tomoko felt like it was all some sort of joke. Was the world about to spiral into chaos? Her daughter had only just touched on the mystery world for about a month, and now they were already talking about godhood. What was even more absurd was that Sonoko and her group apparently had the potential to reach that level. Even if they didn't know when they could cross that boundary, the very existence of the opportunity meant the possibility was real. The information was so overwhelming that even a seasoned businesswoman like Suzuki Tomoko felt short of breath. It feels like a dream. This world is getting too insane. Hearing her sigh, Suzuki Shiro also nodded in agreement. Indeed. The heights that the mysterious realm can reach are far beyond what we originally imagined. Demigod, that's still a bit too high for us to wrap our heads around. At first, they had assumed that the mystery was merely about uncovering hidden truths in the world. But the moment the veil was lifted, it pierced straight into the divine. This level was simply too high. It made Suzuki Shiro feel like his daughter had suddenly reached a realm far beyond their reach. As for who the boy involved really was, Suzuki Shiro wasn't lacking in insight. He didn't need to investigate personally. Based on what Sonoko had looked into, he already understood. The boy's background was clean and ordinary. Yet, somehow, he had become the trigger for something so overwhelming. Better not think about becoming a demigod for now. According to Ren, that step isn't easy to take. Sonoko cut off her parents' lamenting and steered the topic toward something more practical. Rather than thinking about becoming a demigod, we should help Sis consider which path she should choose. The conversation shifted back to Suzuki Ayako. Both Tomoko and Shiro turned their focus to their eldest daughter. Ayako's decision is very important. If she makes the right choice, she'll be able to obtain extraordinary abilities like Sonoko. But when it comes to the different paths, excluding the ones that clearly don't fit, there aren't many that truly suit her. From a logical standpoint, the spectator path is actually very suitable for Ayako. She's managing family business affairs and constantly meeting people. Being able to see through others' inner motives would be incredibly useful. Tomoko analyzed the situation calmly and rationally, believing the spectator path's abilities were an excellent match for her eldest daughter's role. Sonoko also nodded. Yeah, spectator really does suit Sis. The sleepless path is strong too, but Sis doesn't work late into the night every day. Plus, some of the later roles along that path aren't really suitable for her job. They wouldn't be much help to her. Considering her sister's current position, spectator truly seemed the most compatible. As for the bard path, it's too reliant on belief. Sis doesn't follow any particular faith, but she could believe in Ren. He's also preparing to reach sequence 4 and might be looking to take on more believers. Ayako, being the person involved, nodded slightly. Based on Sonoko's earlier explanation, she understood that believers and faith served as stabilizing anchors, which would become especially important when advancing to sequence 4 and becoming a demigod. If she were to be a future believer of her potential brother-in-law, Ayako felt that wouldn't be a problem. Well, in the end, the decision's up to Sis. It was fine to give advice, but the final choice needed to be her sister's. Sonoko held her chin in thought. Sis, do you have any free time coming up? Free time? Ayako considered her schedule carefully and confirmed she had a break coming up. Next week, yeah. Didn't I tell you before? I have a college classmate reunion to attend. I've been busy with work lately, so father and mother are giving me time to rest. A college reunion. Sonoko thought for a moment and recalled that her sister had mentioned it last week. The venue is that old-fashioned lodge in the nearby mountains, right? The one where you have to cross a suspension bridge. That's the one. Ayako nodded. A college reunion in such a remote area. Sonoko couldn't understand why her sister would arrange such a gathering in a location like that. In response, Ayako sighed helplessly. Actually, this was suggested by one of my old classmates. She's been struggling lately and hopes I can offer some help. Oh, so it's a request for help. Are you too close? Not really. Ayako didn't sugarcoat her answer. I've noticed her performance these past few years. Aside from the work she published before graduation, everything she's produced since then has been, well, not great. Honestly, it proves that her earlier work was either ghostwritten or copied from someone else. Ugh. Sonoko disliked people like that. If she's that kind of person, do you still plan to help her? Ayako shook her head. I'm just giving Chikako one last chance. We agreed she'd present her new script at the reunion. If it's good, I'll help her. If not, then we'll end our connection as classmates right there. Choosing a remote venue is just to save her some face, so she won't be humiliated in front of everyone. As an old college friend, Ayako still had a soft spot for classmates she once shared a club with. She was willing to give them one last chance. Yep. Her sister's kind nature was showing again. Sonoko grumbled internally but understood that this was probably going to be her sister's final college reunion. She didn't believe someone her sister considered completely lacking in originality would suddenly impress her. So this reunion was likely the end of a relationship. Still, the idea of the party gave Sonoko a new idea. Sis, when exactly is the reunion? Wednesday and Thursday. All right, got it. To be continued. Chapter 280, No, it's not me. On Wednesday morning, in a forest deep within Saitama Prefecture, an isolated cliffside villa was gradually welcoming guests one by one. Inhale. Exhale. A fashionably dressed short-haired woman took a deep breath. Staring at the suspension bridge in front of her, she felt as nervous as if she were about to ride a roller coaster. Chikako, you have to seize this opportunity. This really is your last chance. As a screenwriter, she understood all too well how many chances she'd missed in the past 2 years. Those 2 years had nearly drained all the prestige she'd gained. She didn't even have the luxury of making another mistake. This time, asking an old classmate for help was her final chance. If she failed to grasp it, there would be no more doors left to knock on. After psyching herself up, Chikako Ikeda stepped onto the suspension bridge that would decide her fate. Inside the villa, Suzuki Ayako and Suzuki Sonoko had already been waiting for some time. At this moment, even Ayako was feeling a bit tense. There was nothing wrong with attending a college reunion, but this time, it involved a decision about her own future, possibly even her destiny. That made things more complicated. Sonoko could easily tell her sister was nervous, and tried to comfort her. Sis, you don't have to be so uptight. Ren isn't that scary of a person. Seeing her sister's carefree expression, Ayako didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. You can say that because you know him and you're dating him. But I've never met him before, so of course I'm nervous. Being able to interact so casually with someone who was leading her sister down a path that could potentially end in godhood, how could that be considered normal? Only someone with a personality like her sister could face something like this so calmly. Oh, don't worry so much. Ren's personality is actually really good. He just doesn't talk much when he's around strangers. But after spending more time with him, he opens up a lot. Sonoko knew exactly why her sister was so on edge, but what else could she do? Since yesterday, she'd been trying to calm Ayako down. But the moment this situation actually arrived, her sister just couldn't relax. That was understandable though. Even Sonoko had been overwhelmed on the day she received her own powers. Even though her power was classified as supportive, the ability to meet anyone without needing an appointment was downright abnormal. She might not have direct combat strength like Ran, but that didn't mean she would never acquire such power in the future. Knock knock knock. The knock at the door interrupted their conversation. When the door opened, they saw Chikako Ikeda standing there, a travel bag slung over her shoulder. She still looked presentable, but no longer had the bright energy she once did during college. Long time no see, Chikako. You too, long time no see, Ayako. Compared to Ayako's calm and gentle greeting, Chikako Ikeda seemed noticeably reserved. She even held Ayako's offered hand with both of hers. Ayako wasn't surprised in the slightest. After 2 years of struggling in society, people who once thought highly of themselves were often worn down by reality. How could someone like that still put on a prideful front in front of someone who might help them? Only a complete fool would do that. Come on in. We can talk inside. Ayako didn't make things difficult for her former classmate and instead welcomed her inside. Chikako Ikeda stepped into the villa with a bit of nervousness. In the living room, she saw a younger Sonoko waiting. Chikako naturally recognized Suzuki Sonoko, Ayako's younger sister. Back during their university club days, Ayako had occasionally brought Sonoko along. Long time no see, Chikako. Sonoko greeted her with a friendly smile from where she sat. It's been a while, Sonoko. Chikako gave a polite bow in return. Seeing this, Sonoko's lips curled slightly. It wasn't easy to tell, but the proud attitude Chikako once had been completely worn down. Still, the fact that she could lower her head and come ask her sister for help showed she understood her current situation and who could offer her a lifeline. Of course, even then, all Ayako was offering was a chance. Chikako, it's rare for you to ask my sister for help. But I'm curious, did you really write Blue Kingdom back then? Chikako, who had just sat down, suddenly froze. Looking at Sonoko's innocent curiosity, she forced a bitter smile. That wasn't actually written by me. Sonoko didn't look the least bit surprised. It was clear the once proud screenwriter had finally realized how important actual ability was, and had stopped trying to hide things. That story was actually written by another girl from our drama club. She asked me to share it. I thought the fantasy world she created was rich and interesting, so I wanted to buy the rights. Ayako's gaze instantly sharpened. Chikako, you didn't steal Atsuko's story and drive her to suicide, did you? No. It wasn't me. Chikako's expression changed immediately as she waved her hands in denial. Ayako, you know me. I was a little full of myself back in school, but I was just a regular student who got some results in the drama club. I wouldn't dare do something like stealing someone's work and pushing them to that point. Hearing that, Ayako's expression softened a bit. Indeed, after years as classmates, Ayako knew Chikako's character well. She could be arrogant and sharp-tongued, but she had never bullied anyone. At most, she had a bit of an attitude. Chikako let out a small sigh, though her expression remained somber. She couldn't help but recall her friend's suicide. Atsuko and I were never enemies. Back in the drama club, I wrote the scripts for most of the plays. You both should remember, the scripts I wrote weren't bad. Atsuko also liked writing stories, but she preferred fantasy rather than stage scripts. Her stories weren't really suited for stage performances, so we never used her scripts. Even though I knew she wrote something really good, I simply wanted to buy it. At that time, she was just a quiet member of the club, and I was the main scriptwriter. Why would I risk everything by doing something so shameless? And besides, if I really had taken someone else's work, once it was discovered, I would have been ruined. I wouldn't have risked that kind of scandal. Listening to Chikako's explanation, Ayako and Sonoko both nodded slightly. It did make sense. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 281, Chapter 281, that story is what I bought. What if you were careful and didn't get caught? Sonoko asked, a touch of curiosity in her voice. It wouldn't matter. Chikako Ikeda gave a bitter smile and shook her head slightly. Once a published story is accused of plagiarism, the author's credibility is put under scrutiny. If the person you stole from can't produce a better story, you might get away with it. But if they can, then it's confirmed plagiarism. Once that label is attached to you, it sticks for life. If I had taken Atsuko's story and published it, and she got the media involved, especially those gossip tabloids, I'd be completely ruined. Sure, the publisher might help me keep it under wraps, but if my next submission didn't live up to the standard, I'd be done for. As she spoke, Chikako lowered her head helplessly. Actually, I've already been accused like that for the past 2 years. I've been working hard on my writing all this time, trying to surpass Blue Kingdom, the story Atsuko wrote. But I'm only really good at drama and stage scripts, not fantasy novels. So the books I submitted over the past 2 years didn't perform well, actually, they did very poorly. Chikako's words snapped Suzuki Ayako back to awareness. Now that she thought about it, their college drama club had been fairly well known. She remembered that Chikako had written all the club's stage scripts, while Atsuko's stories had never made it to the stage. Come to think of it, Chikako, you were always good at writing for theater and stage plays. Ayako looked at Chikako helplessly as the memory returned. So if you knew fantasy wasn't your strength, why did you want to buy Atsuko's story in the first place? Chikako looked a little embarrassed as she explained. Honestly. I was thinking about building up my reputation first. That way, my scripts would get more bookings in theaters. I thought if I used Atsuko's story to gain some recognition, I could push my real strengths afterward. I didn't expect that after I submitted the story to the publishing house, the news of Atsuko's suicide came out not long after. Chikako had understood early on that fame was valuable. Sometimes, leveraging a well-timed opportunity could bring tremendous convenience. But she never expected Atsuko to take her own life shortly afterward. Sonoko grew even more curious and asked, "Chikako, did you actually buy that story from her? If you did, why would she commit suicide?" "Right. If it was a proper transaction, Atsuko shouldn't have had a reason to do that." "Did she really agree to sell the story?" Ayako looked at Chikako as well, surprised by the implication. "No. When I first read Atsuko's story and wanted to buy it, she refused. She told me, 'This is my story, I'll never sell it to anyone.' I didn't think much of it at the time and just returned the manuscript. Honestly, it was a spur-of-the-moment idea. If I could buy it, great. If not, it didn't matter. I already had several drama scripts ready, and a few well-known theaters were in talks with me about them. But 2 days later, Atsuko's mother came to my house with the same manuscript I'd seen before. I asked her why Atsuko was suddenly selling it, and she just said something had happened in the family and they urgently needed money. She asked me if I was still interested in the story. At that time, I just finished several commissions and had some extra funds, so I was willing to buy it. But her asking price was really high, 300,000 yen for a single story. That was indeed a steep price. Both Sonoko and Ayako nodded in agreement. No matter how well written a story seemed, its market value couldn't be confirmed until after publication. Many factors go into making a story successful, including luck. Paying 300,000 for a single, untested story really was too much. I had a good feeling about it. I thought the story had commercial value. Despite the high price, I still bought it. I went to a lawyer with Atsuko's mother, drafted a purchase contract, and we signed it. "You hired a lawyer too?" Ayako was a little stunned. I'd considered the legal risks. The lawyer helped draft a contract that covered all the bases. It was to protect myself in case Atsuko's mother came back to cause trouble later. You know how tricky publishing rights can be, especially since I also bought the title of the story. Chikako wasn't reckless. She had foreseen many possible problems and had the contract professionally prepared from the start. What I wanted was to gain some fame from the story. I bought the name and the rights, and any profit from publishing would be mine. At the very least, I needed to recoup the cost of buying it. Atsuko's mother signed the sales contract as her legal guardian. But the day after I submitted the story to the publishing house and it got published, I heard the news of Atsuko's suicide. Chikako's expression darkened at the memory. What frustrated her most was that all she did was buy a story, yet in the public eye, she became the villain who drove Atsuko to her death. And then, Blue Kingdom exploded in popularity at the time. Ayako had been about to ask why Chikako didn't clarify things publicly, but then remembered how popular Blue Kingdom had become. For Chikako, who had purchased the rights, it would have been impossible to come forward. Even if she wanted to, the publishing house would have done everything in its power to stop her. I only wanted to use Atsuko's story to build my reputation and bring more attention to my stage plays. I never expected things to go so wrong. In the past 2 years, I've been studying different genres, trying to improve. But I really don't have the kind of imagination Atsuko had. I can't create the type of fantasy worlds she did. So the doubts just kept growing louder. Thinking about the past 2 years made Chikako feel even more frustrated. Still, she hadn't been completely stagnant. Her failures in the fantasy genre had pushed her to explore other types of stories. Through all of that, she had finally managed to construct a story she felt was promising. As she spoke, Chikako opened her backpack and pulled out a manuscript she had prepared in advance. This time, I didn't try to write fantasy like Atsuko. I focused on the direction I'm good at. "Ayako, please take a look." "All right." Ayako accepted the manuscript with a much more serious attitude than before. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 282, Hope Within the Dead. The story progressed quickly. It opened with biochemical experiments, beginning in a massive, infected underground laboratory. Both the heroine and hero had lost their memories. From this starting point, they began recovering their pasts while following a mercenary team into the depths of the underground facility. It was a sci-fi zombie-themed narrative. Suzuki Ayako could immediately sense its theatrical flavor, part stage drama, part suspense play. From the polish and structure, it was obvious that Chikako had put considerable effort into this work. It was far more refined and engaging than her previous manuscripts. After reading halfway through, Ayako set the manuscript down with a satisfied smile. "Chikako, this one's genuinely more compelling. It's different from Blue Kingdom, which focused on building a fantasy world, but the crisis surrounding all of humanity triggered by a biochemical experiment is quite fascinating." I may not have a highly trained eye, but I can tell you prepared this story with great care. You've returned to the structure and dramatic flair of stage plays, which suits your strengths. The composition is a clear improvement. In truth, writing a successful script for stage or drama was no easier than crafting a good screenplay. It required substantial skill. This carefully constructed story that Chikako had crafted might not carry the same grand atmosphere as Blue Kingdom, but that didn't change the fact, it was a solid piece of work. Seeing the manuscript, Ayako began to believe that Chikako hadn't just been trying to excuse herself earlier. Maybe this really was the full picture. Chikako, do you still have the contract you signed with Atsuko's mother? Of course. I still have it. Even the lawyer is still around. What had once been a contract meant to protect her from potential trouble caused by Atsuko's mother had now become proof of her innocence. Chikako had kept that document well protected. She had always known it might one day become her lifeline. Hearing Ayako mention the contract, Chikako responded immediately. Then let's talk again after this reunion is over. With that confirmation, Ayako was almost certain now that Chikako hadn't stolen Atsuko's story. She had acquired it through a legal and proper transaction. As for Atsuko's suicide, it ultimately pointed to her mother's actions. No matter how one tried to assign blame, Chikako wasn't at fault. Ayako sighed softly at the thought. So, Atsuko realized that her mother had signed away her story, and that she wouldn't be able to get it back. That's why she chose suicide. Chikako nodded weakly. Her mother was the one who signed the contract. I never pressured anyone. I didn't even initiate the sale. What could she do? Once she understood that the story was lost, she reacted in the most extreme way possible. As she said this, Chikako recalled the image of Atsuko hanging in the drama club 2 years ago. That scene had haunted her all this time. If she had known things would end like this, she never would have bought the story. She hadn't needed this kind of burden. The fame brought by Blue Kingdom was nothing compared to the toll it had taken. She would have preferred to keep writing stage plays. Maybe the income would have been lower, but at least she wouldn't be exhausted and constantly questioned. The standard set by Blue Kingdom was simply too high. Anything she released afterward that fell short immediately drew harsh criticism. In truth, Chikako had endured that criticism for nearly 2 years. You also never asked why Atsuko was selling the story. Ayako said this but shook her head helplessly. But you're not at fault. It was her mother who approached you. This is something between Atsuko and her mother. Her response, taking her life, was probably an act of resistance against her mother's decision to sell the story without her consent. But, maybe she didn't have to go that far. Chikako couldn't say anything in reply. Who would have thought that the quietest girl in the club would do something so extreme? Her mother was the one who sold the story, yet for the past 2 years, I've been the one suffering for it. Her memories of Atsuko remained vivid. She remembered her as a shy, quiet girl with awkward speech, someone who didn't stand out in the club. And yet, it was this very girl who had left an unforgettable scar on her life. Even now, 2 years later, her memory of Atsuko was sharper than ever, especially on the nights when those memories crept into her dreams. Knock knock knock. Someone's here. I'll get the door. Hearing the knock, Sonoko immediately jumped up and rushed to the entrance. Chikako looked puzzled. Sonoko still doesn't know the club's old rule. Why is she so excited? Could it be, she's into Oda? Ayako shook her head slightly, just about to respond when she heard her sister's voice at the door. Ren, you're finally here. Ayako froze for a second and subconsciously sat up straighter. Chikako noticed Ayako's reaction and stared at her in confusion. What was with this sudden tension? And that name, Ren. Wasn't that Sonoko's boyfriend? Chikako instinctively turned her head toward the door, curious. There, walking beside Sonoko, was a plain-looking boy. He wore thick-framed glasses, a white shirt under a hooded coat, and a pair of thick black pants. The outfit was unremarkable, completely ordinary. This only confused Chikako more. She clearly remembered Sonoko being into good-looking guys. When did she start going for average, plain-looking types? Just as she puzzled over this, she noticed the boy's eyes settle on her. Ren's gaze fixed on Chikako Ikeda. His expression was unreadable, but a faint crease appeared between his brows. His look was cold, almost lifeless. Yet within that deadpan face, there was a flicker of hope. A sliver of light in a seemingly bleak stare. It was the first time he had ever seen this kind of contradiction. To be continued. Chapter 283, Chapter 283, Does Miss Ikeda Believe in God? A strange situation unfolded. Ren opened his spiritual vision and scanned Chikako Ikeda. The top of her etheric body glowed a lavender hue, while her astral body was dark and tinged with a faint red. Her mental state was unstable, and her emotions were turbulent. Her face looked lifeless, yet a faint light of hope still shone, and it was gradually growing brighter. This meant her fate had changed. What was once a path toward certain death now contained a glimmer of hope, one that continued to grow. Was it because I'm observing her? He slightly withdrew the intensity of his observation, and the point of light symbolizing hope dimmed. So, it really is because of my observation. Even if the brightness of hope increased because of his gaze, it would still exist without him. That meant it wasn't him who changed her fate. Perhaps it was Sonoko and her sister who played a role. After only a brief pause, Ren withdrew his gaze. At this moment, he found himself deeply interested in this woman whose fate had shifted. To change one's destiny through personal will required the courage to face oneself and the fortune of opportunity. Only people who possessed both could alter fate, just like Hatamoto Natsu. However, Hatamoto Natsu had been guided by Ren. But the woman in front of him had not received Ren's guidance. She had begun changing her own fate with her own chances. Though she still looked lifeless, the fact that Ren met her today was, in itself, a twist of fate. Ren, let me introduce you. This girl with the same hair color as mine is my sister, Suzuki Ayako. And this woman with short black hair is Chikako Ikeda. She was in the same college club as my sister. After introducing her sister and Chikako Ikeda, Sonoko took Ren's hand with a cheerful smile and said, "He is Amamiya Ren, my boyfriend." Suzuki Ayako, who had been sitting, stood up and even gave a polite bow. "Nice to meet you, Amamiya-san." Ren returned the courtesy with a slight bow. "Nice to meet you, Miss Ayako." After greeting his girlfriend's sister for the first time, Ren's gaze turned to the short-haired woman beside her. "Nice to meet you, Miss Ikeda." Chikako Ikeda, who had only just snapped out of her daze, quickly stood up. "Hello. Nice to meet you, Amamiya-san." After the round of greetings, the group that had just met sat back down again. "Miss Ikeda, would you mind if I gave you a divination?" "Divination?" Chikako Ikeda seemed a little confused, but after a moment's thought, she nodded. "I don't mind at all." "Good." Ren raised his hand, and a deck of tarot cards appeared in his grasp. The magical scene immediately caught Chikako Ikeda's attention. Under Ren's deft fingers, the cards were swiftly shuffled, and 3 were drawn. Reversed High Priestess. Reversed Hierophant. Upright Wheel of Fortune. Oh. Upon seeing the results, Ren let out a soft sound of realization. He remembered who Chikako Ikeda was, but more than that, he was intrigued by the hidden truths behind her fate. Greed is what led Miss Ikeda to her current predicament. She was set up by the mother of a classmate in the same club. However, because Miss Ikeda realized something was wrong and sought help from a lawyer, things began to turn around. Chikako Ikeda's expression changed drastically. "Miss Ikeda, you should understand, you're not just some random bystander. That's why the 2 daughters of the Suzuki family took an interest in you." After being reminded, Chikako Ikeda paused and looked once more at Ren. At that moment, she felt something odd. "How do you know so much?" "Miss Ikeda, before I answer your question, I have a question of my own. Do you believe that gods exist?" "I'm not sure. My past education told me that gods don't exist." "But, Amamiya-san, are you trying to say that they do?" Though she didn't believe in gods, Chikako Ikeda could tell that Ren was trying to say that they do exist. "I can't say for certain whether gods exist. I can't prove it yet. But this next topic only makes sense if you believe in them." He paused. "Just like before, Miss Ikeda. Do you believe that Miss Ayako and I set this all up to deceive you? Or do you believe that I genuinely learned about your past through divination?" Ren threw the question back to her. Chikako Ikeda took a moment to reflect, and came to a conclusion. "I believe in divination." Because she knew Ayako would never go so far as to trick her like this. And besides, Chikako had noticed something else. Ayako's attitude toward the boy in front of her was unlike anything she'd seen before. Putting that together, she realized there was something different about Ren. Ren, unfazed, smiled. "I see. I see. Miss Ikeda, you do understand. Since you believe in my divination, then we can continue." As he spoke, Ren shuffled the tarot deck again and drew 3 more cards. Upright Devil. Reversed Magician. Upright Death. "This, Miss Ikeda, was your original fate." Ren pointed to the Devil card. The Devil represents irresistible temptation, being shackled by desires, and hidden secrets. This points to an event that happened 2 years ago between you and a woman named Tokumoto Atsuko. He then gestured to the Reversed Magician. "Because you couldn't resist temptation, you stepped onto the wrong path. Driven by profit, you took everything from Tokumoto Atsuko, and so, you came to bear a certain kind of karmic burden. Even if you didn't personally kill Tokumoto Atsuko." Finally, he pointed to the Death card. "You reap what you sow. In the university club, someone wanted to help Tokumoto Atsuko get revenge. And today is the day Miss Ikeda pays the price. As for what the price is, I believe you already know." Ren gently tapped the death card with his finger. His words made a chill run down Chikako Ikeda's spine. To be continued. Chapter 284, Praise the Fool. The silent Chikako Ikeda felt as though her entire past had been laid bare. She hadn't crossed the line in certain matters, which is why she hadn't forcibly taken Atsuko's story. Otherwise, she might have gone to extremes, even pushing Atsuko toward death. But if she had crossed that line, she might really have done something unforgivable. After all, there were too many examples of people doing so for the sake of profit. Fame and fortune were what many screenwriters longed for. Fortunately, 2 years ago, Chikako had still upheld her bottom line. She didn't do anything despicable. She simply reached her goal through normal transactions. Some things were just as she had said before, the quality of a story also involved a degree of luck. No one could predict if their script would become a hit, so screenwriters often needed to be strong enough to withstand pressure and uncertainty. With this concept in mind, Chikako understood the principle of one full meal after another. She could buy Atsuko's story, but she couldn't steal Atsuko's creativity or talent. Just taking one of Atsuko's stories wasn't enough. Because of this understanding, Chikako had never intended to steal Atsuko's story. Even though she knew it was interesting, she only ever intended to purchase it, not seize it. Taking a deep breath, Chikako realized that the boy in front of her, plain as he looked, indeed possessed extraordinary abilities. She had been holding back due to Ayako's strange attitude. But now, she understood why Ayako acted the way she did. Amamiya-san, if that was my original ending, then, have I changed it? Ren nodded slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes at the question. Yes. That's what surprised me. It's not easy for someone to change their own fate. It takes courage to face oneself, a clear understanding of who you are, and the opportunity to make that change. It's because Miss Ikeda encountered some extraordinary variables that I became interested in what had happened to her. Ren explained it further. Normally, a person's destiny doesn't change so easily. Even if the incident involving the sale of Miss Atsuko's story 2 years ago was orchestrated by her mother, the one who sought revenge on Atsuko's behalf already had that intention and was prepared to act. Chikako's face turned even more grim. At this moment, she could only feel regret for having bought that story 2 years ago. It had brought her so much trouble, even putting her life at risk. So, from this perspective, your fate hadn't changed. Maybe today you'd have been framed or killed. But everything you did in the past introduced variables. The most important turning point was the case of Miss Atsuko's suicide 2 years ago. Because you never intended to harm Miss Atsuko, and only made a transaction through her mother, one that aligned with the standards of normal business dealings, that's what changed your fate. Then Ren pointed at Ayako. Variable 1. He pointed to Sonoko. Variable 2. And then he pointed back at Chikako Ikeda. Because of these two variables, the nature of this class reunion changed. Also, your own efforts over the past 2 years proved that you could stand on your own. That shifted you from a fixed scalar into a variable. At this point, Ren's voice paused. So, Miss Ikeda, are you interested in religion? The sudden shift in topic at such a critical moment made Chikako anxious, but because of that, she became even calmer. Perhaps it was because the boy in front of her said her fate had already changed. After slowing her heartbeat, Chikako Ikeda responded more rationally. Of course I'm interested. I've never joined any church, and I don't know much about any specific faith. Amamiya-san, which god's belief are you referring to? Ren nodded and slowly explained. The god I believe in is not one from traditional belief systems, but an imagined god. Everything about him is still illusory. Though this god seems to possess nothing, he is kind, and he treats his believers with great generosity. His name is the Fool. As he spoke, Ren's eyes shimmered with a faint smile. This god has certain preferences in choosing believers. He enjoys observing the fate of others, and he also delights in interfering with predestined fates. People like Miss Ikeda, who change their destiny with their own strength, are exactly the type he favors most. And when his believers encounter trouble, he will certainly be glad to help resolve it. Upon hearing this, Chikako Ikeda immediately stood up and knelt before Ren with deep reverence. Praise the Fool. At that moment, Chikak fully understood, the person before her was the one who delighted in observing the fate of others. Ren wasn't surprised at all. He had made it clear enough. Mr. Fool does not concern himself with formalities, but he does have certain expectations for his believers. Spreading his faith, for example. Of course, on that basis, Mr. Fool is still very generous with his gifts. For instance, Ren stood up from his chair and walked over to Chikako Ikeda. He slowly squatted down and placed his index finger against her forehead. In that moment, a gift was bestowed. Chikako felt her mind go blank. Her memories became crystal clear. The fog of her thoughts lifted and grew more structured. Her memory of the Blue Kingdom became more vivid. That strange, indescribable feeling helped her understand Atsuko's stories more deeply. She also came to comprehend the difference between herself and Atsuko. When she emerged from the sea of memories, Chikako Ikeda was overwhelmed, shocked and devout. She held Ren's hand in both of hers. With a face full of reverence, she pressed her lips to the back of his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Fool, for your gift. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally." Chapter 285, Long-Term Mission, Scattered Beliefs. At that moment, Chikako clearly felt the gift from Ren. The subtle changes in her body, along with many vague memories, suddenly became vivid. Even the Blue Kingdom, which she had never fully understood, now appeared crystal clear in her mind. Now, she fully recognized the difference in talent between herself and Atsuko. But what surprised her even more was not that revelation, it was the realization that she could now express the images in her mind with simpler and more accurate words. This sense of enlightenment made her feel as though she had truly been touched by a god. In fact, the light of the divine had indeed shone upon her. Because she had witnessed with her own eyes a god descending to the world. Reader. That is the name of the power granted to you. Reader enhances your memory and comprehension. It also allows you to utilize some ritual magic. As long as you study diligently and increase your reading, you'll gain more knowledge, and that knowledge will become your power. This is the power bestowed upon you by Mr. Fool. It is your reward as a believer. In return, what you must do is exactly as I said, spread the faith of Mr. Fool. Chikako's heartbeat sped up as she listened. What she had hoped for today was merely a chance, an opportunity offered by Ayako. She never expected to gain the appreciation and blessing of a god. She suppressed her excitement, raised her head slightly, and asked with a mix of nervousness and caution. "Mr. Fool, Amamiya-san, how should I go about spreading Mr. Fool's faith?" Ren smiled and reached out to help Chikako, who was still kneeling, to her feet. "Mr. Fool has his own stories. What he hopes from you is to write those stories and shape them into detailed narratives. I believe that someone like you, who already knows how to construct a proper story, can handle that." Chikako took a deep breath and responded with firm resolve. "Mr. Fool's gift has given me so much. I believe I can meet his expectations." This wasn't arrogance. Chikako now fully understood the power she had received. She knew what she could do. Spreading faith through writing was a perfect fit for her skill set. She was good at creating stories. Now, with the power of the reader, enhanced memory, sharper understanding, and even ritual magic, she felt completely confident that she could fulfill the task of spreading the faith. That's enough. As for managing believers, Ren had no particular method. So he chose to let each believer handle their own faith dissemination. How far they could go depended on their own ability. There's no need to rush. Mr. Fool understands that spreading faith isn't something that happens easily, especially for someone working in the literary field. Chikako understood that too. As a screenwriter, she would need to raise her popularity if she wanted to elevate her standing. That wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. That's easy. Sonoko suddenly interjected with a bright smile. "Chikako, just focus on writing your stories. When it's time to publish, you can come to me. My sister will definitely help out." Chikako's eyes lit up. That was a great idea. It could increase her visibility while giving her the opportunity to fulfill her mission of spreading Mr. Fool's faith. Ayako, now fully caught up in the conversation, immediately followed up. "Of course, that's no problem. As long as Chikako finishes her manuscript, she can come to me. Publishing isn't that complicated. With enough money, it was easy to publish printed works. This approach might be simple, but it was also effective. As long as Chikako's work was good, people would recognize it, especially with some well-placed promotion. Ayako could handle that without trouble." Ren observed their enthusiasm, but shook his head slightly. "There's no need to spend money. If Miss Chikako's work is truly of value, then let it be published the normal way. Besides, someone who can polish a script over 2 years should have no problem doing this. What's more, now she has the reader's power. That should make her capabilities even more evident." After hearing this, Chikako nodded confidently. "Amamiya-san, I'm confident. Mr. Fool's gift gave me that confidence. I might still be lacking in personal ability, but I believe the reader's power can make up for that gap. Literature requires innovation, cognition, and accumulation. Through the reader's ability, writing skills could be more deeply understood and remembered. The more books she read and knowledge she accumulated, the more she could break through the limitations of her past." Now that she understood the meaning of the reader, Chikako was overflowing with confidence. In truth, the god's gift had become her greatest source of certainty. "Amamiya-san, I hope I can get more information about Mr. Fool. That would really help with the stories I'm going to write." "Sure. I do know some things about Mr. Fool. You can contact me after the class reunion. As for my contact number." Ren gave her a string of numbers. Chikako nodded and softly repeated the number. With her improved memory, she committed it instantly to memory without any difficulty. With the conversation wrapped up for now, Sonoko couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Ren, earlier you said someone wanted revenge for Tokumoto Atsuko's suicide 2 years ago. Should we be preparing for that? To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 286, Chapter 286, Takahashi Ryoichi Behind the Darkness. Tokumoto Atsuko had a deep inferiority complex. She was introverted and came from a poor family. She was short, thin, and not particularly attractive. In front of people who were stronger in appearance, stature, and capability, she seemed even smaller. The only thing she could be proud of was her imagination and her delicate writing style. But not many people could understand or appreciate those strengths. There was only one person who truly resonated with Tokumoto Atsuko. At this moment, Ayako and Chikako exchanged glances. They had already reached the same conclusion. Takahashi Ryoichi. He wasn't very tall, had a similar inferiority complex, lacked any remarkable skills, and had a plump, awkward appearance. He was the kind of boy most girls would avoid. From this standpoint alone, Takahashi Ryoichi and Tokumoto Atsuko shared a high level of compatibility. In the past, neither Ayako nor Chikako ever imagined that Takahashi Ryoichi had any kind of connection to Atsuko. But now, they were convinced otherwise. Because now they saw the overlapping emotional threads between the two, threads that suggested an undeniable bond. After stating this, Ren stepped toward the table, opened one palm over it, and slowly raised a crystal ball from the shadow between his hand and the surface. He gently tapped the crystal ball, and within it appeared the image of 3 people carrying luggage, walking through a forest. The boy at the front wore a green forehead band, and his hairstyle was carefully styled. His face appeared delicate, likely enhanced with makeup. This makeup improved his overall appearance, making him look refined. The boys walking beside him also looked decently prepared, though not as impressive as the first. The contrast was obvious in their expressions and overall aura. All 3 were around 1.7 meters tall, which wasn't bad, but they looked significantly taller than the boy in the back. The boy bringing up the rear was only presentable at best. Unlike the others, he wore no visible makeup. He was shorter, only a little over 1.6 meters tall, and slightly chubby. These were the images shown inside the crystal ball. As Ren tapped the sphere again, the 3 figures began to change. The 2 boys in front were revealed to have 2 layers of appearance. The outer layer, transparent and enhanced, looked refined. But beneath it was a plainer, more tired-looking face. Whoa, the difference with and without makeup is insane. Sonoko couldn't help but comment. Oda Masaru's entire face is covered in acne and sunken patches, probably from overusing cheap skincare products. Without makeup, it's honestly hard to look at. Chikako immediately spotted Oda Masaru's condition. As a former screenwriter for stage and drama, she was all too familiar with the damage caused by inferior cosmetics. She knew that squeezing certain types of acne left permanent scars. It was obvious that Oda Masaru's face had suffered this exact fate. Chikako had understood these risks early on, which was why she always paid extra attention to skincare and was especially cautious when using makeup. Kato Tani is clearly better off. His face just looks a little darker, probably from constant sun exposure. Though the bags under his eyes are pretty heavy. Ayako examined closely. Ignoring the makeup, she felt that Hiroki Kato Tani looked far better without it compared to Masaru. Hiroki Kato Tani works as an editor for a film magazine. It makes sense that he stays up late a lot. Judging from his skin, he's probably the type often sent abroad for work and doesn't hold a high-ranking position. Chikako knew a bit about her old classmates. Especially since Kato Tani was still in the film industry, she would occasionally hear some updates about him. But that was all she knew. Over the past 2 years, she hadn't had much time to focus on others. What she knew already was the extent of her awareness. Perhaps because she had gained the reader's power, her cognitive abilities had also improved. It now seemed easy to make such assessments. The focus isn't on them, Ren reminded, but on the men behind them. With that prompt, everyone's eyes shifted to Takahashi Ryoichi. And in that moment, all 3 of them visibly shuddered. The short, chubby Takahashi Ryoichi was entirely revealed under the crystal ball's gaze. First, what appeared to be a fat belly was nothing more than padding stuffed under his clothes. Second, beneath his seemingly innocent smile lay something far more disturbing, eyes filled with cruelty and twisted malice. And finally, behind his body loomed something far more terrifying, a black ghost. Ayako and Chikako recognized the ghostly figure at once. The face, though distorted, retained faint outlines of its former self. But even just looking at it caused intense discomfort. Its face was filled with death, and its eyes radiated pure hatred. An evil spirit, Ren explained calmly. A soul born from overwhelming malice and murderous intent at the moment of death. It appears to be about 2 years old. It was born after Miss Atsuko's suicide and is driven by hatred toward Miss Chikako. It clings to Takahashi Ryoichi's desire for revenge and has lived within him ever since. Ren had already predicted this outcome. 2 years of festering hatred had clearly formed a murderous spirit, one that intended to unleash all its rage at this class reunion. Having dealt with such spirits before, Ren knew how deadly one born from 2 years of pure resentment could be. He didn't believe the result would be as simple as Takahashi Ryoichi making a confession. Takahashi Ryoichi, who had unknowingly formed a connection with the spirit and gained power from it, had long since lost the ability to return to being a normal person. Even if there were traces of humanity left, they were only superficial, deliberately put on for appearance. To be continued. Chapter 287, Chapter 287, The Flame of Revenge is Burning. Pure malice. According to the divination, the revelation Ren received wasn't simply that the evil spirit was driving Takahashi Ryoichi to kill one person, Chikako, and that would be the end of it. No, the evil spirit wanted to kill everyone in their old university club. She loathed this world where no one could understand her, and she even projected her mother's betrayal onto her former classmates. Well, that outcome made sense. It was completely natural for Tokumoto Atsuko to feel this way. It aligned with the darker aspects of human nature. Even if it was her mother who betrayed her, she was still her biological mother. No matter how much she resented her, she couldn't bring herself to direct that hatred toward her. Since she couldn't direct her hatred at her mother, then the one who bought her story became the scapegoat. The place where the hatred settled had already been decided. And now, after 2 years of festering, her hatred had expanded beyond Chikako. It now encompassed everyone in that university club who had better living conditions, appearances, or lives than hers. Hatred born from inferiority. This is kind of like how I used to be. Ren couldn't help but smile bitterly at the thought. Back then, compulsory education was far too kind to people like them. If they hadn't been pushed to the brink, people like them would never have taken up arms. But once a seemingly harmless person is pushed over the edge, no one can predict what they'll do. Ren's gaze returned to the evil spirit called Atsuko, displayed within the crystal ball. All the things she hadn't dared to do while alive, she now dared to do freely as an evil spirit. The truth was, one's environment could fundamentally change a person. Still, you've blamed the wrong person this time. Ren believed that Atsuko knew that deep down. But even so, she had no choice but to redirect her hatred toward others, because no matter what, she couldn't raise a hand against her own mother. She knew everything had been legally sound. If she leaked her story early, her family would have been destroyed by the resulting breach of contract. If they couldn't afford the penalties, her family would have been ripped apart instantly. If her mother was arrested, she wouldn't be spared either. Backed into a corner where she'd suffer either way, Atsuko chose revenge by the most extreme means. She used her own death to vent her hatred. Ren acknowledged that Atsuko's method had worked, and he also sighed at how tragic her fate had been. The moment she became an evil spirit, Atsuko was no longer a human being with rational thought, but a vengeful ghost born entirely for the purpose of killing. Ren looked at the image in the crystal ball and shook his head slightly. The flame of revenge seems to have already been lit. The 3 girls present all turned their attention to the crystal ball, where Takahashi Ryoichi brought up the rear of the group. They could clearly see the malicious light growing in his eyes, even though he still wore a seemingly harmless smile on the outside. Oda, Kato Tani, mind waiting a second? Oda Masaru and Hiroki Kato Tani turned around and saw Takahashi Ryoichi's shy expression. They immediately guessed the reason. Takahashi, I told you not to drink so much water on the way here. Oda sighed helplessly. I've just been really thirsty lately. All right. Go handle it quickly. I don't want us running into Miss Ayako and looking like we're begging for a restroom break. Sorry. Takahashi Ryoichi apologized with a smile and jogged toward a nearby haystack, holding his stomach. Once he left, Oda pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Kato Tani, want one? Thanks. Kato Tani took one and lit it himself. Hard to believe it's already been 2 years since graduation. Feels like just yesterday. Oda exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone filled with nostalgia. Yeah. Time flew by. Life was easy in college, but the minute we graduated, we slammed into reality, employment problems right off the bat. Good thing I'm decent at networking. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived in sales. These past 2 years hadn't been kind to him. Like many graduates from ordinary backgrounds and irrelevant majors, Oda had basically been unemployed after graduation. True. Kato Tani nodded grimly. We both ended up in jobs unrelated to our fields. You're doing sales, and I became an editor for a movie magazine. Not that it's glamorous. I'm basically a glorified errand boy. His job kept him outside more than in the office, running all sorts of minor tasks. Going around distributing surveys, then compiling results, most of my time is wasted on tedious, meaningless stuff. Kato Tani glanced at Oda, a bit envious. Oda, your life seems way better than mine. You wear brand-name clothes, so your income must be solid, right? Oda laughed bitterly and took another drag of his cigarette. Sales is like that. If you don't look the part, no one's going to sign a deal with you. The base salary's practically nothing. Your pay depends entirely on how many contracts you land. And to land those, talking alone isn't enough. They were adults now. Kato Tani immediately understood the implication. Having worked near the entertainment industry, he knew exactly what that meant. He patted Oda on the shoulder. Sounds like my job is easier after all. At least I'm finally moving into an office role. You might be stuck where you are for a while. Yeah. Oda sighed helplessly. The only one from our class with a decent life after graduation is Ayako. Well, she is a lady. Her situation's completely different from ours. Kato Tani agreed with a bitter smile. Only after graduation had they truly realized the importance of background. Back in college, they dreamed of the future. But in reality, they had no future to look forward to, only a fate of endless toil. If I'd known, maybe I would have tried to get closer to Ayako. His ambition made Oda roll his eyes. Give it up. Miss Ayako's not stupid. Try something like that, and you won't even be able to call her a classmate anymore. I'm just hoping she'll introduce me to a rich lady so I can stop worrying about food and bills. Kato Tani chuckled bitterly. He knew the truth of it. He was just venting. Suddenly, they heard faint footsteps behind them. The sound was deliberately quiet, but as it grew closer, it became noticeable. Finally done, huh? Takahashi. Turning around, Kato Tani froze. Takahashi Ryoichi was holding an axe, a twisted grin on his face. The axe swung down viciously. A gut-wrenching scream echoed through the forest trail. Ah! To be continued. Chapter 288, This Guy is Crazy. Plop. A heavy thud echoed as something hit the ground, followed immediately by a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Hiroki Katatani's upper body had fallen to the ground. But what was even more terrifying was that he was still alive. As is commonly known, being cut in half doesn't always result in instant death. Most people die only after bleeding out, all while experiencing the terror of their life slipping away. Oda Masaru stood there in shock, frozen, unable to process what had just happened. But while he stood dazed, Takahashi Ryoichi, now fully deranged, did not hesitate. He raised the axe again and slashed it across the immobilized Oda. Guh! Blood sprayed across the trail. Oda's body collapsed heavily to the ground. It was only at that moment that Oda finally realized what had happened. The next moment brought searing pain and the numbing loss of sensation from his lower body. His mind blank, he turned his head stiffly, only to see his lower half still standing in place, with blood gushing violently from the severed point. Ah! The instant he realized he had been cut in half, his delayed nerves finally reacted. The surge of agony was so overwhelming it triggered his gag reflex. The intensity of his fear and pain pushed him past his limit, and his vision spun. Then he passed out. But Hiroki Kato Tani wasn't as lucky. The sheer intensity of the pain and the overwhelming fear forced him to stay conscious. Takahashi, why? Kato Tani choked out, barely able to form the question. Why? Takahashi tilted his head slightly, as if searching his memories. After a moment, he crouched beside the blood-soaked bodies with the axe still in hand. Why do you think, he asked, smiling faintly. 2 years ago, Atsuko committed suicide. Do I really need to say more? Kato Tani coughed up blood, his face filled with disbelief and pain. Atsuko's death wasn't our fault. It wasn't mine or Oda's. She committed suicide. The police confirmed it back then. Yeah, Atsuko committed suicide. Takahashi didn't deny it. He was well aware that the official conclusion was suicide, and the school surveillance backed it up. Before and after the time of Atsuko's hanging, no one had entered or exited the clubroom. Every potential suspect had an airtight alibi. Everything pointed to one irrefutable conclusion. Atsuko had taken her own life. Takahashi smiled coldly. Of course I know she committed suicide, but so what? You and Oda always look down on me and Atsuko. Just because I'm short and fat and not good-looking. Just because Atsuko was quiet, bad at socializing, and came from a poor family. You two always clung to Miss Suzuki and the woman who drove Atsuko to her death, Chikako. You know what I really think? You two are pathetic. Just a couple of lapdogs. But Miss Suzuki and Chikako never once took you seriously. So what did you do? You took all the frustration and rejection you felt from them and dumped it on me and Atsuko. Isn't that how you've always acted? Takahashi had completely snapped. Everything he'd bottled up all these years came pouring out. But none of it made sense to Kato Tani. None of it justified what had just happened. This guy is completely insane. Katatani's vision was fading. His eyes were losing light, and even his voice was slipping away. He knew it was over. His body was beyond saving. All he could do was quietly await the end. TCH, dead already. Takahashi muttered with clear disappointment as he watched Kato Tani lose all movement. He had intended to torment him more, but ended up talking too long. Whatever. These two were just appetizers. The main course is still waiting for me at the villa. With that thought, Takahashi's expression smoothed out. His earlier discontent disappeared, and he returned to his docile appearance. If not for the blood on his hands and the still dripping axe, he might have looked like a normal, harmless man. Takahashi calmly packed up the axe and prepared to leave. A few moments later, after his footsteps faded away, Oda Masaru suddenly opened his eyes. No. What he saw was Takahashi standing in front of him, smiling with the axe raised high. Takahashi. Thunk. The axe swung down and severed his neck, ending his voice for good. Can't have you calling the cops and ruining my revenge. Takahashi rummaged through Oda's bag and found the phone. But when he checked it, there was no signal. No service out here, huh? Returning to his calm, innocent expression, he glanced at Katatani's vacant eyes. After a moment's thought, he raised the axe again. Just to be safe. He brought the axe down and severed Katatani's neck as well. With both targets confirmed dead, Takahashi began cleaning up. Using the water and cleaning supplies he had prepared earlier, he washed the blood from his hands and face. Once he looked tidy again, he resumed walking toward the villa. As for the two mutilated corpses left on the trail, there was no need to worry about anyone discovering them out here. Back at the villa, two of the girls who had been watching through the crystal ball had already run to the bathroom to vomit. No normal person, especially a girl, could endure the horror of what they had just witnessed. Only Sonoko, who had long been exposed to the darker corners of the world, managed to stay and watch the whole thing. Even so, her face had gone pale. That guy is completely insane. Sonoko felt a deep chill run down her spine. Because she didn't just see what Takahashi Ryuichi had done. She also saw the evil spirit lurking behind him in the shadows. To be continued. Extra bonus chapter as a bribe today, so check out my new book, Marvel's FBI. Just check the author's thoughts or click on my profile for it, thanks, guys. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 289, be careful, be cautious, and fight fast to win fast. Through the crystal ball, it was clear that the evil spirit behind Takahashi Ryuichi was devouring the souls of Hiroki Kakutani and Masaru Oda, who had just died. Eat. This was the first time Sonoko had seen something like this. This is one of the evil spirit's abilities, devouring, Ren explained calmly. By consuming souls that haven't yet dissipated, it strengthens its own soul. It's not a conscious reaction, but a survival instinct. He continued, evil spirits aren't without limits. If they don't devour other souls, they'll begin to disintegrate and self-destruct over time. Normally speaking, 2 years is already well beyond the lifespan of an evil spirit. It just shows how strong Takahashi Ryuichi's obsession with revenge is. That unconscious hatred formed an invisible contract with the evil spirit, allowing it to remain attached to him far longer than usual. And because of that, the evil spirit returned some of its power to him. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person have the strength to split someone in half with an axe? Indeed, it was hard to imagine what kind of force was required to do something like that, not with a guillotine, but a regular axe. However, if he gained power from the evil spirit, then it became far more plausible. Judging by the situation earlier, with the aid of the evil spirit, Takahashi Ryuichi's strength might be comparable to a warrior path sequence 8. As for the evil spirit itself, it was nearly on par with him. The only thing that needed caution was its supernatural ability, specifically, its scream. Then again, whether this particular evil spirit had a scream ability was still unclear. Last time, while observing the evil spirits on Tsukikage Island, Ren had noticed that they didn't possess any true screaming ability, just mental interference. He wasn't sure if Atsuko's evil spirit had the scream. Staying vigilant, cautious, and curious, Ren took out the maple leaf gold coin. He silently asked whether Atsuko's evil spirit had the screaming ability, then infused it with spirituality and flipped it. The coin landed, heads up. Oh, so it does. The evil spirit's scream was indeed mentally disruptive. If caught by it, it would be quite troublesome, especially since he'd also be facing the enhanced Takahashi Ryuichi. In that case, it was better to target Takahashi Ryuichi first. Glancing at the crystal ball on the table, Ren saw that Takahashi Ryuichi had already crossed the suspension bridge. Ren lightly tapped the table with his fingers, and the crystal ball darkened. Ren stood from his seat. Sonoko, go stay with Ayako and Chikako. I'll take care of things. Ren, be careful. I will. Don't worry. After reassuring Sonoko, Ren walked toward the entrance. This might be the first time he'd used an extraordinary ability in actual combat, right? That thought made him a little excited. But he quickly remembered Ryugen Seiya. The excitement was immediately tempered. When facing any situation, one had to stay cautious. At this moment, Takahashi Ryoichi, who looked mild-mannered, had already crossed the suspension bridge and stood before the villa. His head was slightly lowered. His expression was indescribably twisted and menacing. It's time to act. But just as he stepped forward, he noticed the surroundings getting brighter. Question mark. Subconsciously, he looked up, and a dazzling golden light shone down from the sky. The brightness stung his eyes and gave him a sense of foreboding. Ah! A sharp scream suddenly echoed through the air, catching Takahashi Ryoichi off guard. The familiar voice made him react instantly. Atsuko. Atsuko, is that you? But he soon heard nothing. The world around him grew strangely quiet. Atsuko. Atsuko. Overwhelmed by unease, Takahashi Ryoichi immediately pulled out the axe hidden behind his back and kept his guard up. Ah! The evil spirit caught in the holy light suffered intense damage. Holy light was like poison to spirits. When the radiant energy touched its body, the pain was unbearable, like being completely purified. The agony was so great the evil spirit instinctively tried to flee. But that panicked reaction came too late. A glowing tarot card had already appeared before it. The evil spirit opened its mouth to retaliate. Too late. Show. The holy light-imbued tarot card pierced straight through it. Even though it had tried to counterattack, it couldn't keep up. The divine energy inflicted devastating internal damage. The evil spirit didn't even get a chance to escape, it was incinerated by the holy light in an instant. Click. The villa door slowly opened. Ren stepped out at a calm pace. He glanced at the unconscious Takahashi Ryoichi, who was now trapped in a dream. A faint smile appeared. The nightmare ability is really handy. And the Solar High Priest Holy Light is extremely effective against evil spirits. Ren strolled forward and raised his hand to collect the remaining fragments of the evil spirit. At that moment, clear river water appeared beside him. As the water spread, it began to draw together the spirit's remnants, gradually forming a metallic black skull-shaped whistle. Ren examined it and confirmed. A whistle containing the scream ability of the evil spirit. It can cause significant mental shock to anyone who hears it. Mental damage was the most troublesome aspect of evil spirits. Attacks on the spiritual level had no fixed form, and most supernatural abilities were ineffective against spirits unless they had specific traits. But once proper preparations were in place, the threat level of evil spirits dropped significantly. In short, dealing with evil spirits was easier with source materials. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 290, Establishing a Trade-off with Evil Spirits. The evil spirit known as Atsuko had been destroyed, and Takahashi Ryoichi, still trapped in a dream, had lost all ability to resist. Ren was quite intrigued by this unusual case of someone possessed by an evil spirit. He activated his spiritual vision and observed for a moment before shaking his head slightly. The color of the etheric body was dull and lifeless, and the entire body had been deeply affected. His spiritual body also showed signs of heavy fatigue. Ren turned off his spiritual vision and observed directly with his eyes. Aging. He murmured, shaking his head. The evil spirit had used the host's life force and emotions as food. By feeding on those, it had prolonged its own existence. This might have been the price for borrowing the power of an evil spirit. Just like Takahashi Ryoichi's wish, he was willing to give anything for revenge. Ren wasn't sure if Ryoichi had made that decision knowingly, but it was likely the evil spirit had taken root the moment such emotions surfaced. Ryoichi's spirit had been in a prolonged state of negative emotion and madness. Previously, the power of the evil spirit had suppressed it, maintaining a fragile balance between his spirit body and the 24 etheric bodies. But now, it was all unraveling. His once youthful skin dried out rapidly. His thick, sturdy body also began to shrink. Based on the condition of his etheric body and spirit body, Ren could judge that Takahashi Ryoichi's physical age had reached about 60. No wonder people say extraordinary power comes at a price. This one was simply too steep. Ren felt a wave of emotion. Someone in his 20s had already entered a state of physical decline. Even if he woke from this deep sleep, he'd likely go completely insane. No one could withstand a blow like this. Especially since Takahashi Ryoichi's spirit body was already deteriorating, there was a high chance he'd descend into madness at any moment. Of course, Ren didn't have any particular sympathy for this outcome. If it were in the original narrative, maybe his actions would seem somewhat justified. But now that the truth had been divined, the result could only be described as his own choice. In your dream, fulfill your revenge. But once you wake, a prison cell will be your future. After taking one last glance at Takahashi Ryoichi, who remained unconscious on the ground, Ren turned and walked back into the villa. There was no cell signal in the deep mountains. Communication with the outside world still relied on old-fashioned landlines. Back in the room, he found the vintage phone and dialed Sato Miwako's number. The call connected quickly. "Excuse me, who is this?" "Long time no see, Officer Sato." Sato Miwako froze for a moment. Then, recognizing the voice, she glanced around the office and lowered her tone. "Another case?" "Yeah. This time might be a bit tricky." "Ah. You guys are running into trouble during school hours." Sato Miwako recalled that today was Wednesday. It wasn't a holiday. Though it's not something a student should say, I took leave today to accompany my girlfriend to her sister's college reunion. A high school student meeting his girlfriend's sister, huh? Sato Miwako quietly clicked her tongue. This was basically meeting the family. She shook her head, choosing not to dwell on it, and got straight to the point. "So, what kind of trouble?" On the mountain road leading to the villa where the reunion was being held, one of the guests suddenly killed two others. The method was pretty brutal. Beheading and decapitation. Doesn't seem like something between old classmates. More like revenge. Sato Miwako's expression turned serious. "Give me the exact location." "It's in the mountains of Saitama Prefecture," Ren said, then provided a specific entrance. After jotting it down, Sato Miwako balanced the phone between her shoulder and ear, closed her notebook, and walked toward Inspector Megur's office. "I've got the location. Are you all right over there?" "I'm fine. We knocked out the murderer outside the villa. He'll be out cold for a while." "All right. Inspector Megur and I will head out immediately." Beheading and decapitation weren't part of ordinary violent crimes. Sato Miwako rushed straight into Inspector Megur's office. Bang. "Inspector Megur. This one's brutal. The criminal killed two people, and the method was extremely savage." Inspector Megur's expression darkened. "Let's go, now." After the incident on Tsukikage Island, all of Tokyo had been on edge. Any significant case could easily escalate. Without delay, Inspector Megur ordered members of the criminal division and forensic staff to accompany him. He sat in the passenger seat while Sato Miwako drove at full speed. The location's really in Saitama Prefecture. Glancing at the note Sato Miwako had written, Inspector Megur murmured, then immediately contacted the Saitama Prefecture Police. Their own headquarters might not be familiar with such a remote location, but the local police definitely would be. Cooperation was necessary. After coordinating the response, Inspector Megur finally let out a slow breath. But doubts lingered. "Officer Sato, why didn't the person call the police directly?" "That was a very strange detail." "Ah, the person who contacted me is one of my informants. He works as a bodyguard and occasionally shares tips. I think this time it was at his employer's request. Probably trying to avoid unwanted attention." "I see." Inspector Megur nodded. That did sound like something wealthy people would do. Also, his identity is probably inconvenient. As far as I know, he's a hidden bodyguard. Exposing that would create unnecessary trouble for his employer. That kind of thing wasn't unusual. Hidden bodyguards for rich families often avoided the spotlight, and they tried not to contact law enforcement directly unless necessary. Megur had seen similar cases before. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 291, Chapter 291, Psychiatrist Experience. After informing Sato Miwako, Ren took out the maple leaf gold coin and performed a simple divination. "Will Sato Miwako help conceal my identity?" He flicked the maple leaf gold coin. It spun through the air and landed in his palm, letter side up. Looks like Officer Sato is still abiding by their agreement. Then he could trust her. If it had been earlier, Ren might have judged others based on how they acted in the original storyline. But now that the story had become reality, some of those perceptions needed to change. Just like what happened with Chikako. A shift in her thinking had allowed her to break through her predetermined fate. If one continued to judge people based on past impressions, it would eventually lead to a pitfall. So, it was better to remain cautious with everyone. A single test, a single divination, those were more reliable for judging character. Still, compared to the human heart, Ren placed more faith in power. Even when trust was necessary, he believed it should be based on what a person had done. It was a matter of cost efficiency in terms of time and effort. That said, Sato Miwako was someone he could trust. In fact, Ren was starting to have an idea. Should I turn Sato Miwako into one of my believers? From a strategic point of view, pulling in people in higher positions might have greater value. But Sato Miwako had a quality that those power-hungry types lacked: integrity. That trait alone meant she was less likely to betray her god after becoming a believer. The upper echelons of the Metropolitan Police Department had all clawed their way up the greasy pole of power. But those who lacked excessive desire for authority and instead held strong ideals, those people were better suited to becoming believers. And considering how often they would interact going forward, having a believer embedded within the police force might be a significant advantage. When the time was right, he could try silently developing a power of his own. Though it was solely for spreading faith, this approach was entirely new to him. Interesting. Ren smiled faintly, then quickly calmed his expression. He walked to the inner living room and saw Ayako and Chikako seated there, both visibly pale. Clearly, what they had just witnessed had been far too intense. Miss Ayako, have you thought about your choice of sequence? Ayako, still catching her breath, heard the question. She tried to steady her pulse as the spectator pathway information surfaced in her mind. She raised her head. Amamiya-san, I'd like to experience the power of the spectator pathway. Oh. Psychiatrist. This is a good moment to try it. The supernatural abilities of a psychiatrist were especially useful for mental stress. It was indeed the perfect time. Ren gave a small nod. Then, Miss Ayako, please prepare yourself. Yes. Ayako nodded slightly, then closed her eyes and gradually settled her emotions. She felt a soft warmth on her forehead, the temperature of someone's fingertips. I bestow power upon my believer. Upon hearing those words, Ayako suddenly felt her soul lift from her body. She floated weightlessly into the air. When she opened her eyes, she saw herself sitting in the chair, with Ren's finger gently touching her forehead. The sensation didn't last long. It was as if she were falling in a dream, her consciousness plunged downward from a great height. When she opened her eyes again, her consciousness had returned to her body. At the same time, an enormous wave of information rushed into her mind. She turned to look at Chikako, and in that moment, she understood what the power of a spectator truly was. It was like watching a stage play with subtitles, seen from the audience's perspective. The thoughts and actions of the actors were laid bare before her. It felt as if she could read minds. As if she could easily perceive another person's mental state and understand their thoughts. Can I also see what Amamiya-san is thinking? That idea flashed through Ayako's mind. But when she turned toward Ren, she froze. She couldn't see any mental fluctuations at all. She couldn't even perform the most basic level of mind reading. Strangely enough, a voice inside her heart whispered, "The person in front of you is just an ordinary person." She had heard that inner voice enough times now to instinctively trust it. But the moment she snapped back to awareness, Ayako frowned. How could Ren be an ordinary person? How do you feel? Ren's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Ayako took a deep breath and nodded. It's a fascinating feeling. Like I can see through everyone's thoughts. Both Sonoko and Chikako are still thinking about the incident. Chikako is scared. Sonoko isn't afraid at all. Sonoko isn't afraid because she's already seen worse. Ren began explaining. Once a corner of the world's darkness is revealed, those who see the truth will naturally grow. This time, Sonoko witnessed the toll an evil spirit takes on its host. That was the part she didn't see last time. Also, evil spirits are difficult to form. But if someone dies with a strong obsession, that obsession can twist their soul into an evil spirit after death. When facing an evil spirit, you must be especially cautious. While they lack self-awareness, the moment you enter their hunting range, they will attack indiscriminately. Since only specific powers can affect evil spirits, it's best for anyone without such abilities to avoid encountering them altogether. Evil spirits were extremely difficult to deal with. Only a few seals and special sequence abilities could truly harm them. Most low-sequence beyonders didn't have those capabilities. That said, evil spirits were rare precisely because they were so difficult to form. But Ren thought about the strange nature of Baika City. In the cases he had witnessed there, it seemed like nearly everyone had unresolved obsessions before death. In fact, he felt that evil spirits might be one of the most common phenomena in Baika City. Even though he didn't want that hunch to be true, the instincts of a beyonder were often unnervingly accurate. Shaking his head, Ren refocused on Ayako. Then, Miss Ayako, you may give it a try. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 292, Suzuki family's 60th anniversary. From Suzuki Ayako's perspective, who was currently experiencing the abilities of a psychiatrist, Chikako's mental state wasn't particularly serious. Her primary emotion was fear, deeply imprinted in her mind. The dark and violent nature of the killing she witnessed had formed a black spot in her psyche. That emotion needed to be diluted and erased. Through comforting and guided influence, the black spot in Chikako's mind gradually faded. As the ability took effect, Chikako's expression visibly relaxed. I feel a lot better now. She could clearly feel that the fear and unease that had gripped her heart were no longer as intense. If negative emotions aren't regulated, they can lead to loss of control. Miss Chikako's power may only be a gift from Mr. Fool, but you must still take care of yourself. Even without losing control, prolonged instability can lead to mental illness. Ren reminded Chikako seriously. While granted powers might not result in immediate loss of control, they didn't protect one from regular psychological issues. Spirituality comes from the spirit. If the spirit is unstable, it affects how you control your extraordinary abilities. Power may be bestowed, but spirituality is rooted in one's own spirit body. So when your mental state deteriorates, the control of your spirituality is inevitably impacted. Miss Chikako, this is very important. I'll keep that in mind. Chikako etched the words into her memory. Coming from a god, this wasn't something to take lightly. After giving the warning, Ren turned his focus to Suzuki Ayako. How are you feeling, Miss Ayako? Better than expected. After experiencing the abilities of a psychiatrist firsthand, Ayako became even more confident in her decision. As she had expected, the spectator pathway was the best choice for her. With the ability to perceive people's inner thoughts, and eventually, upon reaching sequence 7, the ability to influence those thoughts, even perform hypnosis and mind reading, it was perfect. Unlike general mental probing, true mind reading required a ritual, during which the subject couldn't lie at all. It was a more direct and intuitive form of mental access. Ayako now had a better grasp of her role. Using the spectator pathway's powers, she could more easily navigate business negotiations. Combined with the contract card granted to Sonoko, she could undoubtedly grow the family's business to new heights. Ayako felt that she didn't even need startup capital. With the power of a psychiatrist alone, she could elevate her fortune to rival that of the Suzuki Group in just a few years. This confirmed it. The spectator pathway was her best path. For me, the power of the spectator pathway is more suitable. It may not improve my personal combat power at this stage, but it can help me fully maximize the potential of our family's business. The secular world may not influence many mystical matters, but it is still the best means of spreading Mr. Fool's faith. Ayako's candid view earned Ren's approval. Indeed, in this world where there were no extraordinary powers beyond evil spirits, secular influence still carried weight. Influence and wealth could absolutely aid in spreading faith. Ren had long believed that all belief systems were rooted in interests. Without real, tangible benefits, no belief could spread widely. In fact, Ren was quite qualified to assess how faith would be received in this country. He had lived in a remote village for 15 years. He had seen many poor, isolated areas where people believed in so-called gods. The poorer the place, the less educated the people were. It was precisely because of this lack of knowledge that secular authority could quickly convince them to believe in divine powers. Just like in his past life, belief in the god of wealth was often the most sincere. Why? Because everyone wants to get rich. Therefore, the purest faith needed to be promoted by the most secular means. Only then could such belief truly bring tangible benefits to people. Miss Ayako's thinking is very sound. Choosing the right pathway not only helps you digest potions faster through acting, but also allows you to better use your abilities while supporting your family. Ren nodded in agreement. Secular power is an essential foundation for a new faith. The best place to plant faith is among the desperate. Offering real benefits to those in suffering is the surest way to gain devotion. It may sound crude, but in any world, faith and money are deeply intertwined. Not everyone is a martyr, and martyrdom doesn't appeal to people with nothing to lose. Miss Ayako, you should find a time to talk with Miss Hatamoto. I should also arrange a proper meeting with her. This suggestion immediately sparked an idea in Sonoko. In that case, why not invite Miss Hatamoto to the Suzuki family's 60th anniversary celebration? Dad and Mom are planning to invite a lot of people, including many of our corporate partners. But Ayako hesitated. True, but won't it be too noisy? If they were going to discuss something important, it would be better to do so in a quieter setting. Sonoko smiled and explained, no, our meetings aren't that stiff. Even at the Occult Research Club, aside from watching Sanzenin play games, we usually just hang out and chat. There's no need to make the meeting overly formal. She then grinned at Ren. Ren also smiled and replied, that's true. Our gatherings don't need to be so strict. As long as we can find a quiet corner, that's enough. You see. Sonoko gave her sister a look of victory. Ayako sighed helplessly. Chikako, come with me when the time comes. I'll send you an invitation. Chikako nodded softly. I'll definitely be there. To be continued. Chapter 293, Chapter 293, Second Loyal Believer. The diary will respond to a very strong wish. Keeping this in mind, Sonoko entered the quiet room, took out the diary, and began the lottery. As the roulette wheel began spinning, her heart was lifted. Even though she had Ren's assurance, Sonoko was still a little worried when it came to her sister's future. To avoid the possibility of her wish not being strong enough, she kept clasping her hands together and silently praying as the wheel spun. After a while, she cautiously opened her eyes. Seeing the indicator on the roulette wheel, she let out a sigh of relief. Lord of Mysteries. Obtained Sequence 9 Spectator Potion. A flask filled with a mysterious liquid appeared on the bed, sealed with an oak cork. The moment the potion materialized, Sonoko jumped up in excitement. Then the girl carefully picked up the flask and stepped out of the room. Waiting just outside was her sister, Ayako. Sonoko smiled and handed the flask into her sister's arms. "Sis, you got the potion." "Sonoko." At that moment, Ayako looked at her sister's smiling face and felt a strong urge to hug her tightly. She didn't know how Sonoko had managed to obtain the potion, but she knew it had undoubtedly slowed down her sister's own progression. "Oh my, don't get so emotional. I know it seems like a big deal to get the potion, but there will be other chances to improve in the future." Sonoko understood her sister's personality far too well. She tried to speak casually so that Ayako wouldn't worry too much. But judging by the look in Ayako's eyes, it was obvious she wasn't going to listen. It's just that the next stage of the potion might take a bit more time. Ayako shook her head slightly, overwhelmed with emotion. "This is enough for me." She opened her arms and hugged her younger sister. Sibling affection among conglomerate families was rare, but the Suzuki sisters were an exception. Whether it was her previous decision to marry into another family or her current decision to take on the family business, it had always been for her sister's sake. Still, Ayako had no complaints. To her, it was something she willingly accepted. Because it was something her sister needed her to do. It was precisely because she understood how much Sonoko had done for her that Sonoko, as a younger sister, especially hoped her sister could take that path. It wasn't just about helping her embark on a mysterious journey, but also ensuring her future safety. "Sis, don't get so touchy all of a sudden." Sonoko patted her sister's back helplessly. She knew Ayako was excited, but she still wished she wouldn't be so sentimental. "Sis, you can't always be the one helping me. I need to help too. I might not be able to do much in other areas, so let me help you with this one thing." Letting go of her still excited sister, Sonoko turned to Ren. "Ren, I'll be relying on you from here on." "Yeah, don't worry." Ren adjusted his glasses. After what happened with Chika, he now understood that the corruption and loss of control during potion absorption might have been caused by his unconscious influence. He was determined not to let that happen again. "Ms. Ayako, come in with me." Holding the flask, Ayako took a deep breath and followed him into the room. As the door closed, Sonoko finally let out a long breath. She didn't wait outside but returned to the living room. There, she saw Chikako holding a pen, revising her manuscript. "Chikako, you're already revising?" "Yep. I have the time now, and after receiving the blessing of the Fool, I want to contribute quickly." Chikako had only wanted a chance to make a comeback, so she brought the story she had spent over a year crafting, hoping Ayako would give her a shot. She never imagined she'd be chosen by the Fool. What else could she do but make the most of this blessing? She had to fulfill her role, and ideally exceed the long-term expectations assigned to her by the Fool. But as she looked over the story she had spent a year developing, she couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with it. If the goal is to eventually lead people to believe in the divine, then horror or sci-fi stories like this tend to shift faith towards something darker. Hearing her complaint, Sonoko nodded in agreement. Yeah, adding religious elements to these kinds of stories often makes them lean that way. Since it's science fiction, it's not really suitable for promoting faith. For stories that deal with religion, Western settings usually work better. Chikako also nodded slightly at that. Maybe I should just toss this manuscript and come up with something new, something that can naturally incorporate belief in the Fool. Sonoko was taken aback and quickly stopped her. "Chikako, I think you should use this story to build your reputation first. Once that's done, you can start thinking about how to add faith elements into your next work. At that point, you can consult with Ren about the Fool." Chikako gave it some thought and nodded. She did need a strong story to make her comeback. After all, she'd already spent a year constructing this one. But now, she felt it lacked something deeper. Although this story might not be the best vehicle for spreading faith, she could still insert a few elements. For example, she could include divine themes presented through a more scientific lens. The nature of the antagonist group could also be altered. Instead of being the villains behind the world crisis, they could be reimagined as a group trying to prevent one. It didn't have to be done all at once. She could weave it in gradually. With that in mind, Chikako grew eager to revise the story. Seeing her excitement, Sonoko hesitated, then raised a question. "Chikako, are you aware that the power of the gift comes with side effects?" "I know. Like how Ayako received her power this time, it's quite special. She got it with your help. That's different from a direct gift. Sonoko wasn't surprised that Chikako understood. Aren't you worried that the power of the gift might be taken back? Why should I worry? Chikako's tone was calm. If this power is truly a gift from God, and I act according to his will, doing everything within his standards, then why would he take it back? People who worry about such things are those with complicated hearts and ulterior motives. I do have some ambitions. But after struggling these past 2 years, I've learned that when an opportunity comes, I must seize it and never let go. So why should I worry about losing a gift from God? At that moment, Chikako spoke with the conviction of a true believer. Her devout faith was clear in every word. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 294, Chapter 294, this time the police came very quickly. After drinking the spectator pathway potion, Ayako once again experienced that sensation of her consciousness floating, just like before. However, compared to the previous time, it didn't last as long. Her consciousness quickly fell back and returned to her body. She opened her eyes. Took a deep breath, gradually adjusting to the new state. Ayako felt that her mental clarity had significantly improved. One thing, however, remained unchanged. The spectator's ability had no effect on Ren. She couldn't read any of his inner thoughts, as if he was submerged in an endless sea. There was no visible darkness, but it felt darker than anywhere else. The more she looked, the more it felt like her consciousness was about to sink into those depths. Pa. Just as her mind began to sink, a pair of hands suddenly clapped in front of her, Pa. The sensation of drowning consciousness was immediately broken. Huff, huff. Ayako came to her senses, gasping for air as if she'd just resurfaced from deep underwater. Guarding against corruption and losing control, yet forgetting about sinking. While catching her breath, Ayako heard Ren mutter that line. Wait, did I do something wrong just now? No, it's not your fault, Miss Ayako. I should have reminded you. Especially since you just took the potion, you're in a sensitive state. It's easy to be drawn in by the source. Your consciousness nearly sank into the depths. Hearing Ren's slightly apologetic tone, Ayako let out a sigh of relief. So that feeling of sinking hadn't been an illusion. She raised her head to look at Ren again, but this time, she didn't see the boundless sea, and the sensation of sinking had disappeared. It all felt like a dream. But Ayako was certain that what she had just experienced was very real. Still, the answer wasn't something she could easily find now. She shook her head and temporarily set those thoughts aside. Amamiya-san. Just call me Ren. Ren interrupted her, stressing the point. Sonoko and I are dating. It feels weird if my girlfriend's sister calls me San. Ayako was stunned for a second by his straightforwardness, then burst into laughter. The divine, distant aura she had felt a moment ago vanished entirely. That overwhelming sensation of being submerged in the sea also faded, leaving behind only a shy young man. I've heard from Sonoko about the sequence pathway. Next, I just need to approach things from the spectator's point of view, then I can begin to operate. But I want to ask, will Sonoko suddenly requesting a potion like this affect her in any serious way? There was deep concern in her voice. If her younger sister had rushed into this path for her sake, it weighed on her heart. Ren could clearly see how much Ayako cared for Sonoko, and he understood her worry. Even in the world of mysticism, potions weren't easily obtained. Different churches possessed different sequence potions, and the formulas and ingredients were strictly reviewed. That was already the case in the original world, let alone in this world where mysticism was nearly non-existent. However, this was also a matter of love. Don't worry too much, Miss Ayako. Ren gave a reassuring smile. Though mystical potions are rare and precious, we have our own extraordinary ways of acquiring them. These ways are also tied to the stories happening around us. As I mentioned before, Mr. Fool enjoys observing the fates of others. When he sees interesting fates, he tends to become generous out of delight. As for the specific methods, I can only explain more after you've truly gained something. Ayako watched his expressions closely. The spectator potion enhanced her observational skills, and although she still couldn't read Ren's thoughts, she could see that he was speaking truthfully. She didn't pry into how Sonoko had acquired the potion. As long as she knew Sonoko hadn't fallen out of alignment with them, she could relax. Beep, beep. At that moment, sirens blared in the distance, getting closer with each second. Ren walked to the window and looked out. In the darkness of the forest, red and blue flashing lights flickered. It looked like the police would reach the suspension bridge in just a few minutes. They're much faster than I expected. I thought the police wouldn't show up so quickly this time. Ayako smiled at the cliché comment. Indeed, the Tokyo police's inefficiency had long been the butt of countless jokes. I think it's the aftermath of the Tsukikage Island incident. Reminded by Ayako, Ren recalled just how much trouble that incident had stirred up. I figured they'd talk a big game but do little, like always. Didn't expect them to show some real force this time. Ayako lightly shook her head and explained. I think it's because the Tsukikage Island situation caused too much commotion. In Tokyo, the home of the Metropolitan Police Department, there was a major drug cartel operating freely, and that entire island chain became the epicenter of drug distribution across nearby regions. That's not just embarrassing, it's dangerous. Our family's also been receiving frequent police notices lately. Of course, they're safety-related. To ensure our business operates normally, the MPD has even arranged several patrol cars to monitor areas around our company branches. Ren was a little surprised after hearing this, though not entirely. After all, the Tsukikage Island case had blown up. If they didn't suppress the atmosphere created by the event, drug networks on other islands could pop up like mushrooms after rain. Now that they had a chance to eliminate it in one strike, the Metropolitan Police could demonstrate a strong stance, and in doing so, reshape their public image. Especially after being seen as incompetent and tax-wasting civil servants for so long. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 295, Chapter 295, A Case Full of Strange Things. Click. Detectives from the forensics department were diligently photographing the scene. This is brutal. The scene was horrific beyond words. Even veteran forensic investigators rarely came across something this gruesome. The body still retains some warmth, which means the victim hasn't been dead long. Beheaded. Judging from the blood patterns, the head was likely severed after the victim had crawled a short distance. This much could be determined from the blood trails and residual marks on site. However, one issue continued to baffle the detectives. Why didn't the two victims resist? From the scene's condition, there were barely any signs of a struggle. The bodies showed almost no resistance wounds, at least based on initial physical assessments. The beheading was a clean, single strike. A normal human wouldn't be capable of that kind of strength. One of the forensics detectives gave his analysis. Yeah. Judging by the position of the lower half of the body, the victim wasn't knocked out but was nearly cut in half while still standing. Under normal circumstances, the human muscular system would instinctively tense up and resist foreign intrusion, and the spine is the body's hardest internal structure. Unless you're using high-tension steel wire being dragged at great speed, this shouldn't be possible. Another forensic officer followed up with his own assessment. But as soon as they finished speaking, both of them looked around the surrounding area. The pathway was narrow, flanked by dense forest. In such an environment, there was no way to drag a steel wire at high speed. It wasn't the wire moving at high speed, and the victims clearly weren't either. From the moment we arrived, there were no tire tracks, only footprints from shoes. Another detective added his input. That's not all. The trees around here don't show any marks from tension wires. With the amount of force required, they definitely leave some scarring on the bark. While the two were caught in the headache of analyzing the scene, they spotted Detective Chiba and Detective Takagi approaching. How's the situation? Any leads? Detective Chiba asked as the two forensic techs summarized their findings and reached a firm conclusion. Detective Chiba, we haven't completed the full analysis yet, but based on what we've seen so far, the killer nearly split the victim in half and then decapitated them with a single strike. Kinoshita and I agree, this isn't something an ordinary person could do. But we haven't found any physical evidence or clues in the surrounding environment. Watching the two scratch their heads in frustration, Chiba Kazunobu nodded slightly. Understood. Don't worry too much about how the murder was committed. Just focus on collecting evidence at the scene. Yes, sir. The two forensic detectives saluted and resumed their detailed inspection of the site. After confirming the status of the scene, Chiba Kazunobu walked back with Takagi Wataru. Along the way, it wasn't just the detectives at the immediate crime scene who were working. Officers searched the forests on either side of the road, combing through every inch. No one was idle. The bronze-skinned detective walking beside Chiba Kazunobu couldn't help but ask. Chiba, is this kind of situation normal for a case like this? Not even close. Chiba casually waved his hand, giving a decisive response. It's not that easy to cut a human body in half. Muscle tissue contracts to resist foreign force, and our bones protect vital organs. Aside from teeth, human bones are ridiculously hard. If steel has a hardness rating of 7 to 8, human bones are at least a 4 or 5. Realistically, it's impossible to split someone in half with a regular blade. You'd need something massive and heavy falling with enough gravity, or high-speed steel wire to apply the necessary force. Otherwise, there's just no way to slice through a body with human strength alone. After giving that brief explanation, Chiba added another analogy. It's like when you buy meat. Do you think the butcher can just chop through pork and thick bone in one swing? Not a chance. Just as he was about to move forward again, Chiba suddenly stopped and turned to his colleague. Takagi, don't mention what I just said to the victims. We don't want them thinking we're doubting the credibility of those two young ladies. Also, if you screw up again, you'll really be back working traffic. Takagi Wataru nodded quickly. He had already messed up quite a bit at the MPD recently. During one operation, he almost shot a fellow officer due to a careless mistake. Later, his overexcitement nearly ruined another operation entirely. On top of that, during the Tsukikage Island investigation, he irresponsibly shared sensitive intel with civilians. All of this nearly got him demoted to traffic patrol duty. Takagi wasn't stupid. He knew that if he was transferred back, there'd be zero chance of getting promoted again. He'd be stuck handing out parking tickets for the next 10 years. Seeing that the idiot was finally listening, Chiba Kazunobu sighed. To be honest, dealing with him was exhausting. Maybe that's what happens when a guy spends years as a traffic officer before suddenly switching to investigations. It takes time to adjust. Still, experience could be built little by little, as long as he didn't make mistakes every day. Otherwise, you'd be packing your bags before you ever got the hang of the job. Chiba Kazunobu and Takagi Wataru crossed the wooden suspension bridge, passed the staff stationed out front, and entered the villa. Ah! The cut marks on the bodies matched the axe found on the killer. As soon as Chiba stepped inside, he heard Inspector Megure exclaim. Confirmed. Really? Got it. After hanging up the phone, Inspector Megure looked visibly troubled. A man had used an axe to split two people in half and then decapitate them. The wounds matched the axe precisely, and the cause of death was basically confirmed. And yet, despite how straightforward it sounded, this case was still filled with inexplicable elements. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, Long Reminder. The wounds on the victim's body were confirmed to have been made by an axe. The incision marks had been compared and verified. Basically, the torso was cleaved at the waist. But even with that conclusion, Megure Juzo's instincts told him that no normal person should possess such strength. This created a frustrating loop in his thoughts. The forensic analysis was solid. 7 or 8 experts had reviewed the evidence repeatedly before delivering a unanimous conclusion. As far as the scientific results went, everything had been confirmed with professional rigor. But the most troubling part of the case wasn't just the wounds on the victims, it was the condition of the murderer. When the murderer was apprehended, he was still gripping the axe with both hands but had collapsed face down in an unconscious posture. The strange part was that there were no signs of physical trauma. That is, the murderer hadn't been knocked out by external force. This made his unconscious state all the more bizarre. It was as if someone had instantly switched from combat mode to sleep mode, without any visible cause or injury. Highly unnatural. And aside from that, the murderer's physical state was equally strange. At the time of arrest, the man's muscles had atrophied, and his entire body resembled that of a 60-year-old man. It was shocking. But after further investigation, it was confirmed that the suspect was only 25 years old. Security footage from a convenience store even showed him entering the forest in a normal, healthy state. Yet just a few hours later, his body looked like that of an elderly man. That alone was bizarre to the extreme. And to make matters more complicated, the 4 most normal people at the scene now seemed suspicious by contrast. Of course, Megure Juzo understood this was mostly psychological bias. Inspector Megure. He turned to see a familiar subordinate. What's the situation? Chiba Kazunobu immediately stood at attention and reported. Based on the scene, the murderer split both victims in half and then decapitated them in a single strike. The blood patterns and body positions confirm this. Also, based on body temperature, time of death is within 2 hours. The murder occurred on a forest path. No signs of steel wires in the vicinity. We can basically rule out other murder methods. The search team recovered the bag used to store the axe, hidden in the woods. According to the forensic team, the bag is covered with the suspect's fingerprints. It's also confirmed that the axe was prepped in advance by the suspect. But aside from clues related to the victims and the suspect, no additional evidence has been found. There are some wool marks, probably from luggage, but no tire tracks. Given how remote this place is, few people come here. Listening to Chiba's report, Megure Juzo's face darkened. He knew that this essentially meant the case was being finalized. Unlike unclear or ambiguous incidents, this case's facts were crystal clear, so much so that there was almost no room to suspect another culprit. Despite the many oddities, Megure also understood the real gravity of the situation. As a veteran officer of the Metropolitan Police Department, he knew some cases couldn't be explained with common sense. And when that happened, the next step was clear. Detective Chiba, you and Takagi stay here. Yes, sir. With that, Megure Juzo walked out of the villa. Unlike Chiba, who seemed to understand what was happening, Takagi Wataru still looked confused. He had never encountered a case like this before. Chiba, what's Inspector Megure doing? Considering Takagi had never dealt with a case like this before, Chiba quietly explained. There's something unusual about this case. It's beyond our jurisdiction to handle. Higher-ups will have to make the call. This case has clear irregularities, and it's not something we can judge ourselves. Just keep your head down and be careful when we're working on cases like this. Don't say anything unnecessary. Got it. Takagi Wataru nodded, somewhat confused, but took the advice seriously and memorized it. And you remember what I told you last time, right? Yeah. At the mention of that topic, Takagi looked embarrassed. Chiba nodded slightly, but just to be safe, he emphasized again. There are at least 80 officers in the whole MPD who like Officer Sato. Inspector Megier is well aware of the internal competition, but he doesn't mind it too much. But romance is something for after work. Don't let it interfere with your job. That's what really matters for us detectives. As a criminal investigator, doing your actual job was the most important thing. Chiba stressed this because the idiot standing in front of him had already messed up many times, mostly due to carelessness and lack of professionalism. A lot of it, of course, had to do with Officer Sato. There are plenty of people openly chasing Officer Sato in the MPD. Guys like Shiratori have both status and background. What do you have? Aside from being somewhat handsome. Nothing. Takagi sighed, looking helpless. He also felt disheartened about his own mediocrity. He was just a plain old detective, no strong backing, no special qualifications. His only experience came from being a traffic officer. He had practically no field experience with real cases. By any metric, his credentials were currently bottom tier. Chiba was well aware of Takagi's situation. He wasn't trying to hurt his pride, he just wanted him to get real. So focus on doing your job. Build up experience. At the very least, try to handle serious cases. Otherwise, you think they'll let you near high-stakes investigations. You'll be stuck tailing me forever. Officer Sato is a known career-minded professional in the MPD. She usually works under Inspector Megier. Even though she's not in the professional track, she's already a deputy inspector. You think the gap between you two won't grow wider? Takagi didn't need to think hard to know the answer. Of course, it would. But in this moment, his expression turned serious. Don't worry, Chiba. I'll take my job seriously from now on. To be continued. Chapter 297, I Want to Know, bonus. At the same time, Sato Mawako was conducting an investigation inside the villa. The guest rooms on the second floor were all unoccupied, but it seemed as if each room had been thoroughly cleaned just the day before. Almost all the vacant rooms could be seen at a glance. There was essentially nowhere to hide anything. She stepped out through the glass door and walked onto the second floor balcony. The balconies weren't shared between rooms, but each one offered a fairly good view. Still, the suspension bridge was a good 200 to 300 meters away. The area was densely forested, and the edge of the woods formed a ravine that completely cut off this place from the surrounding forest. Other than the suspension bridge, this place had essentially been isolated from the outside world. Sato Mawako couldn't help but be puzzled. Why were the wealthy so fond of building villas in places like this? The transportation was inconvenient, and travel itself posed safety risks. It would be far too easy for someone with ill intent to destroy that old wooden bridge. Looking out from the balcony, Mawako could see several members of the forensics department combing the area where the murderer had collapsed. The suspension bridge could be clearly seen from the villa. There were no visual obstructions. The straight-line distance between the woods and the bridge was over 50 meters, which meant there was almost nowhere to hide for anyone planning a surprise attack on the killer. So how had he fainted? This was a major question, one even Mawako couldn't wrap her head around. And aside from that, the killer himself was a walking mystery. How could a man with such visible muscle atrophy violently kill two people? Just a few hours earlier, he had appeared in normal condition. But now, his body resembled that of an elderly man. It was anything but normal. Sato Mawako had already pieced together the obvious inconsistencies. She understood that while the murder itself was direct and clear, everything surrounding it was utterly absurd. A seemingly straightforward case, yet full of incomprehensible elements. And for some reason, the image of that boy flashed through her mind. He knew something. Thinking of that, Sato Mawako recalled what she had seen upon entering. All of the key witnesses seemed like they already understood everything. No, not seemed. They did know. Realizing this, Sato Mawako decided to start with the one person she had interacted with most, Ren. She went downstairs and arrived at the room where the group was resting. She knocked gently on the door. Knock knock knock. Come in. A calm female voice responded. Sato Mawako opened the door and stepped inside. It was a small reception room, also used as a tea room. 4 people were seated at a round table's 4 corners, enjoying cakes and black tea. It was a rare moment of peace after the chaos. Miwako noticed that both Suzuki sisters looked a little pale, and Chikako, who was scribbling something with a pen, also seemed tense. Only Ren remained as calm as ever, like the surface of an ancient, undisturbed well. Not a single ripple. Apologies for interrupting your break. I still have a few questions regarding the case and need to ask that gentleman some routine inquiries. Why? Sonoko frowned. She didn't mind cooperating with the police, but the repeated questioning was beginning to wear on her nerves. Sonoko. Ren cut her off gently, setting down his teacup and standing up. Since Officer Sato still has questions, it's only natural I cooperate with the investigation. As he spoke, Ren also glanced at Ayako. Ayako returned his gaze, then looked at Miwako and gave a small nod. Ren then followed Miwako out of the room. As the door closed behind them, Ayako's expression turned serious. Looks like this case is just too unusual. That female detective seems to suspect us. That immediately triggered a response from Sonoko. How could anyone think what that guy did was normal? Ayako and Chikako both let out soft sighs. They had witnessed the murder firsthand. They knew better than anyone just how abnormal Takahashi Ryuichi had been. How could professional investigators not realize the same? I just hope Ren handles it well. Sonoko wasn't really worried about what would come after. They hadn't participated in the murder. In fact, they were victims themselves, and had nothing to hide. The second round of questioning from the detective was probably just an attempt to get closer to the truth. Still, it all depended on how Ren responded. After exiting the room, Ren followed Sato Miwako to a quieter room on the second floor. No other detectives were investigating the villa at this point. All the critical evidence was outside. The killer had been arrested at the suspension bridge. The crime had occurred along the forest trail across the bridge. There was nothing particularly valuable to find inside the villa itself. That was why Miwako had brought him upstairs, away from the others. So, was it you? She wasted no time. Her directness was astonishing. Ren simply shook his head. Detective, it should be clear this incident has nothing to do with us. No one wanted any of this to happen. And you're being a bit too forward. Why are the victims being treated like suspects in a murder case? What do you think? Sato Miwako fixed her gaze on him. When you spoke to me earlier, you described the scene with such clarity. It's obvious you saw everything. I don't know whether you watched it through surveillance footage or something else, but it's clear that you're very closely connected to this case. She glanced out the glass door, toward the suspension bridge. And that killer, right after murdering 2 people, was in an extremely heightened emotional state. So how did he just faint, so close to the bridge? And on top of that, he went from a healthy adult to someone with severe muscle atrophy in just a few hours. None of that is normal. At least, not something science can explain. Ren gave a small nod, acknowledging her points. So then, Officer Sato, what exactly do you want? Sato Miwako took a deep breath. She knew this was where the real conversation would begin. I want to know, does this incident have anything to do with you? To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 298, Chapter 298, Materialism and Broken Beliefs. Although I'd love to help Officer Sato add some dramatic twists to this incident, unfortunately, there's no plot reversal in this case. Ren didn't joke around. He got straight to the point. The tragedy in this case was caused by Takahashi Ryuichi. The reason the police can't close the case easily, even with clear evidence and witnesses, is that several aspects defy scientific explanation. Sato Miwako immediately caught on to the core issue. So, what do you mean by defy scientific explanation? At the same time, her mind raced, reviewing every strange detail about the case. There was no flaw in the chain of evidence. Everything pointed to the murderer. And yet, all the evidence described actions beyond what a human being should be capable of. That contradiction was the crux of the problem. It means exactly what it says. Ren didn't try to hide anything and explained it patiently. All the current evidence clearly identifies Takahashi Ryuichi as the killer. But the way he committed the murders doesn't line up with human capabilities. The weapon he used was a regular tree-cutting axe. Its blade isn't large, and its weight is moderate. It's just not capable of cutting someone cleanly in half in one swing. That's the core contradiction in this case. And it's a contradiction that science can't explain. Sato Miwako nodded slightly. That much was true, nothing about it made scientific sense. The evidence pointed directly at the killer, but the method he used was completely unscientific. Seeing she was following, Ren continued. The second contradiction is Takahashi Ryuichi himself. How did his body deteriorate to that extent in just a few hours? He looked like a man in his 60s or even 70s. And it wasn't just muscle atrophy. His entire body was affected by the aging. But this wasn't caused by natural time progression, it was triggered by an external factor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have aged so rapidly. That's another mystery that defies explanation. But I think soon, it won't be a contradiction anymore. It'll be a conclusion. Sato Mawako frowned. You mean he's going to? She made a gesture across her neck and looked at Ren for confirmation. Ren nodded slightly. His aging isn't without cause. His time is already running out. The reason the police haven't been able to wake him from his coma is because of a survival instinct. If he regains consciousness, the aging will accelerate violently. This isn't science. It's a phenomenon caused by something beyond it. Sato Mawako fell silent. This time, she truly didn't know how to respond. The murderer was going to die, due to aging. That in itself was deeply unnatural. But what truly shocked her was that all of this had come from the mouth of someone she thought was just a witness. Unable to find a scientific rationale, Mawako suddenly had a strong, nagging intuition. Maybe this really was the truth, one that couldn't be explained. She quickly raised her eyes to Ren. At this moment, she realized something else. This boy was also enveloped in fog. So then, how do you know all of this? I just happened to gain access to certain knowledge. That's how I can understand what's going on. Just like what happened on Tsukikage Island. At that, Mawako finally understood why he knew so much. She took a deep breath. So you're the one who called the police during the Tsukikage Island incident? Ren didn't deny it. Yes. Even I was shocked by what those drug dealers were doing. It was inhumane. They matched every bit of what I imagined real traffickers to be. Of course, aside from knowing those details, I didn't do anything else. Just like today. Otherwise, why would I have called the police? Of course I know you weren't the one who did it. Sato Mawako rolled her eyes at him. Judging from how entrenched those drug dealers were, they must have been using Tsukikage Island as a trafficking hub for over a decade. Do you think a high school student could have lived through all that? After venting a little, Mawako felt more at ease. Now, she was just curious about what had actually happened to Takahashi Ryuichi. So, what exactly happened to the murderer? Does Officer Sato want the truth, or something else? The truth, obviously. Ren nodded slightly, then replied directly. He was possessed by an evil spirit. The bluntness of his answer left Mawako speechless. She had expected a roundabout explanation, maybe 2 or 3 layers of build-up, but he just dropped it on her like a hammer. Evil spirits. Was this even real language? Mawako composed herself and asked again, this time with disbelief coloring her tone. Are you serious? In this day and age, there are things like evil spirits. Then why is Officer Sato so certain they don't exist? Think about this case. Review every abnormality you observed. Now consider what I just told you. Sato Mawako mentally ran through the abnormalities again, now under the lens of Ren's evil spirit claim. Strangely, it all started to line up. Was this real? Was he kidding? Hard to believe, isn't it? She shot an annoyed look at Ren. What do you think? This explanation is shattering decades of my worldview. It's like telling a mathematician that math doesn't exist. You think any of them would take that well? Ren thought back to the physicists in the three-body problem. He understood how this kind of cognitive shift could destroy someone's internal logic. Yeah, I get it. Those scientists are all materialists who would reject anything that goes against their beliefs. If reality put that much pressure on them, suicide wouldn't be out of the question. After a long pause, Sato Mawako finally calmed her breathing and looked at the boy in front of her again. This topic is a bit beyond what I can handle right now. I'll focus on investigating the case first. When I've wrapped that up, I'll come back. By then, I'll be mentally prepared to hear the rest. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 299, Chapter 299, deduce the cause from the result. The case still concluded with Takahashi Ryuichi as the murderer. However, Takahashi Ryuichi, the murderer, was carefully transferred to Baika Experimental Hospital. While this was a formal hospital, it also specialized in professional research on various new diseases. The moment Takahashi Ryuichi was brought in, all the renowned doctors at the hospital gathered for a consultation. Strange, really strange. After connecting him to instruments, a comprehensive and meticulous examination was conducted on Takahashi Ryuichi's body, revealing that he was on the verge of death. It's truly strange. This person's physical condition doesn't resemble that of a normal 25-year-old at all. It's as if he has the body of a 70-year-old. After completing a detailed examination, an old doctor with decades of medical experience confirmed the results. Teacher, please take a look at his cells. The old doctor immediately walked over to his student and took the student's place at the microscope. Strange. The aging cells are still dividing rapidly. There is a limit to how many times a person's cells can divide, yet Takahashi Ryuichi's body exhibited unusual behavior. Despite his body already showing signs of aging, the cells continued to divide rapidly, at a speed completely outside the normal range. After some time, the cells under the microscope began accelerating their death rate along with the division rate. It was like a death process occurring at the cellular level. The old doctor found the subject's physical state extremely unusual, to the point of being abnormal. The natural laws of cell division didn't seem to apply, as if the process was caught in fast forward. Strange. Looking up from the microscope, the old doctor stared at the heavily monitored Takahashi Ryuichi with a perplexed expression. With the cells dividing so rapidly they're self-destructing, how is this person still maintaining even the minimum level of vital signs? Judging by the self-destructive speed of the cell's division, the old doctor was nearly certain the host should already be dead. Yet the instruments clearly showed Takahashi Ryuichi was still alive, albeit with barely detectable signs of life. It was extremely bizarre. The old doctor glanced at the surrounding physicians, who all nodded. We got the same result. Under normal circumstances, this man should be dead. But his physical constitution is strange. The division of cells slows down inside his body, but once removed, the cells undergo geometric self-division, accelerating death. The old doctor nodded slightly, then spoke decisively. Then, let's begin. While he's still alive. Understood. All the doctors on site immediately began their experiments and research. The subject, of course, was Takahashi Ryuichi, who could be called a living corpse in nearly every sense. At the same time, Sato Mawako of the Metropolitan Police Department was investigating what had happened in the University Drama Club Takahashi Ryuichi was part of 2 years ago. The name Tokumoto Atsuko appeared before her. Tokumoto Atsuko. According to records from that time, she committed suicide. On the surface, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. What Sato Mawako needed to understand was the reason behind the suicide. But there were no detailed clues explaining it. Was it because the case had been closed, so no one spent too much time on it? But then why did Takahashi Ryuichi believe Tokumoto Atsuko had been murdered? Sato Mawako flipped through the relevant files and records. The comments about Tokumoto Atsuko were generally positive, even from members of the same club. For example, Oda Masaru, one of the 2 victims in this case, had different views. He worked in editing like Chikako, but didn't believe Atsuko fit the club. And Kakutani Hiroki noted, she writes good stories, but forgets these are stage plays. The large scenes in her scripts aren't suitable for a small student-organized stage. We can't ask Miss Ayako to pay for everything, right? That goes against the purpose of our drama club. The 2 victims acknowledged the quality of Atsuko's writing, but criticized the scale of her work. Sato Mawako held her chin thoughtfully. These 2 didn't speak ill of Atsuko directly, but it was clear that her standing in the club was low, likely because her scripts weren't adopted. If Suzuki Ayako's funding was still required, it would have been difficult to produce Atsuko's grand-scale stories. But the club was formed with the intent to remain self-sufficient. Accepting Ayako's financial support would have violated that purpose. Otherwise, if the club changed its name, it would lose its original intent. It was a youthful ideal. 2 years later, those same people probably wouldn't think that way anymore. Sato Mawako was certain that the 2 victims in this case must have had regrets, especially after seeing the fruits of their efforts 2 years later. So what triggered Atsuko's suicide? Sato Mawako searched the materials thoroughly for clues. The 2 victims didn't have close relationships with Atsuko. They were simply fellow club members. Since Atsuko wasn't good at socializing, she was merely on nodding terms with them. She wouldn't have committed suicide over 2 acquaintances she barely knew. Likewise, it wasn't Suzuki Ayako. This lady led a satisfactory life, had a gentle personality, and treated people well. Her relationship with Atsuko was even better than a casual acquaintance. The only remaining possibility was Chikako Ikeda, another screenwriter. Let's look into Chikako's profile. Back in college, she was also a well-known figure in the club. Her plays were well received, and she collaborated on scripts with many theater troupes. Sato Mawako studied the records carefully and noticed that, unlike her peers, Chikako had clearer goals. She turned her hobby into a career early and began cultivating her path even during her school years. Before graduation, she published a story called Blue Kingdom under a publishing house. The story leaned toward fantasy. Unlike the stage plays Chikako was known for, this one seemed like a grand narrative that wouldn't work well on stage. From the results alone, Sato Mawako deduced the cause. Blue Kingdom belonged to Tokumoto Atsuko. Chikako had stolen that story, which led to Atsuko's suicide. The problem lies with Chikako. Takahashi Ryuichi's first intended target for revenge was actually Chikako. Wait. Just as she was about to pick up the phone and contact Ren, Mawako Sato hesitated. Does he already know? That single question caused Sato Mawako to stop herself from dialing. Instead, she continued her investigation. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 300, Sequence 7 Cryptologist. I thought it was just a meeting with Sonoko and asked her to choose a path, but it turned out to be an accident. A conflict caused by a suicide case 2 years ago. But this time, the incident involved unnatural forces. The person who died back then became an evil spirit and used the murderer from this incident as a vessel to prolong its existence, all for revenge. I originally thought it was just a simple act of vengeance. But I'm actually quite interested in the reason behind the suicide, especially since the target of the revenge has some unique circumstances. Without anyone guiding my fate, it began to shift on its own. Because of this, I also performed a divination on what happened 2 years ago. As expected, the result was beyond what I imagined. The exchange of seizure and sale added a layer of legal protection. This undermined the rationale behind the original revenge. It didn't change anything for the Avenger, since they weren't concerned about the reasons, but it did stir my curiosity. Because of this shift, what was once a dead end became a dead end with a glimmer of hope. My observation affected the size of that hope. Some of her preparations 2 years ago didn't make her safer. But because she had prepared, I felt she didn't deserve to die. So, a small chance emerged. When I first observed fate, I actually became a variable myself. Fate can be changed, but doing so requires many conditions. Coincidentally, the girl who should have been the main victim of this case had met some of those conditions. So, I helped a little. Well, the murderer was possessed by the evil spirit. He was extremely brutal and planned to kill everyone who attended the class reunion. That kind of thing is just unbearable. I did show some mercy to the murderer. Reality was too painful for him. I pulled him into the dream he longed for so that, at least at the end of his life, he could live in that sweet fantasy world. By the way, the evil spirit that possessed him was the person who committed suicide 2 years ago. Merciless. After writing the final entry, Ren ended today's diary. He set the pen down, sat back in his chair, and slightly tilted his head to relieve the stiffness in his neck, staring at the ceiling. In the end, I thought it was just a meeting, but it turned into something much bigger. At that moment, Ren silently offered a prayer to the death god of this world. Though things changed, I still got to meet Sonoko's sister. As expected, she was a bit reserved. In truth, Ren felt that he might have been the more reserved one. A shift in identity. He sighed, then opened the fate wheel. Chikako's fate became tied to mine too. But the biggest change this time was probably Ayako's. Her destined marriage changed, her death was avoided, and she even became one of the extraordinary. Chikako's fate had shifted as well. Ren wasn't sure if the magnitude of those changes was enough. Soon, the fate will begin to slow down. Lord of Mysteries. You have obtained the Sequence 7 potion, Cryptologist. Ren's hopeful expression froze for a second. He stared at the flask of potion in front of him, a trace of helplessness on his face. So, the degree of change was higher than I thought. Wrong path. He was still at Sequence 9 and couldn't skip Sequence 8 to jump directly to Sequence 7. It takes 2 diary entries to get a Sequence 7 potion, but if you change someone's fate, you might be able to skip ahead. Well, no advancement today. What a pity. After sitting and resting for a while, Ren walked into the study. Although it was quite late, he still had lessons to catch up on. Thankfully, with a little cheating, he could speed up the process. By granting himself the power of a reader, he began reviewing the material. The efficiency was amazing. Even if you aren't naturally smart, with boosted memory and cognitive function, you can remember everything you read. The power of sequences is truly incredible and incredibly practical. He carefully flipped through the textbook, imprinting knowledge he had previously forgotten deep into his memory bit by bit. For a while, the room was filled only with the sound of pages turning. When your mind is highly focused, time starts to lose meaning. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door pulled Ren back to reality. He paused. The stack of unread books had been on the left side of the desk earlier, but now most had moved to the right, they'd been read. Ren pushed up his glasses, rubbed his eyes, took a deep breath, and got up. He walked to the entrance and opened the door. Good evening. Yoko Okino stood at the doorway, her beauty as vibrant as peach blossoms. Judging from her thick winter clothes, she had just returned from outside. Her nose, exposed to the cold, was a little red, making Ren instinctively reach out and pinch it. Just got back. The sudden affection made Yoko blink in surprise, but she quickly smiled and gently slapped Ren's hand away. Yeah. The company still hasn't found a good agent for me. Right now, another artist's agent is filling in. He's not bad, but it's definitely not as thorough as before, even though my popularity hasn't dropped. Ren gently took her hand and led her inside. Of course. A temporary agent handling someone else's affairs isn't going to be fully committed. They know you won't stay with them long, so they won't put their heart into it. Yoko understood, but didn't seem bothered. I already expected that. Besides, I won't be with them long anyway. I've started planning my own studio. I think I can sort out the basics before the company finds me a proper agent. She glanced down at her hand, still held by Ren, a soft smile forming on her lips. She followed him inside and sat down on the sofa. I'll get you a glass of water. No need. Yoko held his hand tightly. She wasn't thirsty and didn't want anything to drink. Right now, I just want to stay with you for a little while. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 301, Chapter 301, Yoko, stay with me a while. Yoko gently intertwined her fingers with the boy she liked, softly holding his hand. She could feel that his fingers were long and slender. Even though he was a boy, his skin was quite fair, and it was hard to imagine he had ever done any rough labor. She lightly leaned her head against his arm. Lately, I've been busy with the studio, so I haven't had much free time. So, is it better to be busy or to have nothing to do? Yoko thought for a moment, then gave her answer. Busy. As she spoke, she lowered her head and gently pinched the joints of Ren's fingers with her other hand. Even though there's a lot to handle these days, it feels fulfilling to be working on something of my own. Thinking about working hard for my future, about going further, suddenly gives me motivation. Of course, there's another reason. Just as Ren tilted his head to ask something, Yoko Okino lifted hers and kissed him on the cheek. When I start earning more, I'll make sure you never have to struggle again. I'll support you. The words, I'll support you, stirred something complicated inside Ren. For the past 15 years, he had grown up alone, struggling through hardship, facing the helplessness of poverty, and enduring hunger. Without anyone to lean on, all he had ever wanted was to study hard, find a stable job, and build a new life. Now, while money was no longer a concern, the scars from those years still ran deep. He released her delicate hand, only to wrap his arms around her and pull her into a tight embrace. So I'll become a little pup, spoiled and supported by you. Ren's voice held a smile, but his heart ached with bitter emotions. The wounds of the past began to resurface. Is it really that bad to be kept by someone? Yoko Okino smiled as she opened her thick coat. Beneath it, she wore another equally warm one. Then, she gently held Ren's face and pressed him against her chest. Her arms wrapped behind his head. My little brother has been holding it in for far too long. Just for today, act spoiled with your sister. Ren slowly grew drowsy. At this moment, he was at his most fragile. But instead of coldness, he was surrounded by warmth. Like comforting a child, Yoko gently patted Ren's back. Gradually, as she cared for him, Yoko herself began to feel sleepy. She didn't resist the fatigue. Closing her eyes, she let herself rest. In a room warmed by the heater, even the winter chill couldn't intrude. There was no need to worry about catching a cold, even while sleeping on the sofa. In that warmth, the two of them quietly fell asleep in each other's arms. The night passed quickly, and morning light crept in through the window. After finally letting out 15 years' worth of suppressed emotions, Ren fell into a deep and peaceful sleep, mentally at ease. The time was now 9:48 a.m. Far later than usual for him. But this time, his body chose rest instinctively, free of any stress or pressure. The sleep and warmth from the night before left him completely recharged. The soft sensation on his face made Ren reluctant to wake, but his refreshed mind wouldn't let him stay asleep. His eyes opened gradually as he regained full consciousness. Memories of the night before returned to him, and as he looked up, he met Yoko Okino's gentle, maternal gaze. It reminded him of a mother looking at her mischievous son. It made Ren blush a little. Yoko, I'm sorry. Before he could finish, Yoko Okino wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug, burying his words in her chest. That maternal, almost regal, warmth made Ren want to just sink into it. Don't worry about yesterday. Don't keep everything inside. Tell me sometimes, okay? I may not be as good as some of those girls you know, but I'm still your sister. That's not something they can compare to. Indeed. Maternal warmth isn't about physical traits. It's about the tenderness that radiates from deep within. Though Yoko Okino's chest was quite substantial. Her comfort and tenderness soothed Ren's awkward shyness. He held Yoko Okino tightly again. His voice was slightly muffled since his face was buried against her chest. Don't you have work today? Nope, nothing scheduled. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 302, Chapter 302, almost. Thursday was originally the day off for Sonoko and Ren. But anyone who read yesterday's diary would know that a major incident occurred during the class reunion hosted by Sonoko's sister. So when Ran saw Sonoko show up at school that morning, she wasn't surprised. "Sonoko, I didn't expect something like that to happen yesterday." Ran didn't know what to say. A class reunion hosted by her sister had somehow turned into a murder case. Who could have guessed? Recalling the murder that happened right before her eyes yesterday, Sonoko still felt it was absurd. Who knew my sister had the kind of constitution that attracts disasters? A simple class reunion ended up drawing in a murderer. It's seriously unbelievable. Yesterday, my sister and I really did see a ghost. As Sonoko explained the evil spirit they had encountered, Ren once again felt that Sonoko's sister was unusually unlucky. For a class reunion to lead to something that dangerous was just bizarre. That's seriously unlucky. What are the odds something like that happens to you and your sister? Sonoko sighed. Yesterday, she had just thought they were unlucky, but thinking back now, it felt like it went beyond ordinary bad luck. It was true misfortune. Wait a second, haven't we encountered some sort of problem every time we go out? After saying that, Ren also remembered, yeah, that did seem to be the case. But soon, she came to a realization and tugged gently on Sonoko's sleeve. Could it be that these things keep happening around us, because our story is a detective story? Sonoko slapped her forehead in realization. Right, I totally forgot. The stories unfold around us, so it's not that strange for us to be part of them. It's just like that fate stuff Ren always talks about. The contents of the story were actually the future direction of the world. Although both Sonoko and Ran knew that the finer details of the story might be a little off, since fiction is fiction, and reality will always shift things, there was no changing the overall likelihood of it happening. Some deviations were inevitable, but the probability of running into each event stayed consistent. After first period, the two of them headed to the classroom where Ren usually was. They saw the other students but quickly noticed that the key person wasn't there. What was going on? Both of them were puzzled. Ren looked at Sonoko with a confused expression. Didn't you come back together? Of course we did. We got back really late yesterday. We spent the whole afternoon cooperating with the police investigation and returned around 4 p.m. I got home around 6. What about Ren? Sonoko thought about it, then shook her head slightly. I don't think it's a physical issue. Ren's health has always been good. And with his special circumstances, I don't think he's the type to fall ill easily. On one hand, Ren was an extraordinary individual. Anyone who had stepped onto the pathways would undergo some degree of physical enhancement. With that kind of improvement, he shouldn't experience health problems. On the other hand, Ren had never shown any serious physical symptoms. Plus, he worked part-time every week, and a lot of those jobs involved physical labor. That alone had kept him in great shape. Most importantly, when Sonoko walked him downstairs yesterday, she hadn't seen any signs of physical issues. There was no way something serious could have developed overnight. Ren rested her chin in her hand, considering another possibility. Could it be that Ren was just feeling tired, and since he already asked for leave today, he decided to rest at home? Yeah, that might be it. Sonoko thought about it and found it reasonable. But she had a simpler way to confirm it. She pulled Ran to a quiet corner and took out her phone, dialing a number she knew by heart. The call connected quickly, but what came from the other end of the line made Sonoko freeze. Hello, are you my brother's friend? The familiar female voice stunned Sonoko. She didn't snap out of it until Ren gave her a light push. Taking a deep breath, she asked with a trace of doubt. I'm his girlfriend. Who are you? I'm the sister from next door. I just want to make it clear that I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I came back from work last night and saw that his lights were on, so I dropped by. Then, something happened. It's hard to explain over the phone. If you have time, you should come see for yourself. I'll be there right away. Sonoko took a deep breath, hung up, and returned to the classroom with Ran. She grabbed her school bag and left. Ran did the same. After requesting a day off from their teacher, the two of them headed straight for Ren's place. It didn't take long to reach the door to Ren's apartment. Sonoko felt complicated. Was she about to catch her boyfriend with another woman? Though, given their tangled relationship, saying it like that felt kind of wrong. Still, her feelings were undeniably complicated. Knock knock knock. Soon, the door opened. As soon as it did, they recognized the person inside. Okino Yoko. Ran couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Shoo. Yoko Okino quickly put a finger to her lips and motioned inside the room. Ran belatedly covered her mouth. Come in first. You'll understand once you see him. Yoko Okino knew that opening the door as her brother's girlfriend arrived could lead to misunderstandings. But some things didn't need detailed explanations. They just needed to see Ren for themselves. Sonoko gave a small nod and followed her inside. When they reached the living room, they saw Ren sleeping on the sofa. He was still wearing wrinkled loungewear, like he hadn't changed all night. There were faint tear stains on his face. They both noticed it right away. Sonoko immediately shoved aside her feelings of jealousy or confusion. This was clearly not a situation that warranted any jealousy. "Ms. Okino, what happened to Ren?" Yoko didn't answer right away. Instead, she pointed toward the sleeping Ren, then gestured to the room further inside. "Let's talk in there." To be continued. Chapter 303, Chapter 303, Please give me some advice, bonus. Yoko Okino led the two into the study. It wasn't completely soundproof, but it had the best insulation in the entire apartment. This made it the most suitable place for a private conversation. Yoko Okino gestured for them to sit on the soft sofa in front of her, then sat across from them. "I know he's been bottling up his emotions for a long time. Last night was just the trigger that made it all come pouring out. He actually woke up around 10 this morning, but it seems he still wants to rest quietly for a while longer." Only then did the two girls understand what had happened the night before. Sonoko bowed slightly to express her gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of Ren, Miss Okino. Yoko Okino smiled and shook her head. "There's no need to thank me. Actually, I want quite a lot." Sonoko took a deep breath. She could tell that there were plenty of people interested in Ren, and she also knew the identity of one of his other girlfriends. "I can tell. But Miss Okino, would you mind telling us everything honestly?" "Of course not." Yoko Okino calmly explained her story and how she became involved with Ren. What she said matched almost exactly what Sonoko had uncovered during her investigation. She had already known that a female celebrity lived next door to Ren and that this woman had survived a dangerous incident thanks to Ren's help. Sonoko hadn't imagined she'd have a dramatic rescue story of her own, but it wasn't too surprising that others might. It just so happened that Yoko Okino lived next door, and something happened, and Ren, being his usual nosy self, stepped in. That was its own kind of fate. Still, Sonoko figured that no one would want to go through a near strangling more than once. That kind of connection between Ren and Miss Okino. I didn't expect it. Sonoko thought back. That incident must have happened right around the time they had first started interacting with Ren. Her expression turned emotional, but also slightly jealous. "I was the one who said I wanted to be his girlfriend first, but Miss Okino's bond with him is so deep." Hearing her boyfriend's girlfriend say that made Yoko Okino feel a little awkward. "Miss Okino, do you know some of Ren's secrets?" Yoko Okino nodded slightly. Sonoko blinked in surprise. She didn't remember that happening. So who did Ren ask for help? That icy Shinomiya. At that time, there weren't many people who could resolve a celebrity's career crisis. Sonoko didn't know, and Sanzenin or Sajinomiya probably didn't either. They were still too young. Ren definitely wouldn't have gone to them for this. That left only Shinomiya Kagaya. TCH. Why didn't Ren ask me for help? I could have handled it. Sonoko's tone was sour at the thought of Kagaya being involved before she was. Ren, sitting next to her, thought about the differences between Sonoko and Shinomiya, and then it clicked. Sonoko, wasn't Shinomiya already in control of her family back then? That's true. She recalled how quickly the Ice Queen had seized control of the Shinomiya family. Sonoko quickly realized something else. So Ren didn't ask me because he didn't want me to bother my parents. But if he went to Shinomiya, she could help directly. Yeah, I think that was it. That makes sense. No wonder he didn't come to me. Sonoko reflected and found the reasoning solid. Since she'd gotten involved in the occult and mysteries, she hadn't touched the family business. If Ren had asked her for help, she would have had to go to her parents. Shinomiya Kagaya, on the other hand, could deal with it independently and faster. Now that she understood the situation more clearly, Sonoko's expression softened. So, Miss Okino, you actually don't know much about his real situation. Correct. Yoko Okino nodded. Then allow me to ask something directly. Miss Okino, your sudden interest in Ren, it wasn't because of his money or status, was it? Sonoko's question was blunt, even bordering on rude. Well. Honestly, I don't blame you for thinking that. But no, that's not my reason. Yoko Okino remained calm and candid. She understood that it was hard to explain this sort of thing. It wasn't her fault, but rather an unfortunate truth about the entertainment industry and her position in it. When I first got involved with Ren, I just saw that he was always alone. So I made some food to express my thanks and thought we could eat together. I figured he must be struggling, living on his own. As a neighbor and a big sister, I thought I could support him. But in the end, I was the one who got taken care of. She lowered her head with a faint smile, a bit frustrated but also nostalgic as she remembered those days. She touched her neck gently. Back then, I couldn't return to work because of the bruises on my neck. So I had a lot of free time. I spent most of that time with him. Every day after he got home, I'd make something and we'd eat together. At first, I thought I was being a considerate older sister. But he treated me more like a little sister. And before I knew it, I'd fallen for him. About a month in, I got used to eating with him. Got used to how he always looked out for me. He was so mature, it didn't feel like he was younger than me. Sometimes I tried to act like a big sister, but things always ended up the opposite. But last night, he finally dropped the act of being the strong, older brother. And I was finally able to fulfill the role of a real sister. I see. Sonoko stopped scrutinizing her and sighed softly. No wonder the two of you are so close. I understand now. Miss Okino really isn't involved with Ren for fame or money. Sorry for my earlier tone. It was a bit much. It's fine. Yoko Okino smiled and shook her head. I understand. The entertainment world is full of people like that. It's no wonder people assume female celebrities are always chasing fame or fortune. Sonoko nodded slightly and didn't push the topic further. Instead, she extended her hand. Miss Okino, let me formally introduce myself. Suzuki Sonoko. Please give me your guidance from now on. Okino Yoko. I look forward to working with you. After shaking hands with Sonoko, Yoko Okino turned to the girl beside her. This young lady is. Sonoko smiled and nudged Ren with her elbow. Ren, who had just snapped out of her daze, quickly shook the extended hand. Muri Ren. Miss Okino, please take care of me. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 304, Chapter 304, Little by Little Change. It was 5 p.m. Having fallen asleep again, Ren opened his eyes on the sofa. Subconsciously looking around, his field of vision suddenly expanded to cover the entire room. This situation made Ren pause for a moment. His omniscient vision wasn't very expansive, but now the entire room was within view. His integration with the source essence had deepened, improving not only his control over it but also allowing him to unconsciously access the authority contained within it. Even if it was on a small scale, authority was still authority. The degree of integration with the source essence has improved significantly. He tried bestowing himself the sequence 6, Faceless. Ren's face began to blur. His original features vanished, replaced by a faceless mask. Then, with the fluctuation of 357, the blank visage started to morph into another appearance. Kudo Shinichi. Through authority, even without standing up, Ren could clearly see that his face had fully changed, becoming the image of Kudo Shinichi from his memory. Sequence 6 works. Then what about Sequence 5? The Seer's Sequence 5 could be considered the most powerful in the middle sequences. The spirit thread was the core ability granted at that level. It allowed the user to perceive the spirit threads of others and, with proper manipulation, turn someone into a secret puppet without their awareness. Because this ability was hard to interrupt or detect, it was also one of the most difficult powers to deal with below the demigod level. Ren calmed himself and granted the ability. As his eyes opened and he raised his hand, 5 invisible threads extended from his fingers. Sequence 5 is possible. But this is the limit. When he tried granting himself the abilities of Sequence 4, he immediately received warnings from the 3 sources. Don't be greedy. This is enough. Faceless Man combined with Marionettist was already sufficient to handle nearly any unexpected situation. Especially Marionettist, which allowed him to control others' abilities without even being in front of them. But I need to be careful with the puppetization issue. Once the spirit thread was used, others could be transformed into puppets. However, the process was irreversible. Becoming a puppet meant the original person was completely dead. So, in the future, he needed to be cautious when using the spirit thread. In other words, he should focus on control rather than full transformation. He raised his hand and wiped his face. The features of Kudo Shinichi faded away, and his original appearance returned. He withdrew the bestowed powers. Ren sat up from the sofa. I fell asleep again. It's already 5:23 p.m. I practically slept the whole day. Did Yoko go home? Suddenly, his vision penetrated the wall. In the kitchen next door, the girl wearing an apron was preparing dinner. TSK. The compatibility increased too much. I'm using authority too casually now. Even so, he still needed to pay attention. Unconscious use of authority could lead to uncontrollable situations. He pushed himself up with both hands. There was a piece of paper on the table in front of him, with 2 lines of handwriting. Suzuki Sonoko, Ran and I came to see you. You're such a big guy and still crying. Next time, remember to act like a child in front of me. Otherwise, I'll get jealous. Did I act like a child in front of Sonoko? Ren smiled awkwardly. It felt like a difficult thing to do. Yesterday's emotional breakdown wasn't due to one or two things, but from 5 years of accumulated pressure. If something like that happened again, it would be truly difficult to endure. There was another line, written by Ran. Muri Ran, next time, I can do it too. When did Ran become so proactive? Ren was genuinely surprised by the assertiveness and bravery in those words. But then he remembered himself crying into Ran's chest like a child, freely releasing all his emotions. Just thinking about that scene made him feel a little embarrassed. Only children would do such things, right? Ren twisted his fingers slightly, and the piece of paper crumbled into glowing embers. He took out his phone from Sefirah Castle and dialed Ren directly. After a few rings, the call connected. Ren. Yeah, it's me. Ran, I saw the message you wrote on the note. Huh. Ran's voice on the other end held a hint of confusion. That wasn't from me. That was Sunoko's handwriting. Hey, so my girlfriend is out here teaching other girls to let me act spoiled. Ren laughed and teased, then took a deep breath. What if I was serious? There was silence on the other end for a moment. Then Ran responded shyly. Then, next time you're feeling down, come to me. Ren could already picture Ran's blushing face at that moment. I really want to see it. He felt a strong urge, but quickly suppressed it. Then it's a promise. Next time I'm feeling down, I'll come find you. All right. Ren smiled. He realized he had been underestimating himself too much, or maybe he'd simply been too guarded around others. When dealing with girls, it really was necessary to be sincere and take initiative. Thin-skinned boys like him were indeed a bit hopeless. The girls he once liked were now all in front of him. With both the opportunity and the circumstances in place, why shouldn't he take a chance? Besides, weren't they gradually developing their feelings, little by little? Are you cooking dinner now? I'm making dinner at home. I can't leave the kitchen to my mom. If I did, I might not make it to school tomorrow. From her tone, Ren could easily guess how bad Kasaki Eri's cooking skills were. Your mom has some special talents in that area. Right. Sunoko already told her family about things. Maybe you should start telling your mom too. Ren went silent for a few seconds. Let's leave your dad out of it for now. He's with Idagawa Konan. It's better to hide some things from him. You can explain the details to your mom instead. In that case, it's okay. Yeah, don't worry. Your mom, Kasaki Eri, is a very rational woman. She'll think through things seriously. Plus, she's a great actress. Telling her might help her understand your situation better. Okay. I'll talk to my mom when she gets back tonight. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 305, Chapter 305, not intending to put it away. After hanging up, Ren put the phone back into Sefirah Castle and stood up. He needed to go see Yoko. Walking out of the room, the setting sun lit up his face in red, casting a flawless glow over his features. He closed the door and went to the next room. Knock knock knock. I'm coming. A voice and hurried footsteps quickly sounded from inside. The door was flung open with a bang. Standing there, one foot stepping on the entryway floor, and the hand opening the door still held a soup spoon. She must have been in such a hurry to answer that she didn't even put down what she was holding. Ren stepped forward, took the soup spoon from Yoko Okino's hand, squatted down, and wrapped his arms around her. Yoko looked surprised, genuinely surprised. It's just opening the door. Why were you in such a rush? Ren's tone had a hint of scolding in it, making Yoko shrink back slightly. But she looked behind him and saw that the door, which no one had closed, had quietly shut itself. She gave him a light smack. I was just excited to see you, and now you're upset about it. Hearing that, Ren froze for a moment. Just as Yoko started to think he was angry, he leaned close to her ear. I'm very happy. The soft breath at her ear made it ticklish, and Yoko's face turned bright red. She had never experienced something like this before. But next time, don't run to open the door in the middle of cooking, okay? With that said, Ren carried her deeper into the room. Yoko's house layout was almost identical to Ren's, even down to the decoration style. It was as if the same contractor handled both. Which made it easy for Ren to find the kitchen. It was nearly in the exact same spot as his own kitchen. No wonder Yoko seemed so familiar when she came to his place the first time. Ren finally understood what had felt off back then. It was that sense of familiarity. Still holding Yoko, he arrived at the kitchen entrance. Puff. The clay pot on the stove was letting out puffs of steam, and the soup inside was starting to boil over. Ah. My soup. Don't move. Yoko tried to wriggle free and jump down when she saw the mess on the stove, but Ren gently restrained her. But. Yoko looked at the bubbling pot with a pitiful expression. She had spent so long cooking that soup just so her brother could taste it. Ren sighed helplessly. With a snap of his fingers, the bubbling pot instantly stopped overflowing. It floated into the air and drifted over to the chopping board. The door closing earlier, and now this move, both looked just like something out of a superpower display. Definitely not staged. Yoko was a bit stunned. What I used on you before was a special ability. But just now, that was pure magic. Magic. Yoko puffed her cheeks, clearly offended. Her pink cheeks looked even more adorable like that. Do you think I'm dumb? I might have gone into art after high school, but I'm not naive enough to believe flying stuff is just a magic. Even if it is magic, what about your technique? You carried me in without even setting anything up. How could you have arranged it? Magic, no matter what kind, needed tricks to deceive the eye. But those tricks needed setup. If there was no prep, then it wasn't magic, it was a superpower. Magic with some special abilities. That's still a superpower. After complaining, Yoko climbed down from Ren's arms. She went to check the results of her 3 hours of hard work and confirmed that only a bit of soup had spilled. It wasn't a big deal. Then, Yoko turned to look at her brother standing behind her. Tell me. Why did you decide to reveal your secret now? Didn't you say you'd wait until I got something first? Ren's expression didn't change at all. That part still needs to be kept secret. Until we actually get it, I won't say a word about what it is. But there are some things I can explain. Ren paused, glancing toward the clay pot now resting off to the side. Should we talk while we eat? Yoko, hands on her hips, deflated a little. The topic had been diverted so smoothly that her momentum was completely gone. She turned back to look at the soup she had spent 3 hours cooking. She had made it especially for her brother. It was her first real attempt at making soup. But now she wasn't sure if the earlier spill would affect the taste. Worry written all over her face, Yoko kept glancing at the pot. Then she looked back. Fine. Talk while we eat. But since you decided to tell me something, don't just brush me off with vague answers. Of course. Ren smiled as he made the promise. At the same time, Kisaki Eri had also returned home. I'm back. Standing at the entrance, Eri took off her tiring high heels, slipped into the soft slippers by the doorway, and slowly stepped inside. The rich aroma of rice filled the air, making her stomach rumble. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Kagoro had been living like this for the past few years. If she had known earlier, she would have brought Ran to live with her long ago. After nearly a month of eating her daughter's home-cooked meals, Eri's stomach could no longer tolerate takeout or pizza. Those foods now tasted as bland as noodles soaked in hot water. Just looking at them killed her appetite. With that thought, Eri walked into the living room, tossed her briefcase to the floor, and began undressing from her business attire. She took off not just her jacket but also her suit skirt. She stretched her hands behind her back, and with a crisp snap, pulled the shoulder straps of her bra out from under her arms, left and right, and then casually pulled a large bra from her collar. She tossed it carelessly onto the blanket on the floor. Now completely relaxed, she collapsed onto the soft couch like a lazy cat. This was her most peaceful moment. The clothes that had restrained her all day were finally off. The sense of complete release brought an indescribable comfort. But that comfort was short-lived. Her daughter's voice came echoing from nearby. Ah. Mom, why are you stripping down like that again? To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 306, Chapter 306, The Simplest Method of Proof. Ran, who had just come out of the kitchen, looked helplessly at her mother, who had stripped off all the restraints of her work attire. She was now only wearing a white shirt, underwear, and black pantyhose. She looked nothing like the elegant and dignified undefeated queen of the legal world she was outside. You don't have to go this far just to relax at home. Kisaki Eri lay sprawled on the sofa. She was mentally and physically drained and just wanted to unwind completely. The life of an adult was exhausting. Even with a high-paying job and strong social standing, those things didn't come easily. They required relentless effort. As the undefeated queen of the legal world, she had to work even harder than most. Otherwise, how could she maintain her position? While image was important in public, at home, Kisaki Eri preferred to let everything go. Work is exhausting. I can only relax like this when I'm at home. As she spoke, Kisaki Eri turned over with a groan and lay face down on the couch. Her side bust even peeked through slightly from the shirt, deformed from the way she was lying. At that moment, Kisaki Eri had completely abandoned any concept of maintaining her image. She was totally relaxed. Looking at her mother like this, Ran couldn't help but think of her father, who was also careless about his appearance at home and generally a mess. She couldn't help but complain. Isn't this exactly like Dad? Who said that? That one sentence instantly made Kisaki Eri sit up. She looked at her daughter and protested. Your mother works herself to the bone and just wants a bit of peace and space at home. Your father is just lazy. And then there's you, Ren. Me. You spoil your father too much. He doesn't even do the basic things he should be doing. After all these years, he's become completely useless. It's only been a short while since I moved in, and now I'm becoming useless too. Kisaki Eri muttered inwardly. These past few days, her feelings were very clear. In the past, her life had structure. Aside from work, she'd occasionally do some housework at home. As for meals, she mostly relied on takeout. She never really liked cooking. More importantly, she knew she wasn't good at it. The food she made herself tasted terrible. Because of all that, Kisaki Eri almost never cooked, unless it was instant noodles, coffee, or plain rice. She didn't even enter the kitchen otherwise. She'd long gotten used to takeout being her daily diet. What she needed from food was just the necessary nutrition. Whether it tasted good or not, she didn't care. As long as it wasn't inedible, she wasn't picky. But since her daughter moved in, Kisaki Eri's tolerance completely changed. It's all Ren's fault that I've become picky. Kisaki Eri had gradually realized that she could no longer go back to her previous eating habits. Kagoro, I misjudged you. It's not that you wanted to be useless, this just kind of happens. Kisaki Eri was beginning to understand what Kagoro had gone through. Facing her mother's words, Ren puffed out her cheeks and put her hands on her hips. It's not like I turned Dad into a useless person. I just take care of basic things at home. Otherwise, the place would be too messy to even receive clients. Also, go change your clothes already. It's almost time to eat. Seeing her daughter turn and head back to the kitchen, Kisaki Eri sighed, but still got up from the sofa and went to her room to change into her pajamas. Back in her room, she pulled out a large nightgown, took off all her clothes, underwear, and stockings, and changed into the robe. When she came out, her capable daughter had already set the hot food on the table. All that was left was to wash her hands and sit down to eat. Looking at the meal and her diligent daughter, Kisaki Eri felt an odd mix of pride and frustration. She could feel that her daughter was slowly raising her into a useless person too, just like Kagoro had become. Although she wanted to push back against it, the truth was she couldn't match her daughter in housework. Thankfully, her daughter didn't handle chores every single day. On weekends and holidays, she still participated in club activities outdoors. During those times when she wasn't home, Eri could at least retain some dignity as a mother. At the very least, she could do some housework on the weekends. That would keep her from completely degenerating into a useless person. After sitting down at the table and waiting for her daughter to join her, Eri picked up her bowl and chopsticks. Mom, I have something I want to talk to you about today. Just as she was about to take a bite, she heard Ren say that. Something. Seeing how serious and sincere her daughter looked, Kisaki Eri became a little curious. All right, tell me what it is. Seeing her mother's calm reaction, Ren sighed. She knew this topic might shock her. However, since even Ren had brought it up, Ren also felt it was time to talk to her mother about it. She knew that many of their circle had already learned about the mysterious. Mom, do you believe superpowers exist in this world? The sudden and completely out of context question made Kisaki Eri pause for a few seconds. So you're trying to tell me that superpowers are real? Yes. Seeing her daughter nod seriously, Kisaki Eri wondered if Ren had just done too much housework and fried her brain a little. After a moment of silence, Eri ruled out mental fatigue. Her daughter was far too rational for that. So, was there an external cause? Putting down her chopsticks, she looked at her daughter seriously. Ren, I believe that hearing something is nothing compared to seeing it with your own eyes. Since you're saying this, how do you plan to convince me that superpowers really exist? She wasn't the kind of parent who dismissed their child's words. What she cared about was whether her daughter could persuade her. Actually, I do have a way. Proof was a simple matter for Ren. She immediately stood up, walked to the balcony, opened the sliding glass door, took a deep breath, and then punched outward. A shockwave blasted from the balcony, spreading outward in layers. Even from inside the room, the muffled force was audible. Not only the balcony, but the room itself was swept by the air pressure. In just a few seconds, it was as if a gust of wind had swept through, displacing many objects inside. Kisaki Eri could feel a strong gust of wind wash right over her face. To be continued. Chapter 307, Chapter 307, Angry Kisaki Eri. After experiencing the gust of wind directly to her face, Kisaki Eri sat dumbfounded. The proof was just too overwhelming. Even if she didn't want to accept it, reality didn't allow her to deny it. Could an ordinary person's punch create a storm? Kisaki Eri silently asked herself this question. The answer was obvious, impossible. While she remained stunned, her daughter returned from the balcony and sat across from her at the table. So now, can Mom believe it? Kisaki Eri's mouth twitched at her daughter's words. The demonstration had been more than convincing. With such clear evidence before her eyes, how could she not believe it? How could I not believe it? You already proved it. Kisaki Eri pressed her fingers to her forehead, feeling a mild headache come on. At this moment, it felt like the worldview she had carefully built up over the years was starting to crack. Why had the familiar world around her suddenly become so foreign? After a long silence, Kisaki Eri finally accepted the reality: her daughter had stepped into a world of superpowers. But that only raised more questions. Ren, how did you get these powers? I remember you being perfectly normal not that long ago. Actually, I only got this ability about 2 months ago. It happened for some unknown reason. At the time, my appetite grew a lot, and I was worried I'd get fat. Hearing this, Kisaki Eri recalled something: when Ran first moved in, her appetite did indeed seem abnormally high. She'd found it strange then, but assumed it was because Ran was training hard in karate and needed the energy. After all, she herself had gone through a growth phase like that, when her appetite had spiked and her body had started changing. Back then, she had thought Ren was going through the same thing. But it turned out it had been caused by a superpower. So, the reason you moved in wasn't just because you couldn't accept Kudo Shinichi's situation, but also to relieve Kagoro's burden. At that moment, Eri Kisaki felt she needed to reevaluate the real reason her daughter had moved in. It wasn't just that. The hesitation on Ran's face made the veins on Eri Kisaki's forehead twitch. This daughter of hers really was too filial. She even knew how to save money for Kagoro. Knowing her mother was wealthy, she chose to move in with her. Looks like Ran understood Kagoro's financial problems well. Eri tried to comfort herself with that thought. She knew Kagoro had struggled with receiving cases ever since becoming a detective, mostly due to his lack of business sense. It wasn't that Eri looked down on him, she just knew him too well. From the beginning, she hadn't considered Kagoro very competent. Despite being sharp as a detective, his business acumen was a different story. Limited income from cases was one issue. The other was much clearer. And the other reason is Kudo Shinichi. Yeah. Ran nodded slightly but quickly added. But it's not that I couldn't accept his death. What I couldn't accept was that he's living with Dad in another form. What? Kisaki Eri had been nodding but froze mid-motion. It wasn't about Shinichi dying, but about him living with Kagoro in another form. She suddenly recalled how it was Yukiko who had asked Kagoro to look after her and Yusaku's second son. Kisaki Eri's mind came to a halt. The image of Kudo Shinichi and Idagawa Konan overlapped in her mind. That kid is Kudo Shinichi. Yeah. Hearing the clear confirmation from her daughter, Eri felt an oncoming migraine. She took a deep breath and asked cautiously. Did that kid turn into a child because of some superpower? No. He was knocked out after witnessing 2 men in black make an illegal transaction with a businessman. To cover it up, the men gave him a lethal drug. But due to the drug's instability, it shrank his body instead. Kisaki Eri's vision blurred for a second. She almost blacked out. Yukiko, I really sympathize with what happened to your son, but you had to drop this on me like a bomb. Eri Kisaki gritted her teeth in frustration. Now she understood, her best friend had left a walking time bomb right next to Kagoro, one that could explode at any moment. Trying to suppress her rising anger, Eri clenched her fists. If it weren't for the fact that she still had some rationality left, and because she and Yukiko were still good friends, she might have already called to yell at her. Now she finally understood why Ran chose to move in with her. Eri Kisaki instantly realized that Kudo Shinichi had moved in with Kagoro to be close to Ran. Understanding this made her blood pressure skyrocket. Mom, I'm not trying to shift the blame onto Aunt Yukiko. But I think if something like this happened, she probably wouldn't want Shinichi to stay here either. After all, if those men in black found out Shinichi was still alive, the first people they'd go after would be Aunt Yukiko and Uncle Yusaku. Ran's words helped calm her mother down, taking some of the weight off Yukiko's shoulders. Eri narrowed her eyes slightly. That's true. Yukiko may be unreliable sometimes, but she'd never take her son's safety lightly. Some of her anger toward Yukiko faded, but all that frustration shifted toward Kudo Shinichi instead. Eri Kisaki sneered. Humph, that boy is something else. Knowing he's basically a walking bomb and still choosing to stick close to Kagoro. He must not care if Kagoro dies. At that moment, Kisaki Eri's opinion of Kudo Shinichi had dropped below 0. To be continued. Chapter 308, Being Seen Through Little Thoughts. After settling her emotions, Kisaki Eri did her best to calm down. Otherwise, she might not be able to stop herself from beating the kid to death. Do you know anything about that organization? I don't. All I know is that their goal seems to be developing a drug that grants immortality. Immortality? Kisaki Eri could only feel a pounding headache now. Immortality was something pursued in every era. It existed in the past, and it's no exception now. She just didn't expect that brat, who had turned into a child, to be tied to such a drug. If that's the case, then that brat must never be exposed. If anyone finds out he's still alive, something major will definitely happen. And it won't just be him in trouble. Anyone connected to him will probably be dragged into it as well. From a normal standpoint, Kisaki Eri would never believe something so ridiculous. Seeking immortality through drugs. Isn't that just nonsense? If a fantasy like that actually worked, every powerful organization in the world would be scrambling for it. But with Idagawa Konan, such a real and living example, in front of her, she couldn't help but believe it. Just like how her daughter had developed superpowers. Mom, didn't Aunt Yukiko say when she left Idagawa Konan with Dad that Kudo Shinichi had died in an accident? With Rant's reminder, Kisaki Eri recalled that it was indeed true. Was his death confirmed? That brat really went all in. No need to say it. Kisaki Eri knew this definitely wasn't something Yukiko or Yusaku would have decided on their own. The only one who would go so far as to completely erase Kudo Shinichi's identity was Shinichi himself. And it's something that required a lot of determination to pull off. Yusaku must have taken care of the fingerprint and blood type issues. With his connections, he probably replaced them long ago. Kudo Shinichi's identity is effectively a suicide. At the very least, those two wouldn't make any mistakes when it comes to this kind of thing. Yukiko might not be that meticulous, but Yusaku definitely was. That's something Kisaki Eri could agree with. Ran, your reaction earlier was very good. From now on, just treat Kudo Shinichi as dead. Don't think about him anymore. At this point, Kisaki Eri wanted to cut off all lingering thoughts her daughter might have. Mom, I already knew Shinichi had that plan and intended to use that method to enter our home. I knew, but I couldn't accept it. Ran understood her mother's concerns. That's why she decided to be honest now. The moment Kudo Shinichi chose to erase his identity, their fates were sealed. If he had just told her before that fateful roller coaster ride, maybe something could have changed. But now, it was too late for regrets. No matter how much patience she had, she couldn't let herself be dragged down anymore. And when Kudo Shinichi's identity was truly dead and gone, she had already made up her mind to let go. That's good. Kisaki Eri had been worried that her daughter might go back on her resolve. But now, it looked like she didn't need to worry. Let's leave that brat's matter here. Don't bring up Kudo Shinichi's name again. If someone hears it, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. After giving more instructions and confirming that her daughter nodded along, Kisaki Eri finally moved on from the topic. Now, let's talk about your superpowers. Ran, this was the main reason you wanted to talk to me today, right? Yeah. Ran didn't deny it. Shinichi's issue was just a side matter. There were other things her mother needed to know, at least so she wouldn't be too surprised if something unusual happened in the future. Or rather, we all got special powers. We gained powers through certain special means. Besides me and Sonoko, there are a few other girls as well. After hearing her daughter's explanation, Kisaki Eri finally understood why the Occult Research Club had outdoor activities every week. So it was actually a gathering of those with powers. So, how exactly did you get those powers? That I can't say for now. Ran hadn't given her any specific details, but Kisaki Eri wasn't upset. Some things naturally came with restrictions. And she could sense that this path didn't just involve Ran, but many others too. Kisaki Eri just nodded lightly. So, why did you decide to tell me today? Because, many of the other girls' families already know. People in Fujiwara Chika and Sonoko's families probably already found out. I figured I couldn't hide it from you either, so I wanted to be honest about my situation. Kisaki Eri gave a light nod. She could accept what Ren was saying. In fact, having the family know about these things was better. At least the parents wouldn't be overly anxious when their kids acted out of the ordinary. However, Kisaki Eri folded her arms and crossed one leg, calmly thinking through the situation. Ran, you're not good at some things, especially improvisation. And you've never been good at lying. Kisaki Eri had already picked up on the lie in her daughter's words. You've always been a gentle child since you were little. Both Kagoro and I could always trust you. If you thought we needed to know something, you'd have told us right away. So this time, I'm sure this wasn't your idea. Someone told you it was okay to tell me, and that's why you did. The sudden sharpness in her tone made Rant's eyelids twitch. She knew her mother could see through her lies, but she didn't expect her to call it out so directly. Normally, Kisaki Eri wouldn't expose her daughter's little white lies. After all, who doesn't hide things now and then? But this time was different. The nature of the situation was different, and she needed to know more. Under her mother's piercing gaze, Ran could only admit awkwardly. Yes, someone else told me to say it. Was it someone important? Yes. Is it related to your path? Seeing her daughter's startled expression, Kisaki Eri confirmed her guess. Then, she moved on to another question she needed to verify. It's a boy, isn't it? I knew it. Kisaki Eri let out a quiet sigh. No wonder her daughter had been acting shy. So it really was because of a boy. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, Complaining on the Mouth, Play on the Heart. My daughter really can't lie. Kisaki Eri couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Since Ren was willing to listen to a boy's suggestions and even revealed certain secrets to her, Kisaki Eri could already tell that her daughter's relationship with that boy was likely not ordinary. Given that Ren was also part of the superpower group, such a close bond was to be expected. Kisaki Eri wasn't particularly surprised by this conclusion. She had already begun to suspect it the moment she heard about the group. Furthermore, she had deduced that the boy might be the one who helped Ren gain her powers. Considering that, it wasn't hard for Kisaki Eri to infer that the boy played a central role in the team. In addition, Ren had said that apart from her and Sonoko, the others in the team were all young ladies. It wasn't difficult to conclude that the boy was likely the only male member. The timing also lined up. Kudo Shinichi, that annoying brat, had done plenty of ridiculous things lately and clearly caused Ren some emotional fatigue. Then suddenly, a boy who could provide Ren with superpowers, and even emotional comfort, appeared. With frequent interaction, feelings were bound to develop. Kisaki Eri arrived at this conclusion quite naturally. Looking at her daughter's slightly flustered and dazed expression, Kisaki Eri was about 80% certain of her guess. Ren, I want to hear more about your team. Okay. After a simple explanation from her daughter, Kisaki Eri, who had prepared herself for the worst, was still shocked. Among them, the powers of Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka were the most dangerous and bizarre. Freezing and space. At first glance, freezing didn't seem to be on the same level as space manipulation. But this freezing power came with elementalization, allowing the user to become intangible, which meant physical attacks were essentially useless. The added ability of elementalization was downright shameless. Kisaki Eri even doubted that standard firearms would have any effect on someone who could do that. And to avoid firearms, elementalization wasn't even necessary. The space ability alone was more than enough. They could open rifts in the air and travel freely to other worlds, even set coordinates and teleport between them at will. That ability was equally shameless. Compared to that pair, the abilities of the Sanzenin master and servant duo were much simpler and more straightforward. But they were by no means weak. Then there was Sonoko's ability, being able to meet anyone without an appointment. Kisaki Eri fully grasped how terrifying that power could be. If used properly, the barriers of communication would essentially vanish, and even unfathomable abilities could be unleashed through conversation alone. But the most dangerous ability in Kisaki Eri's eyes was the sequence pathway. So far, the only two members who had taken that path were Fujiwara Chika and Ren. Fujiwara Chika had chosen the spectator pathway, and the summary of the spectator's powers was deeply concerning. Initially non-aggressive, its strength escalated rapidly in the mid-stages and became downright abstract by the late stages. At the same time, the sequence pathway introduced the concept of demigods. There wasn't much detail given about Ren's path, only that it involved divination, theft, and door-related abilities. But if the spectator pathway became that abstract by the mid to late stages, then Ren's path probably wouldn't fall short either. Kisaki Eri felt like her worldview had been completely overturned. And this shook her even more than the Black Organization's immortality drug or the fact that Kudo Shinichi had become an elementary schooler. Leaping straight into the domain of gods is a bit much. Kisaki Eri couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, I also think it's a bit of a leap. Talking about demigods all of a sudden is too much, even for people with strong mental endurance. But to truly reach that level still requires a long period of accumulation. Good thing it takes time. If she didn't know her daughter's personality, Kisaki Eri would have thought she was showing off. I think I've got a basic understanding of everything now. Do you want me to tell Kagoro about this? Kisaki Eri still respected her daughter's choice on this matter. Ren thought for a moment, then gently shook her head. Let's not tell Dad for now. With how he is, he might blurt it out to Shinichi while drinking or even in his sleep. Even if all this sounds like fantasy, if Shinichi catches wind of it, it'll bring us a lot of unnecessary trouble. Kisaki Eri agreed with her daughter's concerns. Kagoro's behavior after drinking was always a pain to deal with. All right then. Luckily, you're living with me now and not with Kagoro. That reduces the chance of him noticing anything. That guy's brain is usually slow when dealing with regular cases, but the moment something involves his family, it suddenly starts working fast. Saying that, Kisaki Eri let out a helpless sigh. Why is it that he's only flexible when he shouldn't be, and stiff when he should bend? Though she was grumbling, a hint of smugness still lingered under her tone. Ren also quietly sighed in her heart. Mom, you're still thinking about Dad, aren't you? You say you're complaining, but deep down you understand exactly how he thinks, right? But even with all of that, the two of them still chose to live separately. In the past, Ren had worried about this, but as time passed, she began to understand something. Was the separation itself just another kind of game between her mom and dad? This idea first came to her when she realized that even after separating, her parents still occasionally met up. On the surface, they acted like they didn't get along and had constant arguments, but deep down, they seemed strangely in tune with each other. It made Ren very suspicious. When Dad claimed to be drinking and going to clubs in the past, was he actually going to meet Mom? Back then, when Dad came home looking exhausted, she thought he must have done something to hurt Mom. But now, she wasn't so sure anymore. If Dad had really done something, would Mom not have known? So maybe, it was Mom who exhausted Dad. That possibility made Ren wonder if she had unwittingly become part of their elaborate, ongoing game. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 310, The Singing Master. After hearing most of the secrets, Yoko Okino was completely confused. At first, she thought Ren just had some kind of superpower, but after hearing the details, she realized it wasn't something as simple as superpowers, it was something far more powerful. You jumped topics way too fast. Aren't you worried you'll scare me to death? Yoko Okino rolled her eyes at her stinky little brother who revealed everything without reservation, grumbling slightly. Still, she tried to steady her breathing. She took a sip of soup. It was warm, with a rich bone flavor. The seasonings had completely masked any fishy taste, leaving it pleasantly sweet and savory. Phew. So, what I just saw in the kitchen, was that really magic? Recalling the scene from earlier, it really looked like telekinesis. There was no sleight of hand, no tricks. It didn't feel like stage magic at all. It's indeed Sequence 04 magic. You think it's special because it's a form of magic that closely resembles spellcasting. It's based on magical theory, but more mystical than standard magic. It looks like magic, but what's actually being displayed is power through magic. It's just that the kind of magic I show makes people believe it's some kind of supernatural phenomenon rather than a technique. Yoko Okino thought back carefully and nodded with a serious expression. Yeah, that's exactly the feeling I had. You called it magic, but there were no preparations involved. It looked like something out of a superpower, but its core was magic. Amazing, isn't it? Ren smiled brighter than ever, leaving Yoko Okino a little dazed. On the surface, he hadn't changed much at all. But something about him felt different. Yeah, it really is amazing. Coming back to her senses, Yoko Okino nodded and confirmed that what had happened in the kitchen was indeed astonishing. You can use magic to do things that seem like superpowers without any preparation. Can you even teleport? If it's within a certain range, and within the theoretical scope of what magic can do, then I can still present it in the form of magic. But if it exceeds a certain range, then it's not something I can do yet. Yoko Okino quickly caught on to the key point. So it's not that you can't do it, it's just that you can't do it yet. Yeah. Not that I can't, just that I can't yet. Now Yoko Okino had a rough understanding of Ren's situation. In short, the power he possessed was far more exaggerated than she had imagined. Teleportation could be shown as magic. If he couldn't do it now, that meant one day, he probably would. That kind of power was definitely formidable. But with such strong powers, there must be some limitations, right? Yoko Okino saw her brother nod slightly. The power of the sequence path is incredibly strong, but it's also an extremely difficult path to follow. If it's not under special circumstances, it's easy to get lost along the way. As expected. Yoko Okino's heart tightened. She knew such a powerful ability had to come with serious limitations. Even though Ren hadn't explained what he meant by getting lost, Yoko Okino had a bad feeling. Heh. Ren looked at his sister's anxious face and couldn't help but laugh. If there were no special circumstances, then yeah, the sequence path would definitely be difficult. But my situation is a bit special. What's hard for others doesn't necessarily apply to me. I don't have to worry about all those issues. Corruption and losing control were the two inevitable dangers of the sequence path. But once those two problems were solved, the sequence path would return all of its benefits. Sure enough, after hearing that, Yoko Okino's anxious expression eased a little. She no longer looked as worried as before. Ren continued. So, Yoko, do you want to become my believer too? You mean, gain power through the boon you mentioned earlier? Yoko Okino thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. In that case, which power should I choose? To answer that, let me ask you, do you prefer acting or singing? I don't really know how to answer that. Yoko Okino hesitated. As a new idol, she was actually more skilled at singing. After all, she had been training in singing and dancing since her debut. She had only recently begun learning acting, but she felt she had improved a lot. Then I'll change the question. Which field are you best at, singing or acting? Singing. Yoko Okino didn't hesitate when it came to her strongest field and answered decisively. If she wasn't good at singing, if her breath control wasn't solid, and if she couldn't hold high notes steadily, she wouldn't have been able to debut as a singer in the first place. After all, she had only recently started acting lessons, but she had trained in singing and dancing for years. Naturally, she felt more confident in singing. In that case, how about choosing singing? Singing can bring courage and strength. The more sincere the heart, the more power it can draw out. Singing can also be used to empower yourself. That should help you grow more in the field of music. Listening to Ren's explanation, Yoko Okino nodded slightly. She had no experience with supernatural powers and didn't know how to choose. But since her brother was helping her decide, she believed he wouldn't lead her astray. What about that thing you mentioned, if I get it someday? That thing will grant people what their hearts desire most. The stronger your desire, the more it will help you realize it. So if you get it, you'll gain the power of a singer even more directly, unless you don't actually like singing yourself. That answer made Yoko Okino feel even more reassured. In that case, I'll choose this one. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 311, Big Eyes in the Show of Play. On the set of a variety show, Yoko Okino stood center stage as part of a punishment segment, tasked with singing an anime song she wasn't good at. The nervous look on her face was obvious, and the other performers around her all looked like they were ready to enjoy the spectacle. Although it was technically a punishment game, the show was also a platform for entertainers to showcase their personal skills. Even if it was a penalty, as long as the performer did well, they could still win the audience's support. Of course, for professional singers, this kind of punishment wasn't that difficult. But for non-professional performers, especially idol singers, it was a serious test. What's more, the production team deliberately chose songs that the performers weren't good at and used this impromptu challenge to create obstacles. It was, in essence, a test of an entertainer's professionalism. If an artist could pull it off, the resulting traffic and popularity could be enormous. This program had clearly done its homework. Before inviting the guests, they had investigated their skill sets and deliberately selected songs outside of their comfort zones to present them with a major challenge. I remember saying just a month ago that the agency wouldn't put me on shows like this, and yet, look where I am. Slapped in the face within a month. Yoko Okino took a deep breath, feeling a little helpless. Once an artist was tied to an agency, it was impossible to avoid being influenced by internal politics. Having been in the entertainment world for years, she naturally understood the concept of being offered up as fodder. Maybe she'd gone too far lately, and it seemed like she was going against the agency. That would explain why her manager singled her out, and the company just turned a blind eye as a way to warn her. If it weren't for my Ren, I really would have embarrassed myself today. It was just a pity that she had only received Ren's power yesterday. That power had nourished her voice, giving her singing an inexplicable strength. At the same time, her memory had improved greatly. Just by silently reading through the lyrics once, she could remember the entire song. So, this stage was now her moment to shine. I'm ready. All right. Since Miss Yoko is ready, let's begin. The male host quickly responded, but his expression, clearly eager for drama, showed that he enjoyed the spectacle. Then let's invite Miss Yoko to sing for us. The song is titled Cruel Angels Action Program. Clutching the mic tightly, Yoko took a deep breath. Her voice rang out across the studio. Just like a cruel angel, boy, become a myth. As the opening lyric played, the background music joined in. The song wasn't particularly loud, but the mic picked up her vocals with clarity, giving her voice the leading edge. Though she was singing a genre she wasn't used to, Yoko didn't show any signs of struggle. Her melodious and warm voice was like sunlight shining down on everyone in the studio. Especially the line, "Young men, become a myth," caused several amateur guests to leap out of their seats in excitement. At this moment, the blue wind is gently knocking on the door of my heart. As the music progressed, her warm voice grew stronger. It was as if it illuminated the darkness within everyone's hearts, stirring their blood and awakening a long-dormant courage deep inside. Right on cue, a spotlight from above bathed Yoko in light, making her the clear focal point of the entire studio, like some cinematic special effect had been activated. In this moment, Yoko was the sole protagonist. Everything else around her was just a backdrop. Everyone watching the show was stunned. They expected a fun segment, but no one imagined someone could actually turn things around like this. Even though this wasn't her strong suit, her seamless vocals, and the way she seemed to sing without even needing to breathe, made all the professionals on set remember her name. And it wasn't just the studio. All the viewers watching live on TV were frozen in place, staring at the popular idol, Yoko Okino, with blank expressions. Her voice blended naturally with the music in her own style. One song held the entire audience spellbound for nearly 5 minutes before they finally snapped out of it. Oh! At that moment, it wasn't just the amateur guests shouting in the studio, but also the voices of all the viewers watching on TV. Go. Go. Yoko. Back at the Muri Detective Agency, Kagoro Muri had completely lost his mind. Originally, he had become a fan because Yoko Okino was a beautiful idol. But now, he had another reason: her voice was truly stunning. Even Idagawa Konan, who had never been much of a fan of idols, was left stunned for several seconds as he stared at Yoko putting down the mic on screen. So amazing. Konan, who always thought of himself as rational and couldn't understand fan culture, felt like he finally understood it a little. It was the theme song of an anime. And yet, when sung by a different person, it felt so incredibly different. The original was good, but Yoko's version made your heartbeat accelerate. It was like standing in sunlight, feeling the warmth seep into your skin. The performance seemed to ignite something in him. Even someone as composed as him felt like his blood was boiling. Just then, Ren walked out of the kitchen carrying a lunchbox. She glanced at the TV and pursed her lips. Her reaction was subtle, but something felt off. There was no need to say it. She already knew what was going on. Ren had pulled Okino in as well. When she saw Yoko at Ren's house yesterday, she had already guessed this would happen. And Ren had been right by Yoko's side when she couldn't control her emotions. That clearly showed their relationship was unusual. But based on what she and Sonoko knew, it was almost guaranteed that Yoko Okino would eventually receive a diary. Just like Aizawa Sakuya, already confirmed. Dad, dinner's almost ready. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Ren set down the lunchbox and went to open it. Standing outside was a boy with dark skin and a baseball cap. Excuse me, are you delivering something for someone? No, I'm looking for someone. I'm trying to find someone named Kudo Shinichi. To be continued. Chapter 312, Hattori Heiji. Kudo Shinichi. Ren Muri focused on the unfamiliar boy who had just said Shinichi's name. She truly didn't recognize him, so she probably didn't know him personally. May I ask, how did you come to believe that Kudo Shinichi is here? It shouldn't be someone from that organization. Ren didn't think someone from that group would be so foolish as to come asking so directly. Oh, I first went to Teitan High School. But the teacher there told me that Kudo Shinichi hadn't attended in a long time. I originally wanted to ask for his home address, but the teacher refused due to privacy reasons. I then asked around the school and managed to find out where Kudo Shinichi lived. But when I went there, I found the gate hadn't been opened in a long time. I went back to the school and asked who he was closest with, and that led me here. As he spoke, the boy removed his baseball cap and pulled out a student ID. First off, I'm not a suspicious person. I came here because I heard Kudo Shinichi is quite famous. As a high school student and detective myself, I thought we might have something in common. Of course, I have some personal motives as well. A high school detective. Ren glanced at the name on the student ID, Hattori Heiji, second-year student at Kaikata Academy. His accent sounded Kansai, so was he from Kyoto, Osaka, or maybe Kobe? Now that she had the name of his school and his full name, it would be easy to verify. Since he was showing legitimate identification, he likely wasn't lying. Ren hesitated for a while but didn't reveal anything directly about Shinichi's current situation. Shinichi's situation is complicated. Too complicated to explain casually. Is it a matter of safety? Ren hesitated slightly, then gave a small nod. I was wondering why there hadn't been any news about him for the past 2 months. Hattori Heiji muttered this to himself, catching Ren a little off guard. You guessed it. Yeah, I had a hunch. I intentionally searched for articles and reports on him in various papers. I figured he was probably similar to me, someone who enjoys standing in the spotlight. So when he disappeared from the news for 2 whole months, I figured something must have happened. Originally, Hattori Heiji had only been speculating. But after receiving confirmation from someone close to Shinichi, he was now nearly certain Kudo Shinichi was in serious trouble. 2 months was simply too long. For someone who liked to show off his skills, vanishing from public reports entirely, without any police updates, meant something had definitely gone wrong. Miss, so you already know what happened to Kudo Shinichi. But we're told not to talk about it. Ren nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Ren noticed Hattori Heiji's eyes dim for a moment. She had the feeling that this boy already understood a good part of the truth. Miss, do you know what happened to Kudo Shinichi before he disappeared? I know a little. Ren didn't deny it. Miss, may I trouble you for a bit? I'd like to hear what happened before Kudo Shinichi disappeared. Ren fell silent for a moment before kindly reminding him. Mr. Hattori, I know detectives tend to be proud, but I still hope you won't pursue this too deeply. There are things that are hard to talk about. Shinichi really got into something big. I understand. Ren noticed the look in Hattori Heiji's eyes. It was firm and unwavering. In the end, she sighed and stepped aside to open the door. Come in, then. Thank you very much. Hattori Heiji put his cap back on and bowed politely in gratitude. The two people in the detective agency had already shifted their attention away from the TV. Both Muri Kagoro and Idagawa Konan were now fully focused on the visitor following Ran in. Ran, is this a client? Muri Kagoro glanced at Hattori Heiji with some suspicion. No, he's a detective too. He came today to ask about Shinichi. Muri Kagoro's expression instantly changed. Gone was the washed-up uncle who had just been watching idols on TV. His demeanor immediately snapped back to that of a seasoned detective. Kid, I don't know who you are, but I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved. There are some things that knowing won't benefit you. But Hattori Heiji didn't back down at all. At this point, he had pretty much confirmed that the Kudo Shinichi he was looking for was in serious danger. He had suspected it before, but hearing it from those close to Shinichi stirred something in him. Uncle, I understand that detectives often face danger. But even so, I still want to know what happened to Kudo Shinichi. It may just be a teenage impulse, but I want to know the truth. I may not have the best approach, but my father has some influence. I can report what I find to him. Maybe he'll be able to help. Muri Kagoro raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this kid to have connections. Your father. Hattori Heizo, superintendent of the Osaka Prefectural Police. He's my father. That name caught Muri Kagoro off guard. Superintendent. Of course he had heard of Hattori Heizo. Not only in the past, but even now he frequently appeared on TV. The highest-ranking officer in the Osaka Prefectural Police. No wonder this kid had the nerve to come asking such bold questions. Muri Kagoro could now understand his intentions. With both ability and background, maybe he really could help Kudo Shinichi. But the mystery surrounding Kudo Shinichi was filled with complexities. Muri Kagoro couldn't just share details without permission. Kid, your father might hold a high position, but there are still some things you shouldn't get involved with. That brat got himself into trouble because he acted on his own. I don't want the superintendent of Osaka coming after me either. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 313, Chapter 313, Investigation. Sure enough, this is turning into a troublesome matter. Hattori Heiji muttered inwardly. He could understand why Muri didn't want him getting involved. It clearly meant that there was a huge mess behind Kudo Shinichi's situation. If someone got involved recklessly, it might set off a chain of uncontrollable events. Uncle, I promise I'll just conduct a simple investigation. I won't dig too deep into Kudo Shinichi's situation. If this matter really has major implications, I don't believe the police and public security would be completely unaware of it. That statement softened Muri Kagoro's stance a little. Even though he didn't know the full extent of what was behind Kudo Shinichi's disappearance, if it really was such a serious issue, there's no way the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and the Public Security Bureau wouldn't have caught wind of something. But it was exactly because he didn't know the extent of it that made Muri Kagoro hesitate all the more. If this thing escalated, it would be a real headache. Not to mention how Yukiko and Kudo Yusaku had even gone so far as to prepare to entrust their son to others. Only God knows how serious this mess really is. Muri Kagoro paused and gave a slight shake of his head. No. Even if Kudo Yusaku and Yukiko are prepared, I can't let a kid like you get involved. You're too impulsive when it comes to cases. The moment you dig in, you'll end up in the same boat as that kid. Idagawa Konan, who was sitting beside him, lowered his head and didn't comment. He knew all too well how dangerous this matter was. What the organization was researching was completely unnatural. Investigating it too much would easily cause unforeseen complications. He no longer dared to act recklessly. Even if he got some clues, he wouldn't act on impulse. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be him who'd suffer, but also Uncle Muri and Ran. The identity of Kudo Shinichi did allow him to move more freely, but that didn't mean he could act recklessly. Investigating openly was too dangerous. He could only rely on his cover as an elementary school student. That was his one true advantage. Even the organization wouldn't suspect that he had turned into a child. Hattori Heiji didn't argue further after hearing Muri Kagoro's refusal. He knew this uncle had his principles. He gave off the same firm aura as his own father and Uncle Toyama, like a seasoned cop. But this also proved just how serious the situation surrounding Kudo Shinichi really was. Think about it, Kudo Shinichi, a high school detective famous across Kanto, just vanished. It was probably only because the people close to him noticed the problem early that things hadn't exploded publicly. Most likely, this was done to avoid provoking retaliation. And just now, the uncle mentioned that Kudo Yusaku and Yukiko are ready. Hattori Heiji speculated that Kudo's parents were already prepared to carry out an investigation, but that kind of investigation might even require preparations concerning personal safety. Or worse, final arrangements. Hattori Heiji took a deep breath. He felt that he really needed to talk to his father about this. No, he had to talk to him right now. Otherwise, he'd continue operating blindly, completely unaware of what he was stepping into. With that in mind, Hattori Heiji took out his phone, turned on speaker mode, and directly dialed his father's number. The call connected almost immediately. "Why are you in such a hurry to run off to Tokyo?" Before Heiji could say a word, the voice on the other end came through. It was calm and steady, not loud, but authoritative enough to make one instinctively straighten up. "Dad, I went to Tokyo to investigate Kudo Shinichi's case." "Kudo Shinichi? That high school detective from Kanto. The one people always compare to you. Sounds like something major happened. Otherwise, someone like you wouldn't come asking me for help." "Yeah, the situation behind Kudo Shinichi is pretty complicated. I just want to get a clear understanding, but even that seems like enough to attract unwanted attention." "You went to his house, didn't you?" "Yeah. Idiot." The voice on the other end suddenly roared, clearly angry and laced with scolding. "No matter what's behind Kudo Shinichi's case, you went to someone's house and shouted about wanting to know everything. What were you thinking? You trying to drag others down with you? If you want to investigate, then use your own skills to dig out the truth. You already sensed how serious this is, right? And now you want me to step in, make a call, and get someone to just hand you clues. Idiot. If he tells you anything, he'll get implicated too." Hattori Heizo's voice was filled with rare fury, and Hattori Heiji instinctively shrank his neck. "Now apologize to them. If you're determined to investigate Kudo Shinichi, then go ahead, but I'll say it again, don't drag anyone else into this. Understand?" "Got it." Not only had he failed to get the information he wanted, but he got chewed out by his old man too. Heiji felt utterly dejected. "And you're not allowed to come home these next 2 days. Huh. If you think Kudo Shinichi's case is that deep, then bring back solid evidence. If you come back empty-handed, I'll break your legs." Hattori Heiji shuddered at the words, and then the call was cut off. The flat beeping of the disconnected call left Heiji standing awkwardly in silence. He could only pocket his phone, stand up, and bow deeply toward Murika Goro. "Sorry, uncle. I was too reckless this time." Murika Goro crossed his arms and nodded slightly. He wasn't particularly angry. He didn't want this reckless kid getting involved, but if there was someone like Hattori Heizo behind him, then letting him try a solo investigation might be acceptable. Of course, it had to be his own investigation, not information pulled from him. Fine. Just be more careful with things like this in the future. Then, Murika Goro turned to Idagawa Konan, who had been silent this whole time. "Konan." Konan immediately looked up. "This kid can't go back for the next couple of days, and he doesn't know the area. Go show him around." Konan hesitated slightly, surprised by Uncle Muri's words, then gave a small nod. "I know a few cheap hotels. I'll take you there." "Ah. Oh, thanks." To be continued. Chapter 314, Comfort. Idagawa Konan was well acquainted with Baika City and knew of several affordable temporary hotels. He took Hattori Heiji to a reasonably priced hotel in Baika. The room had all the basic amenities, including a single bed, a clean and spacious bathroom, and a separate toilet. It was fully sufficient for short-term accommodation. "Oh, this place feels pretty good." Hattori Heiji looked around the room. It was clean, well-equipped, and free of any strange odors. The price was reasonable too. All in all, a solid choice. As the guide, Idagawa Konan smiled faintly, then quietly leaned closer to Hattori Heiji and whispered. "The roller coaster murder case at Tropical Land, 2 months ago." Hattori Heiji's expression remained unchanged, and he only gave a slight nod. "Hattori, don't go too far. Those people are dangerous." After saying that, Idagawa Konan turned around with a friendly smile on his face. "I'll come back in 2 days. Don't forget you promised to take me to the amusement park." "Yeah, I'll definitely keep my word." Once the door shut, Hattori Heiji walked over and began drawing the curtains. Huh. I didn't expect Kudo Shinichi's situation to be this complicated. But he must have gotten involved for a reason. 2 months ago, the one who triggered Kudo Shinichi's downfall probably showed up then. If he wanted to investigate the truth behind Kudo Shinichi, he'd have to do so without alerting others, especially those connected to Kudo Shinichi. And that kid. Hattori Heiji recalled the child who just gave him that clue. Was he related to Kudo Shinichi too? Is this 2 days timeframe just a way to test whether I can be trusted before giving me more clues? If so, then that kid's identity definitely isn't simple. Hattori Heiji took a deep breath and calmed himself. Over the next 2 days, he had to gather as much information as possible. After that, he'd have a proper conversation with his father. Meanwhile, Idagawa Konan, having left the hotel, was also lost in thought. Can Hattori Heiji be trusted? And, is it time to let him in on part of the truth? He simply didn't have enough power to handle this alone. Even though he acted as his uncle's assistant at the detective agency, helping him solve cases, and had his parents' support to maintain his genius identity, it didn't change the fact that he couldn't handle this situation by himself. Kagoro often brought him along to investigations, and in turn, provided him with a protective cover. It was like the relationship between Holmes and Watson, except in this case, he was the hidden Sherlock who needed his Watson to take the spotlight so he could solve the case from the shadows. Kagoro understood his intentions. That's why he always spoke to him more than he let on. Conan was genuinely grateful for Kagoro's shelter and support. That's why he knew he couldn't recklessly put him or Ran in danger. Because of that decision, he couldn't act under Kagoro's name in certain situations. He needed outside help. Hattori Heiji, with his father as the chief of the Osaka police headquarters, might be a good option. But investigating those people was extremely dangerous, and some things needed to be made clear to Hattori Heiji first. He also needed to prepare. The deadline was 2 days from now. After leaving the Muri detective agency, Ren immediately called Ren. Ren, do you know a high school detective named Hattori Heiji? Hattori Heiji, did he come to our place? Yeah, he seems to have noticed something's wrong with Shinichi, so he came straight to our house. Well, since Kudo hasn't appeared in the news for 2 weeks, it makes sense for Hattori Heiji to show up once he noticed something off. Even if it's a bit nosy, he's pretty direct. Hattori Heiji's appearance surprised Ren slightly, but considering he and Kudo Shinichi shared the same profession, it wasn't that unusual. For a detective, being suspicious was only natural. Will this affect Dad? That was what Ren was most worried about. No. Hattori Heiji's father told him to investigate on his own. That sets up a buffer for Mr. Muri to remain uninvolved. Otherwise, why would his father make such a request? Hattori Heiji only got suspicious because he hadn't seen Kudo Shinichi for 2 months. So of course he'd come to Tokyo and look around where Kudo was last active. If he finds anything from old clues, that's on him. It doesn't involve anyone else. Mr. Muri had Idagawa Konan reach out to Hattori Heiji. In a way, it's like giving him clues through Konan. But like I said, children are easily overlooked. As long as those 2 people don't find out about the side effects of the poison, the organization won't think to start investigating children. That's a relief. Ren finally felt at ease. Also, Mr. Muri is extremely cautious. He knows the situation behind Kudo Shinichi is complicated, so he has no intention of investigating. But Idagawa Konan is more dangerous. He's like a walking time bomb. Still, he clearly understands the risks better than before, and his actions have become much more measured. In the end, no one really courts death in real life. Idagawa Konan knows his situation is extremely dangerous, so he's not going to do anything reckless. Ren trusted his judgment. Maybe before he was knocked out and drugged, Idagawa Konan was overconfident. But after that incident, he'd definitely grown more cautious. If he moves too conservatively, he might miss the chance to gather certain information. But it's still better than getting killed. When someone has things to protect, they naturally become more careful. Right now, Idagawa Konan had too many variables to consider. Most importantly, his parents who arranged everything for him, and Muri Kagoro who took him in. He may be proud, but he's not so arrogant that he'd throw everything away. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 315, The River Telegraph. After hanging up the phone, Ren, who was seated quietly in his study, pulled out his tarot deck and began a divination session. Reversed Hanged Man Upright Tower. Reversed World. So there won't be any more adapters. What a pity. If A continues being used to deal with certain people, then some unpredictable events are bound to happen. However, just now, Ren had only done a divination to calculate the probability of such events. The result wasn't particularly surprising. This outcome already doomed the possibility of finding Kudo Shinichi simply through the abilities of A. He reshuffled the cards, running them smoothly between his hands, then began a second round of divination. Upright Sunday, Upright Star. Upright Chariot. For Idagawa Konan, meeting Hattori Heiji is the best outcome. He sat with his chin resting in one hand, lost in thought. A Holmes working from the shadows, and a Watson standing up front. Mr. Muri still falls a bit short. In the end, Hattori Heiji is more suited to the Watson role. The two were both detectives, with similar personalities and behavior. When they were impulsive, they were perfectly matched. But in terms of intellect, each had their own strengths. They both had sharp senses for solving mysteries and cases. Edagawa Konan had the advantage of being a child, while Hattori Heiji had his identity, which gave him access to much more information. That was a considerable advantage for Edagawa Konan, who was essentially operating solo. Of course, for Hattori Heiji, meeting Edagawa Konan is a huge challenge. The moment he started digging into that organization, he'd attract attention. That was the true problem. That organization wouldn't care who he was. To those ruthless criminals, no matter how high your status, a bullet to the brain still kills. Once Hattori Heiji's fate became entwined with Edagawa Konan's, his life would be in constant danger. Ren didn't attempt to divine specific future events. It was best not to rely on prophecies about the future. Those who rely too heavily on predictions will only become puppets of fate. That's why some divinations focus on the present, not the future. Of course, there are exceptions. If it's for guidance and shaping the future, that isn't divination. That is design. And design is the spectator's specialty. Such high-level techniques were beyond Ren's current grasp. He knew better than to try forcing it. After answering his own questions and putting the tarot deck away, Ren no longer concerned himself with Edagawa Konan and Hattori Heiji. Ring, ring, ring. The ringing interrupted his thoughts. Ren paused, looked at the caller ID, and saw it was an unknown number. After a moment of thought, he answered. Mr. Amamiya. The voice on the other end was female, and carried a hint of respect. Ren immediately recognized who it was. Miss Hatamoto. Yes. I apologize for contacting you so late. Don't worry. I'm guessing things are a mess within the Hatamoto family right now. It's more troublesome than I expected. The biggest problem is still those termites. During this period, I've officially taken over the group's operations and started clearing out some of the dead weight. Her tone showed that she had grown during this time. Your voice sounds more confident. You've grown a lot lately, Miss Hatamoto. Thanks to my grandfather's guidance. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to assume control of the group so quickly. And of course, there's the power you gave me, Mr. Amamiya. My grandfather can't completely guarantee my safety, but that power has helped me confront many of the issues I've faced. So, the internal purge of the Hatamoto Zaibatsu had likely been quite intense. Ren could easily picture the chaos. You still need to promote a few people within the Hatamoto Zaibatsu. You'll need support. While listening, Ren roughly pieced together the situation. The elderly freeloaders had been purged, and a number of arrogant nepotists removed. But the result was that the organization now lacked reliable personnel. Hatamoto Natsu had to consolidate control over the whole conglomerate. What she needed now were loyal subordinates who would work for her. Natsu herself also realized that there were far too few people she could trust. My grandfather still has his loyalists, but most of the older generation only really listen to him. When it comes to me, they're indifferent. That's inevitable. You're a new executive. You haven't proven yourself yet, so it's natural that not many people are convinced. What you need right now is a team loyal to you. Yes. Now that she held power, Natsu Hatamoto finally understood what it felt like to be disregarded despite having authority. Though she was still learning, without feedback or correction, and with her subordinates treating her indifferently, how could she grow? My authority is still being limited by some of the old guard. On top of that, the Hatamoto Zaibatsu has only just begun to recover and can't afford to make any bold moves. That makes it difficult for me to take initiative. And all the employees at every level are waiting to see what I'll do. That makes it even harder for me to cultivate people of my own. The situation was worse than Ren expected. He thought for a moment, then came up with a straightforward solution. Miss Hatamoto, assess your current circumstances and find 3 promising people within the company. Ones who are competent and willing to listen to you. Modern people are driven by practical gains. If you want their loyalty, you need to provide them with real, tangible benefits. But your authority is being suppressed. So, you'll have to use some tricks. Natsu Hatamoto instantly understood. She was pleasantly surprised. Thank you very much, Mr. Amamiya. Good. I hope your judgment is sharper this time. Otherwise, I'll be the one cleaning up your mess. Natsu Hatamoto's expression changed at once. Please rest assured. I won't let that happen. To be continued. Chapter 316, Chapter 316, Are You Lonely? Just found out from Ren that Hattori Heiji came to my house. That really surprised me. Hattori Heiji came to my house. I remember his reason for coming was that he hadn't seen Kudo Shinichi on TV for 2 months, and was encouraged by his childhood sweetheart to come compare their detective skills. That reason really doesn't serve the story well, especially when shaping Hattori Heiji's character. But this time, his reason is much more reasonable. Based on what Ran said, he probably guessed that Kudo Shinichi had encountered some kind of accident, so he came to investigate the forces behind it. The intention is good. The reality, however, is harsh. The organization is more complicated than expected. Many key members are undercover agents from various intelligence agencies around the world. Thoroughly investigating it will be very difficult. It's definitely a tall order for just 2 high school detectives to take on this behemoth. That said, I'm still very interested to see the sparks that fly between these 2 detectives and the organization in the future. There's still one Shiho Mayano away from uncovering the organization's intel. As one of the core members of the organization and the lead developer of A, she holds a lot of insider information. When she finally emerges, it will mark the beginning of the Death God's true confrontation with the organization. The record of Rant's situation is complete. Today, Miss Hatamoto contacted me. As expected, the internal chaos within the Hatamoto Zaibatsu is worse than I anticipated. Miss Hatamoto is being suppressed by a group of old-timers, and her authority doesn't reach far. I gave her some advice. Cultivate your own confidence. Of course, I wasn't just speaking casually. Miss Hatamoto can't rely on power or money to buy people, so I granted her 3 special slots. I trust Miss Hatamoto will open her eyes and choose the right 3. The diary ended there. Sanzenin Nagi closed the diary while lying in bed. Hatamoto Zaibatsu, it looks like Ren is finally making a move. She was aware of the gift system. Ren could bestow pathway powers onto others, allowing them to gain mystical abilities. But, won't there be problems? In today's world, it's easy to win people's loyalty with power, but people who believe only because of power are the first to betray it. Sanzenin Nagi believed that there were those truly devoted to their beliefs, and some might follow Ren purely because of what he represented. But faith built on strength alone was fragile. Do you think he would allow things to progress to that point? Maria, wearing a simple white nightgown, walked over with a gentle smile. Also, Nagi-chan, do you really think Mr. Amamiya would give others power without any form of restraint? Probably not. Sanzenin Nagi thought about it and nodded. Exactly. The power he grants still belongs to Mr. Amamiya. Do you really think those blessed by him could escape his grasp? And don't forget what Mr. Amamiya said before. The power of the gift has certain side effects. Those who receive it slowly become aligned with the will of the giver. What does that sound like? If you put it in religious terms, it's a fanatic. Such fanatics only hold the most devout beliefs and would never betray them. So, do you think Mr. Amamiya will advance that progression? With Maria's reminder, Sanzenin Nagi realized she had been too simplistic in her thinking. So in the end, it's not about whether something can be done, but whether Amamiya wants to do it. Nagi agreed with that conclusion. Some things aren't about capability, but intent. Then Maria, do you think he'll do that to me? Sanzenin Nagi's question made Maria chuckle. It's because Mr. Amamiya knows us deeply that he holds a good impression of us. Not because of what we are now, but because of the impression we left on him back when he viewed us from another perspective. It's because of that impression that Mr. Amamiya is willing to share what originally belonged solely to him. Again, this isn't about whether he can do it or not, but whether he wants to. Maria reached out and lightly tapped the tip of Nagi's nose. So, do you really think Mr. Amamiya would treat us like that? Sanzenin Nagi lightly shook her head. No. Then you already know the answer. Mr. Amamiya wouldn't do that to us. Maria laughed again. Also, do you really think the people Miss Hatamoto chooses would be so clueless? Suddenly being granted such power by Mr. Amamiya, anyone with a working brain would realize it didn't come without strings. I think Miss Hatamoto should make that point crystal clear. If any of them are naive enough to think they can control that power freely, then that just means Miss Hatamoto chose poorly. And if that happens, Mr. Amamiya will clean up the mess for her. That made sense. Nagi nodded thoughtfully. In that case, should I still help the Zaibatsu? Maria shook her head. The diary was clear. The Zaibatsu is in chaos. If Miss Hatamoto wants to regain power, she needs to earn it through her own efforts. Mr. Hatamoto Gozo isn't helping her directly because he wants her to grow. Mr. Amamiya's assistance is already a tremendous advantage. If you want to help, wait until Miss Hatamoto has real authority in her hands. Maria had already grasped the rhythm of the situation. The Zaibatsu's issues could be set aside for now. There was no rush to step in. Tomorrow is the weekend again. It really came quickly. But Amamiya had quite a fulfilling week. He was even invited to meet Sunoko's sister. Maria noticed something in Nagi's tone and moved closer with a teasing smile. So, Nagi-chan, are you feeling a little lonely? Who's lonely? I'm just not used to suddenly having nothing to do. Such a stubborn response. Maria was now convinced Nagi-chan was absolutely lonely this time. So Maria suggested. In that case, why don't you ask Mr. Amamiya out? For example, go visit Hakuo. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 317, Lonely Little Girl. On Saturday morning, the Amamiya household welcomed a somewhat rare guest. Sanzenin. A girl in casual clothes with twin golden ponytails stood at the door, looking as adorable as ever. Beside her was a small suitcase, and with her posture and expression, she resembled a stray puppy abandoned at the doorstep. "Did you run away from home today? Had a fight with Miss Maria?" Sanzenin Nagi glared at him, her expression like an angry cat ready to pounce. "Why would I have a fight with Maria? And why would I run away from home?" After venting her irritation, her fiery expression gradually softened, though a trace of helplessness still lingered on her face. "It's all Maria's fault. I told her I wasn't lonely, but she insisted I was. This morning she made me pack clothes for 2 days and just dumped me here." "Well, that means you were lonely." Ren nodded slightly, pretty much understanding why Maria had done it. Considering he had stayed home only once this week and attended a class reunion organized by Ayako on another day, he had indeed been absent for 2 days. "Oh, so Sanzenin got lonely just because I wasn't around." As he said that, Ren smiled and patted Sanzenin's head, treating her like a golden tabby cat, adorably petting her. "Wah. I said I'm not." Blushing and resisting, Nagi's reaction made it clear, this child was the very definition of a tsundere. But really, that fit her personality perfectly. She tried to resist the head pats, but no matter how much she squirmed, she couldn't escape. Not only did she fail to avoid them, but the more she resisted, the more persistent the hand on her head became until eventually, she gave up. Nagi finally raised her head, eyes narrowing in suspicion. "You used extraordinary powers, didn't you?" "You definitely used them." She puffed out her cheeks. This person actually used mystical powers just to keep patting her head. All right, let's talk first." Ren didn't bother to explain. He casually took her suitcase in one hand and held her hand with the other as they walked inside. Sanzenin Nagi looked annoyed, clearly upset about what just happened. But still, she obediently followed him into the house. The interior wasn't very large. Compared to Sanzenin Nagi's home, this place was roughly the size of a single room in her villa. Even so, Sanzenin Nagi didn't seem to mind the smaller space. After all, she knew a poor guy who liked Sajinomiya Isumi, so she had seen worse. Sitting on the sofa, she noticed a glass of juice already prepared on the low table in front of her. Sanzenin Nagi pouted slightly but still picked it up and took a sip. The sweetness of the juice softened her expression a little. But then Ren came over and sat beside her. "Got no plans for the weekend?" At that, Sanzenin Nagi sighed. "After school, I usually go to Haku and ask Hinajiku to help me with kendo. But it's the weekend, and I can't bother her again. She has her own stuff to do. What if I end up annoying her?" Ren couldn't help but laugh. "Don't you know what kind of person Hinajiku is? If she could get you out of the house, she'd pull out all the stops. Do you really think she'd care about giving up a weekend?" That was true. Sanzenin Nagi thought about her time at Hakuo. Hinajiku had often come over to visit her even on weekends. Every time, it was for one reason, to drag her out of the house. "So, you're still not used to staying home alone?" "No. With Maria at home, how could I be lonely?" The tsundere tone made Ren unable to hold back a chuckle. Hearing his laugh, Sanzenin Nagi's face flushed. "I said I'm not lonely. What's so funny?" After a short laugh, Ren gently placed a hand on her head. "When you get used to having people around you and hearing their voices, it becomes hard to adjust to solitude. That's loneliness, Sanzenin. Maybe you're not lonely because of one person missing, but when everyone is gone, you feel it. Loneliness." Sanzenin Nagi found herself repeating the word silently. She thought about how much her life had changed in the past 2 months. She no longer spent all her time at home playing games. Instead, she began strength training regularly. It was boring on the surface, but somehow, she could spend the whole afternoon doing it without anyone reminding her. School still felt dull. She had already mastered everything the teachers were covering. But even so, she no longer fell asleep mid-lesson like before. If she didn't feel like going to class, she could just visit the club. She wasn't alone there either. Shinomiya wasn't great at games, but Hayasaka was pretty good. Gaming wasn't lonely anymore. The once empty time slots in her life had gradually been filled. And now, she realized, maybe she couldn't go back. Sanzenin Nagi bit her lip lightly. "Lonely. I'm not lonely." She still wouldn't admit it. Just the stubborn pride of a little girl. Ren shook his head slightly and chose not to push her any further. "Sanzenin, you and I are actually very similar." She looked up at him. "I'm not good at socializing. My environment growing up taught me to be wary of everyone. I've always been just trying to survive. When fate suddenly changed, I was overwhelmed and scared to even face it. I know you're different from me in some ways, but not entirely. You lost your mother at a young age and had to face assassination attempts over the Sanzenin inheritance. Your life has been even more chaotic than mine. And even if your mouth says otherwise, you're not as cold as you act. If you didn't care about others getting hurt because of you, why wouldn't you go to school more often? I don't believe you were born hating the outdoors. Ren's words cut straight through Sanzenin Nagi's defenses, peeling away her stubbornness and leaving her unable to deny the vulnerability underneath. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 318, Invisible Feeling of Shame. Nagi couldn't help but reflect on what she had just said, and with her sharp mind, she quickly understood. Maybe it was the same. She had been avoiding going outside, essentially running away. Despite her comfortable lifestyle, she was like a bird in a cage. Ren, on the other hand, was constrained by the rules and burdens of his past. He wasn't physically trapped, but his mind and spirit had long been shackled. She turned slightly and looked at Ren's face without his glasses. Nagi scooted closer to Ren. From keeping some distance before, she was now sitting right beside him. I'm not lonely. Let me say it again, I'm not lonely. Ren raised his hand and tried to smooth out the corner of his mouth, trying not to let Nagi see his smile and get upset again. Yeah, it's not loneliness, not at all. Replying in a clearly perfunctory tone, Ren placed his hand on Nagi's head again. This time, she didn't resist. Humph. His dismissive tone was obvious, but Nagi only gave a light snort and didn't move away. Amamiya, did this actually happen in my story? Yeah, it did. After you lost your inheritance, your grandfather kicked you out of the villa without hesitation. Luckily, your mother's inheritance was still under Klaus's management. It was a shabby Japanese-style apartment. That's where you, Miss Maria, and your housekeeper moved to later. Compared to being alone in that villa, the apartment might have been in worse shape, but the atmosphere was completely different. You met new people. Your friends helped you overcome your loneliness and even taught you how to manage your emotions. That's also why Miss Maria chose to leave you in the end. Because Maria was no longer my only person. That's right. She realized that you were capable of growing up, even without her. So, she made the choice to leave. Stupid Maria. Nagi pursed her lips. Even if she could grow up without Maria, she still wanted Maria by her side. So in the end, I matured, but Maria left me. I really don't like this kind of ending. Nagi absolutely hated imperfect endings. No matter how cliché it might be, she still preferred a perfect ending. By the way, the protagonist in my story is the debt-burdened guy, right? What kind of person is he? Nagi had suddenly grown curious about the butler in her own story. Well, the story says he has a very unlucky-looking face. But actually, his face is kind of cute, and in the early to mid parts of the story, he often wore women's clothes. Oh, and at the beginning, the white tiger you kept was almost mistaken for a female. White tiger. So I keep a white tiger in the story too. Don't you have one in real life? Of course not. Even if I don't have common sense, I know that humans and white tigers can't live together. Even if it's the most humane tiger. Keeping a tiger at home would definitely be uncomfortable, right? Nagi didn't feel confident she could tame one, but she still remembered the white tiger Ren mentioned. Did I pick up that white tiger in Africa? Yeah. By the way, didn't you release it later? I didn't release it. After picking it up, I put it in a zoo I bought locally. At the beginning of the year, my bodyguard reported that the white tiger was living well and even had several cubs. Nagi gently traced her cheek with her index finger as she recalled. That tiger already had cubs. It was hard for Ren to imagine that scene. The white tiger that could talk, read, and was super interesting in the story ended up with such a different fate. But thinking about it, if Nagi hadn't kept the white tiger by her side, it probably would have ended up in a zoo. The debt-ridden butler also has a feminine side. In other words, he looks androgynous. What else? He couldn't have been hired as your butler just because of his looks. Nagi didn't believe her character would hire someone so casually. In terms of ability, he had a lot. In the story, he was an all-rounder when it came to housekeeping, his level of skill was comparable to Miss Maria's. And because of his tough past, he lied about his age and worked various part-time jobs, so he picked up a ton of random skills and knowledge. Well, that's pretty ordinary. Knowing lots of skills and having broad knowledge wasn't impressive to Nagi. In her eyes, that kind of butler was just average. What if I told you he once caught up to a speeding car on a bicycle, and even after getting hit, he was completely unharmed? Nagi's face twitched. After confirming that Ren wasn't joking, she couldn't help but complain. Is that guy a humanoid Gundam or something? Catching up to a high-speed car on a bike and then surviving being hit. That kind of physical ability was clearly abnormal. No wonder I took him in as a butler in the story. Nagi suddenly felt that this debt-ridden butler had some redeeming traits. No. The main reason you hired him as your butler was because when he was desperate and trying to repay his debts, he rushed out of the villa to kidnap you. He even declared he was going to capture you. In the story, you misunderstood and thought he was confessing to you. That's why you brought him back and made him your butler, keeping him by your side. Listening to Ren's detailed explanation, Nagi felt overwhelmed with embarrassment. Her entire face seemed to flush red. So it was for such a ridiculous reason. In the story, am I supposed to be in love? How dumb. Couldn't I tell he was trying to kidnap me? To be continued. Chapter 319, whether he wants it or not. Bonus. I guess he didn't understand. Ren was completely sure that the Sanzenin in the story absolutely didn't get it. If he had, the story of the indebted butler would have ended right at the start. That guy would have spent the rest of his life in prison. You have to understand, in this island country, the death penalty is rare, but prison sentences for crimes like kidnapping a wealthy second-generation heir are basically maxed out. Once locked up, the outcome is already set in stone. Now that he thought about it, how was the debt-ridden butler doing these days? Ren couldn't help feeling curious. The me in the story must be brain dead. I actually turned into someone who accepts any confession just like that. Nagi found it all too bizarre. To be honest, she wasn't that kind of person. He has a bunch of skills, is tough, has great physical endurance, and looks kind of androgynous. Why don't I see anything in him I'd actually like? It's the suspension bridge effect. I remember, before he set his sights on you, someone else was hitting on you. Hitting on me. It was hard for Nagi to imagine such a chaotic situation. She was being hit on by some random guy while also being targeted by someone desperate enough to kidnap her. The suspension bridge effect. Nagi thought it over. That explanation actually sounded more reasonable than her suddenly becoming love-struck. Even if I ran off without permission, the bodyguards wouldn't lose me. Anyone dumb enough to try chatting me up must have had a death wish. And that guy who tried to kidnap me. Clearly, he had no idea about the Sanzenin family's response protocols for kidnappings. At this point, Nagi understood what made the story interesting. It was all the irrational things piled together that made it a story. In real life, even if she slipped away alone, her bodyguards would be within 50 meters, hiding in plain sight. They were all armed professionals. If anyone wanted to kidnap her, they'd need a trained team. Nothing less. Amamiya is the guy who tried to kidnap me and later became my butler, still alive. Let me divine it. He pulled out a maple leaf patterned gold coin, repeated, "Is he still alive?" silently in his mind, and flipped it. Unfortunately, this time it landed tails up. What a shame. Seems he's no longer around. Looks like that indebted butler didn't survive that snowy Christmas Eve. Ren was a little surprised, but not too much. If the butler hadn't met Sanzenin that night, a debt of 100 million would have meant he either fell into corruption or got caught and turned into an organ donor. Nagi wasn't shocked to hear that. Her sympathy didn't stretch far enough for someone she'd never even met. So how did he end up with so much debt? Loan sharks. Gambling. His parents tried to win their money back through gambling and ended up owing 120 million yen to a loan shark. Then they dumped the debt onto him. While leaving a 100 million yen debt to your kid. His parents really were scumbags. To Nagi, 100 million yen wasn't a lot, but she understood how massive that amount was to regular people. Parents handing off a gambling debt to their own child was the same as pushing them off a cliff. With parents like that, it wasn't surprising he ended up the way he did. No wonder he died. Loan sharks aren't exactly known for their mercy, and most of them are connected to shady foreign organ trade networks. If you can repay the money, fine. If not, there's only one end. What a pity. Nagi shook her head slightly, a hint of pity on her face, but just a little. That boy who became her butler in the story only earned that much sympathy from her. Really, the ones who should feel guilty were the butler's parents. But she also knew, people who could dump 120 million yen in debt on their child probably had no sense of guilt. Suddenly, Nagi thought of something important. Amamiya, don't tell me my story turned into a harem. Ren didn't answer. He could only respond with silence. Seriously. Nagi's face twitched. My story is absurd. I mistook a kidnapper's threat for a love confession, brought him home to be my butler, and now everyone around me likes the guy. This is insane. Well, if you want to sell a story, you need a lot of interaction between the male lead and the female characters. You've drawn manga yourself, so you should know that. I do get it. Of course Nagi understood, but she still found it hard to accept. So, lots of girls like the indebted butler in the story. And they're all people from my social circle. Just as Ren was about to answer, Nagi held up a hand. Let me guess. There's me and Maria at home. In my social circle, there's Isumi and Sakuya. At school, probably Hinajuku, Sagawa, Hanabishi, and Asake's. That's about right, isn't it? Following the classic harem logic of the female leads being right around the protagonist, Nagi listed practically all the girls she was close to. She looked up to confirm and saw Ren giving her a subtle nod. Damn it. Even Nagi was speechless at that. In the story, the indebted butler she brought home actually swept up every girl around her. It was like he deliberately targeted her whole circle. This is just ridiculous. Now I really don't feel bad about that guy dying. Serves him right. Nagi could only say, every harem needs a price to be paid. Just as she finished ranting, her gaze sharpened. She looked sideways at Ren, a bit of disdain in her expression. You're part of this too, Amamiya. Yeah, I heard that. Nagi pursed her lips. You heard it, but you're not going to change. If I changed, how could I face Kaguya, Sonoko, and Ran? Just call me a scumbag. Ren understood. Having multiple relationships meant taking responsibility. Whether it's fate or not, some things just can't be avoided. Instead of hurting everyone, I'll just accept their love and be the scumbag. As he said that, Ren reached out and hugged Nagi, who was sitting next to him. So. How about it? Want to be one of the girls who likes me too, Sanzenin? Humph. Who'd like you? She jabbed Ren with her elbow, but in the end, she didn't pull away from his embrace. To be continued. Chapter 320, Afternoon Place to Go, Bonus. Amamiya, do you have any plans for the weekend? Sitting on his lap with her back resting against Ren's chest, Nagi suddenly asked. I don't have anything specific planned this weekend. I thought Shinomiya would take you out on a date or something. Hearing Nagi's comment, Ren couldn't help picturing Kaguya's goofy expression from the anime she once showed him. That sounds like something Kaguya would do. But she's not the type to be straightforward. She always goes about things in a roundabout way, so she probably wouldn't suggest it outright. He laughed while replying, sounding almost certain. I'm talking about you, idiot. Nagi nudged the idiot behind her with her elbow. Weekends are prime time to go on dates with girls. You should be the one taking the initiative. You're not wrong. But, I don't really have a clear concept of what dating is, and I don't have much experience interacting with girls. Nagi's lips curled up slightly, though she tried to hide it by forcing a neutral expression. Then aren't your weekends boring? Ren didn't think of his weekends as boring. Actually, compared to his previous life, this year had been the most relaxing and enjoyable time he'd ever experienced. I read books, browse the internet, and take tutoring sessions when I have free time. Thanks to the extraordinary traits I've awakened, I don't have issues with learning or memory. People get bored because they don't see their own progress. Once you make visible improvements, boredom disappears and is replaced with interest and a sense of accomplishment. Of course, that's assuming your living conditions aren't terrible. Having experienced hardship, he understood that people without stable lives don't have time to consider leisure. Back then, his life revolved around studying, working, and covering daily expenses. It might sound dull, but that's just life for the poor. He hadn't known that kind of poverty in his previous life, but in this one, he finally understood it deeply. The heavy topic passed quickly, giving way to a casual, relaxed vibe. Well, I'm the type who can stay at home for months or even years without getting tired of it. I've got all kinds of entertainment gear at home. There's no way I'd get bored. What about you, Nagi? Are you bored with your current lifestyle? Of course not. Nagi answered instantly. Maybe it was just like Ren said, the boredom from before had been replaced by her expanding social circle. And the anxiety she once had about being kidnapped had been replaced with real power. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Once your firepower is strong enough, you gain the confidence to handle anything. I've been practicing how to control elemental power recently. Even if I consider myself smart, mastering elemental energy takes real effort. But I do feel like I'm making progress every time I train. As she spoke, Nagi opened her hands. A sphere of green wind formed in her palms. I'm getting the hang of it. It's not just about controlling elemental energy, but also understanding its destructive power. Wind is the element with the strongest cutting force. Unlike in games where it only spreads, in reality, wind is far more destructive. The spinning sphere in Nagi's hands at that moment could easily shred steel. After dispersing the wind in her hands, Nagi looked excited. She didn't seem bored at all. Training is way more fun than I thought. Ren smiled and added, that's why I said people are lazy only when they don't see results. Once they feel like they're making progress and that it means something, they become super motivated. When progress is shown through data, there's hardly anyone who won't work hard. Even if the improvement is slow, as long as it's visible, people are more willing to try. Because the more you can visualize your efforts, the more infinite the possibilities become. Nagi, is there anywhere you want to go this afternoon? Somewhere I want to go. The sudden question caught Nagi off guard. She didn't know how to answer. Honestly, there wasn't any specific place she wanted to go. Her social circle was pretty small, and there weren't that many people she wanted to hang out with or that many places to visit. Ah. Suddenly, someone popped into her mind, someone who was probably still crying under their blanket. Now that she thought about it, ever since she dragged Isumi along and transferred schools, she hadn't seen that guy in ages. As she thought harder, she realized he hadn't shown up at all since then. Just remembered a troublesome guy. Isumi and I transferred schools, and that idiot's probably been crying at home this whole time. If he's been crying for a month straight, he must have a serious problem. Thinking that, Nagi figured she should probably check in on him. Otherwise, that guy might spiral into full-blown depression. That guy. Ren couldn't recall who she was talking about right away. Tachibana Wataru. My so-called fiancé, the one my grandfather assigned as my human shield. Oh, right. I remember his parents tried to arrange a marriage for the sake of the Sanzenin estate. That was just the official story. Aunt Mikoto and my mom were old friends. There's no way she'd want anything from the Sanzenin estate. Aunt Mikoto's husband is more like a live-in son-in-law. He has no say in anything. After marrying Aunt Mikoto, he was practically exiled from the family. That sounds like typical noble family politics. But shouldn't they at least keep up appearances? Among noble families, it's not uncommon for the husband to have no real status. But still, they usually put on some kind of front. Ren didn't fully understand how noble family dynamics worked, but he figured appearances still mattered. That might be true among functioning noble families. But the Tachibana family's completely fallen. The financial crisis wiped out all their businesses. Right now, the most valuable thing they own is that old video rental store Wataru runs. And I'm not talking about the store itself, I mean the land it sits on. The store has zero value. Nowadays, with all the foreign tech flooding in, videotapes and discs are becoming obsolete. The only reason his store still survives is because he sells limited edition stuff. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 321, upstairs, right. The streets of Shinjuku were lined with towering buildings on both sides, giving off a distinctly modern feel. But on this street filled with high-rises, there was one store that stood out like a sore thumb. A two-story video rental shop. It looked noticeably shabby, and with two buildings several tens of meters tall rising on either side, the entire scene felt surreal and oddly unbalanced. It was easy to imagine people having strange thoughts about why this small shop still existed in such a location. Despite how out of place it looked, this was still a bustling city. So, surprisingly, the video shop still had some business. But the videotape and disc rental business was undeniably outdated. With how fast technology was evolving these days, this kind of store was inevitably headed downhill. Ren stood outside, holding Sanzenin Nagi's hand. Yeah, this store doesn't look like it has much value. And to still be running a video and disc rental business in this era. As technology progresses, businesses like this are bound to be phased out. Nagi shared the same thoughts. I've said the same thing, but that guy doesn't seem to care at all. He still wants to rely on this store to turn things around. Honestly, he has zero business sense. Instead of trying to revive this outdated store, he'd be better off selling the land at a high price and investing the capital into a growing industry. Once foreign tech starts flooding the market, businesses like this will be crushed. Exactly. Ren completely agreed. With smartphones rapidly evolving, the technological wave was about to crash into the island nation. Once that happened, local industries would struggle to keep up. The future belongs to the internet. Life will become even more simplified. Phones, tablets, and laptops will become mainstream. As tech advances, rare and limited physical items will start spreading online, and their exclusivity will quickly vanish. If he had the drive, he should pivot toward mobile and internet-related ventures. Getting in early could let him take the first bite of the pie and maybe turn things around. Ah, but it's pointless. Nagi waved her hand dismissively. The idea was nice in theory, but unrealistic in practice. That guy doesn't have the vision, courage, or even the spare funds to pull it off. Unless he has the guts to sell this plot of land and raise some real capital, he's just going to be stuck with this dead-end video rental business. TSK. He's still young, but his mindset is completely outdated. Seriously hopeless. With that complaint, Nagi took Ren's hand and walked into the store. Inside were rows of rare videotapes and discs, but there were only a few customers browsing. It was clear the business was barely hanging on. Considering that the full brunt of the digital age hadn't hit the country yet, this store might survive a few more years, but not much longer. Miss Nagi. From the direction of the cashier on the left, a maid in a traditional black and white uniform suddenly stood up like she'd been shocked. It wasn't a flashy or sexy outfit, but rather a formal maid uniform like the kind Maria wore. However, the maid's frantic demeanor lacked Maria's calmness and gave her a slightly unreliable vibe. Long time no see, Saki. Long time no see, Miss Nagi. Has that loser, Wataru, been holed up in his room for the past month? Nagi got straight to the point, no hesitation. Kojima Saki looked extremely uncomfortable but nodded. Yes. Recently, the young master has barely left his room except to go to school. He seems pretty shaken up. I've asked him about it, but aside from hiding in his room, he hasn't said a word. Nagi didn't even flinch. That idiot's reaction is exactly what I expected. Kojima Saki looked worried and asked. Miss Nagi, what exactly happened to the young master? He had a secret crush, and she transferred to another school. Now he's depressed and acting like the world's ended. A normal person would have moved on by now, found a new crush or something. But him. He's like a soulless puppet. Secret crush. Ah. Saki gasped and covered her mouth, suddenly realizing why Wataru had been in such a slump lately. I see. So this whole month, he's been heartbroken over Miss Isumi. But isn't Miss Isumi still attending Hakuo Academy with him? Did something happen? Nothing major. Nagi shut down Saki's speculation. Transferring schools is just a change of scenery. No one said you had to stay at Hakuo forever. That loser knows where Isumi lives, but he doesn't even have the guts to go ask her what happened. Is he expecting someone to just show up at his door and explain it all to him? From any angle, Nagi couldn't see Wataru and Isumi ever working out. Isumi didn't see any redeeming qualities in him, and their personalities were totally different. The idea of them being a couple was just ridiculous. It wasn't hard to tell that Isumi and Wataru were on completely different levels. That's why Nagi often ignored him. If he had even a sliver of courage, he would have visited Isumi's house to get answers himself. But he didn't. And that's the core of it, without courage, a secret crush stays a secret. With courage, it becomes real love. Nagi believed that if Tachibana Wataru had the guts to pursue Isumi directly, she might at least acknowledge him. Unfortunately, now it was probably too late. Thinking back on all this had led her here today. She was ready to step on Wataru's ego hard enough to wake him up. If he kept going like this, he'd spiral into total depression. Saki, is that loser still upstairs in his room? Yes. All right. I'm going to talk to him myself. Maybe that'll snap him out of it. And it'll save you the trouble of taking care of him. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 322, Suddenly Unexpected. After Nagi went upstairs, only the shopkeeper, Saki, and Ren remained on the first floor. The two stood apart, facing each other. Hello, what's your relationship with Miss Nagi? Normally, asking such a question would be considered rude, especially between strangers, but Saki subconsciously assumed the boy had a complicated relationship with Miss Nagi. Maybe they were acquaintances, so she spoke directly. Ren didn't think anything of it. He simply smiled. Sanzenin and I are classmates at our new school. For certain reasons, we've gotten to know each other quite well. Classmates at the new school. Sorry, I didn't notice. Realizing she may have come off as impolite, Kojima Saki bowed and apologized quickly. It's fine. Just from the way we walked in together, anyone could guess we have some kind of relationship. Amamiya Ren is not some rich guy, just an ordinary high school student. Nice to meet you. I'm Kojima Saki, servant to Master Tachibana Wataru, and also just a regular high school student. She quickly introduced herself in return. After the introductions, she paused, hesitating, but eventually asked awkwardly. Mr. Amamiya, if you're just a regular student, how did you end up as Miss Nagi's classmate? In her memory, Miss Nagi was the epitome of an elite. Could someone from such a background really have ordinary friends? Understanding the meaning behind her question, Ren chuckled. Miss Kojima, are you saying someone like Sanzenin can't be friends with ordinary people? No, I didn't mean it like that. I mean. Kojima Saki flailed for an explanation, but the words wouldn't come. Her flustered expression made her seem like she was about to crash from embarrassment. I was just teasing. Seeing how worked up she got, Ren couldn't help but laugh. This maid was oddly entertaining in that regard. I really am just a regular high schooler. Sanzenin transferred to our school, and we just got to know each other by chance. Kojima Saki finally let out a slow breath, clearly relieved. She had almost cried just now from anxiety. She also realized how rude her question had been and felt deeply embarrassed about it. Miss Kojima, I wanted to ask, does a video rental shop like this actually still make money? Huh. She blinked, startled by the sudden question. After a moment of thought, she nodded slightly. It still brings in some profit. Most of our customers are anime or movie lovers. We rent out rare videotapes and discs, not for sale, so we do make a small but consistent profit each month. However, with smartphones and computers becoming more popular, business has dropped off compared to before. The store was still surviving, but profits had definitely been on the decline. Kojima Saki wasn't oblivious. She understood that the business was trending downward and the future didn't look good. Add Wataru's emotional slump on top of that, and she couldn't help but feel the store was heading toward a dangerous place. Seeing the concern on her face, it was clear she sensed the store's crisis as well. As they say, it's not your competitors who will destroy you, but the people in other industries. Ren smiled as he said it, though it was more of a grim joke than anything. The videotape and disc market is constantly being hit. And with how widespread electronics have become, things will only get worse for this shop. Yeah. I know. Kojima Saki didn't want to admit it, but the truth was right there in front of her. The issue now was that she didn't know how to bring it up with her young master. Miss Kojima, maybe it's time to talk to your master about diversifying the business. This shop's current model has already hit its limit, and with tech advancing so quickly, it'll only keep declining. Find a new direction before the market forces you to. Ren offered the suggestion kindly, though whether Wataru would accept it was another matter entirely. If he didn't pivot now, once the era pushed him to change tracks, he'd already be too far behind to catch up. Bang bang. A series of loud firecracker pops rang out from outside, making Ren tilt his head toward the window. Across the street, a crowd had gathered in front of a building. It looked like they were celebrating something. It was hard to see clearly, as a central park filled with trees and greenery stood between them and the building on the opposite side. But the firecracker sounds were sharp and distinct. You could hear them clearly even from here. Miss Kojima, do you know what they're celebrating over there? Kojima Saki also turned to look. She'd heard the sound but hadn't paid much attention until now. After thinking for a bit, her expression lightened. Oh, I remember now. It's the 20th anniversary of that museum's construction. I heard they're holding a week-long event where entry is completely free. The anniversary of the museum's construction. Ren was left a bit speechless. In this day and age, unless a museum has real historical value, it's a joke to expect it to make money. These buildings were often just used to boost someone's public image or check a box on a political report. Most young people wouldn't willingly step into a museum. Especially one named after its own anniversary. The items inside were probably generic, unremarkable decorations. More than likely, the museum couldn't even break even on ticket sales, so they used promotions to draw attention. Miss Kojima, do people usually visit that museum? Not really. She thought for a moment, then responded in a hushed tone. The regular visitor traffic was basically non-existent. She often passed by, but rarely saw anyone go in. Just another promotional gimmick. In a sluggish economy, museums that flaunted cultural refinement came off as completely impractical. When people were struggling to get by, who had time for high-minded exhibits? Unless a museum was privately operated, it was bound to run into problems. Bankruptcy was usually just a matter of time. But right then, Ren suddenly felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. A wave of dread surged up in his chest. A strong premonition of danger exploded in his mind. Get down. Before Kojima Saki could react, Ren jumped behind the cashier counter and shoved her to the floor. The sky outside suddenly turned blood red. Then, a deafening explosion rang out. Boom. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 323, directly. The museum building across from Central Park had exploded. Blood-red flames engulfed it, painting the area in crimson. Many pedestrians on the nearby streets were knocked unconscious by the shockwave. The damage in the immediate vicinity of the explosion was devastating. Almost everyone who fell to the ground had been hit by the blast wave and suffered serious internal injuries. People farther from the museum fared better. For example, the video rental store 2 streets away from Central Park wasn't directly hit. Though the structure remained intact, the glass at the entrance had completely shattered, and shards were scattered all over the floor. Chaos erupted outside, but the 2 people who had already ducked behind the cashier counter were largely unharmed, just suffering from some ringing in their ears. Ah! As the ringing in their ears started to subside, screams from outside filled the air. Ren, still under the counter, stood up and brushed the broken glass off his clothes. Aside from the tinnitus, he was fine. He helped Kojima Saki, who was still lying on the floor, get up. Miss Kojima, are you okay? I'm okay. Aside from reduced hearing, Kojima Saki didn't feel any noticeable injuries. Noticing that her glasses were broken, Ren took them off carefully. Miss Kojima, don't wear these. Broken glasses can easily injure your eyes. Why yes, thank you, Mr. Amamiya. Ren placed the shattered glasses on the counter and glanced at the chaos outside. He didn't see anyone coming out of the museum. Were they targeting people? Or something inside the museum? Either way, it didn't matter now. Miss Kojima, stay behind the counter. In case there's a second explosion. But, Miss Nagi and Master Kojima Saki was still concerned about the two upstairs. I'll go check on them. With that, Ren quickly headed up the stairs to the second floor. Judging by the sound, he rushed down the corridor toward their location. Shattered glass covered the hallway, and even the door had been blown off its hinges, lying in pieces on the floor. Stepping over the panel, Ren entered the room. Sanzenin. I'm fine. Inside, Nagi was bracing herself against the wall with one hand, her face showing clear signs of pain. She raised her voice instinctively, probably from the shock to her hearing. She must have taken a direct hit from the blast wave. She had no visible injuries or embedded glass, likely protected by a nearly invisible wind barrier encircling her, like a shield of wind armor. A groan came from the bed. Ren looked over to see Tachibana Wataru curled up in the blanket. Shards of glass covered the outside, but they hadn't penetrated. Ren pulled back the blanket and saw that Wataru had no visible injuries. Apparently, curling up in the quilt had shielded him from harm, except for the damage to his ears from the pressure wave. Ren didn't bother being gentle. He grabbed the dazed Wataru by the collar and woke him up with a single sentence. Kojima's still downstairs. Saki. Wataru snapped awake. Even though he was still dizzy and off balance, he rushed out of the room immediately. I haven't figured out who this guy's actually in love with yet. Ren glanced at the door and shook his head. He turned to Nagi and scooped her up in his arms. I can walk. Nagi was clearly flustered now that she realized she was being carried. This isn't the time to argue. Ren turned his head to look toward the street. The fire continued to rage on the opposite side. Nagi turned to look as well. Her brows furrowed as she saw the devastation across the street. What happened? Who knows? But the explosion came from a museum. One with little foot traffic, low revenue, and probably nothing valuable inside. A place like that, and someone bombs it. Nagi couldn't understand why such a meaningless target would be attacked. If it was for money, they wouldn't use explosives. And in a rundown museum like that, the exhibits were probably fake or worthless. Honestly, the explosives were probably worth more than anything inside. That's for the police to investigate. Ren's tone was casual, but Nagi's expression darkened with clear distaste. The Metropolitan Police Department isn't exactly reliable in these cases. Something this vicious. If the museum really had no value, why blow it up at all? If the police want results, they'll need some competent officers. Nagi had seen her share of slow, inefficient detectives. Even for a bombing with this much impact, if the lead investigator wasn't sharp, it would take weeks to find even the smallest clue. Though Nagi's words were harsh, Ren, who was also familiar with the Metropolitan Police Department's inefficiencies, could only agree. Let's see how the investigation unfolds. That said, this doesn't feel like a crime of passion. Crimes of passion don't use explosives. This was clearly premeditated. They'll need to start by tracing the source of the explosives. Once they find where the explosives came from, they can figure out who got them. But that won't be easy. What we can be sure of is that this wasn't a one-off. It was a logical analysis. Such a calculated bombing wouldn't have been carried out for a forgotten, barely visited museum. There had to be something more behind it. As Ren continued analyzing in a calm, matter-of-fact tone, Nagi suddenly clenched her fist and punched his shoulder. You're still analyzing. Why don't you just use your divination already? All right. Since you're clearly still shaken, I'll just predict the culprit directly. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 324, Going Home. Ren walked downstairs holding Nagi in his arms and saw Tachibana Wataru embracing Kojima Saki affectionately. Thank goodness you're all right. Young master. Kojima Saki, blushing while being held, also looked comforted. At the very least, her young master was still acting like himself. He hadn't completely shut down over Sajinomiya Isumi's feelings toward the young lady. People often show who they truly care about when they're in danger. The most instinctive reaction to worry often reveals genuine feelings. Ren looked at the two who had clearly stepped past a master-servant relationship and muttered quietly. Yeah. Nagi also nodded slightly. Although Tachibana Wataru had said he liked Isumi, when faced with a crisis, his first reaction was concern for Saki. This proved that Kojima Saki's position in his heart was quite significant. And judging by how they both reacted, even Wataru himself might not have realized that Saki held a greater place in his heart than Isumi did. Ugh, such a troublesome brat. All that I said earlier was pointless. I even worried about this playboy, and yet before even sorting things out with Izumi, he just ran into his big sister's arms. Humph, brats will be brats after all. Nagi's unfiltered sarcasm reached the ears of the two hugging each other. Tachibana Wataru quickly let go, his face flushed red. But when Saki saw shattered glass near where Wataru stepped back, she immediately rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Young master, watch out. With a burst of strength, she pulled Wataru, who was a head shorter than her, into her arms. Ugh. Wataru was thoroughly stunned. Watching the scene unfold, Ren silently carried Nagi out of the video store. There was no need to let the two inside delay their moment because of them. Outside, things didn't feel as awkward, especially with the flames still burning on the neighboring street. Ren quickly brought Nagi back to his home. The explosion site was still some distance from his house, so fortunately, none of the glass in his home had shattered. Still, the incident gave Ren a mild sense of unease. Maybe it was time to beef up his home security. He placed Nagi gently onto the living room sofa, then crouched in front of her and looked up. How are you feeling? Still dizzy. How could anyone stay dizzy for that long? Nagi puffed her cheeks and complained, feeling like she was being treated like a child. She then noticed the glass shards on Ren's coat. You should take care of yourself. Your coat's covered in broken glass. Aren't you afraid you'll get cut? Only after her reminder did Ren notice that his coat had been sliced open in several places by the broken glass. The whole coat looked beyond saving. This made Ren feel a little bitter. It had been an expensive one. But there was no helping it. He used to take extra care of his belongings, but once they were truly damaged, replacement was the only option. He wasn't like Maria, who had the skills to fix something like this. It wasn't something that could be restored with mere technique. Looking up at Nagi, he noticed her hair was messy, her clothes were dusty, and some parts were torn. You're saying that to me, but look at yourself. Nagi looked down and realized her coat was just as ripped. Well, it was all because of the explosion. Thankfully, most of it had been blocked by the wind, and only a portion was damaged. Forget it. Go take a shower first. I'll clean up once you're done. Okay. Nagi grabbed a change of clothes from the suitcase room and went into the bathroom. Swish, the sound of water filled the space. As the hot water soaked her body, Nagi finally began to relax. Today had been a close call with an explosion. That sudden flash of white light, followed by the violent blast and impact. Her vision had taken the brunt of it, while she was relatively fine. Sure enough, ever since she began grasping elemental power, she had been gradually getting stronger. Since starting her kendo practice with Hinajika Katsura, Nagi could feel her body growing sturdier. But this explosion made her realize that she was still far from being immune to thermal weaponry. If it had been Kagaya, she probably wouldn't have taken any damage standing right at the blast center. Her elementalization made her entirely immune to physical damage. That kind of ability is amazing, elementalization. Immune to physical attacks. Seriously, that's totally overpowered. A trace of envy flashed in Nagi's eyes, but she didn't feel discouraged. Once she reached the demigod level, she too could achieve elementalization. Yes, she had to keep working hard. Nagi never doubted she would reach the demigod realm. After all, that was what Ren had said. She focused on the shower again. Brushing away those idle thoughts, she turned around to grab shampoo and body wash, and found a bottle in the corner. It was labeled as 9 in 1. Shampoo, conditioner, body wash, all combined. At that moment, Nagi's stereotype of boys just got stronger. But she had no better option right now. So she had to use it. After using the 9 in 1 to finish her shower, Nagi had only one impression. This stuff was actually pretty good. The scent wasn't too strong, and her hair didn't feel greasy at all. In fact, it felt especially smooth. Her skin didn't react either. It felt clean and refreshed, maybe even better than what she had at home. After putting on her pajamas, she stood in front of the bathroom mirror and gently combed her hair. Once it was smooth, she gathered the ends of her hair and brought them to her nose. It smells different from usual. She thought of Ren. This morning, she had sat on his lap, and even just now, he had been holding her. She remembered he had smelled just like this. Thinking of that, Nagi's lips curled into a small smile. She didn't bother with her usual twin tails and walked out of the bathroom in slippers. To be continued. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, No matter what you choose. According to reports from the scene, the museum where the explosion occurred is still under emergency response. The explosion resulted in 37 deaths and 351 injuries. The reporters on TV were giving rapid updates from the scene. The situation was even worse than expected, especially with such a high number of injuries. This had already become a major incident with far-reaching impact. If the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department couldn't resolve it quickly, their credibility with the public would likely plummet. However, if they did solve the case swiftly, at least for the time being, the police wouldn't be mocked as tax thieves. Should I help Officer Sato secure her golden badge? Ren rubbed his chin, lost in thought. The true cause of the explosion was easy for him to figure out. After all, he was a beyonder, not a detective. He didn't need to chase after so-called evidence like the usual sleuths. Divination was far more unreasonable than detectives with high IQs. As Ren thought about this, footsteps approached from behind. They came closer until the backrest of the sofa next to him dipped slightly. The familiar scent of bath products lingered in the air. Is that the explosion incident just now? Yeah. It's pretty serious. 37 people were confirmed dead on the spot, and 351 were injured. That qualifies as a severe and malicious crime. Once they catch the person behind it, there's no way it'll be handled lightly. Nagi glanced at the TV showing the explosion. The live broadcast didn't display the most tragic scenes. After all, excessive gore couldn't be shown live or it'd trigger regulatory issues. But just from hearing those numbers from Ren, Nagi could grasp the horror of the scene. Internal organs ruptured from the shockwave at close range. Ren nodded slightly. The explosion occurred too close to the street, and the museum was hosting its 20th anniversary celebration. It was inevitable that visitors would gather nearby. The word free is always a strong pull. Even if people think the museum is boring, if it's free, there'll always be someone who shows up. Nagi furrowed her brows in confusion. So, who did the bombing this time, and why? I'd like to know that too. Ren took out his tarot cards, shuffled them casually, spread them out in midair, and selected 3 cards at random. Reversed High Priestess. Reversed Magician. Reversed Chariot. A paranoid who's already on the verge of madness. The divination revealed enough. It even directly exposed the real culprit behind the bombing. Moriya Teiji. Moriya Teiji. Nagi felt the name sounded familiar. She racked her brain, trying to dig through messy memories. Then it clicked. Moriya Teiji. Isn't he that famous architect in Japan? Why would an architect be involved in a bombing? Artists are often linked to paranoia. Add in career setbacks and some psychological strain, and you get this type of person who projects their delusions onto the world. Psychopaths like this are capable of anything to satisfy their own obsessions. Nagi noted that career setbacks seemed like the key. After pondering silently, she asked, could this be related to Kudo Shinichi? That question made Ren give her a slightly different look. Nagi covered her face, exasperated. So it really is connected to Kudo Shinichi. Considering the types of incidents they'd encountered before, it seemed like such high-level murder cases only popped up when they were linked to Kudo Shinichi. In fact, Nagi had just been taking a stab in the dark. Who knew it would be spot on? I feel like, from now on, I won't even be surprised if murders happen every week in the city. Though she said it jokingly, Ren couldn't help but laugh. You're not wrong. But Nagi, don't forget, there's still a difference between reality and fiction. Reality isn't always logical, and stories don't revolve around just one person. Sometimes, things don't go according to the script. I know. Despite being only 13, Nagi understood this very well. Don't rely too heavily on predictions. Don't assume the story will unfold exactly as told. A story may hint at possible futures, but it doesn't guarantee them. So, what are we going to do about Moriya Teiji? The perpetrator had already been identified. Now it was a matter of what Ren wanted to do about it. To be honest, I'm pretty conflicted. This kind of psychopath needs to be taken care of soon. If he's allowed to keep roaming around, I'm afraid more people will end up getting hurt. So, Nagi, do you think I should stop him now, or wait and see how things play out? Nagi didn't get upset. She simply continued the conversation. It depends on you. Whether you want to prevent someone's tragedy now, or let things run their course for the sake of greater benefit later. Her voice was a little sharp. But Ren laughed. He turned around, leaned over the back of the sofa, and pinched Nagi's soft cheek. Even though I really want to see how those detectives operate, there are some things I'd rather not witness. I actually don't like tragedy. So let's deal with Moriya Teiji right away. Nagi snorted and crossed her arms, puffing up. That's your decision. What does it have to do with me? You still pretend it doesn't matter? Ren chuckled. As he sat up, Nagi, who had been standing behind the sofa, was gently lifted and placed on his lap like a doll. If I chose to just observe, you'd definitely hate me. Nagi didn't argue back. She just kept watching the news on TV. I wouldn't hate you just for that choice. I've known your personality for a long time. You naturally avoid getting involved in things that don't concern you, and you often just watch from the sidelines. So, even if you did decide to wait and see, I wouldn't hate you. I just think, it's just like you, not wanting to interfere. But, if you can change something that can be changed, I think I would like you for that. Ren, looking at the girl sitting with her back to him, noticed her ears turning slightly red. It was clear how embarrassed she was to say those words. Well, in that case, we really should make arrangements to deal with that psychopath. To be continued. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, Sato Miwako's Doubts. At this moment, the Metropolitan Police Department was flooded with the sound of ringing phones, countless calls reporting the same thing. The museum explosion. It was now a full-blown crisis and had escalated into a major social incident requiring immediate response. Even before the fire at the museum had been extinguished, the police had already determined that the explosion was no accident. It had been orchestrated. There were no flammable or explosive materials stored inside the museum. Moreover, the museum had undergone a thorough renovation ahead of its 20th anniversary celebration, including updates to all safety systems. This made the possibility of a spontaneous explosion virtually non-existent. Once this conclusion was reached, the upper ranks of the Metropolitan Police Department immediately recognized it for what it was, an intentional act of terrorism. Which made the situation significantly more serious. To cause an explosion of this scale, the amount of explosives used couldn't possibly be small. And if this much explosive had gone missing, the quantity stolen was likely far more than what had already been used. Once they understood that, the leadership launched an urgent investigation into the source of the explosives. But to identify the specific type of explosive, they would have to wait until the fire was fully extinguished so a forensic analysis could be performed. This delay caused chaos inside the Metropolitan Police Department. Ugh. Sato Miwako leaned back in her chair and exhaled. She had spent the past 2 days investigating the Takahashi Ryuichi incident. She had sorted through a lot and uncovered some leads, but many parts of the case were still frustratingly unclear. Just as she was about to contact Ren, the museum exploded, interrupting her plans. But priorities were priorities. The museum bombing was far more urgent. Ring, ring, ring. The sudden ring of her phone made her snap back to attention. She sat upright, glanced at the caller ID, and instinctively lowered her voice as she answered. What's up? Officer Sato, I assume the Metropolitan Police Department is still scrambling over the Shinjuku bombing, right? Miwako immediately perked up when she heard the voice on the other end. You know about it? I can guess. I was meeting a friend in Shinjuku today, and the explosion happened across the street. I know stuff like this happens all the time in Baika City, but it still gave me a scare. After I got home, I did some digging and figured out who was behind it and why. Her jaw nearly hit the desk. You. How do you already know that? Investigation. The entire department was investigating, yet they had no leads. And here her informant had already uncovered the truth. I just have a simple and efficient way to get answers. I'm not as clever as a detective, but my method makes up for the lack of brainpower. So, Officer Sato, do you want to know? That line made Miwako pause. She changed the topic slightly, her tone now filled with curiosity. I'm more interested in how you got your hands on that intel. You're curious about my method? Sorry, but that's a secret. Not something I can disclose just like that. Miwako really was curious. What kind of method could uncover the culprit before the entire police department had found a single lead? But she understood, this was likely a private matter. It made sense he wouldn't reveal it so casually. Then let me ask you something else. Why contact me after getting this intel? Same reason as before. I don't want unnecessary trouble. Rather than reporting it through official channels, isn't it easier to reach out to you? And didn't you promise to keep it between us? Just to avoid trouble. I feel like you're baiting me, luring me in step by step with your mysterious info-gathering methods. Hey, does Officer Sato think I'm trying to pursue you? No, you wouldn't need to try so hard to pursue me. And besides, there are so many cute girls your age around you. Why would you go for an older woman like me? Sato Miwako didn't really think he was pursuing her. It wasn't about fame or profit. Just avoiding trouble. But she couldn't shake the feeling that he was slowly pulling her into his world out of curiosity. Not through romantic pursuit, but through intrigue. Still, she found it strange. Aside from her looks, what could possibly attract anyone? Being a cop wasn't exactly a popular profession when it came to matchmaking. She'd been on countless blind dates because her mother insisted her job was too dangerous and wanted her to marry early and settle down. Of course, once the word police came up, her dates usually lost all interest. So, what if I was pursuing you? Then I'll give you a chance. But a kid like you would definitely lose interest in an older woman like me after just a few days. Officer Sato, you really are something else. But let's leave that topic aside and get back to the real point. Officer Sato, do you want to know who was behind the bombing and why? Yes. Sato Miwako didn't hesitate for a second. She was, of course, intensely curious about the Shinjuku bombing. The entire department was in motion, which meant this was an enormous case. A major challenge to the Metropolitan Police. Moriya Teiji. He planned the bombing. The reason? He suffered a career setback and wanted to challenge a detective who had also fallen from grace. Insane. That bastard's completely lost it. That was Miwako's first reaction. This man had triggered a large-scale bombing just because of some career issues. And to challenge a detective with it. I think the police department will soon get reports about the theft of explosives from the JSDF storage. Once it's confirmed that plastic explosives were stolen, things will escalate fast. To be continued. Chapter 327, Crazy Artist. As expected, the officers dispatched by the Metropolitan Police Department to investigate the explosives quickly returned with news. Inspector Megier, we've confirmed that the explosives were stolen from a Japanese military depot. Upon hearing this, Inspector Megier's face darkened. How long have they been hiding this? They said, it might have been stolen last week. Megier's vision nearly went black. Stolen last week. And those fools didn't even report it. What were they thinking? Megier could feel his blood pressure rising. He knew exactly what those bureaucrats were trying to do: cover up the theft first, conduct an internal investigation, and only report it once it was impossible to hide. The usual routine. But this time, the stolen explosives weren't sold on the black market. They were turned into time bombs and planted all over Baika City. If those devices were all detonated, the chaos would be unimaginable. Those idiotic gatekeepers really thought they could hide explosives. Are they insane? After forcing himself to calm his rising blood pressure, Megier suppressed his anger and began giving orders. Tell the officers still at the Oriental Explosives Depot not to return. Have them continue investigating the source of the theft. Send in the forensics team as well, see if there's any evidence left behind. I'll report to Superintendent Matsumoto immediately. Yes, sir. This exchange took place in the 1st Investigation Division's office area, and naturally, many officers overheard it. Their expressions were full of anger. The Oriental Explosives Bureau had completely screwed them over. The horrific Shinjuku blast had resulted in heavy casualties. This wasn't something that could be swept under the rug. If this case wasn't resolved soon, the public would lose all faith in the police force. Despite their frustration, the officers were careful not to show it in front of the explosion victims. If they were careless and made the wrong impression, their careers could be over. Still on her phone call, Sato Miwako heard everything just now. She froze for a moment, then glanced at her phone in surprise before bringing it back to her ear. Just like you said. I just received the confirmation. The person in charge of the Oriental Explosives Depot is very reasonable. As long as the stolen materials don't cause a public incident, they figured it could be dealt with quietly. They chose to gamble, but unfortunately, they lost big. The man who stole the explosives is a lunatic. You can't reason with a madman. And a full week, that's more than enough time to lay out a lot of groundwork. For the police, every hour lost is fatal. Sato Miwako bit her lip hard. She was starting to truly despise these madmen who sought revenge on society. At the same time, she hated even more the people who deliberately withheld crucial information. But the police do have one stroke of luck. That lunatic was so obsessed with his art that he wanted to play games with the police. That's why I said this explosion was his challenge to a detective. His architectural design had been rejected, and he blamed it on the detective who influenced that decision. Moriya Teiji's hatred for that detective wasn't ordinary. But unfortunately, that detective died in an accident 2 months ago. Moriya Teiji only found out recently, after hacking into the police database using a dark web hacker. His target of revenge died just like that. His entire plan unraveled, leaving him in a psychological collapse. And considering the year of depression following the design rejection, that incident had become a stain on his life. So, he finally snapped. He decided to go all in. He's already rigged his own home with a large quantity of plastic explosives. When it's all over, he wants to go out like an artist. Sato Miwako took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress her growing anger, but she couldn't hold it in completely. That lunatic, he thinks this is art. Well, isn't that how a lot of people in the art world are? There's only a fine line between an artist and a madman. You know the saying, genius and madness often go hand in hand. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. Of course, Moriya Teiji isn't a real artist. He's just a madman who exaggerated minor setbacks into something world-shaking. But now that he's lost his original purpose, he's likely to escalate things. I'm guessing he'll start sending announcements to various media outlets. You know how those tabloid agencies are. All they care about is clicks and whether their papers sell. They don't care about the consequences. Damn it. Sato Miwako cursed in her mind. She knew all too well how unscrupulous those media organizations were. That madman. He's completely insane. Sato Mawako took another breath. At this moment, she finally understood the saying, there's no point in reasoning with a lunatic. None at all. He's definitely insane. But this so-called artist who worships explosions is too obsessed with the ending he's crafted for himself. That gives the police a sliver of opportunity. What he wants is to stomp on the police, humiliate the detectives, and make sure his name is remembered, like one of his buildings. So, Officer Sato, prepare yourself. If you can't convince Inspector Megure, then you'll have no choice but to wait for the madman to make his first move. This made Sato Mawako hesitate slightly. Once you fall into a passive position, everything becomes exponentially harder. This time, she had to take the initiative. So, do you know where that lunatic planted his bombs? To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 328, Chapter 328, Sato Mawako's Choice. I guess so. You really do know. Sato Mawako let out a sigh of relief, but she was even more surprised by Ren's methods. After the Takahashi Ryuichi case, she already knew Ren had some kind of special ability, but she had never directly asked what that ability was. But could supernatural powers really investigate things so clearly? As an ordinary person, Sato Mawako couldn't perceive it, nor could she make a proper judgment with her own understanding. So, where exactly is the bomb? There are 6 bombs planted on the central tracks of the to-do loop line. Sato Mawako was shocked again. She already knew the bomber was a complete lunatic, but this time the incident was on a whole new scale. Is he seriously insane? Sato Mawako tried hard to keep her voice down, or else her voice would have echoed throughout the entire office. The loop line is used by so many commuters. If those bombs were to explode, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Sato Mawako knew that if all 6 bombs went off, the passengers on board would be completely wiped out. So, hasn't he always been a madman? I've never denied he's a madman. What he's doing is his twisted idea of performing art. While I can admire someone's extreme dedication, I still despise such insanity. Sato Mawako did her best to compose herself. Now wasn't the time to get emotional. The bombs had to be dealt with first. She genuinely wanted to kill Moriya Teiji, but she knew what mattered most right now was solving the problem. Supporting herself with one hand, she stood up, glanced at her colleagues in the office to confirm they were all busy on the phone, then sat down again and lowered her voice to continue asking. So, where are the explosives located? I know the location of all 6 bombs. But can you persuade Inspector Megure? That. Sato Mawako froze for a moment. Indeed, this was the real issue right now. She couldn't explain everything to Inspector Megure, especially not something like explosives. The Metropolitan Police Department is already on edge. Senior officials are closely monitoring this case and have deployed large numbers of personnel. Your word alone won't be enough to sway Inspector Megure. Once you lose the initiative, the only way to convince him might be to expose me. I won't do that. Sato Mawako rejected the idea without a second thought. Even if doing so could save many lives. Even if it could save many lives. If I say something now, you might be put in danger. I don't believe those who discover your ability would ever let you go. Sato Mawako knew she was being naive, but she still believed she was right. If the higher-ups found out that this child had such special powers, he would be forcibly controlled for sure. Officer Sato, if you act now, you could save a lot of people. Someone once made that choice, sacrificing a few to save the many. There's no such thing as a few or the many when it comes to lives. All lives are equal. Idealist, huh? Officer Sato, what you said is clearly too idealistic. This world isn't equal, and neither is life. But in my eyes, it is equal. When facing a bomber, I'll do everything I can to stop him, but I won't steer an uncontrollable train right into one person. You really are too idealistic. But I do admit, Officer Sato, that you're unique. You're not in a high enough position yet, so your heart hasn't been tainted. Sato Mawako could hear that there was a subtle smile in the voice on the other end of the call. Well then, Officer Sato, how about I give you a suggestion? A suggestion? Sato Mawako instinctively raised her guard. What kind of suggestion? Right now, you can't convince Inspector Megure the normal way, and you don't want to expose me. That means you'll have to take on some risk. What do you think? Risk? I'm in. You're willing to take a risk? All right then. It's 1:32 p.m. right now, just past the mark. There's still 2.5 hours before the bombs activate. If Officer Sato is willing to act independently, then there's no need to convince Inspector Megure. Understood. Sato Mawako immediately stood up, left her seat without saying a word to anyone, exited the Investigation Section 1 office, and took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. She jumped into her beloved car, fastened her seatbelt quickly, and started the engine. At that very moment, Ren, who was watching the news at home with Nagi in his arms, was casually lounging and staring at the TV. What a mad artist. Using such extreme means just to make the world remember his name. People in the arts really are a little off. Being too obsessed leads to ruin. Nagi kept her eyes on the TV. The news was still broadcasting updates about the explosion in Shinjuku. She actually agreed with Ren's assessment. You said it yourself, artists are paranoid by nature. They may have immense talent in one area, but they're also overly sensitive about perceived flaws. Every artist wants their reputation to be spotless. But using such cruel methods to leave behind an artistic legacy, that's not something any sane person would do. Ren could see it clearly. He also understood why. Sanzenin originally wanted to challenge Kudo Shinichi, but he did not account for the news of Kudo Shinichi's death before executing his plan. He simply proceeded with his preparations. He was trapped by a change in circumstances. The Kudo Shinichi he wanted revenge on didn't even exist anymore. So he made some last-minute changes and ended up triggering the bomb too early. If he had just waited a little longer, his plan wouldn't have failed so easily. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 329, Using his identity. The explosion at the museum happened too early. If it had been delayed to around 3 o'clock or 3:30 p.m., the success rate of the plan would have increased. However, the perpetrator seemed to be a bit overconfident. Perhaps it was because this was his first criminal act, and it was directly tied to his artistic pursuit. Blind self-confidence is fatal. Of course, Ren still appreciated it when something this dangerous needed to be dealt with. It was like watching a play. He enjoyed seeing such an overconfident artist ultimately destroy himself. Sitting on his lap, Nagi elbowed Ren behind her. Even if he delayed the explosion, you would still have been able to handle it, right? Ren nodded slightly, not denying it. It's possible. But in that case, the credit wouldn't go to Officer Sato. For certain cases, it's best if everything except the source appears personal. That way, credit goes to the individual. Otherwise, it easily causes bias. Of course, once things appear highly personalized, it also helps to keep my presence diluted. Ren leaned back slightly, clearly understanding his own position. Before I gain absolute power, I'd rather not have too much contact with the police or public safety. I'm not like Kudo, who likes standing in the spotlight. I'd much rather sit downstairs in front of the TV. I knew it. Nagi wasn't surprised by Ren's answer. She actually shared the same mindset. Even if I plan to show my strength openly in the future, it's better to wait until I'm strong enough. So, are you thinking of starting with someone in the Metropolitan Police Department? But Ren shook his head slightly. No, I only contacted Officer Sato because I didn't want to go to a phone booth every time. I told her about the incident, and she won't reveal my identity. That saves me a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ah, saving trouble again. Nagi felt like she had figured it out. But on second thought, it really did match Ren's personality. He hated getting involved in things that didn't concern him. The best way to deal with those was to report them to the police. After all, handling crime is the police's job. In this case, it was best to let the authorities handle it. But now, I'm starting to think maybe it's a good idea to develop Officer Sato into one of my believers. But when he said that, Ren hesitated slightly. It's just unfortunate that I can't give Officer Sato a power that suits her right now. As a police officer, the most appropriate pathway for Sato Mawako would naturally be the arbiter. Unfortunately, Ren had not obtained the Nation of Disorder, so he could not bestow the power of that pathway yet. Then give her the power of a different pathway for now. Once you find a more fitting one, you can replace it. The powers granted as gifts are different from those obtained through potion advancement. Gifted powers are obviously easier to control. Nagi offered the suggestion. Ren nodded slightly in agreement. The gift system really was more convenient in that regard. After this incident ends, Officer Sato will likely be curious. Regarding the Takahashi Ryoichi case, she should have already figured out that the incident from 2 years ago was connected to Chikako. She must be struggling to understand what she can't explain. Exactly. That's when we can let her witness supernatural power beyond her understanding. But isn't a stubborn person harder to recruit as a believer? Nagi reminded Ren that the one he was targeting this time wasn't just anyone. This isn't a believer cultivated by a god. This is just me, inviting her personally. It doesn't matter whether she spreads faith or not. I just think Officer Sato is interesting. Nagi was briefly stunned, then quickly understood. This wasn't an invitation made under the identity of some mysterious god, but an invitation from Ren himself. It might seem like just a difference in wording, but it represented an entirely different meaning. So you think highly of this policewoman? Well, there is a reason to save trouble, I guess. Nagi asked teasingly. Ren smiled and pinched Nagi's soft cheek. On one hand, yes, it's about saving trouble. Having that kind of connection will be more solid than our current relationship. But the other reason is probably what Officer Sato said earlier. It was clearly a trolley problem, but she gave an answer that was even more greedy. Instead of choosing between sacrificing one person or many, she chose to rely on her own strength to stop the disaster from happening in the first place. That was the path of changing fate. Since she gave that kind of answer and was even willing to take risks, then fate shouldn't remain the same. Meanwhile, Sato Mawako, now driving, had quickly found the first bomb hidden in the middle of the railroad track based on Ren's instructions. There it is. Sato Mawako sat in her car, using binoculars to spot the bomb hidden between the tracks. She immediately stopped the car and grabbed the electric drill from the passenger seat. The guardrail here was relatively low, only about 1.5 meters. Even with a drill in hand, it wasn't hard to get over. Checking the timing of the trains, Sato Mawako seized the moment and rushed to the bomb's hiding spot. A rectangular explosive was placed atop a railway sleeper, and on closer inspection, it had been firmly screwed in. Good thing he warned me. Sato Mawako quickly began dismantling the bomb. Luckily, the drill worked efficiently. The explosive was detached in just 10 seconds. Considering the location was on an active railway line, she picked up the dynamite and the drill and left the site immediately. Crossing the guardrail, she returned to her car. Sato Mawako stowed the dynamite in a bag, then drove straight to the second bomb's location without stopping. It was now 2 p.m. There were still 2 hours left until detonation. She had enough time, but still needed to move faster. She had to save at least 30 minutes to finish defusing the rest. To be continued. Chapter 330, Insane Informant. At 3:21 p.m., Sato Mawako finally recovered the last bomb. It had taken nearly an hour and a half to retrieve all 6 bombs planted between the rails. Huff. Sitting in the driver's seat of her beloved car, Sato let out a long breath of relief. She glanced at the time displayed on her phone. There are nearly 40 minutes left until 4 p.m. That should be enough to deal with these bombs. Looking at the rectangular explosives, each about the size of a brick, Sato Mawako finally felt the tension ease. Had these bombs been activated on the tracks, and without a hint from the bomber, the resulting chaos would have been unthinkable. As a police officer, she knew never to place her hopes in criminals. Who knows when a lunatic like that might suddenly snap and cause havoc. It's always best to keep hope in your own hands. While catching her breath, Sato Mawako called Ren. The call connected quickly. All 6 bombs have been recovered. Good. Since they were recovered before the official launch, they can be safely sent for dismantling. As long as they aren't triggered, there won't be complications. But once they're activated, disarming them becomes a lot harder. That was exactly the reassurance Mawako needed to hear. But those 6 bombs are only a quarter of the explosives that were stolen. There are still 3/4 unaccounted for. 1/4 of them is at Teiji Moriya's residence, and he still has the detonator. If he isn't captured in time, and he gets the chance to trigger the bombs in his home, the officer sent to arrest him might end up in heaven. This lunatic. Sato had no energy left to curse him anymore. He's already scripted his grand finale and placed himself in the flames. But that still doesn't change the fact that he's just a criminal. Then Officer Sato, I'll be counting on you to keep working hard. Wait, what about the remaining half of the explosives? Sato urgently needed to know what came next. Well, I think Officer Sato should first report the explosives to Inspector Megier. 30 minutes isn't a lot of time. I still hope you can continue acting alone for now. Some matters require coordination from Inspector Megier and others. At the very least, Moriya must not be allowed to realize his bombs were found too soon. Otherwise, if a psychopath like that learns his plan has failed, won't he just detonate the bombs out of spite? Probably. Miwako's expression twitched slightly. She had a feeling that someone who went to such lengths to stage a dramatic ending wouldn't tolerate deviation from his script. If someone like that learned that all his plans had been foiled, the worst outcome would be an immediate detonation. Miwako took a deep breath. So that's why you had me act alone. Exactly. The location of the next bomb is especially sensitive. Who knows if that psychopath has a backup detonator? That's why, for now, it's best to just play along. Understood. Miwako realized it was best to go along with the flow for now, at least until they could deceive the bomber and keep him from doing anything drastic. I'll report to Inspector Megier first, then contact you again after I've handled the explosives. After hanging up, Sato took another deep breath and dialed Inspector Megier. This time, the call took a while to connect. Inspector Megier, I've recovered 6 custom bombs placed on the tracks of the Tuda Loop line. On the other end, Inspector Megier slammed his desk and shot up from his seat. The bomber planted bombs on the Tuda Loop line. The entire conference room went silent after Megier's outburst. Sitting beside him, Matsumoto Kiyonaga glanced at the other officers and said, "Megure, put it on speaker." "Got it." Megure snapped out of his daze and quickly turned on the speaker. "Officer Sato, is what you just said true?" "Yes. I've already dismantled all 6 bombs. None of them were activated. I'm now on my way back to the Metropolitan Police Department." "All dismantled? Are you sure there were only 6? "Yes. I'm certain there were only 6. Also, I've confirmed the identity of the bomber. These unused explosives were likely intended as a taunt to the police. I believe he planned to leak information about them to the media as a provocation." The faces of the officers in the room darkened. If even one of those bombs on the loop line had gone off, the Metropolitan Police Department would have suffered a devastating embarrassment. "Wait, Officer Sato, you said you confirmed the bomber's identity." Matsumoto Kiyonaga couldn't hold back his surprise. Until now, the bomber's identity had been a complete mystery. How had Sato identified him? And on top of that, she'd gone alone to disarm 6 bombs hidden in the middle of the tracks. Yes. The bomber is Teiji Moriya. The mention of that name stirred an uproar in the room. They all knew who Teiji Moriya was, a rising star in the world of architecture, often in the public eye lately. "Officer Sato, where did you get that information?" Matsumoto voiced the question everyone had in mind. "It came from my informant. I was suspicious at first, so I went alone to check. Once I confirmed the first bomb was real, I trusted the intel and began recovering the rest along the loop." What kind of informant is that good? Matsumoto Kiyonaga had a million question marks in his mind. Since when were informants this reliable? Not only did this one know the exact location of all 6 bombs, but even correctly identified the bomber. Just as he was about to ask more, Superintendent Hakuba, seated in the first chair, subtly shook his head. Matsumoto instinctively stopped himself. After a pause, Matsumoto continued asking. "Did your informant say anything about the other explosives?" "Yes. It's confirmed that 1/4 of the explosives is hidden in Moriya Teiji's home, and he has a detonator that can trigger them at any time. As for the remaining half, my informant said we need to keep Moriya Teiji distracted first, since the location is especially sensitive." Everyone in the room was sharp enough to understand what that meant the moment they heard it. This was a way to give credit to Officer Sato Miwako. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 331, the location of the remaining half of the explosives. After the call ended, the atmosphere in the conference room was noticeably calmer. So the identity of the bomber is confirmed. I didn't expect it to be that famous architect. Superintendent Hakuba finally relaxed a little. If not for Officer Sato's intel, our Metropolitan Police Department might have been completely fooled by a bomber right under the public's nose. There's no need to investigate Officer Sato's informant further. I remember this informant first appeared after the Tsukikage Island incident. Perhaps it's earlier than what I know. Maybe there's more to this informant than we thought. The officers who were aware of parts of the situation nodded in understanding. Now they understood why a deputy police inspector had such a powerful informant. So that was the background. There are always a few special individuals in this world. This was just another such individual, expressing his attitude through Sato Miwako. That attitude was the most important clue. Superintendent Hakuba was the first to catch on. "So, is it necessary to investigate this informant any further?" "No, it's not. Special individuals need oversight, yes, but only when they can actually be controlled. Most of them, however, cannot." And Superintendent Hakuba was well aware of the extraordinary capabilities these individuals possess, especially in fields ordinary people can't even step into. This wasn't speculation, but something learned through repeated experiences. Therefore, after hearing Sato Miwako relay the informant's intentions, Superintendent Hakuba knew there was no need to push further to identify them. In fact, it was better not to know. There was a high possibility that this was a test. "Superintendent Matsumoto, since we've confirmed the bomber's identity, assemble the bomb disposal unit and the special operations team. If the bomber attempts anything, neutralize him on the spot. Inspector Megure, if the bomber initiates a provocation, go along with it. Suppress the news about the bombs being dismantled. You two handle it." "Yes, sir." Times. Megure Juzan and Matsumoto Kiyonaga stood up and went to manage the follow-up operations. Once they had left, Superintendent Hakuba crossed his arms and turned to another matter. "I recall Officer Sato was just promoted to Deputy Inspector a few months ago." "Yes. Officer Sato was promoted from Patrol Division Chief to Deputy Inspector 3 months ago," a subordinate quickly replied. Originally, there was no urgent need to promote her again. But this time, Officer Sato prevented a major catastrophe and saved the Metropolitan Police Department from public disgrace. I believe her position should be elevated." The officers present immediately understood what this meant. Normally, promotions don't happen this quickly unless you're in a specialized track. But when it comes to extraordinary contributions, exceptions can and must be made. And as for the informant topic, not a single word was mentioned. A collective, silent agreement. Meanwhile, Megure Juzo and Matsumoto Kiyonaga were already coordinating the response against the bomber. Megure Juzo immediately called on the bomb disposal unit to mobilize. Soon, Sato Miwako's vehicle arrived at the underground parking lot of the Metropolitan Police Department. The moment the car stopped, the bomb disposal experts quickly moved in and opened the bag containing the explosives. Upon inspection, they let out a collective sigh of relief. Light-sensitive bombs. Luckily, none of these were activated. Otherwise, things would have gotten ugly. If such bombs had been placed on the railway, even a single mishandling could have caused a massive disaster. Yeah. Once officially activated, these bombs rely on consistent light exposure as a trigger. If blocked for too long, they'll explode immediately. All the officers present felt their hearts skip a beat. Their faces turned red from the sudden surge of blood as they realized just how disastrous it could have been. Thankfully, the light-sensitive bombs had been recovered. The bomb squad quickly dismantled the inactive explosives and disabled the transmission system so the plastic explosives posed no further threat. Plastic bombs are considered relatively stable. They won't explode from standard pressure or heat. As long as the detonator is neutralized, the bomb becomes inert. That stability is precisely why the Japanese Armament Storage Department uses them. But because of that, manufacturing these kinds of bombs without expert knowledge is nearly impossible. However, according to data, this batch of explosives only accounts for about 1/4 of what was stolen. After running a quick analysis, one of the bomb squad experts made that judgment. It's definitely just a quarter. Sato Miwako had already anticipated that and turned toward Inspector Megure. Inspector Megure, I'll leave the next part to you. Yes. Officer Sato, thank you for your efforts. I'm heading out to retrieve the remaining explosives now. With that, Sato Miwako quickly drove off from the underground garage. Half of the explosives were still out there, and they had to be retrieved fast. Time was critical. Judging by the time left before sunset, there was still just over an hour remaining. If Inspector Megure could keep the bomber preoccupied, she'd have just enough time. 1 hour should be enough to recover the rest. While waiting at a red light, Sato Miwako quickly dialed Ren. The bombs have been recovered. Inspector Megure should be able to buy me an hour. To be exact, it's 1 hour and 34 minutes. It's a bit tight. If the bomber notices anything's off, things will escalate quickly. So, are the bombs far from here? The Baika Administrative Building isn't far from the Metropolitan Police Department, but it'll take you about 15 minutes to get there. Plus, the bomber's public announcement might create traffic congestion. Baika Administrative Building. Sato Miwako nearly bit her tongue in shock. That place was the administrative center of the city, packed with civilians and government workers. If a bomb went off there, it would undoubtedly become the biggest incident yet. To be continued. Chapter 332, Found the Bomb in Trance, bonus. Sato Miwako couldn't turn on the siren. That would only alert everyone nearby that something was wrong at the municipal building. With that in mind, she had Northwest choice but to drive normally. At the same time, she turned on the radio in her car. It was already 3:55 in the afternoon, exactly as expected. We now interrupt this broadcast with an urgent special report. Here it comes. Sato Miwako's expression hardened. We've just received a chilling warning. All passengers currently riding the Tuda Loop line are advised to remain calm and avoid panicking. A letter was received from a man claiming to be responsible for the Shinjuku bombing. He has planted 6 bombs along the Tuda Loop line. Starting at 4 p.m., if any train on the line fails to maintain a minimum speed of 60 km per hour, the bombs will detonate. A direct provocation, as expected. Sato Miwako felt a chill run down her spine. Everything was precisely timed. If she had been even 30 minutes later, the bombs planted on the tracks would have already exploded. Fortunately, she had made it in time. Thinking back on how she had recovered all 6 bombs gave her a brief moment of relief. Sure enough, Moriya Teiji had made his announcement in advance, just as predicted. He was extremely confident in his planning and setup. Inspector Megure should be able to stall for a while. There was still over an hour until sunset. Based on Moriya's personality, the bombs placed in the Baika Municipal Building likely wouldn't detonate before then. But once the sun set, it would be a different story. These wouldn't be light-sensitive bombs, more likely, they were time bombs. Gripping the steering wheel and staring at the road ahead, Sato Miwako couldn't suppress a wave of irritation. Hurry up. I don't have time for this. Just then, the previously congested road started clearing, as if responding to her plea. She glanced to the side and immediately understood. The Tuda Loop line. No wonder it wasn't jammed anymore. The radio announcement had made people avoid the loop line area. Some clearly believed the bomber's threats and chose not to risk being near the tracks. After all, no one wants to be caught in a derailment caused by an explosion. That was likely the reason the previously jammed road had suddenly cleared. A stroke of luck. She quickly followed the flow of traffic, accelerating to keep pace and pass through this section smoothly. However, while traffic near the loop line had eased up, other roads remained heavily congested. In fact, some were even worse than usual. Annoyed but patient, Sato Miwako finally reached the Baika Municipal Building and parked nearby. After taking a moment to compose herself, she exited the car, grabbing the prepared bag from the passenger seat. Looking around, she saw that the municipal building was still full of people. Despite the bomber's public warning, many seemed to think it didn't concern them. Sato Miwako quickly entered the building and pulled out her phone to contact Ren. "I've arrived at the municipal building. Right on time, just as predicted. As you enter, no, even at the entrance, look upward. You'll spot a time bomb with a considerable yield." Sato Miwako stepped inside and began searching above the entrance. In a well-concealed spot high up, she saw it, a live time bomb, its digits steadily counting down. "Found it. Don't worry. That one's fairly stable. The bomber is a perfectionist and an architect. He knows demolition principles. He wouldn't make a faulty device." "Then I really ought to thank him for being such a perfectionist," Sato Miwako muttered sarcastically. "Officer Sato, you really should be glad he's not a half-baked amateur. If he were, this whole operation would be far more dangerous. His perfectionism doesn't just apply to design, it extends to his technical knowledge. But perfectionists tend to be paranoid. As long as no flaws appear, they believe everything is under control. That works in our favor. Also, don't alert anyone in the building. It could spark a panic. These bombs are set to go off at 10 p.m. You've got 5 hours. They are strictly time-triggered, with no remote detonation mechanism. They can even withstand a few bumps." Sato Miwako took a deep breath. She knew the real challenge was just beginning. She had to retrieve all of the bombs in 5 hours. It was no easy task, but there was no other choice. "I'll prepare and start now." She quickly located a restroom, entered a stall, and pulled out dark blue work clothes from her bag. She packed away her original uniform and changed into the work attire. A matching baseball cap and a pair of thick gloves completed the disguise. Wearing this, no one would question her movements within the municipal building. Of course, this wasn't her own idea, it had been suggested in advance. She slung the bag over her shoulder and transformed completely into a municipal maintenance worker. With that, her bomb retrieval operation officially began. Meanwhile, Ren was lounging at home, watching the news. TSK. Those reporters really aren't afraid of death. They're like sharks that smelled blood. The Metropolitan Police Department had responded quickly, evacuating civilians along the to-do loop line as soon as they received the warning. But the reporters, completely unfazed, had gathered even closer to the danger zone, cameras rolling. They're always like that. Moriya Teiji didn't plan this aspect, but he used the media's obsession with real-time reporting to his advantage. He can just sit at home and watch TV to gauge the situation. Using reporters, huh? They're not exactly helpful to police operations. Do you think they care? Ren chuckled. All they care about is climbing the ranks. Whether or not they help the police is irrelevant. After all, it's not like the police can arrest them over something like this. But thanks to all the focus being drawn to the to-do loop line, no one is paying attention to the municipal building. That gives Officer Sato the perfect window to act quietly. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 333, Collecting All Bombs, Bonus. Moriya Teiji sat in his luxurious villa, enjoying what he believed was the Metropolitan Police Department's complete ineptitude. His expression was filled with mockery. So this is the level of the Metropolitan Police Department. He didn't bother to conceal his contempt in the slightest. Moriya Teiji had absolute confidence in his plan. Every step had been carefully prepared in advance, from the theft of the explosives to their installation, all completed over the past week. It had been an elaborate and meticulous process. The manufacturing and placement of the bombs alone had been a logistical challenge. The reason so many bombs had been planted in the Baika Municipal Building was because Moriya himself had designed the building. He understood precisely how to use explosives to destroy it entirely. All he needed to do was seal every entrance and exit with bombs and then detonate the structural core. Once the load-bearing frame was destroyed, the entire building would collapse in an instant. And now, the police seemed utterly powerless in the face of his masterpiece. This pleased him. Soon, the name Moriya Teiji would resound across Japan. Still, there was one lingering regret. Kudo Shinichi, it's such a pity he didn't get to experience my grand finale. This was Moriya Teiji's only true regret. Had he acted just a few months earlier, he might have caught Kudo Shinichi before his apparent death and struck the final blow to the detective who had foiled him once. But alas, he was no god. He couldn't challenge the dead. Though disappointed, Moriya didn't dwell on it. Even without Kudo, his carefully crafted finale was still going to unfold. The mad architect. The symmetrical artist. Teiji Moriya. My name will go down in Japan's history. Just like those artists whose names live on long after they're gone. In this moment, Moriya Teiji was in a fantastic mood. Everything was progressing exactly as he had envisioned. If the police were even more pathetic, my identity wouldn't be exposed until long after my death. Chuckling, he glanced at the clock. 5:12 p.m. Still some time before the sun completely set. I wonder if those useless officers managed to handle the railroad bombs. Maybe they didn't. If so, Moriya would only conclude that the police were truly deserving of the nickname tax thieves. Outside, dusk was settling in. The sun finally set, yet no explosions had been reported. That alone indicated the police had likely managed to disarm the bombs along the railway. Yet, the police had not released any statement. Everything remained confidential, and nothing had been disclosed to the media. Things seemed to have quieted down, for now. People who had earlier panicked over the bomber's warning began to return to their normal routines. Still, due to the bombing incident that morning, some people went home early to avoid unnecessary risk. Others simply went on with their lives. After all, bombers were the responsibility of the Metropolitan Police Department. Ordinary people couldn't let fear dominate their daily routine. Yet, beneath the surface, someone was still quietly at work behind the scenes. Night had fallen. The dark blue work clothes Sato Mawako wore were stained with grease and dust. Her baseball cap was pulled low, and sweat dripped from her brow. Her eyes were visibly bloodshot. Ha. Dismantling bombs was exhausting. It required full concentration every second. Even though she knew the bombs weren't sensitive to touch, the psychological pressure remained crushing. But after nearly 3 hours of continuous work, Sato Mawako had successfully dismantled all the bombs planted at the entrances, exits, and emergency escape routes. 34 bombs. That lunatic really intended to obliterate this entire building. Those 34 bombs were enough to block every exit in the Baika Municipal Building. They would have prevented anyone from escaping or entering once detonated. Still, these bombs only sealed access points. What would actually bring down the whole building was something much bigger. Sato Mawako checked the time. 7:12 p.m. There were still nearly 2 hours left before the bombs were set to detonate. There was only one remaining bomb, the largest one, still hidden inside the municipal building. She estimated she needed about 38 minutes to deal with it. 1 hour would be more than enough. After shutting the trunk of her vehicle, Sato Mawako didn't rush to retrieve the final device. Instead, she took 5 minutes to mentally reset. The final bomb wasn't placed at an entrance. It was in the lost and found area on the 5th floor. That spot was located at the core of the municipal building's structural support. A massive explosion there would instantly destroy the building's load-bearing column, causing the entire structure to collapse like a house of cards. Thousands, maybe even tens of thousands, of people would die instantly in the rubble. This was not a joke. When she reached the 5th floor, Sato Mawako casually walked around and soon spotted a large pink bag sitting suspiciously on the floor. Looking inside, she saw it. The countdown was already running. It made no sound, only ticking silently like a clock. That quiet ticking marked the time left for everyone inside this building. Once the timer hit 0, everything here would be reduced to dust. This maniac. Sato Mawako cursed inwardly as she picked up the heavy bag and began making her way downstairs. The bomb was extremely heavy. As expected, it contained the majority of the stolen explosives and was meant to take down the entire building. She walked cautiously the entire way, alert to any suspicious people nearby. Fortunately, there were no incidents. It wasn't until she finally placed the massive bomb in her car that she let out a sigh of complete relief. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 334, Chapter 334, I want to tell you something. Inspector Magyar, the remaining bombs have been recovered, but they've all been activated. Very good. Upon hearing this news, Magyar finally let out a sigh of relief. If the bombs that had been circulated externally really posed a major threat, no one would have been able to take responsibility. Now that it was confirmed all the bombs had been recovered, it was practically the best possible outcome. As for them being activated, that wasn't such a big issue anymore. Just send the bomb disposal unit to take care of them. If they couldn't be defused, then transport them to a safe location and detonate them there. As long as the bombs weren't within the city and didn't threaten civilian lives, then the problem wasn't critical. Still, Magyar had one more question on his mind. By the way, Officer Sato, where were the bombs installed? It was the Baika Municipal Building. The moment he heard municipal building, Magyar Juzin's face instantly darkened. If these bombs exploded inside the municipal building, the entire staff could be at risk of death. It wouldn't just be 1 or 2 casualties. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of people could die. Good. Officer Sato, come back and hand the bombs over to the disposal team. They'll take over from here. Yes, I'm returning to headquarters now. After hanging up, Sato Miwako sat in the driver's seat and took a moment to relax. But this wasn't the time to let her guard down completely. At the very least, she needed to finish handing off the bombs first. The drive back posed no problems. Driving carefully, she noticed fewer vehicles on the road than usual. It seemed the earlier explosions and the alert had scared many people off the streets. That made her return much easier. Compared to the 1-hour traffic jam earlier, the trip back only took 23 minutes before she pulled into the underground garage of the Metropolitan Police Department. Just like before, it was the same bomb disposal team waiting for her. But this time, their expressions were obviously more serious. When she opened the trunk, the members of the disposal team audibly gasped. So many. Each bomb was flashing red with a 1-hour countdown. That meant they were all set to detonate. Quit gawking. Move, now. Yes, sir. Prepared in advance, the bomb disposal team quickly retrieved the flashing bombs from the trunk and transferred them into secure, explosion-proof cases. The largest bomb was loaded into the largest case. After all the bombs had been moved, Sato Miwako's task was essentially complete. The team leader, a middle-aged man, walked over to her and gave a crisp salute. Officer Sato, thank you very much for your help. No, this wasn't just my doing. The dismantling work is still up to all of you. The leader took a deep breath and said nothing more. He quickly turned and followed the others. Their work was far from over. First, they had to assess the bomb threat and choose appropriate dismantling sites. But those matters were all on their shoulders now. Once the disposal team had left, Magyar approached Miwako, his face flushed with pride. Pa. He gave her a hearty slap on the shoulder. Officer Sato, well done today. Yes. This is my duty. Even someone as calm as Sato Miwako couldn't help feeling emotional at Magyar's praise. It wasn't about receiving credit, but the familial warmth she felt from him. Ever since she joined the police force, Inspector Magyar had always looked out for her, not for personal gain, but with the genuine care of a senior looking after a junior. Looking at her, someone who felt like a daughter, Magyar was visibly moved. Officer Sato, go home and rest. You recovered all those bombs today. You've done enough. No need to push yourself any further. Also, I'll inform you now. Your contribution this time is significant. According to Superintendent Hakuba, you're likely to be promoted soon. So soon? Sato Miwako looked surprised. She had only been promoted a few months ago. But Inspector Magyar, Magyar shook his head slightly and leaned closer, lowering his voice. It's probably thanks to your informant. Then he quickly walked away. Don't doubt your merit. Go home and rest. Only then did Miwako Sato realize why she was being considered for promotion. I see. But there were still things she didn't fully understand. After watching Magyar leave, Miwako got back in the car. However, she didn't drive off right away. Instead, she called Ren. It looks like the higher-ups have caught on to your involvement. Of course. After all, the guidance I gave was a bit too sharp. Naturally, I'd attract some attention. So, you knew this would happen from the start? Of course. It's only natural they'd react this way. Officer Sato, you shouldn't underestimate the bureaucrats in the Metropolitan Police Department. They're not clueless. The higher-ups in this country aren't completely ignorant of certain matters. They've dealt with their share of unexplainable situations. So that's it. Miwako finally understood, and her mind turned to the previous case. So that last case was wrapped up quickly because... Yeah, they all knew. They always do their best to handle things that are beyond their control, especially when they can frame it as a normal vendetta. After all, Officer Sato, you don't want to argue with evil spirits, right? Of course not. Even someone as rational as Miwako didn't believe evil spirits were something you could reason with. Even if you could, it's unlikely anyone in the upper ranks of the Metropolitan Police would want to arrest one. Then, won't you be in danger? There's no reason for them to be suspicious. In fact, they'll actively avoid questioning me. And Officer Sato, since you're connected to me, you'll naturally gain more authority. After all, they wouldn't want someone who's cooperating with them to start siding with someone else. No wonder. Now she understood. Her rapid promotion wasn't because of any coincidence. It was all thanks to Ren. Are you free tomorrow? I want to talk to you. Yeah, I'm free tomorrow too. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 335, Chapter 335, How many people's fates changed. Today was even more exciting than I expected. At noon, I accompanied Sanzenin to meet Tachibana Wataru, the boy who had a crush on Sajinomiya in the original story. As it happened, an explosion occurred in Shinjuku, right across from the video store run by Tachibana Wataru. The blast was even stronger than I imagined. I could clearly feel the ringing in my ears. That bomb not only ruined what should have been a pleasant afternoon, but it also dragged in the name of a known bomber, Moriya Teiji. A madman who turned to bomb-making after experiencing setbacks in his career. Even the explosion he orchestrated was just a means of taking revenge on Kudo. It's just that his luck was truly awful. He actually ran into Sanzenin and me while executing his plan. He had no idea his bomb was about to be thrown in my face, so I couldn't exactly just smile and let it happen. Unlike a detective, I'm not that clever. But as a seer, my divination ability is still quite decent. It would be a poor decision for someone like me, who relies on divination, to go head-to-head with detectives who specialize in using their intellect. After using divination, the whole conspiracy and the setup behind Moriya Teiji's plan unfolded before me. Given how vile the plan was, I didn't want to insert myself into the chaos. Well, I wasn't that interested in the situation to begin with. I only enjoy changing the fates of people I care about. When it comes to people bent on self-destruction, I usually just watch from the sidelines. But because of this bombing, many people died, and even Sanzenin seemed to resent me, so I decided to shift gears a bit. I went ahead and called the police. But I didn't notify the entire Metropolitan Police Department. I only contacted Officer Sato and let her handle it. Officer Sato is also quite interesting, a female officer with a bit of an idealistic streak. She chose not to expose my identity and worked hard to save as many people as possible. Her ideals are naive, but I don't dislike people like her. Still, through Officer Sato, I used this opportunity to test the response of the Metropolitan Police Department. I confirmed some things about the top brass. As expected, they do have knowledge of certain mysterious matters. Back during Miss Ayako's class reunion incident, the higher-ups also deliberately covered up some things. This event also allowed the senior officials to recognize that there's someone mysterious backing Officer Sato. Of course, that's not a bad thing. It'll make future reports to the police much easier. Officer Sato will also gain more authority and her words will carry more weight. That should pave the way for less hassle for me in the future. Moriya Teiji had 3 plans. The first was a simple outburst of rage. The second was to provoke the Metropolitan Police Department by placing a bomb between the train tracks. The third was what he considered his artistic masterpiece, an attempt to immortalize himself in a twisted way. Since fond memories don't last, Moriya Teiji chose pain. The third bomb was planted in the Baika Municipal Building. If things had gone the way Moriya Teiji envisioned, his name might have actually been engraved in history as a crazed artist. In blood and sorrow, Moriya Teiji's name would have been remembered for a long, long time. Unfortunately for him, his plan fell apart. Aside from the initial explosion, none of the other 2 schemes had a chance to succeed. His plan failed. I really want to see what Moriya Teiji looks like right now. Officer Sato should have apprehended him by now. I may not have seen him today, but since Officer Sato is meeting me tomorrow, she should be ready to open up. That'll be a good chance for me. I can also try to let her experience that power tomorrow. Shinomiya Kagaya closed her diary. So many things had happened over the weekend. Ren had also encountered the bombing in Shinjuku. Kagaya sat up straight in bed. Hey Asaka, how much do you know about the bombing in Shinjuku? Miss Kagaya, please don't think of me as some omnipotent maid. I spent the weekend exercising and resting. I didn't pay much attention to anything going on outside. In truth, Hayasaka had just found out what was happening outside through the diary. She had spent the entire day training her powers at home, along with physical conditioning. Mastering the 6 styles had become her top priority now. The Dordor fruit had given her an edge in mobility, but truth be told, her offensive capabilities were still lacking. What she needed most was the combat strength offered by the 6 styles. Because of how much she pushed herself in training, Hayasaka had been completely drained all day, so much so that she had no energy left to care about outside news. Ren also mentioned in his diary that he left the matter to the Metropolitan Police Department. I think he handled it wisely. It wouldn't have been appropriate for him to intervene personally. Letting the police handle it was the best choice. Also, I think there's another reason Ren let a female officer handle it. Besides saving himself trouble and testing the Metropolitan Police Department. I believe it's related to the female officer herself. You mean, she's a believer? Hayasaka nodded slightly. That was the only explanation she could think of as to why Ren would go out of his way to support a female officer. There's a tacit understanding between the senior officials and Ren. The higher-ups know Ren's stance, and that female officer acts as a sort of liaison. Rather than full exposure, perhaps maintaining this ambiguity is the smartest move. At the same time, Hayasaka lowered her voice a little. I believe this female officer will play a significant role in the story. Changing other people's fates through her will likely bring considerable benefit to Ren. Although it was the female officer who handled the bombing, its root cause still points back to Ren. So, how many people's fates do you think changed because of this bombing? Indeed. Kaguya listened quietly and nodded slightly. She, too, felt that this was one of the main reasons. To be continued. Chapter 336, Chapter 336, The Nation of Disorder. Destiny has its own weight. At this moment, Ren sighed, resting his elbow on one side of the throne, his cheek resting against the back of his hand. He sat upon the throne with the posture of a king. From this vantage point, the throne offered a sweeping view. Ren's gaze could span across all things. Above, the nation of disorder floated. Below stretched the endless river of eternal darkness, flowing into the chaos sea. Even the Earth's core was included in this vast domain, and Sefirah Castle sat like the throne of a ruler by the riverside. It was a world that seemed to contain only one person. The nation of disorder. He lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. I was just thinking about Officer Sato's gift, and such a surprise dropped into my lap. Moriya Teiji still played too large a role. In truth, when Ren had guided Officer Sato into action, he had already begun to sense that altering the fate of those doomed to die could bring substantial benefits. As it turned out, the reward from fate was immense, it directly granted him the nation of disorder. This generous gift made Ren want to personally thank fate. I've acquired 4 spherotes and mastered more than half of the pathways. If I set aside my personal strength, I could cultivate an organization on my own right now. Unfortunately, there are no creatures with Beyonder characteristics in this world. What a pity. Still, Ren only felt it was a slight waste that he couldn't use those resources just yet. He didn't feel greed. After all, he already had the spherote. He didn't need to personally gather potion ingredients. They could simply be obtained steadily from the diary. Wasn't that far easier than searching blindly for them? With the nation of disorder in hand, Officer Sato's future power will be indescribable. There's probably no one more suited for the arbiter pathway than her. As he spoke, Ren stretched out on the throne, then slumped down lazily. Surprisingly, despite its grand appearance, the throne was actually far more comfortable than it looked. Its design wasn't bad at all, and it felt pretty nice to sit on. But no matter how comfortable it was, he couldn't stay here long. It was already night outside, and it was time to sleep. After coming down from the high of excitement, he remembered that someone else was waiting for him, Sanzenin. He calmed his mind, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in his room. Knock, knock, knock. The moment he returned, he heard a knock on the door. Ren chuckled softly, shook his head, and got up to open it. I'm coming. When he opened the door, he saw a girl standing there in nothing but a nightgown. Her long golden hair was untied, and she held a pillow in both arms, her face slightly flushed. Ren had already expected Nagi to appear at his door. You still haven't gotten used to sleeping alone. Nagi puffed up her adorable face in a pout. Though she had matured in many ways, she still wasn't quite at the stage where she could fall asleep alone. It would take a little more time to adjust to that. All right. Don't puff up like that. Ren grinned and gently poked her cheek, pulling the sulking Nagi into his room. He closed the door behind her and led Nagi to the bedside. She quickly placed her pillow beside his, pulled up the blanket, and slipped into bed in a hurry. Seeing her cute yet shy actions, Ren couldn't help but chuckle and walked around to the other side of the bed before sitting down. So, shall we sleep now? Yeah. Nagi nodded softly, hiding under the blanket with only half her face peeking out. Ren didn't say anything more. He turned off the light, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Not long after, he felt someone inching closer. His pajamas were gently tugged, followed by a small, soft voice. If you want to hug me now, I'd be okay with it. The nervous and slightly trembling voice allowed Ren, with his eyes closed, to imagine Nagi's face, red and on the verge of tears. He could guess the kind of courage it took for her to say something like that. Suppressing a smile, Ren turned to the side and gently wrapped Nagi in his arms. Better now. The girl's trembling body slowly calmed down. She wasn't really scared. It was more of a psychological issue, one that still needed time to heal. This wasn't Nagi's fault. There were just too many people in the world eyeing her inheritance. No matter how mature Nagi might act, she was still just a 13-year-old girl. Even boys 10 years older often fear turning off the lights at night. Ren herself had experienced that kind of fear firsthand. Yeah. Nagi felt that the anxiety within her had lessened considerably. She didn't know how she would eventually grow into someone truly independent, but she did understand that she must have made many efforts to become that way. Otherwise, how could she become like the girl she saw at the end of the story, confident, composed, and able to sleep alone? She still had a long journey ahead. Resting her face against Ren's chest, wrapped in a quiet sense of security, Nagi's heart slowly calmed. As for the future, she would think about that later. For now, this was enough. Nagi closed her eyes in silence. That peaceful warmth seemed to invite sleep. Her drowsiness came naturally. While the Amamiya household had already fallen into a peaceful slumber, the entire Metropolitan Police Department had no time to rest. The events of the day had sparked waves of unrest across society, especially due to the bomber who had openly challenged the Metropolitan Police Department. But in the end, the bomber was successfully apprehended by nightfall. Bang! The handcuffed Moriya Teiji slammed his fists onto the metal table before him. His bloodshot eyes were filled with humiliation. Why? My plan was perfect. How could useless cops like you have caught me? The officer conducting the interrogation stared at him coldly. He was well aware of this man's crimes and felt nothing but satisfaction seeing him break down. Perfect. That's just your delusion. If your plan was so perfect, why are you sitting here in an interrogation room? You were too arrogant. That was your mistake. You underestimated the Metropolitan Police Department. Did you think everyone here is an idiot? A perfect plan. Humph. You're just a clown. Moriya Teiji's blood pressure spiked from the rage. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 337, Meeting. The next morning, the Metropolitan Police Department held a press conference. The bomber responsible for hundreds of casualties yesterday was arrested by our department at 9:05 p.m. last night. The first attack, the Shinjuku bombing, exceeded our expectations. However, by the time of the second bomber's warning, the situation was already under our control. Our outstanding detective, Officer Sato, boldly analyzed the incident and successfully recovered the bomb placed between the tracks of the Todo Loop line. After resolving the second bombing incident, Officer Sato immediately deduced the bomber's next target, the Baika Municipal Building. Thanks to her efforts, she managed to recover all the bombs alone, protecting the lives of our citizens and wresting their safety back from the bomber's hands. The reporters quickly raised their cameras, snapping away, while their assistants took down notes to be published later. Yesterday's explosion was indeed severe, but the Metropolitan Police Department had acted swiftly and decisively. Their performance far exceeded previous expectations. Because Officer Sato single-handedly defused 2 bomb threats, it bought precious time for the rest of our officers to mobilize. As a result, Inspector Megure led a large team of officers to apprehend the bomber successfully. We also found a portion of the stolen explosives in the bomber's home, thwarting his planned fourth attack, which aimed to take our officers down with him. Usually, reporters would bombard such claims with skepticism, but not today. After all, there were no explosions following the initial bombing yesterday. Unless the bomber was lying, it meant the police had successfully prevented further attacks. And it was already confirmed that the Toyo gunpowder storehouse had reported a theft the day before. This wasn't an exaggeration, the threat was real, and the police truly stopped it. That made this news all the more significant. In fact, things were just as the reporters suspected, this wasn't a trivial matter. This was a huge deal on a societal level. The only people still grieving were the families of the injured and deceased from the Shinjuku bombing. However, once the news aired, all the passengers who were on the Todo Loop line yesterday, and all the tourists who had visited the Baika Municipal Building, broke out in cold sweat. This was no joke. The fact that the Metropolitan Police Department made this public early in the morning proved one thing: they had walked under the scythe of death just yesterday. Wait, is that true? Did I almost get blown up yesterday? It probably is. There was an explosion at the Shinjuku Museum around noon, then the Toyo Gunpowder Depot reported that a batch of explosives was stolen. And the police just confirmed that a bomb warning came at 4 p.m. for the Todo Loop line. All of this matches what the police are saying now. So the bomber was real, the explosives were real, and the municipal building really almost got blown up. With that, everyone who saw the news broke out in a cold sweat. No one had realized they were so close to such danger just a day ago. If the police hadn't acted in time, and if the bombs had gone off, many of them would have died yesterday. But after the initial shock came a sense of relief. Thank goodness they caught him. The bomber was stopped. Maybe the police didn't make a move earlier because they were trying to lull the bomber into a false sense of security. Meanwhile, the media was just busy taking pictures, not realizing that their footage helped the bomber. Yeah, the bomber was probably watching the news from the other side of the TV yesterday. The more they thought about it, the more people began to feel that the police had done an incredible job. The bomber's plans were foiled 3 times in a row, and only the first bombing at the museum went off because they hadn't anticipated it. But no one blamed the police anymore. They now placed all the blame on the bomber. If that psychopath hadn't existed, the Shinjuku bombing wouldn't have happened at all. After the news aired, the public image of the police, once mocked as tax freeloaders, improved significantly. At that moment, the two people responsible for resolving the bomb threat were sitting at a remote table in a family restaurant. Sato Mawako sat with her head slightly bowed, expressing her gratitude. First of all, thank you for your help yesterday. Without you, things wouldn't have been resolved so smoothly. Having experienced bomb-related cases before, she knew how difficult it was to deal with the creations of lunatics. A single misstep, and you'd be blown to pieces. But this time, aside from the initial bombing, the others were all neutralized in time. Sato Mawako knew full well that her own actions were relatively simple yesterday. The real reason things had gone so smoothly was because of the boy sitting in front of her. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but Ren looked much more mature than before. He had tidied up her messy curls a bit, and he wasn't wearing those thick glasses that usually covered half his face. His current appearance was completely different from the past. Don't worry about it too much, Officer Sato. I was honestly hesitating about whether or not to help yesterday. I'm not someone who enjoys getting involved in trouble, as I'm sure you can tell. Normally, I stay far away from incidents like that. But, someone came to visit me yesterday. Her presence may have influenced my decision. These words piqued Sato Mawako's interest. Your girlfriend. A 13-year-old girl. If a 13-year-old were my girlfriend, you'd have every reason to arrest me, Officer Sato. Ah, yeah, 13 is a bit too young. 13 years old, that would be more like a younger sister. Sato thought about it briefly, then let it go. Realizing her misunderstanding, she quickly apologized. Sorry, I thought you were talking about your girlfriend. And arresting you would be going too far. If it's just a simple friendship, it's not something worth arresting for, unless it crosses into something more extreme. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 338, Regret. In this day and age, it's not uncommon for junior high school students to start dating. As long as the relationship is relatively normal, there's no need to make arrests. Only when a young girl crosses certain lines does the law step in. More importantly, young people often lack self-restraint in this regard. Ren naturally understood that this was a subtle reminder. Sanzenin Nagi, the only heir of the Sanzenin family. Officer Sato, do you think if I did anything to her, her grandfather wouldn't have me humanely disposed of? The only heir of the Sanzenin family. Sato Mawako's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected that the 13-year-old girl had such a background. Officer Sato doesn't need to be too surprised. Being a rich second generation is not something Sanzenin really concerns herself with. Not concerned. Sato Mawako's mouth twitched slightly. Even if she didn't know the specifics, she at least understood what the Sanzenin name represented. To put it bluntly, it was practically equivalent to the wealth of a small country. As the Sanzenin heir, how could this not matter? But after calming herself, Sato Mawako remembered Ren's special abilities, how he had used them to assist her in solving a major bombing case and had saved many lives. Thinking of that, she began to understand his comment about wealth. Indeed, for someone with abilities like his, such powers might be worth more than any fortune. Compared to that, being the heir of a conglomerate didn't seem like much. Sato Mawako took a deep breath and composed herself. I also looked into Takahashi Ryuichi's case. Based on the findings, it seems the suicide of Tokumoto Atsuko 2 years ago was somehow linked to Chikako Ikeda. My guess is that it's because of a story Ikeda wrote, The Blue Kingdom. I suspect that story may have led to Atsuko's death. That's my theory, but it feels a bit strange. Oh. Strange how? If Takahashi Ryuichi's target was Chikako, then why would you help her using your special ability? Based on what she'd pieced together, that was the part Mawako found most confusing. If everything was really as she guessed, Ren shouldn't have involved himself with Chikako. It definitely wasn't for money. So, Sato Mawako instinctively felt her theory only scratched the surface. There had to be a deeper truth. But the follow-up investigation hit a dead end. There was almost no available information from 2 years ago. In the end, she had no choice but to ask the person involved directly. Hearing her suspicion, Ren smiled, a trace of amusement flashing across his face. Yes. Officer Sato's investigation is pretty accurate. On the surface, it looks like Miss Ikeda stole Tokumoto Atsuko's idea and used it, ultimately pushing Atsuko to take her own life 2 years ago, and triggering Takahashi Ryuichi's revenge. But as you guessed, this is only what it looks like on the surface. The real situation isn't that Miss Ikeda stole the story from Atsuko, but that she bought it. Bought it. A trace of surprise flashed through Sato Mawako's eyes. Tokumoto Atsuko was timid, withdrawn, and didn't socialize well. More importantly, she didn't seem like the kind of person who would sell her own story, then kill herself afterward. If this was a normal transaction, even suicide wouldn't change the fact that Ikeda would still have proof of the deal, wouldn't she? Officer Sato is right. Miss Tokumoto was definitely not someone who would casually sell off her creation. She had great confidence in the story she wrote. But she didn't sell it. Her mother did. Her mother. Sato Miwako's breath hitched. With that answer, the entire outline of the case started forming in her mind. The introduction of the mother as a variable completely changed the meaning behind Tokumoto Atsuko's death. Seeing Sato Miwako's reaction, Ren continued with a faint smile. Miss Ikeda is a cautious woman. She knew that involving a third party could invite disputes. So when the deal was made, she had a lawyer draft a sales contract, and had the whole thing notarized by a third party. So, technically speaking, this wasn't a shady deal. But it wasn't made with Tokumoto Atsuko herself. It was between Miss Ikeda and Atsuko's mother. I believe Atsuko found out about the deal from her mother. That's when she realized there was no way she could reclaim her story. Even though she was the author, she had lost the rights. Now it made sense. Sato Miwako finally understood what had driven Tokumoto Atsuko to suicide. It wasn't just pain or anger, it was her final, helpless act of resistance after realizing she'd lost everything. Even then, Sato Miwako found it hard to feel sympathy. The blame didn't lie with Chikako. It was clearly Atsuko's mother who had made the deal behind her back. And that was exactly why Tokumoto Atsuko couldn't even direct her anger at her own mother. Instead, she turned all her hatred toward Chikako, the one who bought her story. So, that suicide 2 years ago wasn't a form of protest against Ikeda Chikako. It was the most desperate scream of a girl who had been betrayed and stripped of all agency, blaming someone who wasn't even at fault. Sato Miwako shook her head slowly. If that's the truth, then I agree, it's not reasonable to blame Ikeda. The person Tokumoto really needed to confront was her mother, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. And Takahashi Ryoichi, he launched a revenge plan 2 years later, without ever knowing the truth. He only saw the surface and assumed it was Ikeda Chikako's fault. If that was the case, then the revenge itself was misguided from the start. So, it wasn't Chikako Ikeda who initiated the deal. Miss Ikeda isn't foolish. She could tell that the story was being presented to her by the mother without the consent of the original author. So she made sure to get it all in writing, with a signed and notarized contract. As for who took the initiative, I think Officer Sato already knows. Also, when Miss Ikeda first learned about Tokumoto's story, she had shown interest in buying it. But Tokumoto Atsuko rejected the offer. A story like that, even if it's well written, no one can predict its success before publication. There's always risk. So after being rejected, Miss Ikeda let it go. But someone came to her on their own, offering the story and initiating the sale. That's what led her to formalize everything. Quite frankly, there really wasn't anything to hold against her. Sato Miwako let out a soft sigh. At this point, all she could feel for Tokumoto Atsuko was regret, not sympathy. To be continued. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 339, Chapter 339, Display and Invite. Maybe the outcome seems unfair to her, but the entire process involved a legal transaction with Tokumoto Atsuko's guardian. In this kind of situation, no one is necessarily at fault, it's just that everyone's circumstances are different. Ren spoke with a trace of emotion, then added. Also, I want to remind you that the emotional state Tokumoto Atsuko was in was largely a result of her family environment. Her mother didn't lack understanding of her daughter's feelings, she just had no way to respond. A father addicted to gambling, alcoholic, and who died early. A mother suffering from depression, raising 2 daughters alone. An older daughter burdened with high expectations. A younger daughter still growing up. That kind of environment nurtured Atsuko's inferiority complex and her lack of social connection. Ren seemed to see a reflection of himself in her. In some ways, he and Tokumoto Atsuko were alike. It was just a pity. Tokumoto Atsuko had much worse luck than him. It was as if fate had been mocking her. As for her, I can only say that some of her actions were too extreme. From what I've investigated, her mother died from depression less than a year after Atsuko's death. Her younger sister was placed in an orphanage but was adopted 2 months ago. She's living a stable life now. Upon hearing that, Sato Miwako could only sigh in helplessness. Perhaps, as Ren said, there was no one person to blame. The mother had to support both daughters, and the cost of tuition and daily expenses weighed on her like a stone. Selling the story may have been the only compromise the mother could make to survive. Compared to dreams, staying alive is a far more pressing concern. So after her death, Tokumoto Atsuko turned into that thing, and her resentment latched onto Takahashi Ryoichi, who was willing to avenge her. And that ultimately led to this kind of case. Exactly. Ren gave a small nod. That was the truth of the case. As for the two people who were killed, they were just ordinary people like Takahashi Ryoichi. It's just that he believed they had something to do with Atsuko's death, and so he killed them on his way to take revenge. What a tragedy. Sato Mawako could only feel a deep sense of sorrow after hearing it all. Most people in this case didn't even commit any clear wrongdoing. Yet because of their backgrounds, positions, and circumstances, a simple transaction spiraled into a complex murder case. By the way, is this kind of thing common? Evil spirits. Yeah. When someone dies with intense resentment or an obsession that refuses to fade, there's a chance they can become an evil spirit. And evil spirits, their actions are no longer bound by the person they once were. They act without ego, clinging to their obsession, haunting the site of their death, and killing anything that enters their domain. Such evil spirits are actually quite rare, but in this city, there are surprisingly many. More than expected. Sato Mawako was surprised. She had never seen one herself, even after living in this city for 28 years. It's like Tsukikage Island. Sato Mawako paused, remembering the corpses tied to research tables. The dead had looked horrifying. Just one glance was enough to know the cruelty they had suffered before death. Those people, they became evil spirits too. Yes. Before we landed, I saw dozens of evil spirits floating over Tsukikage Island. Their resentment was thick, overflowing. But the people who conducted the experiments had already left, so those evil spirits could only roam the island aimlessly. Besides, Tsukikage Island is too vast. Their hatred couldn't harm the drug traffickers. At most, they could only haunt their dreams and mentally torment them. Ren paused. But we wiped them out last time. In a way, it's better to remove them than let them roam endlessly. It's not salvation, but destruction. Sato Mawako understood the reasoning behind it, though the topic was far too heavy for her taste. By the way, what method did you use? Curious. Then, are you ready? To be honest, not really. But after I learned what the top brass of the Metropolitan Police Department actually think, I knew I couldn't avoid it now that I've been promoted. Before leaving home today, Sato Mawako had already prepared herself to face the truth. Some things are hard to accept all at once, but she had to adapt and accept them sooner or later. Besides, she had just been promoted to deputy inspector, and she was offered yet another opportunity for advancement. If she hadn't entered the special task group, she never would have received such rapid promotions. This latest one wasn't just in recognition of her role in recovering the bombs, it also marked her as the bridge between the Metropolitan Police Department and Ren. So, once that promotion came, she no longer had the option to run. Well, I think it's good that Officer Sato has that kind of awareness. Since you're ready, then it's okay to show you. Right here. Sato Mawako was a bit surprised. They were still in a public place. Was it really okay to reveal it here? Officer Sato, why don't you try calling the waiter? Seeing Ren's casual tone, Sato Mawako took a deep breath and raised her voice. Waiter. She shouted loudly, but in the family restaurant, not a single person reacted. No one even turned to look. Sato Mawako was stunned. She knew about the existence of supernatural powers, but when did this ability take effect? Was this Ren's doing? This is a superpower? Yes. It's a type of extraordinary ability. But it's not the one I used to locate the bomber. This is just an ability meant for display. An ability purely for display, but Sato Mawako already felt like it was far too much. Controlling sound in a localized area so that others can't hear, frankly, this ability had a wide range of applications. And yet it was only a display. So, Officer Sato. I'm inviting you. Do you want to become one of us? To be continued.